Chapter 1. I vow to protect the weak. I vow to bravely confront tyranny. I vow to assist anyone who seeks my help. The resounding voice echoed through the grand cathedral of Stormwind as Rex gazed upon the figure surrounded by the crowd. A deep roar reverberated within Rex's mind. Observing the tall, sunlit night, he inhaled deeply, realizing that he could no longer drift aimlessly. The wheel of history was relentlessly advancing if he did not change. The future would spell ruin for his nation and family. A chill spread through Rex's heart, as the once familiar figures now seemed distant and unattainable, more tangible today than ever before. My son, from the day you were born, the forests of Lordaeron whispered your name, Arthas. One day, my life will reach its end, and you shall be crowned king. This phrase flowed through Rex's consciousness, sending a deeper chill through him. As he looked upon the impeccably poised Arthas, he struggled to suppress the urge to flee. During Arthas' oath-taking ceremony to join the Knights of the Silver Hand, Rex was fully awakened that, in the past, he could dismiss his thoughts while in Gilneas, isolated from the outside world. Even when he heard the names Stormwind and Lordaeron familiar, yet unattainable, would numb himself with coincidences. But today, he could no longer deceive himself with such thoughts. This was a tangible world, and he had truly traversed into it. This is the world of Warcraft. Here lies Azeroth. Rex inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Before his crossing, Rex was merely an avid fan of Warcraft, powerless and frail. Yet now, he possessed a noble identity. Prince of Gilneas, future king of Gilneas. As a crown prince, he had been groomed since childhood, honing both etiquette and strength. Although he could not compare to the radiant Arthas, who was a 9th-tier paladin, he was merely 1 tier below as an 8th-tier paladin. Rex's full name was Rexxar Greymane, the eldest and sole son of Jen Greymane. It remained unclear whether his crossing had influenced events, but Jen's other son, the valiant and distinguished Prince Liam Greymane, was nowhere to be found. As the only child of Rexxar Greymane, his position as the heir apparent was unassailable. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, Rex is destined to become the next king of Gilneas. Once he regained his composure, Rex's mind began to race. Recalling all the knowledge he possessed about the world of Azeroth, it is often said that individuals who traverse to another realm acquire some extraordinary ability, colloquially referred to as a golden finger among the multitude of travelers. Although Rex has yet to unlock such a power, his remarkable memory allows him to retain information with astonishing clarity, enabling him to revisit past events as if watching a grand film. Rex has indeed perused the chronicles of Azeroth. While the details may not be exhaustive, he is well aware of the significant events that transpired. At the age of 19, Arthas joined the Silver Hand, and 5 years later, he returned as a Death Knight, ultimately slaying his own father and bringing ruin to Lordaeron. It was also during this fateful year that Rex's father, King Jen Greymane of Gilneas, issued a decree to summon the War Gen in a bid to resist the invasion of the Scourge. Thus, the seeds of destruction were sown in Gilneas, and the curse of the War Gen began to take root. Rex is determined to prevent such calamity from unfolding. In his previous life, he was an orphan, devoid of familial bonds, but this time is different. Despite the brevity of a few months, Rex has experienced the warmth of family ties, passing his days in a daze. My son Rex, you do not appear well today, King Jen Greymane expressed with concern as he gazed upon his offspring. Father, I am quite well, Rex replied, noticing the worry etched on Jen Greymane's face. He gently shook his head, a resolute expression forming as he clenched his fists. He would not allow Gilneas to decline, nor would he permit his aging father to abandon a lifetime of dedication, forced to bow and scrape before the Stormwind Kingdom in his twilight years. It is essential to recognize the pride that characterized the last 2 generations of Gilneas kings. Rex's grandfather single-handedly elevated the kingdom to its zenith, rejecting all forms of assistance. Both father and son have adhered to an isolationist rule. Indeed, Rex's father even erected the Greymane Wall, severing ties with the outside world. Yet in his later years, Jen Greymane drastically altered the decades-long policy, engaging actively with Others, a poignant and sorrowful turn of events. Rex would not allow such a fate to befall Gilneas. His arrival heralded change, and a fierce flame ignited within Rex's heart. Go, and rest well. Rex nodded respectfully before bowing and departing. Upon entering his room, Rex rolled up his sleeves, revealing a blood-red, circular mark on his wrist, approximately the size of a thumb, resembling a birthmark. As he gazed at it, it appeared to pulsate eerily, akin to a blinking eye. When Rex focused on it, the mark seemed to scrutinize him in return. With his gaze intensifying, A momentary haze enveloped Rex's mind, and a series of numbers materialized before him, indicating the passage of time. 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 32 seconds. With an hour and a half remaining, Rex sighed. Unlocking this golden finger was no simple feat. He had been traversing for quite some time, and the lengthy wait had nearly concluded, leaving just over an hour ahead. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Rx's face, for altering the fate of Gilneas was a daunting challenge. The golden finger was his beacon of hope. Every traveler possessed the potential to achieve greatness, and the influence of this golden finger was indispensable. Time trickled by slowly, and Rx's gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the sanguine mark. Traveler's benefits activated. Please accept. The Warcraft system has been initiated. Determining parameters. Host identified as human, automatically shielding against night elves, orcs, and undead. As an enthusiast of the Warcraft universe, Rex was certainly aware of its existence. Despite his limited prowess, he held a fair understanding of Warcraft as a game capable of both single-player and online battles. The activation of this golden finger brought him immense joy. The world of Azeroth was not one where sheer personal power could single-handedly conquer nations. Even heroes and demigods could fall to overwhelming forces. Rex's ambition to alter the destiny of Gilneas was clear. However, individual strength alone would not suffice. It epitomized the phrase isolated and vulnerable. Yet, the Warcraft system was distinct, a strategic game centered around building bases, recruiting units, and advancing technology. Gently, Rex placed his hand upon the blood-red mark, and the scene before his eyes began to warp and blur. Surroundings shifted and transformed, and as clarity returned, a young man with brown hair materialized within Rx's vision. The man appeared to be around 20 years of age, his features rugged and not conventionally handsome, yet exuding a sense of maturity. Presently, however, his gaze was vacant, his eyes devoid of life, reminiscent of a comatose individual. At the first glance of this figure, Rex instantly recognized the truth. The man before him was undoubtedly a reflection of himself. With Rx's attention fixed, darkness enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself no longer reclining on his bed, but had already departed from Stormwind City. This is a vast plain, beneath which lies a verdant carpet of grass. However, the surroundings exude an air of desolation and solitude, devoid of any sound. If one were to listen intently, even the whisper of the wind is absent, leaving only the slow, rhythmic breaths of Rex. Stretching his stiff limbs, Rex gazes down the path before him, and without hesitation, strides forward. There is no hint of danger here, as a benefit bestowed upon him by the Transcenders Alliance, his own golden finger. Any threat would indeed be a farce. Rex assesses his situation and realizes that he should not have been transported here, but rather be in a state of kneeling, much like the clone of himself he encountered not long. As he continues onward, his eyes incessantly survey the surroundings, yet disappointment washes over him. The landscape is shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring any clarity. Even when he decides to venture off the path, he discovers an invisible barrier thwarting his progress. He attempts various directions, and in a moment of defiance, takes a few steps back, but to no avail. After several fruitless attempts, Rex surrenders to the reality that he must adhere to the path ahead. No other route is accessible. This realization breeds a sense of resentment within him. Such a method seems less practical than a direct transport to his destination, as it not only exhausts his energy, but also consumes precious time. After nearly half an hour, the monotony of the path finally shifts, and a structure emerges within Rex's line of sight. It is a grand hall, resplendent in crimson, encircled by walls formed of stone. Before it lies a series of steps, inviting one to ascend and enter the hall. Rex instantly recognizes this edifice as the town hall. Having engaged in many battles in Warcraft against others, he has played through all 4 races. Although he favored the undead for their formidable frost dragons, he has also played as humans. Yet what appeared as a modest structure on a screen now stands before him in all its magnificency. At least 3 stories tall, it rises solitary, emanating an aura of lonely pride. The entire building is enveloped in a gray haze, a dim light casting a spectral glow upon it. Approaching closer, Rex finds himself drawn to touch the gray barrier that surrounds the town hall. As he does so, the once opaque gray veil begins to recede at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal town hall transforms, standing resolutely before Rex in its true form. Following the pristine white steps carved from the rock, Rex advanced steadily until he stood before the entrance of the town hall. With a firm push, the heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing the immaculate interior of the hall. It appeared rather spacious, devoid of any clutter, and at its center floated a luminous orb the size of a basketball, radiating 7 vibrant colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. This must be the control platform, Rex mused internally as he took several strides to stand before the orb. With his hands reaching into its depths, Rex instinctively closed his eyes. A digital interface materialized before him, showcasing ethereal images of various buildings: a blacksmith shop, a barracks, a workshop, and more. His curiosity piqued by the barracks, Rex focused his thoughts, causing the images of the other buildings to shatter into glimmers of light, while the barracks silhouette expanded. Before him, filling his vision, barracks level, one capable of summoning infantry spirits. Construction cost 200 gold, upgradable. A hint of disappointment flickered across Rex's features as he gazed at the barracks hologram. The prospect of directly recruiting infantry was elusive. In Rex's mind, he had envisioned this golden finger mechanism enabling him to build the barracks and summon a fully equipped elite infantryman wielding a sharp sword. However, it became evident that this mechanism was not as formidable as he had imagined. The summoned infantry spirits could not be deployed for combat directly. With a sigh, Rex perused the descriptions of various buildings and ultimately grasped the true function of his golden finger. IT was not intended for immediate combat, but served a supportive role. The infantry spirits, once summoned, could merge with a host in the real world. This fusion would signify the death of the infantry spirit, and the host, upon merging, would not experience an instantaneous leap in power from a first-tier warrior to a third-tier warrior. Instead, it would enhance the host's latent abilities to descend to a third-tier warrior. Rigorous training would be required to fully absorb the infantry spirit's power. Any negligence would hinder complete assimilation. This revelation dashed Rex's hopes of effortlessly assembling an elite army to sweep across the world of Azeroth. Although slightly disheartened, he quickly regained his composure. Even as a supplementary tool, this golden finger was still formidable. Training an elite force was a daunting task, and Rex felt uncertain in his previous life. He had merely been a recluse, and the modern training methods circulating online held little relevance in this realm filled with magic and diverse powers. The fury of warriors, the holy light of paladins, and the arcane might of mages could not be mastered merely by standing at attention, chanting slogans, or running drills. With the assistance of the Warcraft system, Rex felt confident in his ability to cultivate an elite force. Upon reviewing his remaining resources, Rex discovered he possessed a modest sum of 300 gold coins. Without hesitation, he opted to construct a barracks. Curious about the nature of this establishment, Rex was eager to witness its completion. What kind of infantry spirit would emerge? As he made his decision, a structure, grander than the town hall, began to rise from the ground at an astonishing pace, visible to the naked eye. Remarkably, even in his absence, Rex could perceive the construction of the barracks. The first building was immune to construction time, thus creating this breathtaking, spectacular structure materializing from nothingness within mere seconds. However, in future endeavors, Rex would not enjoy such privileges and would be required to endure a lengthy waiting period. Stepping out of the town hall, Rex ambled into the barracks, which occupied a significant expanse, ample enough to accommodate a full army for training. After a brief search, he soon discovered a luminous orb within the barracks. However, the orb's colors were rather subdued, lacking the vibrant brilliance found in the town hall. Gently placing his hand upon it, he found only one option available: to recruit an infantry spirit, costing 10 gold coins. Rex clicked the option. A phantom began to materialize before him. With the progress bar steadily advancing, the apparition gradually became clearer, ultimately revealing a fully armed infantryman before Rex upon completion of the progress. Infantry Hero, Strength, Tier 3, Evaluation. The incessant wars over the years have resulted in significant attrition within the Alliance's forces. Yet the timely enlistment of numerous recruits has replenished the ranks. Regularly trained in the art of swordsmanship, these infantrymen serve as the vanguard and defensive bastion of the Alliance. Armed with broadswords and heavy shields, they are capable of effectively dismantling enemy assaults. Gazing at the infantry hero before him, Rex wore a faint smile. In the world of Azeroth, whether warriors, hunters, or mages, they are categorized from Tier 1 to Tier 9. With Tier 9 being the most formidable and Tier 1 the weakest, beyond Tier 9 lies the legendary rank of the heroes. As for other races in Azeroth, such as trolls, it is noteworthy that humans, upon reaching adulthood, possess the innate prowess of Tier 1. With a modicum of training, they can attain Tier 2. While the regular armies of various kingdoms consist of Tier 2 warriors, achieving Tier 3 status signifies not merely ordinary troops, but elite forces, honed through the rigors of battle. Tier 4 is even rarer, in Rex's understanding. Only the royal guard of the Kingdom of Gilneas boasts Tier 4 strength. Tier 5 transcends the realm of mere soldiers, often comprising officers of a higher rank. In the annals of human history, only one unit has been formed entirely of Tier 5 warriors, the Silver Hand Knights. Established during the Second War, the Silver Hand was comprised of the finest of the elite from various nations, with no weak links within its core. Many possessed the holy rank. However, in the present day, many of those formidable warriors have perished in battle or retreated from the fray, their former glory now a distant memory. Nevertheless, the standards for core members have significantly lowered. What once required a minimum of Tier 8 to join the Silver Hand can now be met with Tier 7. Undeniably, the Silver Hand remains an exceedingly potent force within the human alliance. Rex, of course, would not dare to compare this infantry hero with the Silver Hand, which is a product of the alliance's utmost efforts. Yet, the infantry hero did not disappoint Rex. Being Tier 3, this already meets the criteria for elite status. The most crucial aspect is that this infantry hero possesses the potential for advancement. As the Barak's level increases, the infantry will evolve into elite infantry. And Rex is confident that the knights above the infantry will stand on par with the Silver Hand. In this moment, Rex exuded confidence as he reviewed the upgrade requirements for the barracks. Not only was there a cost of 400 gold coins for the upgrade, but also a prerequisite of 500 experience points. He had only accumulated 1 point thus far. The experience for the barracks was calculated through the summoning of infantry spirits, with each infantry spirit yielding 1 point of experience. Shaking his head gently, Rex temporarily set aside the issue of upgrading. The gold coins required for summoning 500 infantry spirits was no trivial sum. Each spirit demanded 10 gold coins, culminating in a total of 5,000 gold coins. Gold coins were not merely a game currency, they were the lifeblood of the realm. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of coins could vanish. In the world of Azeroth, gold served as a universal currency, recognized across various races, usable by any intelligent species. Its purchasing power was formidable, with a pound of rice costing only 4 copper coins, sufficient to feed an individual for a day. 1 gold coin could sustain a family for an entire year. Typically, transactions were conducted using copper coins. Even in a kingdom like Gilneas, annual tax revenues barely reached 200,000 gold coins. Thus, the demand for 5,000 gold coins was daunting, but as the Prince of Gilneas, Rex had a considerable reserve at his disposal. Yet, he remained perplexed about the conversion of a single gold coin in the real world to the Warcraft system. Would it maintain a 1-to-1 ratio? Or would it transform into silver coins? If the latter were true, even the might of the Warcraft system would be beyond his reach. Gazing at the still infantry spirits before him, Rex slowly exited the Warcraft system. As his surroundings began to shift and clarify, he found himself back in his room. A glance at the room's arrangement and his own posture confirmed his suspicion. It was his consciousness that had traversed into the Warcraft system, while his body remained motionless, still caressing the crimson birthmark. Rising to his feet and stretching, Rex gently opened his door. Despite not having slept for a day, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. The anxiety and trepidation regarding the future that had burdened him were alleviated by the emergence of the Warcraft system, bringing him a sense of solace for the first time. Stepping outside, he noticed the sky brightening. In the distance, the dawn broke, casting rays of light that dispelled the darkness of the earth, banishing the lingering night. A new day had arrived. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Rex opened his arms wide, allowing himself to relax, and murmured softly to himself, "A new day begins." "Good morning, Stormwind." A melodious voice resonated, enveloping Rex's ears. Upon hearing the sound, he turned to behold a young woman before him, her golden tresses cascading gracefully, adorned in an exquisite robe befitting a mage, exuding a distinct air of nobility. "And who might you be?" Rex inquired politely, though he had already discerned her identity. This was their first encounter, and he chose to feign ignorance. "Jaina Proudmoore," she replied with a smile, standing alongside Rex, and slowly continued. "Is this your first visit to Stormwind, Prince?" The woman spoke, "Just call me Rex." With a smile, Rex gazed ahead and continued softly. "This is not only my first visit to Stormwind, but also my first departure from Gilneas. It is the first time I have witnessed such a beautiful city illuminated by the morning sun. To speak of beauty, one must visit Lordaeron, with its mysterious and elegant white towers scattered throughout the city. standing atop the towering spire of the Violet Castle, gazing down upon Dalaran. I have never encountered such a breathtaking sight. The woman's enchanting eyes glimmered with longing as she tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and parted her rosy lips to say, "I will visit Dalaran." In that moment, Rex contemplated many things. To transform Gilneas, the most vital step is to restore communication with other nations. We cannot remain isolated any longer. The true history of my past life has revealed to me the grave consequences of such seclusion. Beneath the blazing sun, the light flowed like musical notes, casting a radiant glow that mingled with various shades of melancholic beauty. On the Hillsbrad foothills, two groups bid farewell. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out in Gilneas, Rex said calmly, fixing his gaze on the golden-haired woman. All right, she replied, waving goodbye as she departed. What a lovely girl. A gentle voice remarked beside Rex. He turned to find Jaina Proudmoore standing next to him, speaking serenely. Undeniably, Jaina was the most captivating woman Rex had encountered since arriving in the world of Azeroth, perhaps a consequence of his prolonged seclusion in Gilneas. Since their initial morning meeting, they had grown familiar with each other, evolving into friends. After witnessing Arthas's baptism into the Silver Hand Paladins, their two groups merged on the way back to Gilneas. Dalaran and Gilneas were not too distant, making it a convenient route, a deliberate choice by Rex. Leading Jaina's party was Antonidas, the esteemed archmage, who was among Rex's acquaintances. Gilneas had remained isolated for many years, with the towering Greymane wall severing all external communication. Its influence was rapidly waning. Among the 7 human kingdoms, Gilneas was once only surpassed by Lordaeron and the Kingdom of Azeroth. However, that was before the Orc invasion. Now, only 6 human kingdoms remain. Alterac has betrayed the Alliance and been destroyed, unable to be rebuilt. The once mighty Kingdom of Azeroth has vanished, leaving only Stormwind in its place, its influence significantly diminished. Arthas was blessed with a noble father, King Tyrreenus, a figure around whom no one could avoid speaking. He was the king of Lordaeron and the leader of the Alliance. Presently, Stormwind serves merely as the vassal of King Tyrreenus. The baptism of Arthas as a paladin was held at the Cathedral of Light in Stormwind, and renowned heroes, having received invitations, set aside their affairs to witness this momentous occasion. Were it not for Rex, Gilneas would undoubtedly lack such influence. All 6 kings attended the baptism ceremony, a grandeur rivaled only by the formation of the Alliance itself. Father, which is more prosperous, Stormwind or our Gilneas? Softly, Rex had suppressed his feelings throughout the journey, and as they were about to return to Gilneas, he finally voiced his thoughts. Instead of directly stating that Gilneas's isolationist policies were misguided, he posed a question. Observing the silent visage of Rexxar Greymane, Rex continued, Stormwind is indeed flourishing. Although Gilneas is prosperous, it pales in comparison to Stormwind. As a son, he could not bear to embarrass his father by explicitly declaring that Stormwind surpassed Gilneas in wealth. Thus, during Rexxar Greymane's silence, Rex had already conveyed the essence of his argument. It is time for Gilneas to undergo transformation, with Stormwind thriving and the even grander Lordaeron. It is unfathomable to imagine our continued seclusion. Should Lordaeron ever aspire to unify humanity and restore the glory of the ancient Arathar Empire, how shall we respond? Our Greymane wall may shield Gilneas from foes, and Rexxar Greymane possesses unwavering confidence in its fortifications, believing it to be impervious. Yet, with a sigh inwardly, Rex understood that no city ever basked in perpetual daylight. The Greymane wall, far from being invulnerable, had proven inadequate when the Scourge breached it, and previously, the forces of the plague had nearly succeeded. Had it not been for the summoning of the slumbering Wargen, the wall might have fallen. What troubled Rex further was that the Scourge's assault on Gilneas was merely a faction of their forces, while Arthas was leading the main army against Silvermoon. The Greymane wall could block enemy advances, yet we need not remain entirely disconnected from the outside world. Opening the Greymane wall to trade with Dalaran and Lordaeron would enrich the citizens of Gilneas. Is that not a noble pursuit? Observing the silent Rexxar Greymane, Rex felt a chill within. After speaking at length, it was disheartening to see his father remain unmoved, entrenched in isolationism. True change seemed an arduous endeavor, requiring the kind of external strife that Gilneas would face in the years to come. Curses of the Wargen, internal uprisings, and further assaults by the Forsaken. Such external forces would, like the Qing dynasty of the past, inflict pain enough to compel reform and realization of the need for change. Father, did you not see any of this along the way? The mages of Dalaran, aside from the esteemed Archmage Antonidas who holds some respect for Gilneas, seem to regard Princess Jaina with far more reverence than they do for you, my king. In less than a decade, the influence of Gilneas has plummeted. The older generation may still remember us, but the younger one is increasingly oblivious to our existence. If this trend continues, I fear that one day the world will forget that our kingdom ever existed. Rex observed the expression on Rexxar Greymane's face, noting that while his demeanor remained unchanged, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes, indicating that his words had indeed captured his father's attention. Even as isolationists, we cannot afford to be overlooked by the world. Otherwise, King Terenas and I would not be here today. Even if the world forgets us, as long as we remain self-sufficient, we shall endure. After a moment of contemplation, Rexxar Greymane spoke. Observing his father's stubbornness, Rex felt a profound sense of disappointment. It seemed that mere persuasion would be futile. He had anticipated this and decided to propose an alternative course of action. Then, father, allow me to defend Greymane. Rexxar Greymane instantly perceived Rex's intentions. Stationing himself at the Greymane wall would grant him the freedom to traverse back and forth. None would agree to your guarding the Greymane wall, as the heir apparent, Rexxar Greymane stated. I beseech you, father, to permit my caravan free passage through the Greymane wall. This was Rex's strategic retreat, as he had just faced rejection. Thus, his next request was unlikely to be denied. After a moment's hesitation, Rexxar Greymane nodded. A caravan cannot operate without protective forces. I wish to establish the Knights of the Round Table. Certainly, but the kingdom shall not extend any support to you. Rex has always been a man of decisive action. Upon returning to Gilneas, he began to establish his own trading company. As the Crown Prince of Gilneas, Rex is far from alone. Many individuals seek to align themselves with the royal family, especially someone of his stature. Rex possesses his own enterprises, some of which were bestowed upon him by Rexxar Greymane, while others were founded by Rex himself. Engaging in commerce with the outside world, a venture he perceives as highly lucrative. Thus, after receiving the approval of Rexxar Greymane, Rex eagerly mobilized his trading company to assemble a convoy bound for Lordaeron. Although Gilneas is self-sufficient, its resources are limited, and there are numerous commodities available outside its borders that are not present within, particularly the glittering gold coin. With Rex monopolizing external supplies, he stands to reap substantial profits. While Rex busies himself with the trading company, he also prioritizes the formation of the Round Table Knights. The announcement of his intention to establish his own knightly order in the capital of Gilneas is a significant development, as it signifies Rex's desire to cultivate his own base of support. Typically, noble families in Gilneas would respond to such news. Lords might send their sons who lack inheritance rights, while the firstborn heirs would remain at home. Unlike ancient China, where emperors reigned supreme, here the king is merely a larger lord, possessing territories, armies, tax rights, and legal authority, all of which are legitimate. No one would forsake their domain to serve as a vassal. There are no fools who would abandon their own sovereignty to become a subordinate. However, sending sons without inheritance rights is quite different. Even if a father dotes on his son, only one can inherit, leaving the rest to potentially fall to commoner status. Thus, it is common for noble youths without inheritance to seek patronage from the royal family, which presents a significant opportunity. Those who excel may be granted lands and rise as new lords. Rex, inspired by the legendary King Arthur, named his order the Round Table Knights, aspiring to create his own circle of 12 knights. The same evening that Rex announced the formation of the Round Table Knights in Gilneas, an unexpected visitor arrived at his residence, a pivotal figure in the history of the Gilneas kingdom, Lord Darius Crowley. The kingdom of Gilneas has faced numerous calamities, with much of its misfortune traced back to Darius Crowley. From a neutral perspective, Darius can undoubtedly be seen as a heroic figure. He is open-minded and stands out among the independent-minded populace. Darius has consistently opposed the construction of the Greymane Wall, which not only pertains to the territory of the Crowley family but also affects the rise and fall of the Gilneas kingdom. Since the kingdom's isolation began, Darius has tirelessly worked to dismantle the Greymane Wall, striving to reintegrate Gilneas into the alliance. Consequently, his rift with the Greymane royal family has widened, culminating in his public denunciation of Rex's father's policies. His defiance escalated to the point where Darius openly instigated a rebellion and assaulted the Greymane court in Gilneas City, declaring his intent to overthrow Jean's tyranny and end the kingdom's isolation to rescue Gilneas. From an outsider's perspective, Darius Crowley appears as a hero, transitioning from council to rebellion. However, from Rex's viewpoint, who stands with the Greymane royal family, Darius's rebellion represents the gravest of sins. Had it not been for Darius Crowley's insurrection, the kingdom would not have suffered such devastating internal strife, leading to chaos. Remnants of the insurgents continue to stir unrest throughout the kingdom, even hiding countless firearms in the capital, plotting a second civil war. This has presented others with opportunities, causing Gilneas, once the third-ranked of the 7 human kingdoms, to plummet into decline, its people uprooted and dispersed. Rex is uncertain of Darius Crowley's true intentions, whether the seeds of rebellion were sown early on or if they stemmed from disillusionment after failing to persuade the king. The former suggests he is a blatant traitor from the outset, while the latter implies he once served loyally. Hence, although Rex understands that Darius Crowley is a strong proponent of opening the Greymane Wall, he refrains from actively courting him, instead opting to await Darius's overtures. Unexpectedly, Darius Crowley arrived at Rex's doorstep without exhibiting the demeanor typical of a lord, and he was not alone. A young woman accompanied him. Welcoming Darius and his companion into the foyer, Rex acknowledged Darius's status as a lord. Despite the Crowley family having relinquished much of their territory in Silverpine Forest due to the Greymane Wall, the compensation they received in Gilneas could not compare to their former lands, significantly weakening their influence. Yet, the Crowley family remains a pivotal noble house within Gilneas. Otherwise, Darius's rebellion would not have stirred such upheaval, and the kingdom would not have struggled to suppress his insurrection. Is Prince Rex truly preparing to form a trading convoy to Dalaran? Darius, embodying the essence of a soldier, addressed the matter with remarkable directness, eschewing any superfluous discourse. Indeed, I shall personally embark on this journey in a month's time. Rex nodded in acknowledgement. This issue had ignited fervent discussions throughout Gilneas. However, the majority of its inhabitants remained content with the status quo, treating it merely as a topic of casual conversation without profound contemplation. It appears that the prince is intent on breaching the Greymane Wall, a notion that Darius suspected but sought confirmation from Rex. Without hesitation, Rex affirmed that the future of Gilneas would indeed witness the opening of the Greymane Wall. He spoke candidly, unencumbered by the reservations that might typically accompany such a declaration. As the sole heir of the Greymane lineage, Rex felt liberated from the constraints of tradition. His perspective, markedly divergent from that of the previous monarch, was voiced with confidence, bolstered by the urgency of the looming threat posed by the undead calamity. The sound of footsteps reverberated as Darius and his daughter gradually receded from Rex's sight. Reflecting on the conversation with Darius Crowley, Rex found it immensely gratifying. Darius exhibited a commendable loyalty to Gilneas, and at this juncture, rebellion had not crossed his mind. His support for Rex was genuine, and the goodwill was reciprocated. The Crowley family held a pivotal position within the kingdom of Gilneas, and with their backing, Rex was no longer an isolated figure, but had begun to forge a formidable alliance. Darius Crowley was somewhat taken aback by Rex's forthrightness regarding the kingdom's policies. He had anticipated that Rex would shy away from such openness, yet Rex surprised him by candidly acknowledging the reality of the situation. Pleased with this exchange, Darius generously bestowed upon Rex a sum of 5,000 gold coins to aid in the formation of the Round Table Knights. This amount was significant even for Gilneas, and particularly for the Crowley family. In recent days, Rex had been actively liquidating various assets to amass gold, even sacrificing his princely dignity to raise a total of 10,000 coins. What delighted Rex the most was that his Round Table Knights had finally welcomed their inaugural member, none other than Darius Crowley's daughter, Rona Crowley. The lady known as the Guns N' Roses figure undoubtedly refers to Rona, who, after more than a decade, has transformed into a youthful maiden full of innocence. Rona's exploits validate the adage that heroes emerge in tumultuous times. It is amidst the unparalleled chaos of Gilneas that this resplendent, vibrant rose has flourished, a strikingly crimson blossom. So vivid and exceptional, her fiery temperament is a familial inheritance, her individuality a hallmark of her character, while her blend of wisdom and courage defines her essence. Unyielding and fierce, she embodies a captivating allure. Her heroic spirit coexists with chivalry, and her intellect is matched by her beauty, rendering her a paragon among women, inspiring admiration from men and envy from women alike. Rona's induction into the Round Table Knights serves as a reminder to Rex that the future of Gilneas, post-conflict, will unveil remarkable individuals, precisely the opportunity he seeks to seize. Rex, possessing his own ambitions, understands that not just anyone can assume the role of a knight at the Round Table. One must at least harbor the potential to become a ninth-tier powerhouse. Initially, Rex contemplated designating a hero's rank, but later reconsidered, recognizing the rarity of such formidable individuals. Currently, within the entire kingdom of Gilneas, there is but one, Darius, the captain of the royal guard, the commander of the kingdom's most elite forces. Darius, destined to become a werewolf like his father, has attained the hero's rank, albeit due to the werewolf curse rather than genuine strength. Presently, Darius stands as merely a ninth-tier warrior, akin to Arthas, whose name evokes praise, handsome, imbued with a sense of justice, and possessing terrifying talent. At just 19 years of age, he has achieved what most cannot, reaching the pinnacle of a ninth-tier paladin. Rona, undoubtedly, possesses the potential to ascend to the hero's rank. Even if she does not reach that lofty height, her prowess as a ninth-tier warrior is assured. At this moment, Rona has already begun to exhibit the innate gifts of her bloodline, attaining the 6th tier at such a tender age. Were she to possess Rex's age, she would undoubtedly achieve the 8th tier. The Round Table Knights, however, do not solely engage in battle. They also require individuals to manage logistics, a role of paramount importance. Much like when Liu Bang rewarded his ministers, where the accolades were not bestowed upon the frontline generals, but rather upon the logistics manager, Xiaohe. It is imperative for Rex to seek a logistics overseer. Rex has tentatively identified a candidate, Gwen Armstead, with Rona now part of the Round Table Knights. Rex is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. These two individuals are renowned as the extraordinary roses amidst the mists of Gilneas, one clad in blue and the other in red, each with remarkable achievements. In contrast to the passionate Rona, Gwen embodies a steadfast strength, serving as a quintessential logistics officer. Both have emerged from the chaos of Gilneas, yet Gwen's ascent is particularly commendable, as she represents the heroism of the common people, a rare feat indeed. When her homeland faced peril, Gwen rose to the occasion with resilience and accountability, distinguishing herself through meticulous planning and comprehensive deployment in logistical support and civilian relocation efforts during the conflict. She has held esteemed positions, including the mayor of Twilight Bay and the chief commander of Windy Valley, ultimately ascending to the role of chief logistics officer for the Gilnean exile government, a talent that Rex sorely lacks. However, unlike Rona, who is easily traceable as the daughter of Darius, a noble of the realm, Gwen is shrouded in obscurity, known only to have thrived amid the chaos in the capital of Gilneas, a memory that has faded with the passage of years. Nevertheless, Rex remains undeterred in his search. Gwen, though not as seasoned as Rona, is still in her formative years. Her rise amidst turmoil suggests remarkable potential, albeit without specialized training, leading her to navigate numerous challenges. A few years of cultivation could coincide with the onset of the undead Scourge, marking a time when her brilliance may truly shine. The desire for beauty is universal. Thus, two individuals of equal potential naturally find the female more likely to be selected for the Knights of the Round Table. Rex must concede that despite his lengthy sojourn in this realm, the essence of his inner otaku remains intact, with a penchant for collecting beautiful women still firmly entrenched in his heart. Under ideal conditions, Rex envisions the 12 Knights of the Round Table comprising women. Fully aware of the improbability yet unbothered by indulging in such fantasies at this moment. On this night, Rex contemplated numerous matters: the formation of the caravan, the establishment of the Round Table Knights, all endeavors aimed at salvaging Gilneas. However, to resolve the future dilemmas of Gilneas, one must fundamentally address the issues of isolationism. The Greymane Wall was not a flimsy structure, yet it ultimately succumbed to destruction, swept away by the cataclysm that engulfed the entirety of Azeroth, instigating monumental upheavals. In the face of such overwhelming forces, the Greymane Wall appeared as fragile as a mere facade. The island of Zandalar was obliterated, and the Zandalari trolls, who had resided there for millennia, became wanderers. The Greymane Wall, crafted by Gilneas, also crumbled, facilitating the Forsaken's assault on Gilneas. As Rex murmured in a haze of drowsiness, he cursed Deathwing under his breath. The assembly of the Round Table Knights was gradually progressing. This order was not a legion and was modest in size. Rex's criterion was to recruit 1,000 members, which was the utmost he could provide. The formation of an army demanded an incessant flow of gold, expenses for armor, weaponry, training grounds, and military provisions were ever mounting. Managing all of this alone was beyond Rexx's capabilities. He had already dispatched subordinates to seek out Gwen. Progress in locating the capital of Gilneas had been slow over the past few days, and Rex could not publicly announce his intentions, for doing so would only lead to an influx of women named Gwen. Thus, all operations were conducted discreetly. King Jin, Rexx's father, professed that the kingdom would offer no support, yet privately extended considerable assistance. He dispatched a vice-captain from the royal guard to serve as Rexx's protector. This vice-captain, named Cecil, was a paragon among the elite royal guard, a formidable figure second only to the heroic Rachel, esteemed as the foremost among the royal guard's heroes. This accolade was significant. King Jin's decision to send Cecil was laden with concern, recognizing that Rex was far from an easy task. He was undoubtedly a restless spirit. By sending Cecil, a pinnacle-level warrior of the 9th tier, to safeguard Rex, the king intended to ensure his son's safety. Rex graciously accepted this arrangement, thus welcoming Cecil as the second knight of the Round Table. To manage logistics, Rex appointed a member of the caravan as the logistics officer for the Round Table Knights. Although this individual lacked exceptional talent, Rex valued his stability. In the future, as the Round Table Knights expanded, this officer's limited abilities might result in disarray. Yet for the nascent logistics of the order, entrusting it to him posed no issue. He was merely a transitional figure. Once Gwen was found and nurtured, this officer would be replaced. The Round Table Knights were now at full capacity with 1,000 members, divided into 3 distinct battalions: the Infantry Assault Battalion, the Musketeer Battalion, and the Personal Guard. As the Prince of Gilneas, Rex undoubtedly began from a significant vantage point. An ordinary individual, upon entering the world of Azeroth, would be fortunate to establish a knightly order and recruit 6th-tier professionals. Rex's starting position was elevated, as he directly possessed a 9th-tier peak warrior, a rarity in all of Gilneas, certainly not exceeding 10 in number. Standing in the training grounds of the military district of Gilneas' capital, Rex surveyed the throng of individuals before him, neatly arranged in 3 designated areas. Satisfied, he nodded and proclaimed loudly, "Cecil, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Personal Guard." The imposing figure of Cecil stepped forward, kneeling before Rex with one knee on the ground, accepting the token presented to him with both hands. Upon returning to his unit, it was evident that Cecil was to become the captain of the Royal Guard, a decision devoid of any doubt. A peak 9th-tier warrior, even if of common birth, would swiftly ascend the ranks once entering military service. It is worth noting that Cecil had long served in the Royal Guard, earning significant merit, had it not been for Rex's status as the Crown Prince. Cecil would undoubtedly have remained with the Royal Guard rather than join the newly established and relatively obscure Round Table Knights. As one of the 3 major detachments of the Round Table Knights had its captaincy bestowed, the noble youths who had joined the order now looked on with fervent anticipation. Their purpose was clear: to forge closer ties with Rex, hoping that upon his coronation, they would be granted lands and elevated to nobility. Undoubtedly, securing one of the remaining captaincies of the 2 major detachments would be the most expedient route to ascendancy. As for the position of captain of the Royal Guard, these noble scions held no illusions. The moment Cecil emerged, it was clear to all who would claim that title. The Royal Guard must undoubtedly be entrusted to those loyal confidants, who could rival the steadfast loyalty of a member of the Royal Guard to the Greymane family. Prince Rex would not be foolish enough to place his trust in outsiders, as he declared with measured calmness, "Rona Clory will serve as the captain of the Musketeer detachment." This announcement has indeed sparked considerable doubt among the noble youths without inheritance rights, inciting a degree of unrest among them. Fortunately, none are foolish enough to confront Rex directly in this setting. Rex chooses to disregard the scene before him. Rona, though young and possessing notable talent, lacks the ability to command the situation, a fact that is inevitable. Rex's appointment of Rona as the captain of the Musketeer Guard is more a gesture of reciprocity than a testament to her capabilities. Rona's future holds great promise, but she has endured significant upheaval, including the curse of the werewolf, her family's betrayal, and the turbulent journey through the trials of Gilneas. She is merely a product of circumstance. Had it not been for the chaos of the late Qin period, Liu Bang would have remained a mere pavilion steward for his entire life. The expenditure of 5,000 gold coins by Darius is not solely an endorsement of shared political views. Without the intention of looking after Rona, Rex would have vehemently opposed such a lavish display. Given his limited options for the captaincy of the Musketeer Guard, Rex was compelled to consider Rona, especially with her future title of guns and roses in mind. The captain of the Infantry Assault Guard is set to be determined in 5 days through a competition open to all members of the Knightly Order. The victor will assume the role of captain, and Rex cast a scornful glance at the cluster of noble youths who, without any show of support from their fathers, dared to hope Rex would bestow upon them such responsibility. This was utterly impossible. Just look at how shrewd Darius is, with 5,000 gold coins. He secured his position when suitable candidates were lacking. However, Rex did not outright dismiss these noble youths. If they wished to vie for the captaincy of the Infantry Assault Guard, they would have to earn it through their own merit. Prince Rex, Prince Rex, Prince Rex. The members of the Round Table, who had remained silent until now, erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable, for Rex had afforded these commoners an opportunity. Ascending the ranks as a commoner is exceedingly difficult, as positions within the Round Table are typically monopolized by the nobility. No one anticipated that the most powerful infantry assault guard would be determined through competition. Observing the jubilant crowd, Rex fixed his gaze on the discontented faces of the noble youths, feeling a profound sense of resignation. These individuals were undoubtedly resentful. In the palace of Gilneas, King Jean listened intently to the complaints of a corpulent middle-aged man before him. Your Majesty, Prince Rex dares to have noblemen compete for positions alongside those commoners. Such an occurrence has never been seen before. In Gilneas, we have never experienced anything like this. Another voice chimed in, a competition for supremacy? Is this what you all have come to lament, Lord Valden and Baron Ashbury? King Jean spoke with a relaxed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly not regarding the matter with any seriousness. He continued, do not place too much importance on the Round Table Knights. They are merely a plaything for Rex. They may very well be disbanded at any moment, so there is no need to take them seriously. Indeed, this was King Jean's impression of Rex's establishment of the Round Table Knights. A mere collection of knights is not easily formed. It requires substantial gold for logistics and an exceptional training facility. Otherwise, the knights would merely be a disorganized rabble. These two prerequisites are fundamentally lacking in the Round Table Knights. King Jean understood Rex's situation well. Given Rex's limited resources, if all were squandered, a knightly order could be created, but sustaining it would be quite impossible. Without a stable source of income, the Round Table Knights are doomed to disband. There is no need to dwell further on the matter of the Round Table Knights. Let Rex handle the intricacies. If your nephews are reluctant to compete, I can arrange for them to join the Heavy Sword Guard. They are still young and should hone their skills at home for a few more years, Isubali interjected promptly. However, the Heavy Sword Guard is no pleasant assignment. It requires garrisoning in places plagued by the presence of those wretched fishmen. Even the biting reefs cannot deter them. As he watched the departing figures, the smile vanished from King Jean's face, replaced by a stern expression. The Eastern Lords had grown increasingly audacious. Vincent, what do you suggest I do? He inquired. I, Vincent Goffrey, shall obey the commands of the esteemed King Jean, Vincent proclaimed, swiftly evading the difficult question. Dismissed. King Jean waved his hand. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Lord Walden and Baron Isubali were still deliberating on the issue of the Round Table Knights. What is your perspective on this matter, Isubali? Lord Walden inquired. What else is there to say? I have thoroughly investigated the Round Table Knights' details. As King Jean stated, they are merely a toy for Prince Rex. A knightly order of over 1,000 members is not easily maintained. The minimum gold expenditure is sufficient to ruin our Prince Rex. From King Jean's words, it is clear he will not support Prince Rex. So there is no need for your nephew and my son to join the Round Table Knights. Let those commoners compete for it. I previously misjudged the situation, thinking Prince Rex had secured King Jean's backing. It turns out it was merely Prince Rex's wishful thinking. When Prince Rex realizes he cannot sustain it, the knights will inevitably disband. And to think he appointed Darius's daughter as captain, how young is she, after all? It seems our Prince Rex has received quite a few benefits from Darius, Lord Walden remarked with a smile. I have seen that little girl. She was by Darius's side when I met him a month ago. She is only 15 years old, a lord interjected. Upon returning to his residence, Vincent stepped onto the exquisite carpet. With the assistance of a servant, he removed his coat and commanded that coffee be served. He then settled into a wooden chair in the parlor and quietly instructed a nearby servant, Fetch Ulysses for me. Father. A tall, handsome man entered the parlor, treading lightly on the carpet, and approached Vincent with a greeting. I tasked you with joining the Round Table Knights. Did you go? Vincent addressed him directly. I was just about to discuss this with you, father. I have just learned from Bart and the others that they cannot accept competing with commoners for positions, as they find it to be an affront. Consequently, they have all withdrawn from the Round Table Knights. I personally see no issue with this. The essential point is that the Round Table Knights will inevitably be disbanded. They cannot serve as a standing army for Gilneas. What value is there in joining such a fellowship? I intended to inform you of my decision to withdraw. Vincent, who had been leisurely sipping his coffee, darkened his expression upon hearing Ulysses' words. With a sudden motion, he hurled the coffee cup at Ulysses. The scalding beverage would have burned an ordinary person. Yet Ulysses was no mere mortal. As a 7th-tier warrior, he effortlessly caught the cup with one hand and placed it on the table before him, holding his breath in anticipation of reprimand. Understanding his father all too well, Ulysses recognized that he had misspoken. Ulysses, you are my carefully nurtured heir, handsome, courageous, and perfect. My expectations for you have always been exceedingly high, surpassing even those for Prince Rex, the prodigy of our Gilneas. Yet today, I have come to realize that you fall far short of him. With a sigh, Vincent refrained from scolding Ulysses, expressing instead a sense of regret. The bonds forged between individuals often manifest not during times of prosperity, but rather in moments of adversity. While you may perceive the Round Table Knights as destined for dissolution and lacking in value, the mere presence of Prince Rex signifies immense worth. By fully supporting him, even if the Round Table were to disband, you would foster a friendship that would benefit you when Rex is crowned in the future. He would not neglect you, and it would significantly aid our House of Goffrey. At this juncture, Vincent's tone shifted abruptly as he continued. Moreover, I firmly believe that the Round Table Knights will not disband. Gaining the support of Darius is no trivial achievement. If you feel slighted by the comparison to Prince Rex, know this. You and your companions have already been outmaneuvered by him, yet you remain complacent. Your brothers are all ineffectual, none surpassing the 5th tier, which makes you unworthy in Rex's eyes. Although your inclusion in the Round Table may seem unquestionable, a single competition could easily force you out, winning the loyalty of the knights in the process. If you cannot see this, then it is clear you are indeed inferior to Prince Rex. Given that some have remarked on the lack of immersion in the character of old-A, I have seized the opportunity, with only a few chapters available, to implement direct revisions. I apologize to those who have already read it and kindly request your support in terms of collections and recommendations. This week, I aim to ascend the new book rankings, and I wonder if my fellow companions could fulfill this desire. Let me outline the additional updates. There will be a minimum of 2 updates per day. For every 100 recommendation votes received, an additional chapter will be added. If the weekly clicks from members reach 500, another chapter will be granted. Additionally, any rewards received will also result in an extra chapter. In a leisurely moment, Rex sat in a grand chair, murmuring to himself. The disparaging words of his unworthy father had spread throughout the upper echelons of Gilneas, branding the Round Table Knights as mere playthings. A frown crossed his face as he gradually withdrew, for it was evident that the Round Table Knights, in their current state, resembled a frivolous endeavor. The meager amount of gold he possessed was woefully insufficient to sustain the exorbitant military expenses of the Round Table Knights. The initial expenditure of 10,000 gold coins had indeed enabled the formation of the Round Table Knights, and while acquiring weapons and armor posed little difficulty, others, despite having gold, lacked the means to procure them. Rex, as the crowned prince, found it impossible to acquire without cost. Yet spending gold for specific purchases was not a significant obstacle. The Round Table Knights comprised 3 primary battalions, with the infantry assault unit being the largest, capped at 500 members. Beneath the captain, there were 5 vice-captains, each commanding 100 soldiers. The choice of the gunner squad was influenced by the Warcraft system. While selecting archers would have been cost-effective, training them proved exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, the barracks of the Warcraft system allowed for the recruitment of heroic spirits, and upon reaching level 2, one could enlist dwarf gunner spirits. Once integrated with the host, both gunners and archers served as ranged attackers, but they were not interchangeable. The dwarf gunner spirits could assist Rex in training formidable archers, which was impossible. Thus, for the sake of strategy, Rex opted to forego archers and establish the gunner squad. The Round Table Knights consisted of 1,000 members, 500 in the infantry assault unit, 300 in the gunner squad, and 200 in his personal guard. The leaders of the 3 battalions had already been selected, with the victor of the martial contest being a noble scion, particularly notable as the heir of the Hargreaves family. Their territory was substantial, only slightly overshadowed by the Crowley family. The fact that such a family heir had chosen to join the Round Table Knights and participate in the martial contest surprised Rex. Rex had heard of Ulysses, the perfect heir of the Hargreaves family, who was regarded as one of the two geniuses of Gilneas alongside Rex himself. What truly concerned Rex was Ulysses's father, who was no paragon of virtue, having once rebelled as well. Rex realized that the two dominant lord factions currently considering alliances with him had both participated in past rebellions and were hardly compliant. Darius was already formidable, but Vincent, the current head of the Hargreaves family, was not to be underestimated, having even slain Sylvanus. Regardless of Vincent's intentions in sending his son Ulysses, Rex welcomed him. A 7th-tier genius, Ulysses was destined for great achievements, likely reaching the 9th tier. However, unlike Rona, who lacked the Crowley family's inheritance and could only follow Rex, Ulysses, given the absence of conflict between their family's interests, would choose to fight for Rex. Yet, should their interests clash, Rex held no illusions about Ulysses aiding him. Ulysses became the captain of the infantry assault unit without any contest in the martial contest. However, this contest also bore advantages, aside from the personal guard. The vice-captains of both the gunner and infantry assault units would be selected through the contest, the majority of whom were commoners. This elevation of commoners significantly boosted the morale of the Round Table Knights. Currently, there existed two extremes. Nobles viewed the Round Table Knights as mere toys, while commoners saw them as a beacon of hope. In this era, there was no examination system, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise. Yet, a similar institution existed. The children of humble origin spent 10 years in arduous study, yearning for examination opportunities. Here, the path was one of martial prowess, where reaching the 6th tier guaranteed prominence, attracting the attention of various lords. In the world of Azeroth, martial prowess classified tiers. Below tier 5, one was merely a soldier. Above tier 5, one could command. The disparity in strength was significant. Prince Rex, a portly middle-aged man, entered Rex's residence, guided by a servant to Rex's location, and addressed him. "Monroe seeks me now, yet the merchant caravan is fully assembled." Without lifting his gaze, Rex caressed the hilt of his broad sword and replied, "I have dispatched our most capable associates, and we have successfully acquired Gilneas' specialties. The caravan is prepared to depart, awaiting your command, Prince Rex, to proceed to Dalaran at any moment." Monroe's tone, imbued with an unmistakable excitement, reflects the thrill of stepping beyond the confines of the Great Wall of Greymane. When King Jean constructed this formidable barrier, he faced considerable opposition. However, under his resolute leadership, all dissent was quelled. Years have since passed, and the populace has acclimatized to this reality. Yet, Monroe, belonging to a new generation, harbors aspirations for the alliances that lie beyond the Great Wall of Greymane. Now, with the coveted opportunity to venture outside its borders finally within reach, Monroe is filled with unparalleled exhilaration. The domain belonging to Rex, the Monroe manager, is indeed quite formidable. The wealth under his name is steadily increasing, a testament to his accomplishments. However, Rex possesses a rather unfortunate flaw: his voracious appetite and discerning palate. "No need to rush. We shall depart in a month," he remarked, shaking his head at the excited Monroe. A month hence will coincide with the completion of the next structure within the Warcraft system, a prospect Rex eagerly anticipates. Nevertheless, he must first venture to Dalaran to amass further gold. Once he had dismissed Monroe and set the date for their journey to Dalaran, Rex slowly closed his eyes, appearing to succumb to slumber. In reality, he had entered the Warcraft system. Within this realm, the only source of dissatisfaction for Rex was the necessity of traversing a certain distance each time he entered, reminiscent of his initial experience. He materialized in a misty expanse, shrouded in salt fog, with no choice but to move forward. Retreat was not an option. As the haze dissipated and the scenery before him became clear, Rex found himself at his Warcraft base, the name he had bestowed upon this place. Unlike his first visit, which revealed only a solitary town hall, he now beheld two additional structures. However, it would be more accurate to say one of these edifices remained incomplete, merely a half-constructed foundation. Observing for several hours would reveal that this structure was gradually erecting itself without any intervention, patiently awaiting the passage of time to reach completion. In the Warcraft base, the construction of a building requires considerable time, The instantaneous emergence of the barracks, as witnessed during his initial experience, would not be replicated. Approaching the unfinished edifice, Rex extended his hand towards it, and a notification resonated within his mind. Time remaining until the mysterious treasure chamber is completed: 15 days, 14 hours, 18 minutes, and 35 seconds. The numbers before me are in a constant state of fluctuation, gradually diminishing. Recently, Rex has become well acquainted with the Warcraft system, diligently engaging with its various functions each day. Even in the absence of constructed buildings, the town hall provides ample information, allowing Rex to gain insights in advance. For instance, to ascertain the time remaining for the completion of a building, there are two approaches. The first is Rex's current method, while the second involves interacting with the colorful orbs in the town hall. Rex has personally navigated the Warcraft system's gold currency, which synchronizes with the real world without incurring any costs. Consequently, he previously recharged with 5,000 gold. In this context, Rex likens his expenditure in the Warcraft system to a recharge, a nostalgic reflection of his past life. It is important to note that the construction of buildings within the Warcraft system is not arbitrary. Merely possessing gold does not guarantee the establishment of every edifice. As a product of the Transcendent Alliance, it adheres to a high standard, requiring the fulfillment of specific conditions step by step. Thus, even an abundance of gold will not suffice if the prerequisites are unmet. The Warcraft system can be categorized into several eras, with the Transcendent Alliance making only minor modifications. The primary divisions center around the Town Hall, delineating the Town Hall era, the Fortress era, and the Castle era. These three epochs are fundamentally rooted in the Town Hall era, wherein levels 1 to 3 correspond to the Town Hall era, levels 4 to 6 denote the Fortress era, and levels 7 to 9 represent the Castle era. To upgrade the Town Hall to level 2, Rex must construct 2 buildings. However, under the constraints of a level 1 Town Hall, his options for construction are limited. Notably, this system allows for a slightly greater variety of buildings than the original Warcraft. Though some options have been eliminated, the additional buildings can only be unlocked upon reaching the Castle era, a distant goal for Rex. Among the 3 buildings, Rex can choose to construct 2, excluding the barracks he has already built, leaving him with the options of a watchtower and a mysterious treasure chamber. His previously available farms and lumber mills have been removed, as construction here requires only gold, with lumber being rendered unnecessary. Likewise, the population consists of spirits, negating the need for food, rendering farms obsolete. The watchtower possesses unique attributes, consuming minimal resources. It can be established within the Warcraft system as well as in the real world, where it necessitates a more elaborate construction process, including the hiring of contractors. Although Rex finds this prospect intriguing, he ultimately opts against constructing the watchtower due to its singular functionality. He intends to build it in the future, but not at this moment. The mysterious treasure chamber captivates Rex's interest, differing slightly from its game counterpart. Upon establishment, it generates 3 slots for treasures. Upgrading to the Fortress era would yield even more slots, though that is a consideration for another time. Initially, the treasures within the mysterious treasure chamber consist of a restoration scroll, a mechanical trinket, and a minor purification potion. The items produced by the treasure chamber are fixed at the outset, although the refreshment time after purchase remains unchanged. However, the nature of the 3 slots has evolved from fixed to random, with the value of the items varying significantly. There exists the potential for Rex to encounter valuable items, contingent on his luck, though he may also find less desirable ones. Each month, the 3 slots in the mysterious treasure chamber will automatically refresh, irrespective of purchases, ensuring a timely replacement of goods at the month's end. Although time stretches longer, the items from the mysterious treasure chamber can be utilized in the real world, which excites Rex immensely. He delays his journey to Lordaeron, intent on procuring valuable items from the treasure chamber. While he acknowledges that he may acquire useful items along the way, Rex understands the principle of proper preparation. He aims to profit from the unique products of Gilneas. Yet he finds the returns too slow compared to the rapid gains offered by magical items from the treasure chamber. In Rex's eyes, a mage symbolizes wealth. The impoverished cannot afford the pursuit of magic, which demands substantial resources for experimentation and materials. He perceives mages as lucrative targets. Rex hopes to acquire treasures from the mysterious treasure chamber, ensuring that any valuable item he obtains is presented in an exquisite box to enhance its value. Rex harbors high expectations for the mysterious treasure chamber. After inspecting the barracks, he notes that the infantry spirits number 200, standing at attention like statues. With a sigh, he exits the Warcraft system. As half a month passes, the routine of life begins to stabilize. Rex attends the Round Table Nights training daily, personally overseeing operations. Such matters require hands-on involvement. It is imperative that soldiers recognize their leader's presence. Training new recruits without direct supervision can lead to confusion about command, a mistake Rex is determined to avoid. Upon returning from the training base of the Round Table Nights today, Rex eagerly re-enters the Warcraft system. The mysterious treasure chamber has been completed, and he is anxious to see what treasures the 3 slots will reveal. An overwhelming sense of anticipation enveloped Rex as he traversed the long path. His gaze fell upon a building not far from the town hall, where 4 steel pillars were embedded into the earth, and 4 chains tightly secured a square box. Adorned with intricate blue patterns, the box resembled a tome of magic. Yet it bore an unsettling peculiarity. It floated, defying gravity despite the chains binding it. 3 azure magical crystals danced around the structure, spiraling in endless loops. Rex approached with brisk determination, his focus solely on examining the all.A of the enigmatic treasure chamber, devoid of any inclination to admire it. A hazy luminescence materialized before him, akin to a shimmering veil, revealing the treasures of the 3 compartments within the mysterious vault, radiating before Rex's eyes. Before him lay a voluminous crimson tome, its vibrant hues captivating Rex's senses. Memories cascaded through his mind, akin to a cinematic experience, as the details of the magnificent red book unfurled slowly in his thoughts. The Book of Energy, it promised to elevate a hero by 1 tier. Note, it cannot be used to ascend to the hero level. As Rex grasped the hefty tome, a notification materialized before him, 1,000 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity, recharging with 5,000 gold coins. Apart from recruiting 200 infantry spirits, he had scarcely spent any of it. The cost for the 200 infantry spirits was merely 2,000 coins. The expenditure for establishing this enigmatic treasure chamber was minimal. As for the energy tome, Rex would not balk at acquiring it for 1,000 coins, or even 10,000, for its effects were indeed extraordinary. In the game, it provided a 1-level increase, while here it promised an elevation by an entire tier. With his current prowess at the 8th tier, utilizing the energy tome would elevate him to the 9th tier. During his visit to Stormwind, upon encountering Arthas, Rex sensed the pivotal moment of Gilneas' fate. The pressure Arthas exerted upon him was immense. At merely 19 years of age, he had already attained the status of a 9th-tier paladin, presenting an image of perfection that starkly contrasted Rex's own inadequacies. With the weighty tome clutched in his hand, a satisfied smile graced Rex's lips, a testament to the formidable nature of the Warcraft system. He refrained from using it immediately, aware that his presence here was but a figment of consciousness. He decided to wait until he returned to the real world. Gently caressing the energy tome, Rex treated it with reverence, continuing to peruse the remaining 2 treasures. The minor purification potion, it restores a small amount of mana within 30 seconds. Note, it cannot be used in combat. A bottle of translucent green elixir emanated a faint, verdant glow. Rex, however, refrained from purchasing this small purification potion. Priced at 70 gold coins each, with a maximum purchase limit of 5 bottles, amounting to 350 gold coins. Although Rex was not lacking in gold, he was not inclined to spend it frivolously. While the potion's value would undoubtedly be significant in battle, its worth diminished substantially in non-combat scenarios. In the world of Azeroth, mages possessed numerous means of restoring their mana, rendering this small purification potion rather unremarkable, as there were simply too many methods available for mana restoration outside of combat. The return scroll functioned by teleporting the user to a bound city, provided that a binding token was present. Compared to the energy tome, the value of the remaining 2 items was considerably lesser. The energy tome commanded an exorbitant price, and while it could not elevate one to the ranks of a heroic powerhouse, it could enhance an 8th-tier individual to the 9th tier. For someone like Rex, the price of a return scroll was 350 gold coins, and he purchased 5, resulting in a total expenditure of 1,750 gold coins. Collectively, his purchases for the treasures from the mysterious treasure chamber had nearly depleted his remaining gold, which had started at 5,000 coins and dwindled to a mere handful. When the 5 return scrolls appeared in his hand, accompanied by 5 binding tokens, Rex noted the tokens were about the size of a palm, crafted from wood, resembling exquisite artifacts. The use of the return scroll required the accompanying token, a thoughtful design that allowed for multiple bindings. Rex beamed with delight. This trip to Lordaeron would yield items for trade, namely, the return scrolls. Exiting the Warcraft system and slowly opening his eyes, Rex began to connect with his surroundings. As he gently caressed the vivid red birthmark, he felt an ethereal connection to the treasures he had acquired. With a mere thought, a hefty energy tome materialized in his grasp. Upon inspecting the tome, Rex discerned it bore no distinction from the one in the Warcraft system, prompting him to choose to use it. The method was straightforward: tear it apart. As Rex tugged at the tome, it readily succumbed to his efforts. Akin to tearing a delicate piece of paper, the once substantial energy tome transformed into myriad luminous particles, swirling around Rex before converging and merging into his being. The Paladin, a profession steeped in nobility and honor, was far from the frail depiction found in games. Unlike in version 3.0, where it briefly flourished before waning, the Paladin's status in this tangible world was elevated. Professions such as warriors and hunters could not rival the esteem held by paladins, a class not easily attained. To become a paladin, one must comprehend the holy light, and this understanding demands a heart steeped in righteousness. Only those with pure intentions can truly grasp the essence of the holy light, which is why paladins enjoy a commendable reputation. Established during the Great War, paladins swiftly captivated the entire continent, even penetrating the insular borders of Gilneas. As the energy tome dissolved into radiant particles within Rex, he realized that the holy light within him, previously stable and under his control, now surged uncontrollably, akin to an explosion, racing wildly within him. Under normal circumstances, such chaos would have led to his demise, yet the holy light, brimming with positive energy, could soothe all wounds. However, its ferocity could also obliterate any adversary. Remarkably, this tempestuous surge of holy light did not inflict harm upon Rex. Each clash only augmented his inner strength. Initially at the early stage of the 8th tier, Rex's power began to escalate. In the realm of Azeroth, each tier is subdivided into 3 minor stages: early, mid, and late, with the latter often referred to as the pinnacle. Rex had only recently ascended to the 8th tier, and a year had passed with only gradual growth, leaving him far from the mid-8th tier. Given Rex's inherent potential, achieving the status of a 9th tier powerhouse seemed to be his ultimate limit. The heroic tier was beyond his contemplation. With his current condition, a breakthrough to the 9th tier would require a decade. Those who reached the 9th tier in their 30s were deemed extraordinary, while Rex often compared himself to the unparalleled Arthas, a prodigy of legendary stature. The surging holy light propelled Rex's power forward, and after a quarter of an hour, he had ascended to the mid-8th tier. The energy tome's potency not only remained unwavering but grew ever stronger, further enhancing his prowess. The investment of 1,000 gold coins in the energy tome proved worthwhile. Once Rex's holy light reached the late 8th tier, the tome's power peaked. Countless luminous particles surged within Rex, washing over him, invoking a warm sensation that coaxed drowsiness. Struggling to resist the urge to succumb to sleep, Rex gently shook his head. To fall asleep now would mean awakening as the weakest 9th tier, lacking mastery over his own holy light. No sleep. I must not sleep, Rex repeatedly reminded himself. Akin to a self-hypnosis. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely resisted the encroaching slumber. This moment was critical, the pinnacle of the 8th tier pushing against the early 9th tier. The energy tome's strength seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly battering against the formidable barrier that separated the 8th and 9th tiers, akin to the impenetrable fortress of the Great Wall. Perhaps it was an illusion, but with a resounding crack, countless beams of holy light surged forth. The once unruly holy light suddenly subdued, and the seemingly infinite energy tome's power vanished completely, leaving no remnants, as the docile holy light flowed smoothly within Rex. A golden radiance erupted from Rex, soaring skyward. Under the overwhelming brilliance of the holy light, he appeared divine, reminiscent of a deity from ancient lore. However, in this realm of magic, such a sight did not invoke astonishment among the ordinary populace. After a prolonged moment, the radiant holy light gradually subsided, transforming Rex's gaze from fierce to serene. This is the 9th tier, Rex murmured to himself. At this moment, Rex was far more potent than he had been at the 8th tier, at least 5 times stronger. With a single strike, he believed he could vanquish his former self. This was the might of a 9th-tier powerhouse. A qualitative transformation occurred when one transcended 5 tiers. And the same was true when crossing the threshold between the 8th and 9th tiers. Should he attain the heroic tier, the augmentation of his strength would be even greater. Feeling the holy light coursing through him, Rex marveled. Truly, the energy tome has allowed me to elevate flawlessly, leaving no room for peril. A heavy cadence of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a voice inquiring from beyond the door. The radiant burst of holy light that had erupted within the room, albeit fleeting, had been noticed by the patrolling guards. "It's nothing. Please summon Cecil to the training ground to await my arrival," Rex commanded succinctly before striding purposefully towards the weapon rack. He seized a broad and formidable greatsword, a two-handed blade that unmistakably signified Rex's path as a paladin of retribution. With renewed vigor, his foremost intention was to assess his current prowess. And few could serve as worthy opponents following Rex's ascension, Cecil being one of them. At the pinnacle of the 9th tier, Cecil stood as Rex's most formidable rival. Upon Rex's arrival at the military district's training ground, he found Cecil already present. En route, Rex had made a brief stop at Monroe's, where he entrusted Monroe with the task of crafting some classical boxes for the purpose of securely storing the city teleportation scrolls. This indeed cost Rex some time, compelling Cecil to lag behind by a step. Bang! The clash of their weapons reverberated as both Rex and Cecil staggered back. Rex retreated 3 steps in quick succession, his gaze fixed on Cecil, who had stepped back twice. A satisfied smile emerged in Rex's eyes. He raised his broadsword high and shouted again, "Good." Cecil's eyes were filled with a grave expression, the initial ease vanishing completely. Truly, the bloodline of the Greymane royal family was remarkable, showcasing extraordinary talent. Although Rex was merely at the early 9th tier, he was already nearly rivaling Cecil, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The kingdom of Gilneas would undoubtedly flourish under Prince Rex, heralding the return of a hero-tier realm, which had not been witnessed in decades. Cecil reminisced about the legendary Archibald Greymane, who had led the people of Gilneas from poverty to prosperity, transforming the capital into a city that rivaled both Lordaeron and Stormwind. With such strength, Rex justified Cecil's pursuit of the position to protect him. As his confidence surged, the unease within Cecil dissipated entirely. In the upper echelons of nobility, whispers circulated regarding Cecil, who possessed 9th-tier strength, unlike the common folk who remained oblivious. The Round Table Knights had been disparaged by King Jean as mere playthings, a notion that unsettled Cecil, especially as he faced ridicule from former colleagues. He was aware that those from the Royal Guard were merely expressing their frustration over their own failures, having not been chosen by King Jean. Nonetheless, this sentiment left an indelible mark of uncertainty upon Cecil. However, at this moment, he brimmed with confidence in Prince Rex, a 9th-tier individual capable of contending with him. Particularly one who was a crown prince, was a formidable prospect. In the world of Azeroth, strength reigned supreme, and the distinction between the 8th and 9th tiers was stark. Within the human alliance, there were countless 8th-tier warriors, perhaps nearing 1,000, while the 9th tier boasted just over 100. This statistic pertained solely to humans, not accounting for other races. The entire human population hovered around 10 million, with Lordaeron possessing approximately 3 million, Stormwind over 2 million, and Gilneas around 1.5 million. Other nations, such as Hillsbrad, also contributed roughly 3 million, including the remnants of the all.A kingdom. Despite all.A's betrayal and subsequent downfall, a significant portion of its populace remained, albeit predominantly, in rebellion. In a population of 100,000, only one individual would rise to the 9th tier. Thus, Gilneas had but 10, or rather 11, with the addition of Prince Rex. The resplendent holy light enveloped Rex, as the paladin's presence radiated an innate charm. As Rex approached, Cecil, wielding his warhammer, stood vigilant. In contrast to Rex's paladin vocation, Cecil was a warrior, adept in the art of hammer combat. The confrontation between Rex and Cecil drew countless spectators. Initially, when Rex entered the training grounds to spar with Cecil, it did not create much of a stir. An 8th tier against a peak 9th tier, the disparity was evident. Most assumed that Cecil was merely instructing Prince Rex in combat techniques. However, upon witnessing Rex's burgeoning prowess, which subtly allowed him to stand against Cecil, the scene ignited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. What had they just witnessed? Prince Rex, it turns out, is not at the 8th tier but has ascended to the 9th. While encountering a 9th tier individual typically stirs excitement, it does not incite such fervor. This is the consequence of Rex's other identity, the Crown Prince. At just 23 years of age, Rex has already attained the 9th tier, undoubtedly destined to be a formidable hero. Although other races may be unaware, there exists an unwritten rule among humans that one cannot reach the 9th tier before the age of 30, thereby rendering the prospect of ascending to the hero tier nearly impossible. The cultivation system in the world of Azeroth starkly contrasts with that of the immortal path. In this realm, age does not equate to strength. Here, humans experience a peak period between the ages of 30 and 40, during which their abilities are at their zenith. After 40, while power does not diminish, progress becomes increasingly arduous, and by 50, one's capabilities largely depend on personal upkeep, with variations in decline among individuals. Achieving peak condition is the most opportune time to strive for the hero tier, if one fails to reach the 9th tier before attaining peak status. Utilizing that condition to break through barriers, the aspiration of becoming a hero tier is exceedingly slim. Attaining the 9th tier before the age of 25, barring any misfortunes along the way, guarantees the emergence of a hero tier powerhouse. Reaching the peak in 10 years and becoming a 9th tier pinnacle by 35, with a few remaining years to break through, presents a high likelihood of success. The baptism of the paladin Arthas has caused an unprecedented stir, drawing numerous formidable figures, including esteemed individuals among humanity such as Antonidas, to attend. This is not merely due to Arthas' terrifying talent. His achievement of the 9th tier at 19, coupled with his status as the Crown Prince of Lordaeron, has generated extraordinary ripples, prompting many to seek favorable relations with this future monarch of Lordaeron. There is no doubt that Arthas will ascend to the hero tier. This is beyond dispute. If he were a commoner, such talent might lead to premature demise or unforeseen accidents. But under the nurturing resources of Lordaeron, Arthas is assuredly destined to become a hero, much like Prince Rex, who will similarly be cultivated through the resources of Gilneas by King Jean. At this moment, within the palace, King Jean has received the report and cannot help but burst into joyous laughter. Although the Royal Guard of Gilneas boasts a hero-tier warrior, the loyalty of the Royal Guard pales in comparison to the heir of the Greymane lineage. King Jean's laughter resonates with relief. The potential Rex displays is remarkably timely. The lone warrior among the Royal Guard is Rexxar Greymane, a remnant of King Jean's father, now aged, as Gilneas has yet to produce a hero-tier warrior. A source of concern for King Jean. Reflecting on the days when Gilneas was fortified by 2 hero-tier warriors during Rexxar Greymane's era, the stark contrast to the present state is disheartening. A nation without a hero-tier guardian faces dire consequences, a reality King Jean is acutely aware of. Yet, with this newfound hope, his smile grows ever brighter, prompting a re-evaluation of the Knights of the Round Table. Meanwhile, within the Gaufrey family, Vincent receives the report and gazes at his son Ulysses with disbelief, gently shaking his head. The recent series of events have led Vincent to realize that his son Ulysses and Prince Rex exist in realms too disparate for comparison. I underestimated you, Darius. This brute possesses such cunning, he muses. However, I too am not lacking. Ulysses shall also join the Knights of the Round Table. Murmurs escaped Vincent's lips. With a resounding crack, the thunderous roar gradually reverberated as the gates of the Great Wall of Greymane slowly creaked open. The towering gate, reaching several meters high, never fails to leave Rex in awe, regardless of how many times he has visited this place. Each time the massive portal slowly opens, it evokes a profound sense of wonder. In this world devoid of electricity, magic, or the ingenuity of goblin technology, the gate's operation relies entirely on human strength. Observing the 2 lines of burly men straining with flushed faces as they pull with all their might, Rex's initial thought is that once he acquires wealth, he must summon goblins to engineer a more efficient mechanism. The effort required to open this gate is excessively laborious. It must be said that this is a notable flaw of the Greymane wall. Perhaps Rex's late father, when constructing the wall, did not envision the necessity of opening such a grand entrance, leading to incomplete engineering. Now, the operation demands sheer physical power. Mounted on his magnificent steed, Rex gestures for the caravan to proceed, casting a final glance at the Greymane wall. While he is filled with awe, a tinge of fear also grips his heart. This wall, which his father boasted would never fall, ultimately succumbed to the fate of collapse. The wings of death have altered the course of the entire world, rendering the Greymane wall strikingly insignificant against such overwhelming forces. Prince Rex, which route shall we take to reach Dalaran? Monroe, with his round belly protruding, waddles eagerly to Rex's side, unfurling a map with a flourish. Leaning forward, he points animatedly at various locations on the map, his chubby face beaming with excitement. This marks Monroe's first venture beyond Gilneas. There are two paths to Dalaran. One heads directly east, traversing the Hillsbrad foothills and passing through the town of Lordaeron to reach Dalaran. The alternative route leads through Ambermill, nestled behind the mountain range, where a mountain path provides access. Prince Rex, I suggest we take this route. It's somewhat shorter, Monroe proposes eagerly. No, Rex gently shakes his head, responding thoughtfully. Our purpose for this journey is trade. Although our primary destination is Dalaran, we must not overlook other prosperous cities. By traveling through the Hillsbrad foothills, we can send part of the caravan to South Shore, as we cannot afford to miss the local specialties there. After replenishing supplies of food and water in the village of Fenwood, the Grand Caravan, dubbed the Azalea Trade Caravan by Rex, resumed its journey. This time, Rex had evidently made a resolute decision, assembling the largest force he could muster, even if it was not the biggest caravan in all of Gilneas. To ensure the safety of the caravan, he had dispatched 300 of the Round Table Knights, who had been training for half a year, to serve as guards under his command, departing from Gilneas towards Dalaran. Time slipped away unnoticed. It had been 6 months since Arthas received his paladin initiation, which also meant that Rex and Jaina had known each other for half a year. The training of the Round Table Knights had consumed considerable time, and 6 months was hardly sufficient for a complete transformation from nothing to something. Rex observed that many of the soldiers displayed a certain impatience, each exhibiting their own peculiar traits. Some were excited to leave Gilneas, while others were more apprehensive. If a battle were to arise, these 300 recruits would not be adequate. Rex understood this well, hence they were merely filling the ranks. The journey to Dalaran posed little threat, as the wide roads, built before Gilneas closed itself off from the outside world, were still passable, albeit somewhat neglected. Dalaran was not far from Gilneas, nestled within the heartland of humanity, and any threatening entities had long been eradicated. One should never doubt the martial prowess of the mages of Dalaran. Casting a glance at Rona, it was evident that the territory of Fenwood had once belonged to the Crowley family, but since the establishment of the Greymane Wall, Ambermill had been seized by Lordaeron. The greedy nobles of Lordaeron would not overlook any territory, and Ambermill, being substantial in size, could easily have been granted baronial status. Had Fenwood not been so close to Gilneas, merely a few hours' journey from the gates of the Greymane Wall, it might have been taken over as well. On this expedition, Rex had brought Ulysses and Rona along, leaving Cecil behind to commence training with the remaining members of the Round Table Knights. Initially, Cecil's task was to protect Rex, but after some persuasion, he agreed to remain behind, given that the Round Table Knights needed to maintain their training. One of the 3 captains of the guard had to stay. Rex trusted Cecil above all, followed by Rona, while he had never fully trusted Ulysses. Leaving Ulysses behind was out of the question, and Rona was still too young, making Cecil the most suitable choice. Gently caressing a ring on his finger, which was a spatial ring, Rex contemplated the enigmatic nature of space in the world of Azeroth. While the study of space fell under the purview of mages, many had ventured down this irreversible path, yielding impressive results, such as the creation of portals, a significant breakthrough. However, compared to the vastness of the fictional rings that could contain hundreds of square feet, the spatial rings of Azeroth were limited to holding only simple items, such as weapons or basic supplies. Utilizing a spatial ring for transporting provisions or equipment was simply unfeasible. As the Crown Prince of Gilneas, Rex's spatial ring was, naturally, of the highest quality, capable of holding 3 cubic meters, which had nearly reached its capacity, especially with the inclusion of return scrolls, which were pivotal for his journey to Dalaran. As dusk approached, casting a golden hue over the land, Rex halted the caravan's progress to rest for the night, intending to continue their journey the following day. In the bright afternoon, under the summer sun that danced like shimmering notes, the journey to Dalaran was now within sight. After passing the Lordaeron refuge, just 2 more days of travel remained before they would reach Dalaran. Recently, a portion of the caravan had been dispatched to South Seaport, led by Monroe, which gave Rex a sense of reassurance. As he gazed upon the Lordaeron refuge, Rex had specifically come here, A detour was not necessary to reach Dalaran, but he would not miss the opportunity to visit the refuge. Arriving in the world of Warcraft, it would be a shame not to witness the orcs, who could stand against humanity, especially at a time when they were at their weakest, spiritually diminished, and lacking in fighting spirit. Only recently inspired to rally by Thrall. Reflecting on Thrall, Rex felt indifferent, harboring no intentions of eliminating him. Since arriving in this world, he had been preoccupied with the concern of altering history and the ripple effects it might cause. In an ordinary world, regardless of how an intruder might act, the consequences would be negligible. Unfortunately, in the world of Azeroth, there existed a bothersome group who considered themselves the champions of time, constantly correcting the altered timeline, namely, the Bronze Dragons. Rex had often pondered the peculiar name they bore. If only he could refer to them as the Golden Dragons, it would certainly sound more majestic. Though in the game, Bronze Dragons were not particularly impressive and held little collectible value, in this reality, their status was considerably elevated. It was fascinating how perspectives shifted with differing interests. For a player, the Eternal Dragons might be the most despised, yet Rex had developed a fondness for them, hoping they would eliminate the Bronze Dragons, his greatest threat. His reluctance to kill Thrall stemmed from a fear that such an act would provoke the intervention of the Bronze Dragons. After all, Thrall was destined to become a pivotal figure in the fate of Azeroth, embodying the adage that a smile could summon storms, while anger could chill the seas. Thus far, the Bronze Dragons had not interfered with Rex, as if oblivious to his existence, yet Rex remained acutely aware of their potential presence. There was always the possibility that a few Bronze Dragons might one day invite him for tea. The power of the 5 Guardian Dragons was indeed formidable, with their juvenile strength comparable to that of a 5th-tier being, and their adult strength reaching 7th tier. If they possessed royal blood, their power would be even greater. This expedition to Dalaran was also a test for Rex. Throughout Gilneas' history, such a caravan had never existed. His actions were indeed altering history, albeit to a far lesser degree than the act of killing Thrall would entail. The severity of the outcomes was different. The killing of Thrall could only lead to 2 scenarios, the Bronze Dragons appearing or not appearing. If they did not appear, it would be a boon for Rex. However, should the Bronze Dragons intervene, they would not hesitate to disregard his status as the Prince of Gilneas, and a confrontation with several holy-tier dragons could easily spell his demise. With no retreat available, Rex was resolute in avoiding such perilous endeavors. He was not a saint willing to sacrifice his life for the alliance of humanity. His primary concern lay with his family and friends. Beyond that, he held little regard for the fate of others. Rex's intention was to cautiously probe the stance of the Bronze Dragons, to discern whether he was indeed a target for their correction, and if so, he would contemplate allying with the Eternal Dragons to eliminate the Bronze Dragons. As for the potential dangers posed by the Eternal Dragons, he deemed them trivial compared to his own survival. Alternatively, it was possible that his actions were, in fact, the very course of history in this parallel world, akin to Thrall being a future influential figure in the world of Azeroth. The notion of a smile or a frown could very well apply to him as well. Such was the complexity of Azeroth, where the 5 Guardian Dragons were each a source of calamity, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Perhaps without them, Azeroth might have been a far more harmonious and prosperous realm, a thought that Rex harbored in his heart. As he gazed upon the Lordaeron refuge, a distant look crossed Rex's eyes. All the facilities imprisoning orcs were established after the conclusion of the Second War. Rex pondered the inexplicable decision of Arthas's father, who could have simply eradicated them instead, even if he found it difficult to take such action himself. There were plenty of others harboring animosity towards the orcs willing to do so, even potentially passing the task to the High Elves or the Dwarves, who would gladly comply. Constructing a refuge consumed a significant amount of the Alliance's resources. Constantly, orc prisoners were being funneled into the refuge, leading to overcrowding in the various facilities, necessitating the construction of a new refuge in the plains south of the all.A Mountains. This was the origin of the Lordaeron Refuge, a modest establishment near Dalaran housing only a few thousand orcs, primarily intended for the research of Dalaran's mages, who found great interest in the now feeble state of the orcs, once fierce and aggressive. With a sigh, Rex struggled to comprehend the potential grand scheme that the leader of the Alliance harbored, pondering why they had spared the orcs. Perhaps it was part of a larger plan that ultimately led to his demise at the hands of his own son, causing the truth to fade into the annals of history. However, This was merely speculation on Rex's part. The actual circumstances may have been far more complex. Stop. This is not a place for you. As Rex approached, the guards at the Lordaeron sanctuary, diligently adhering to their duties, obstructed his and Rona's passage. Their journey to the Lordaeron sanctuary was far from smooth, as this stronghold served as a critical bastion for the alliance against the Orcish onslaught, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Despite Rex's noble lineage as the Prince of Gilneas, he found himself without the recognition he deserved. The guards, largely composed of novices, lacked the experience of the elite soldiers who had once defended this place during the Second War, when the sanctuary was first established. Over time, these seasoned warriors had been reassigned, leaving the current contingent inexperienced and unacquainted with the significance of Gilneas. Rex's concerns materialized today, for the signs had been evident when Jaina and her party returned. Antonidas, the venerable archmage, had shown due respect towards Gilneas, yet the younger mages displayed a stark ignorance. Even hearing whispers of Gilneas's past glory, they remained indifferent, oblivious to its once formidable presence, now diminished to a state devoid of external influence. The new recruits before him were particularly uninformed. Even the warden could not recognize the emblem of the Greymane family. The badge, a mark of honor and status, bore strict significance, especially among royalty and nobility, creating a palpable divide that could easily be discerned. Although the warden acknowledged the royal nature of the badge, his gaze towards Rex remained dismissive. Gilneas, now estranged from the alliance, was deemed irrelevant to the sanctuary under its jurisdiction. Had a member of the Stormguard kingdom, such as the Torben family, been present, the warden would have granted passage without hesitation. Despite having also withdrawn from the alliance and experiencing a decline in recent years, their reputation within the alliance remained unparalleled. The statue of Daneth Torben, one of the 5 heroes of the Dark Portal, still loomed large in Stormwind. In stark contrast, Gilneas was merely seen as a reclusive entity. Rex sighed inwardly, pondering how different things would be if Arthas were here. His very name would serve as a passport, granting him unimpeded access. With his initial plan thwarted, Rex resorted to a secondary strategy, producing a handful of gold coins from his pocket. He commenced bribing the guards. For money holds immense power. The once stern expressions of the guards softened into smiles at the sight of gold, and their swiftness in accepting the coins rivaled even that of Rex, a 9th-tier paladin. In the blink of an eye, the coins vanished. Thus, Rex and Rona gained entry to the Lordaeron sanctuary, accompanied by the guards. Although the guards were driven by greed, the lack of resources at the sanctuary meant they were merely collecting entrance fees from mages from Dalaran and individuals like Rex. Rex's generosity, offering more than a mere handful of coins, set him apart from previous visitors, prompting the guards to adopt a more attentive demeanor as they guided him like a tour guide. Shaking his head gently, Rex realized that the guards at Lordaeron had succumbed to a decline in standards. The sanctuary had transformed into a mere tourist attraction, with the warden displaying an uncanny knack for his role, complete with ticket sales and guided tours. As evening descended, Rex departed the Lordaeron sanctuary on horseback. The orcs within, as documented, exhibited a dispirited demeanor, submissive to their plight. The guards had gone to great lengths to conceal the truth from Rex. These orcs had been completely subjugated, obediently following orders without question. Rona, upon witnessing the orcs for the first time, felt a shock. Her understanding of them was shaped by tales of their fierce, aggressive nature, and their once dominant presence that had nearly obliterated the human kingdom of Azeroth. It was only through the alliance of high elves, dwarves, gnomes, and humans that the Orcish onslaught had been repelled, seizing the opportunity for victory after the shift in Orcish governance. The disparity between the orcs of her imagination and the orcs before her was staggering. Rona's youthful visage bore astonishment as they left the sanctuary. Present-day, humans no longer regarded orcs as a threat. Even if this orc commanded an army of millions, it would pale in comparison to a coalition of tens of thousands from the Alliance. Rex had repeatedly overheard the guards' disdain for the orcs, mentioning that in many sanctuaries, wardens had begun to treat orcs as mere laborers. No, this was not an isolated incident. Such treatment had become commonplace. Were it not for his knowledge of future history, Rex would find it utterly unbelievable that these numb, subservient orcs could once again rise to become humanity's greatest adversaries. The Lordaeron shelter is remarkably underguarded, with only a few hundred personnel assigned to manage tens of thousands. Observing the current situation, it is evident that sooner or later, a crisis will unfold. The orcs, having been tamed, are unlikely to incite a rebellion on their own, as their spirit has long been subdued. However, should someone intentionally stir unrest, particularly among the Blackrock clan of orcs, Rex recalls that soon after, the famous defense of Stalingrad erupted. This battle marked the young Prince Arthas's official entry onto the historical stage, which renders Rex rather pessimistic about the situation at the Lordaeron shelter. Should the orcs rebel, even if they fail to capture some shelters to bolster their ranks, the mere act of rousing these numb tribesmen could amplify their might, akin to ancient marauders who would coerce ordinary citizens to strengthen their forces. Regrettably, Rex's warning elicited only a derisive laugh from the guard, who evidently dismissed the notion that orcs could pose any threat to humanity. After departing from the Lordaeron shelter, Rex returned to the merchant caravan, rested for a night, and continued on his journey the following day. After a considerable passage of time, the majestic city of Dalaran emerged before Rex. Upon glancing at the homepage of the new book rankings, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself within the top 20. "Come on, everyone, let us push forward." A melodious voice greeted Rex as he entered Dalaran. A woman with cascading golden hair, adorned with a smile, spoke softly to him. "Ulysses, seek out a tavern to secure as our lodgings." Rex nodded at the woman before instructing Ulysses beside him. "Understood." Ulysses's handsome visage lit up with admiration as he regarded the woman, nodding affirmatively. "No need. I have already taken care of everything. Das, please escort them to our quarters." The woman replied, her lips parting gracefully. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you," Rex said appreciatively, without pretense, as humility is not customary in this world. Being overly polite could be perceived as disrespectful. "Next time you visit Gilneas, you must experience the warmth of our land. I have longed to visit Gilneas." The entire city of Dalaran is curious about what lies beyond the Greymane Wall, a barrier isolating a realm. When you have the time, you may proceed directly. The Greymane Wall will open its gates for you. Rex retrieved a token from his spatial ring and entrusted it to the woman beside him. With her delicate fingers, she toyed with the token, sensing the faint magical aura emanating from it. Her expression one of surprise. It was indeed a magical artifact. "Learning that you have come to Dalaran with a merchant caravan truly astonishes me. Is Gilneas preparing to open its doors to the outside world?" Jaina inquired, her voice breaking the silence. Upon hearing her words, Rex displayed no surprise. This inquiry was precisely what all of Dalaran, and indeed, the entirety of the Alliance, longed to unravel. Once, Gilneas was not to be trifled with among the 7 kingdoms of humanity, standing strong, second only to Stormwind and Lordaeron. Despite years of isolation, the nation remained a significant power, albeit its growth was stunted. In these tumultuous times, with Alterac fallen and Dalaran merely a city-state, only 4 kingdoms remained: Lordaeron, Stormwind, Kultiras, and Gilneas. Like a warden indifferent to the fate of Gilneas, the common mages of Dalaran may not have cared, yet for Jaina, as the princess of Kultiras, the sudden shift in Gilneas' policies could not be overlooked. Her mentor, Antonidas, too held a keen interest in this matter, and Jaina was undoubtedly the most suitable person in all of Dalaran to pose such a question, given their friendship, which rendered the inquiry less abrupt. Rex responded, "Indeed. It may take a few more years before trade can resume and the Greymane Wall is opened." "Are you suggesting that the Greymane Wall will inevitably be developed?" Jaina's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion of a nation, steadfast in its isolationism, suddenly choosing to open its gates was disconcerting. "Yes," Rex affirmed with a nod. "It is merely a matter of time." He had not spoken falsely, while he had little confidence in persuading King Jin to embrace openness. The prospect of accepting refugees was a different matter altogether, though he chose not to disclose this. The opening of the Greymane Wall would vastly differ from Jaina's expectations. Rex had long set his sights on the population of Lordaeron, for a nation's strength is predicated upon its people. In the future, the Silverpine Forest would undoubtedly belong to Gilneas, yet presently, aside from a few limited areas like Brill and Ambermill, it appeared desolate. The question remained, where would the inhabitants come from, if not from Lordaeron? The topic has drifted too far. It pertains to events several years hence. Rex's immediate concern is to gauge the attitude of the bronze dragon towards himself. What is her name? After Jaina departed, Ulysses approached Rex and inquired. Casting a glance at Ulysses, it was apparent that the cliché notion of love at first sight had unexpectedly manifested among his subordinate. Though Ulysses possessed a handsome visage and exuded a certain charm, it was clear that he and Jaina would not culminate in any union. Currently, Jaina and Prince Arthas were basking in the glow of their romance. Rex had witnessed their affectionate interactions during his time in Stormwind. Nevertheless, he held no worries for his subordinate, Jaina Proudmoore, the princess of the maritime kingdom of Kul Tiras, and the beloved of Prince Arthas of Lordaeron. Rex stated calmly. What a pity. Ulysses sighed, refraining from further discussion regarding Jaina. He was a rational individual, a trait Rex discerned upon their first meeting. Likely an inherited quality from the Gofrey lineage, Vincent shared this characteristic as well. Rex's brief remark effectively dispelled any illusions Ulysses may have harbored. Who is Arthas? His renown was indeed widespread, particularly following the Paladin initiation 6 months prior, which had ensured that the name of the Prince of Lordaeron resonated even in Gilneas, illustrating the extent of his influence. Captain, shall we commence selling the goods tomorrow? Ulysses inquired. There is no need for us to engage directly. We should seek out merchants for collaboration and sell the goods to them. We cannot afford to waste time establishing a shop in Dalaran. Rex had no inclination towards such endeavors. Dalaran was fated for destruction in a matter of years, and to start a shop only to see it flourish briefly before being obliterated seemed futile. In the coming days, take the opportunity to relax with Rona. It is a rare chance to escape Gilneas and visit Dalaran. It would be a shame not to enjoy it, as such opportunities are scarce. Rex's words carried a hidden meaning, but only he could perceive it. You and Rona need only to unwind. The caravan has its responsibilities. Remember to bring back some unique items from Dalaran for old Vincent. He surely has not seen anything from Dalaran in years. Watching Ulysses depart, Rex fell into contemplation. There is a saying, the more one knows, the more one worries. The thought that such a magnificent city as Dalaran could be rendered vulnerable and ultimately destroyed by Archimonde chilled Rex's heart, leaving it devoid of warmth. This chapter serves as an additional installment, dedicated to friends who embody the essence of a ship. Strolling through the streets of Dalaran, Rex distinctly perceives an atmosphere markedly different from that of Gilneas. This place radiates prosperity, and the number of mages clad in robes is undoubtedly the highest. Mages truly abound. For this magical kingdom is a sanctum that every sorcerer yearns to visit. Each shop showcases an array of magical wares, with some specializing in the sale of staves, while others offer exquisite mage robes, particularly the vibrant crimson garments favored by fire mages. The splendid and majestic city is none other than Dalaran. However, such splendor often invites calamity. Throughout its history, Dalaran has endured 3 cataclysmic destructions, yet its mages have exemplified an indomitable spirit, resolutely persevering through adversity. Each time Dalaran fell, it rose anew shortly thereafter. 3 destructions, 3 reconstructions, much like an immortal cockroach, steadfastly enduring through the annals of Azeroth's history. Dalaran's initial demise occurred during the Second War against the Orcs, when the Blackrock Orcs unleashed dragons to combat the formidable mages of Dalaran. The Isle of Kezan faced a brutal slaughter, fragmented into numerous smaller islands, leading to Dalaran's obliteration. Nevertheless, the surviving mages did not succumb to despair. They united to initiate reconstruction. Alas, fate proved unkind, as the artifacts crafted for Dalaran's restoration caught the attention of Nuzul, who sought the Eye of Dalaran to harness the dark energy of the twisting nether and open a new dark portal. Thus, the Death Knight Tarangor and his minions once again ravaged the city, still in the throes of reconstruction, marking Dalaran's second collapse. Undoubtedly, they felt a sense of opportunistic advantage this time, for Deathwing was also on the rampage. Yet, as the resilient beings they are, the people of Dalaran endeavored to rebuild once more. Under the guidance of the Archmage Antonidas, Dalaran was reconstructed, this time located southeast of Lake Lordaeron, the very place Rex now finds himself. With the orcs finally vanquished, Dalaran enjoyed a decade of peace. However, tranquility was ephemeral, as the Burning Legion's new harbingers, the Scourge, returned. They sought the legendary Book of Medivh, a vital component for summoning the very essence of Archimonde. Led by the fallen Prince Arthas, now a Death Knight, the tide of undead once again shattered Dalaran's serenity. Despite the protective Violet Barrier, the city, lacking a standing army, succumbed to the Scourge's incursion, resulting in the theft of the Book of Medivh. In this battle, Antonidas met his demise, ultimately falling victim to the effortless devastation wrought by Archimonde. Now, the countdown to the destruction of Dalaran has begun, and Rexxar harbors no interest in saving the city. A being as formidable as Archimonde renders the great Wall of Gilneas as fragile as tofu. As Rexxar savors the splendor of Dalaran, he proceeds towards his destination. His visit to Dalaran is primarily for trade, though the caravan affairs are managed by specialized personnel. Rexxar, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the region, refrains from making arbitrary decisions, relying instead on the expertise of professionals. Ultimately, he seeks only the desired outcome. This time, Rexxar's visit is to the esteemed Prince of the High Elves, the tragic figure known as Prince Kael'thas. Rex is indeed the most suitable candidate for promoting the recall scroll, a relic imbued with his hopes. Naturally, this hope casts a dark shadow over him, making it difficult for him to fully engage with Jaina, who shares a close bond with Rex. As for Antonidas, he is easily overlooked by Rex, for should the scroll fall into his hands, it might ultimately land in the clutches of Kel'Thuzad. The recall scroll is a valuable artifact, and Rex is wary of the potential pitfalls that accompany it. Should it be deemed inadequate, it would attract unsuspecting fools. Consequently, Rex is reluctant to allow it to fall into the hands of Kel'Thuzad, with whom he harbors no favorable sentiments. As a figure who symbolizes impending calamity, Rex has no desire to initiate contact, and he would rather seek ways to eliminate him altogether. If Rex possessed the aura of a protagonist coupled with an unparalleled prowess, he would have long since dealt with such threats. Alas, he is not so fortunate. The looming threat of the bronze dragons instills in Rex a sense of caution regarding these individuals. Until he comprehends whether the bronze dragons pose a danger to him, Rex will not willingly alter significant historical events. Choosing Kael'thas over Jaina is also driven by another substantial reason. These elves, whether highborn or nightborn, epitomize affluence, with their wealth being the sole remnant of their former glory. Such a splendid opportunity to exploit the Na'vi, one must seize it with fervor. Rex, recognizing this, feels compelled to act. After all, the tragic prince is always a figure of sympathy. Thus, he resolves to target him, believing this to be his own way of expressing empathy towards the sorrowful prince. Consequently, the following day, Rex, after inquiring about Kael'thas' estate, pays him a visit. Upon Rex's arrival, Kael'thas exhibits a rather indifferent demeanor, which Rex finds unsurprising. High elves are known for their aloofness, akin to the night elves, exuding an arrogance that permeates their very essence. They tend to regard others with disdain, and Silvermoon City, in particular, extends no welcome to any race besides the High Elves. It was only after the devastation wrought by Arthas that the city began to acknowledge the presence of other races. Kael'thas' willingness to receive Rex is primarily due to the latter's princely status. Had he been an ordinary human, Kael'thas would likely have chosen not to meet him. From Kael'thas' perspective, he possesses ample reasons for pride, not merely his princely title, but also his immense magical prowess and his position as one of the 6 esteemed magisters of the Kirin Tor. While his accomplishments may not seem remarkable by human standards, they are quite significant among elves, comparable to Arthas' achievements, albeit both names are now tarnished, foretelling dark futures for both. It is essential to recognize that the Kirin Tor is a governing force within the entire Dalaran kingdom. With such a prestigious standing, Kael'thas undoubtedly garners admiration, as evidenced by his considerable popularity in Dalaran. As a young and handsome magister, he is favored over the more elderly, a sentiment that transcends any realm. What brings Prince Rex here? After a few pleasantries, Kael'thas cuts to the chase. Despite his pride, he remains acutely aware of noble etiquette, ensuring that he does not falter in this regard. A vibrant crimson carpet is laid across the floor, and as Rex settles into a chair, he lifts a cup of richly aromatic coffee, taking a delicate sip. The flavor of the coffee envelopes his palate, prompting an inward sigh from Rex. Even after a year in this world, despite having assimilated the memories of this body, he finds himself unenthusiastic about coffee. Having been a true son of the land in his previous life, he still harbors a fondness for tea. During his time in Gilneas, he preferred milk over coffee. Our human magic originates from the decree of King Anasterion, Kael'thas' father. Rex begins to extol the virtues of the High Elves. Such flattery would undoubtedly be unthinkable for a proud prince like Arthas. In the past, Rex would not have resorted to such sycophancy. He would have directly articulated the exchange of interests as assistance from the High Elves, thereby magnifying their grandeur. But who is Rex now? In a world rife with material desires in my previous life, were those not mere flattery? Rex has uttered even more sycophantic phrases, rendering such compliments trivial. Having had encounters with someone as haughty as Kael'thas, Rex adeptly elevated him to the heavens. When Rex finally produced the return scroll, Kael'thas, in a moment of humility, could only offer a meager price. The more arrogant an individual, the more they cling to their pride, often leaping into disadvantageous situations despite their awareness of the folly. This time, I have come to present to Prince Kael'thas our national treasure from Gilneas, a magical project initiated by my grandfather, Archibald Greymane, a magnificent masterpiece. Rex finally delved into the crux of the matter. Observing Kael'thas, who maintained a calm demeanor, Rex could see the flicker of impatience in his eyes, an emotion that could not escape the keen perception of one so skilled in reading others. Upon hearing Rex's words, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Kael'thas's mouth. If the discussion pertained to technological research or the products of such innovations, he would refrain from voicing his opinions. However, when it came to magical artifacts, who could rival the highborn elves, the very creators of magic, throughout the entirety of Azeroth? Even the resplendent city of Dalaran owed its success to the support of the highborn. Should Dalaran unveil any magical discoveries, Kael'thas might find a flicker of interest. Yet, Jen Greymane's Gilneas had never produced a notable archmage in his recollection. The last significant mage from that realm had emerged 5 centuries ago. With the long lifespan of the elves, Kael'thas had much to learn, and he was certainly not unfamiliar with Gilneas. The audacity to claim greatness left him feeling disdainful, though he chose not to express it overtly. As a prince of the highborn, Kael'thas exuded noble elegance in every gesture, and he spoke slowly. It is not impossible for me to leave Dalaran. With that, he effectively quashed Rex's intention to invite him to Gilneas. The national treasure of Gilneas held no allure for Kael'thas. No, Prince Kael'thas, you misunderstand, Rex replied with a subtle smile. Noting Kael'thas's apparent lack of interest, a sentiment Rex himself could relate to. At that moment, Rex's actions resembled a foolish display of bravado, akin to wielding a grand sword before a master of war. Were it not for the incredible return scrolls produced by the Warcraft system, Rex would not possess such confidence after his inquiries revealed no return scrolls existed in Azeroth. Gently caressing his spatial ring, Rex summoned forth a faint glow, which gradually coalesced into a beautifully crafted box appearing in his hands. In Azeroth, mere antiquities failed to impress. It was the exquisite and lavish that commanded admiration. The intricate patterns adorning the box reflected the skill of its artisan, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary craftsmen. This was only possible due to Monroe's considerable investment in finding a skilled carpenter. More importantly, the patterns formed a defensive magical array, if activated. The box would possess protective magic, a fact that Rex had ensured by consulting with a royal mage. A delicate aura of magic emanated from the box, piquing Kael'thas's interest. Although merely a basic magical item, its value was undeniable, as anything associated with magic was expensive. The luxurious nature of the box implied the preciousness of its contents. Observing Kael'thas captivated by the magical box, Rex wore a subtle smile, having achieved his aim. One's appearance could greatly influence perception. Even a return scroll required a fitting presentation. With the existence of this magical box, the return scroll seemed all the more impressive. If the container itself was a magical artifact, surely its contents could only be of similar caliber, an exquisite magical item. This is a magnificent creation from Gilneas, a return scroll. No matter where you are, simply place this token in the hands of your nearest and dearest, and in the next moment, you shall find yourself beside them. Rex asserted as he set the box upon the table before him and proceeded to open it. As the owner, he was assured he would not trigger the defensive magic. The luxurious box opened to reveal a long scroll and a small token, easily grasped in one hand. Could it truly allow one to return from any location? What if one were ensnared within a magical barrier or some form of seal? Kael'thas, truly a master of the arcane arts, instinctively inquired about the pivotal aspect of the teleportation scroll. Anywhere, Rex replied with a smile, dismissing all barriers and seals. Kael'thas abruptly rose, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is impossible." Why is it impossible? In this world, nothing is insurmountable if one possesses determination. There are no impossibilities, Rex stated matter-of-factly, delighting inwardly at Kael'thas's incredulous expression. The initial disdain that Kael'thas had, looking down upon the magical prowess of Gilneas, was now vividly apparent to Rex, who took pleasure in the astonishment displayed by Kael'thas. The principle behind your teleportation scroll lies in the manipulation of spatial magic, akin to that of a portal. However, you must understand, Prince Rex, that while a mage's portal is indeed powerful, capable of reaching any destination, it is not without its limitations. Typically, it can only transport to locations known to the mage, particularly those they have visited and marked with magical sigils. Moreover, should one encounter a place that nullifies magic or is protected by formidable magical barriers, the portal becomes unusable. Take Dalaran, for instance. It prohibits mages from establishing portals. Kael'thas regained his composure, the initial shock of Rex's revelation still echoing in his mind. Among the High Elves, many mages existed, and the examples shared by Rex mirrored their own pursuits. This research, with a history spanning over a millennium within the High Elf community, had seen numerous halts due to minimal progress and exorbitant costs. Yet, each time, brilliant mages would resurrect the project, only to find that after 1,000 years, advancement remained stagnant. The sudden news of Gilneas' breakthrough left Kael'thas momentarily flustered. Words alone are insufficient. Naturally, we must substantiate this with undeniable evidence. Rex understood that mere persuasion, no matter how eloquently articulated, would yield little effect. Hence, after Kael'thas had just regained his composure, Rex delivered a decisive blow. Regardless of the myriad arguments one might present, nothing surpasses the clarity of truth. If Kael'thas had harbored doubts earlier about the veracity of Rex's claims, he was no longer in disbelief. The truth would soon be unveiled. Such a web of deceit could not persist unchallenged. How shall we conduct this experiment? Kael'thas inquired gravely. If Rex's assertions hold true, this return scroll is of immense value. The High Elves have never ceased their research in this domain, and they are undoubtedly intrigued. Consider Dalaran. If a portal could be established, it would be a trivial endeavor to deploy an army from within, conquering Dalaran with ease. The same applies to Gilneas. The Greymane wall is but a jest in comparison. It is evident that due to the unparalleled nature of mage portals, numerous methods regarding them exist within the realm of Azeroth, particularly known to the High Elves. The entirety of Quel'Thalas is enveloped in a protective magical barrier that safeguards the High Elf security. Should this magical barrier prove ineffective, the defenses painstakingly constructed over millennia would become a mere farce. Thus, the High Elves' relentless pursuit of knowledge in this area persists, marked by cycles of halting and restarting. With little progress to show, this talisman serves as a means for the return scroll's localization, regardless of one's location, as long as one remains on this continent. Tearing the return scroll would facilitate a return to the place where the talisman resides. Rex toyed with the talisman in his hand before presenting it to Kael'thas, continuing. If you wish to test the sealing barrier, it is quite simple. Both Dalaran and Quel'Thalas possess formidable sealing barriers. Prince Kael'thas can utilize a fixed portal to return to Silver Moon, place the talisman down, and then return to Dalaran to shred the return scroll. This would penetrate both sealing barriers, providing ample evidence. Observing the intrigue in Kael'thas' eyes, Rex smiled, albeit with a hint of jest. However, I advise against such an endeavor, as it would require Prince Kael'thas to make several trips, truly laborious. The simplest method would be for me to hold the talisman while Prince Kael'thas returns to Silvermoon and tears apart the return scroll. With great urgency, I immediately returned to Silvermoon City. Kael'thas was remarkably swift, scarcely able to linger for a moment. He rose from his seat, carefully placed the return scroll into a box, and after securing it within his spatial ring, he addressed Rex, instructing him to wait briefly. Without further ado, Kael'thas hastily exited the residence. Within the city of Dalaran, due to the magical barriers, there were only two methods to activate a portal. The first and simplest approach required one to possess the strength to breach the Dalaran magical barrier, rendering it inconsequential, thus allowing the establishment of a portal. The alternative method involved seeking permission from the Kirin Tor Council in Dalaran. As one of the 6 great mages of the Kirin Tor, Prince Kael'thas was endowed with the authority to conjure a portal there. It is worth noting that portals are not mere whims of mages. They are not a common skill easily wielded. Unless one specializes in the intricate study of portals, typically only archmages are capable of such feats. Prince Kael'thas. Numerous mages passing by began to pay their respects. Unlike Rex, Kael'thas enjoyed a formidable reputation in Dalaran. Ordinarily, these Kirin Tor mages would disregard humans. But when it came to High Elves, Kael'thas was generally amiable towards his kin and would offer a brief acknowledgement. However, this time, Kael'thas chose to overlook his fellow elves entirely. Upon reaching his destination, Kael'thas spoke not a word. A staff materialized in his hand, which he began to wield with grace. Incantations flowed from his lips, and a surge of magical energy erupted from the staff, resonating in harmony with the power emanating from Kael'thas himself. Before him, a portal gradually materialized. Once fully formed, Kael'thas stepped into the portal, vanishing before the eyes of the assembled Kirin Tor mages. Before the eyes of numerous Kirin Tor mages, this scene unfolded with a palpable sense of bewilderment. Though Kael'thas possessed the authority to utilize the portals, he could not act unilaterally. All actions required proper documentation. Lordaeron maintained stringent control over such matters, wary of the potential infiltration of demons and other nefarious beings. Within the confines of Kael'thas' estate, Rex was quietly sipping his coffee, unperturbed by Kael'thas' departure. There is a saying that products of the system are invariably of exquisite quality. The brief description accompanying the scroll of return could be disregarded concerning the sealing barrier. Despite lacking practical experimentation, Rex held an unwavering belief in its efficacy. However, the distance the scroll could cover was a matter of uncertainty for him. The world of Azeroth was vast, far exceeding the limited expanse depicted in games. It comprised multiple continents and even an alternate realm inhabited by orcs, all of which would be included in the future. Rex felt uncertain about traversing from the Eastern Kingdoms to Kalimdor or utilizing it in the Outland. Yet, within Silvermoon, he harbored no concerns. Nonetheless, Rex pondered the matter of the Archmage. The most formidable profession in Gilneas remained that of the warrior. The hero-tiered Rachel was a warrior, and while there were no shortages of paladins and similar classes, mages were the bane of Gilneas. It had been centuries since an Archmage had emerged from Gilneas, and even the most powerful mage in the nation today was merely of the 8th tier, lacking a 9th tier counterpart. However, abducting an Archmage was an impossible feat for Rex at present. Each Archmage held a hero tier status, and to attract one must pique their interest. Unfortunately, Gilneas held no allure for Archmages, even those of the 9th tier. As Rex contemplated these matters, the talisman before him began to stir. A hazy radiance emanated from it, faint yet enduring, neither dissipating nor expanding outward. As mere seconds passed, this seemingly insipid glow intensified, unveiling a shadow amidst the brilliance. With the emergence of the figure, the light gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing into thin air, revealing Kael'thas clad in a blood-red robe. He surveyed his surroundings with incredulity. This was indeed his estate. And there could be no mistake. The individual before him, sipping coffee, was none other than Rex. Kael'thas had returned from Silvermoon to Lordaeron. Yet he struggled to accept this reality. Using a portal to return to Silvermoon was a privilege reserved solely for Prince Kael'thas. Otherwise, the magical barriers of Silvermoon could intercept any portal. This outcome was a deliberate adjustment made to the magical barriers, facilitating Kael'thas' passage. The scroll of return had effortlessly torn through the magical barrier, causing not a single ripple in the arcane waves, rendering it undetectable. After a moment of realization, Kael'thas gazed at Rex, his eyes ablaze with both fervor and trepidation. This remarkable technology is truly extraordinary, compelling Kael'thas to be on guard. However, as a mage, my yearning for magical artifacts is profound. Indeed, Gilneas possesses unique qualities. This magical research has been pursued for over a millennium with little progress. Kael'thas' tone reflected a sense of solitude, as even a proud figure like him felt the weight of the situation. It is astonishing that Gilneas, not renowned for its magical prowess, possesses such capabilities. It seems that this secluded nation has been underestimated by many. 1,000 years of research may yield little, and even if one were to study for 2,000 years, the outcome remains uncertain. Rex couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Yet he acknowledged that the world is indeed filled with prodigies. Despite the High Elves' millennium-long studies yielding no results, persistent research will eventually bear fruit. Since Prince Kael'thas has utilized this, we ought to engage in a serious discussion. Rex spoke with a smile, indicating his true intentions. I believe Prince Rex is not here merely to boast. Kael'thas had regained his composure. The tremors brought by the teleportation scrolls dissipated completely, leaving no trace on the surface. Let us speak candidly. I acquired these 4 teleportation scrolls for trading with Prince Kael'thas. Half a year ago, I established the Round Table Knights and required substantial funds, thus reluctantly parting with these treasured scrolls for sale. Rex gazed at Kael'thas and quietly articulated his purpose, placing 4 boxes identical to those on the table in an orderly fashion. A gentle smile graced Kael'thas' face. The wealth accumulated by the High Elves over millennia is indeed staggering. particularly considering Kael'thas's father, who ascended to the throne during the latter stages of the Troll Wars, events dating back over 2,000 years, at a time when humanity was just beginning to rise. In the long lifespan of the High Elves, even without human acumen for amassing wealth, they can easily accumulate more than a human can in their mere century-long existence. The High Elves, famed for their magical prowess, produce magical items that sell exceedingly well among humans, commanding high prices. Kael'thas aptly remarked that matters easily resolved with gold are hardly matters at all. Shall we discuss the price? Kael'thas inquired directly, gently caressing the exquisite box. His gaze tender, as if he were caressing a beloved. In Gilneas, we do not have an abundance of these return scrolls. At most, we produce a few each year. What do you think, Prince Kael'thas? Rex hesitated to broach the subject, uncertain of how to gauge Kael'thas's expectations, fearing he might undervalue the offer. 10,000 gold pieces each. Kael'thas contemplated briefly before voicing the figure that stirred Rex's interest. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex acquired a teleportation scroll for 350 gold coins, a price that had surged over 20-fold. There was no room for doubt, while a delay akin to that of Kael'thas might have yielded an even higher price. It was unnecessary. Rex was not a merchant, and the current price far exceeded what he had anticipated. Please wait for a moment, Kael'thas commanded with swift decisiveness, eager to avert any mishap in the transaction. After finalizing the price, he stepped outside, issuing a few succinct instructions. In approximately half an hour, 5 chests were placed before Rex. A sum of 50,000 gold coins lay within. In the lavish chamber, Rex gazed at the 5 chests arranged before him. As a striking high elf slowly opened one, the creaking sound echoing through the air. The glimmering gold coins were revealed, dazzling in their splendor. The high elf's approach may have seemed rather crude, yet it was precisely this manner that Rex found most appealing. Each coin appeared modest in size, reminiscent of the currency from his previous life. What significance did a single coin hold? When it comes to a sum of 10,000 gold coins, it represents a considerable volume, necessitating a chest for its storage. What defines a wealthy individual? This is precisely the epitome of affluence. 50,000 gold coins, even if one possesses the means akin to that of a Guinness record, cannot be amassed in a fleeting moment. Consider this analogy. Possessing a fortune exceeding 100 million does not imply one can readily produce 50 million in cash within a short span. This illustrates the remarkable financial prowess of the High Elves. Kael'thas has never sought to exploit any opportunity. The teleportation scroll he recently utilized bears a value in gold right here. As Kael'thas caressed the exquisite box, a hint of satisfaction graced his visage. These teleportation scrolls hold immense significance for the High Elves. Their research could potentially lead to groundbreaking advancements. Rex, observing Kael'thas's demeanor, recognized that his audacity to sell the teleportation scrolls stemmed from confidence that no one could fully decipher and replicate them. Enveloped in an aura of enigmatic power, the scrolls thwarted any attempts at detection. Rex had entertained similar thoughts to Kael'thas, but soon abandoned them. For even the simplest and least expensive purification potion had eluded his efforts at replication. Rex stepped forward, approaching the chest of gold. As he extended his hand, the myriad coins within began to vanish in that very instant. In the blink of an eye, the chest was left devoid of its golden contents. Undeterred, Rex proceeded to the second chest, employing the same method. Within a brief span, all the gold was absorbed. This act did not evoke astonishment among Kael'thas and his companions. To Kael'thas, Rex merely transferred the gold into his spatial ring. 50,000 gold coins occupy a significant volume, constituting a substantial fortune. In the world of Azeroth, possessing a wealth of 10,000 gold coins would render one a notable financier, thus safeguarding the gold within the confines of the spatial ring. However, unbeknownst to Kael'thas, Rex had deposited all the gold into the Warcraft system. Since the system allows for deposits, it also permits withdrawals, rendering this method the most secure for storing the coins. Inaccessible to anyone but Rex. With the transaction successfully concluded, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped Rex and Kael'thas. Their relationship blossomed into a semblance of friendship, with their exchanges growing less formal. Kael'thas addressed Rex as Prince in a more familiar tone. As time meandered on, after a period of pleasantries, Rex rose to take his leave, escorted by Kael'thas. The purpose of this visit to Lordaeron has been fulfilled. It now remains to find a buyer for the merchandise and to gather some goods that are absent from Gilneas. Only then will Rex return. A sum of 50,000 gold coins is more than sufficient to sustain the Knights of the Round Table for many years. This is under the condition that the Warcraft system is not utilized, for the Warcraft system is akin to a black hole, ceaselessly devouring Rex's gold. Yet, Rex cannot abandon the Warcraft system just yet. With 50,000 gold coins at his disposal, Rex naturally feels more generous, and his intentions regarding the use of the Warcraft system have also evolved. This encounter with Kael has indeed brought some trouble to him. Just as Rex was departing, he noticed several mages heading towards Kael'thas's residence. What could be their purpose? Rex surmised that Kael'thas's return to Silvermoon was remarkably swift. He did not wait long before Kael'thas employed a teleportation scroll to return home. Even as a Grand Mage, Kael'thas would typically need to register and follow the proper procedures when utilizing the portals in Dalaran. Clearly, he had bypassed these protocols. However, this was not a significant concern. Given Kael'thas's stature, resolving such matters would be effortless, and Rex had no inclination to fret over it. With substantial wealth in hand, Rex found himself disenchanted with the towering mage spires of Dalaran. His sole desire was to return to his abode and immerse himself in the Warcraft system for an enjoyable expenditure. In his haste, upon returning home, he discovered Rona and Ulysses had just arrived from outside. It was evident that Rona's face radiated excitement. After all, she was still quite young. In contrast, Ulysses, despite being away from Gilneas for the first time, exhibited no visible signs of joy, thanks to his mature disposition. Rona clutched a vibrant crimson staff, striking in its appearance. At the top of the staff rested a fiery red gem, exuding an enchanting magical aura. Observing the color of the staff, one could easily deduce it was intended for fire mages. Clearly, Rona's excitement stemmed from her acquisition of this remarkable staff. But for whom did Rona purchase this exquisite item? Rex gazed at the exuberant Rona and inquired, "This is for my cousin. He has long desired a finer staff. During this visit to Dalaran, he entrusted me with the task of procuring one for him." Rona chirped like a little bird, her hands dancing with the staff as she recounted every detail of her journey in response to Rex's question. Rex nodded in acknowledgement. Ulysses, too, held a staff, yet its appearance starkly contrasted with that of Rona's. The mage profession was universally possessed by every lord. After engaging in light conversation with Ulysses and Rona for a while, Rex eagerly retreated to his chamber. Reclining upon the soft, expansive bed, he paid no heed to the daylight outside and began to caress the blood-red birthmark on his arm. As consciousness blurred, Rex found himself entering the Warcraft system. The internet connection was poor, and uploading via mobile was quite cumbersome. Upon re-entering the Warcraft system, Rex moved with a lightness in his step, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a sum of 50,000 gold coins at his disposal, Rex felt an undeniable confidence. He had already calculated that a significant portion of this wealth would be expended within the Warcraft system. As he surveyed the four structures before him, Rex strode purposefully towards the barracks. In the time that had elapsed, he had successfully constructed the mysterious treasure chamber, and the watchtower was also completed. Building a watchtower in the real world would undoubtedly be laborious, yet within the Warcraft system, as long as sufficient gold was paid, all that remained was to await the passage of time. In the Warcraft system, only one building could be constructed at a time. However, upgrades were not subject to this limitation. At this moment, Rex could not erect any further structures within the Warcraft system. The Town Hall era's buildings, barracks, mysterious treasure chamber, and watchtower stood tall. With several thousand gold coins invested, Rex was intent on upgrading, aspiring to elevate the current Town Hall era to the Fortress era, which stirred excitement within him. What is the essence of the Warcraft game? There is nothing else but a hero. Your troops may defy the heavens, yet they cannot match a hero in single combat. Within the realm of the Warcraft system, Rex holds great anticipation for the hero. As he steps into the barracks, the once crowded assembly of infantry spirits has vanished, leaving the space considerably more vacant than during his previous visit. Approaching the luminous orb, Rex unhesitatingly recruits 300 infantry spirits, expending 3,000 gold coins. Previously, he had summoned 200 infantry spirits. This time, the addition of 300 will suffice to elevate the barracks experience to the threshold required for advancement to level 2. Among the various edifices of the Town Hall era, the barracks is the most arduous to upgrade. Other structures, such as the Town Hall, necessitate that all buildings reach level 2 before the Town Hall can be upgraded. The Watchtower, on the other hand, does not require experience points, only gold coins for its enhancement. Although the cost of the watchtower is not exorbitant, it still amounts to a significant sum, causing Rex some discomfort. Within the Warcraft system, all structures possess formidable capabilities. However, Rex perceives the watchtower as somewhat superfluous. Lacking offensive power and with a limited field of vision, it offers but one ability, the magical sentry, which can detect nearby invisible units. This matter holds little significance for Rex, who can only hope that the tower will undergo unforeseen transformations upon reaching the fortress era. By the way, the current tower is the sole level 2 structure. When Rex established it, he discovered that there were no limitations on its upgrades. Upon successful construction, he was presented with an immediate option to enhance it. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the town hall, a building could only exceed the town hall by a single level. Currently, Rex still needs to elevate the tower by one level. Despite its lack of utility, the tower is an essential structure for upgrading the town hall, and Rex cannot afford to neglect it. Observing the infantry spirits commencing their training, Rex stepped out of the barracks. Recruiting 300 infantry spirits would not consume much time, but Rex preferred not to wait idly in the barracks. Instead, he headed to the mysterious treasure chamber, as the month had elapsed. And today marked the time for Rex to refresh the treasures in the 3 available slots. It is noteworthy that the treasures in the mysterious treasure chamber do not refresh automatically after a month. Rather, Rex must take action 5 days prior to the month's end. If Rex does not voluntarily pay 100 gold coins for a refresh, he risks losing the opportunity for that month's refresh, and the items will remain unchanged from the previous month. This is not a flaw, as there may still be valuable items available. Once the items from the previous month are purchased, they will not reappear. In other words, if Rex acquires treasures from all 3 slots, and they do not refresh the following month, those slots will remain empty. The Warcraft system truly is a money-consuming machine. The 100 gold coins slip through Rex's fingers effortlessly. For an ordinary household, it would take many years of labor to accumulate such an amount. Yet the mysterious treasure chamber demands this sum from Rex without question. Today, Rex did not feel the sting of expense, unlike previous occasions when he felt a heavy burden. The mysterious treasure chamber has been established for some time now, during which it has refreshed its treasures several times. However, unlike the first occasion when it presented valuable items like return scrolls and energy tomes, this time it did not. It seems akin to a gambler, where the first experience is always a stroke of luck with valuable outcomes, while subsequent attempts yield more mundane results. Before Rex lay 3 treasures, a minor purification potion, a purification potion, and a magic potion, 3 rather worthless items that Rex did not even consider purchasing. A fleeting glimmer of light passed by, and the treasures at the 3 designated locations underwent a transformation. The treasures at these positions morphed into a swirling mist and vanished from sight, only for 3 new treasures to materialize before Rex. Upon noticing the first small purification potion, Rex felt an urge to curse. The frequency of its appearance was exceedingly high. During this period, it had only failed to manifest once, while at all other times, it had consistently shown up. The emergence of the second treasure, however, significantly uplifted Rex's spirits. It was a palm-sized divine talisman, intricately engraved with a blue architectural structure. This building represented a common enhancement structure within the game, capable of providing benefits such as healing and mana restoration. The small exorcism talisman could dispel all magic within a radius of 1,000 meters for a duration of 3 seconds. Gazing at the small dispelling talisman, Rex broke into a smile. This artifact was immensely powerful. Despite its occasional inability to distinguish friend from foe, it could instantaneously create a chaotic vacuum of magic. Regardless of how formidable an opposing spell might be, it would be rendered ineffective under the influence of this talisman, making it invaluable, especially in conjunction with a return scroll. However, Rex had no intention of selling it. If he were to part with such a remarkable item, he would truly be a fool. This is the nemesis of mages. Just imagine, when a mage is unleashing a powerful spell, a small dispel charm is casually thrown, rendering the opponent incapacitated, the magic dissipated. What a delightful experience that would be. Observing its price of 1,000 gold coins, Rex did not hesitate and decisively acquired it. At that moment, his gaze shifted towards the final treasure, revealing yet another artifact that enhances his abilities. Rex felt immensely fortunate this time. The radiant smile on his face could no longer be concealed, and the earlier frustration caused by the minor purification potion vanished entirely. Tomorrow, I will be repairing the network, and updates may be delayed. The desktop computer has this drawback. It cannot establish a wireless internet connection via mobile. The submission must be completed on the computer, saved in Notepad, transferred to the phone, and then uploaded online through copying and pasting. What a laborious process. Given the effort put into the submission, I kindly request some votes of support. The third treasure that appeared before Rex was a thick blue book, akin to the red energy tome he had previously acquired, both being artifacts that enhance abilities. In the Warcraft system, Rex often visited, thoroughly researching various buildings and more. This mysterious treasure chamber, capable of spawning random artifacts, categorizes them into 3 types: consumable treasures, ability-enhancing artifacts, and permanent treasures. Among these 3 types, the last category of permanent treasures is the most precious, as they predominantly consist of timeless classics that have appeared in a game known as Dota. Anyone familiar with this game can effortlessly recall their names, such as the Strength Belt, the Noble Ring, and the Claw of Attack. Certain items possess the remarkable ability to enhance one's capabilities permanently, rendering them exceedingly precious. The emergence of a mysterious treasure chamber is a challenge of considerable magnitude. Furthermore, there exist enhancement-type treasures, which, while capable of elevating one's abilities, are predominantly consumable, vanishing after a single use. Examples include the energy tome previously acquired by Rex and the Dispel talisman obtained this time, both representative of such artifacts. The least valuable among these categories are consumable treasures, which do not directly augment the user's permanent abilities. Instead, they manifest as magical potions, restorative elixirs, and various special scrolls for returning to town. Although consumable treasures rank lowest in value among the 3 main categories, they can still encompass items of significant worth, such as the Return Scroll. This time, Rex acquired his third treasure, the Book of Power, a type of ability-enhancing artifact. There are 2 variants of the Book of Power, corresponding to an increase of 1 and 2 in strength. The one before Rex is merely the lesser variant, augmenting strength by a single point. Unlike consumable items, ability-enhancing artifacts appear only in singular quantities. They are not as abundant as the small purification potions. Much like the small Dispel talismans, this Book of Power cost Rex 1,000 gold coins, and in the blink of an eye, he had expended 500 coins since entering the Warcraft system, which truly lives up to its reputation as a gold-devouring machine. Though the expenditure is staggering, the Warcraft system imbues one with a sense that every coin spent is worthwhile. The mysterious treasure chamber can be accessed once a month, and its upgrade requirement is straightforward. A level 2 barracks is needed to elevate the chamber to level 2. Most of these buildings follow a similar principle. By adhering to certain rules, one can progressively upgrade them until all reach their maximum potential. Rex entered the barracks, which now boasted numerous infantry spirits. Approaching the glowing orb, he noted that over 20 infantry spirits remained to be recruited. While standing amidst the barracks, Rex patiently awaited the recruitment of the remaining infantry spirits. The time required for the 20-plus spirits was brief, and soon enough, all 300 infantry spirits had been summoned. With the barracks now devoid of any infantry spirits, Rex clicked to upgrade. A radiant light enveloped the barracks, and as he gazed upon the sanctified structure, he checked the time required for the upgrade. The transition from level 1 to level 2 would only take 7 days, prompting Rex to opt for exiting the Warcraft system, intending to return after a week. As time gradually passed, Rex spent the week engaging in fulfilling activities. The caravan's affairs were overseen by professionals, with Rex merely serving as a final decision-maker during critical moments. The caravan progressed smoothly, with the unique products from Gilneas being quite popular. As the saying goes, rare items are always in demand. Following the sale of their goods, the caravan spent this time acquiring items that were unavailable in Gilneas, leading to a bustling atmosphere as the crew navigated the shops of Lordaeron in search of collaborators. This caravan was not merely a fleeting venture. It was a long-term business endeavor requiring reliable partners. Once Rex had concluded his own matters, he awaited the caravan's completion to set off back to Gilneas. As for Monroe's journey to South Sea Town, Rex needn't worry. Despite Monroe's initial excitement upon leaving Gilneas, resembling someone unaccustomed to the world, he became incredibly earnest and even frugal once engaged in his tasks. Throughout the week, Rex wandered Lordaeron, sometimes accompanied by Rona and Ulysses, other times with Jaina. He also paid visits to Antonidas and encountered Kel'Thuzad. Fortuitously, this time, he met the Ronin couple, who had returned to Lordaeron after their travels. Their fate seemed tragic. After a brief interaction with the High Elf and the human, Rex felt the stark contrast in their lifespans. Even though Ronan possessed the strength of a great mage, it could only extend his life marginally. When they first crossed paths, both were in their prime, but now Rex noticed the signs of aging in Ronan. While his wife remained unchanged throughout the years, who would dare to forge a bond with a High Elf without a lifespan nearing millennia? Yet, in the world of Azeroth, longevity is not impossible. The Night Elves were once blessed by the Bronze Dragon King. It was only during the War of the Ancients, when the World Tree was destroyed, that they lost their immortality and began to experience aging and death. In the present, the Night Elves do not suffer from disease or aging, embodying a seemingly perfect race. As the week came to a close, the day Rex had long anticipated finally arrived. Timing his entrance perfectly, he rushed into the Warcraft system, hastening to the barracks. Upon arrival, he beheld the expanded structure, now more imposing than ever. Entering the barracks, he was greeted by fully armed infantry spirits, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that their equipment could not be brought into the real world. Approaching the glowing orb, Rex examined the changes in the Level 2 barracks. To upgrade from Level 2 to Level 3, 1,000 experience points were required. As Rex had anticipated, the Level 2 barracks introduced a new unit, the Dwarven Rifleman. Dwarven Rifleman Spirit, Strength, Tier 3. Evaluation: brave Dwarven Riflemen have loyally defended their mountainous kingdom of Cosmoden since the Battle of Grim Battle. When their hard-won freedom is once again threatened, they rally to fight for the alliance of Lordaeron. The diminutive beings wielding the remarkable single-shot muskets are exceptional marksmen. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Rex fell into contemplation, pondering the implications of the recent changes at the Level 2 barracks and speculating about what a Level 3 barracks might entail. In his heart, he surmised that a new type of unit, the most formidable of all, the Knight, would once again emerge. However, Rex's discerning gaze revealed an inkling of doubt. The ability to recruit Knights at merely Level 3 was intriguing, especially considering the barracks could ultimately be upgraded to Level 9, with 6 opportunities for advancement still available. A transformation was certainly on the horizon, particularly from Level 3 to Level 4, marking the transition from Town Hall era to Fortress era, which promised a qualitative change. Rex's eyes displayed a flicker of hesitation, yet he steeled his resolve. The 50,000 gold coins he had were intended for the upgrade to the Fortress era, leaving no room for indecision. The costs associated with maintaining the Round Table Knights could be met through the profits garnered from the merchant convoy. Thus, Rex's 50,000 gold coins could be considered an additional boon, separate from his calculations. With this clarity in mind, he proceeded with determination, his fingers dancing across the interface. To accrue 1,000 experience points, Rex needed to recruit 1,000 units. He promptly enlisted 500 infantry spirits and 500 dwarf musketeer spirits. The recruitment cost for the dwarf musketeers was slightly elevated, amounting to 20 gold coins per unit. However, this was a choice he could make. The dwarf musketeers were categorized into 2 types, one costing 10 gold coins each, and the other, which Rex opted for, at 20 gold coins each. The 2 options naturally yielded different results. The first type, priced at 10 gold coins, would only be effective against dwarves, rendering them unsuitable for Rex's intentions. He preferred to invest a bit more gold rather than recruit the former. Although the dwarves maintained a solid alliance with humanity, Gilneas had recently withdrawn from the coalition, adhering to a policy of isolationism that limited its interactions with the outside world and left little camaraderie with the dwarves. Thus, Rex recognized the futility in attempting to assemble an army comprised of dwarves, as they would never pledge their allegiance to Gilneas. This marks an expenditure of 15,000 gold coins. Rex turned and exited the barracks, making his way to the mysterious treasure chamber. At this moment, the treasure chamber held little of value. He purchased 2 enhancement artifacts, leaving only a small purification potion behind. Rex's visit was not for treasures, but rather for upgrades. After paying the gold, he watched as the treasure chamber was enveloped in radiant light. The time required for the upgrade of the treasure chamber was significantly less than that of the barracks. The barracks necessitated a week, while the treasure chamber completed its transformation in merely an hour. All structures reached Level 2, prompting Rex to head to the town hall for its upgrade. As he observed the town hall undergoing its enhancement, a sense of melancholy washed over him. 50,000 gold coins seemed like a substantial amount, yet within a short span, He had already spent over 20,000. The barracks were a voracious consumer of gold, and having already invested in the level 3 barracks, he pondered how much experience would be required to reach level 4. If it doubled to 2,000 experience points. Then Rex calculated that his 50,000 gold would suffice to elevate the town hall to the fortress era. Slowly opening his eyes, Rex offered a bitter smile, brushing his fingers over the crimson birthmark. Just a week ago, he had come into wealth, yet in the following days, it would all be depleted, indeed. 50,000 gold arrived swiftly, but departed even more swiftly. He retrieved the Book of Power, caressing it gently, yet he refrained from using it immediately. Rex harbored doubts about the book's effects, particularly concerning the one to strength. In the realm of the game, this was a property, yet in reality, the Book of Power had not transformed like the Book of Energy to adapt to the world of Azeroth. The Book of Energy, originally meant to elevate a hero by one level, had instead become a means of advancing a tier, its purpose unmistakably clear. However, the one to strength left Rex perplexed regarding how this value was calculated. In Dalaran, the situation was quite inconvenient. Rex planned to return to Gilneas to challenge Cecil, thereby verifying just how much the one to strength could enhance his power. The weather outside was splendid, a rare sight indeed. This day marked Rex's return journey. The caravan was fully prepared, and the trade goods in Dalaran had been sufficiently acquired. Rex would first return to Gilneas, leaving Monroe in South Sea Town to manage alone. Stepping out of his abode, he noted the caravan had already begun its bustling activities. Ulysses and Rona had risen early, and Rex made a few brief arrangements. Shortly thereafter, Jaina approached gracefully, accompanied by Kael'thas. Kael'thas had been in Silver Moon for some time, but after obtaining Rex's return scroll, he had just returned to Dalaran the day before. Thanks to the return scroll, Rex and Kael'thas had forged a semblance of friendship. As Rex prepared to depart, Kael'thas came to see him off. Walking leisurely along the streets of Dalaran, Rex and Jaina engaged in light conversation until they exited the city. Rex waved farewell to both before leaping onto his mount. Galloping away, he cast a final glance at Dalaran, uncertain of when he might next behold this vibrant city of magic. Farewell, Dalaran. Upon returning to Gilneas, Rex sought to save time by opting for the more direct route through Ambermill, eschewing the Hillsbrad foothills. The rugged mountain path leading from Ambermill to Dalaran was steep and treacherous, enveloped by dense forests, with a narrow trail barely 5 meters wide winding around the peaks ahead. The distance from Dalaran to Ambermill was not particularly great. A flight on a mount would typically take just an hour. However, the concept of flying mounts was quite foreign to the world of Azeroth. Among the human alliance, only the dwarves had once contributed griffins, organizing a cadre of griffin riders. Meanwhile, the exiled High Elves boasted their own Dragonhawk riders. The High Elves, with their profound heritage, held the Dragonhawk as a symbol, strictly guarding its use from other races, which had long since vanished. To indulge in the luxury of a flying mount for the return journey was feasible for Rex alone. Dalaran was not devoid of flying mounts. Given his standing, he could secure the right to utilize a griffin. Within the vast human alliance, there were merely a few hundred griffin riders, highlighting the rarity of such mounts. It was not yet 20 years hence, a time when the skies would teem with airships. The hour-long flight was predicated on a direct path, yet Rex and his companions were compelled to take a longer detour. The winding mountain range harbored a path that was far from easy to traverse. Should they encounter bandits along the way, even an army of 100,000 would find themselves helpless, for the terrain offered little respite. However, given its proximity to Dalaran, once caught off guard by the Blood Mage who devastated the city during its construction, Dalaran had since established a standing army under the leadership of Antonidas. This place is in close proximity to Dalaran, with steep roads that are nonetheless quite secure. One cannot allow others to slumber in such close quarters. Should any brigands roam nearby and Dalaran choose to turn a blind eye, this assembly of mages would indeed be deemed foolish. These thoughts had just emerged in Rex's mind when an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. An enemy attack. With a resounding shout, Ulysses, riding at the forefront, keenly spotted the silhouettes of adversaries darting through the trees. Drawing his weapon, Ulysses bellowed a warning, prompting the merchant convoy to take up a defensive posture. Reacting swiftly, Rex, who in his previous life was merely a recluse, now found himself transformed. This incarnation of Rex was far from incompetent. Under the adept training methods of King Jean, Rex had undergone rigorous preparation for the battlefield from a young age. Now, fully inheriting the skills he had acquired, he grasped his mighty sword with steady resolve, directing the Round Table Knights as they utilized the merchant vehicles to establish a defensive formation. Seizing the guide ahead, Rex inquired, "Has this road been traversed recently?" The tour guide, not of tender age, appeared to be in his 40s, his face marked by deep creases, his physique robust and towering nearly 2 meters. At this pinnacle of life, he had the audacity to lead strangers along this rugged mountain path. Surely, one could not accomplish such a feat without considerable skill. Clutching his weapon tightly, he cast a vigilant glance at the shadows flitting through the woods and spoke in a low, measured tone. 3 days ago, a circus arrived from Ambermill to Dalaran, a fact that I trust Prince Kael'thas is aware of. Kael'thas nodded. He recalled that the circus had journeyed from Lordaeron, traversing precisely this route, and it was a memory he shared with Jaina, vivid and fresh in his mind. Indeed, these were tumultuous times. Rex sighed deeply. Reflecting on the remarkably secure route to Dalaran from Ambermill, it was a path that posed no danger to any traveler. Yet, on his inaugural journey, he found himself beset by unforeseen circumstances. A foreboding feeling gripped Rex's heart as he pondered the emergence of bandits amidst the mountains of Dalaran and Ambermill, a troubling omen indeed. No rational brigand would choose to establish a camp in such a perilous location, inviting certain doom upon themselves. Even in treacherous terrain, the wrath of the Dalaran mages, lurking nearby, could swiftly transform any advantageous position into a path of ruin. This was a world of the extraordinary, where one must account for not only the landscape, but also the arcane forces at play. Inciting the ire of Dalaran could prompt the summoning of a grand mage who would render any advantage moot, turning the rugged terrain into mere folly. After a quarter of an hour, shadows emerged from the woods, and as Rex beheld the advancing figures, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Before him stood a coalition of diverse races, a veritable mlang of factions. Among them, Rex discerned orcs, ogres, gnolls, and wargen. The orcs were not the downtrodden, vacant-eyed slaves he had seen in the Lodemire Asylum. Instead, they exuded an aura of ferocity, their sharp eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Clad in formidable armor and wielding a menacing axe, the lead orc, with its fearsome tusks poised to strike, clearly commanded this disparate host. Despite the historical enmity between humans and orcs, where the latter had faced defeat and imprisonment, it was essential to remember that orcs once vied for dominance alongside humans and served as leaders to other races such as ogres. "Hand over all your goods, and you may leave," bellowed the green-skinned orc, his deep voice resonating in Rex's ears. This proclamation elicited a change in Rex's demeanor, a flicker of alarm evident in his eyes. To his astonishment, the orc spoke in the human tongue, a language that, within the vast tapestry of Azeroth, was manifold. Each race possessed its own linguistic heritage, with the gnolls, for instance, languishing at the lowest societal tier, devoid of a distinct culture. Other races, such as trolls and wargen, retained their languages, a testament to their storied pasts. Typically, orcs conversed in their native tongue, with a rudimentary grasp of the common language. Yet, this particular orc displayed a remarkable fluency in human speech, a sign of intellect far beyond that of a mere brigand. Should the orc have used the common tongue, Rex would have been unperturbed. However, the ability to wield the human language indicated a level of sophistication that was not to be underestimated. The situation was far more intricate than Rex had anticipated. The adversaries were not merely common thieves. An orc capable of comprehending human language was no ordinary foe. Absolutely not. Rex retorted vehemently. What nonsense is this? Surrendering this shipment of goods is out of the question. This cargo is the lifeblood of the Round Table Knights, the very source of our gold. The intrinsic value of this shipment amounts to nearly 10,000 gold coins. Upon its return to Gilneas, Rex stands to profit approximately 3,000 gold coins from it. Such substantial returns, with just a few trips a year, could easily accumulate to over 10,000 gold coins. More than sufficient to sustain a round table of knights numbering in the thousands. Refusal is not an option. Death awaits. This seemingly benign orc, devoid of malice, uttered few words. The scent of blood emanating from him was overwhelmingly potent. His previous threats appeared to be mere formalities. Upon hearing Rex's refusal, rather than disappointment, a flicker of excitement danced across his features. With a wave of his hand, he raised his weapon high and bellowed, "Brothers, charge." In this battle, there was little technical prowess displayed. As the two sides clashed, an orc shouted a phrase, to which Rex responded, leading to the collapse of negotiations. The orc-led coalition of various races surged forward, charging directly at Rex's merchant caravan. "Prepare, aim, fire," rang out a crisp voice. Ronas. Do not be misled by Rona's youthful appearance. When faced with the realities of battle, she remained remarkably calm, exhibiting the exemplary education bestowed by the noble Crowley lineage. Indeed, in the context of this world, Rona truly embodied the noble blood of the Crowley family. The sound of gunfire erupted, an unrelenting series of percussive blasts from Rona and her squad of musketeers. As Rex Ulysses sounded the alarm, the merchant caravan swiftly encircled itself, erecting a rudimentary defensive structure in accordance with his directives. This swift mobilization was not unfamiliar to them. Even before departing from Gilneas, the caravan had undergone extensive training, practicing through the night and honing their skills, which rendered them adept in such situations. Fortunately, the orcs had chosen a relatively flat area at the foothills of two mountains, allowing sufficient space for the caravan to form a defensive perimeter. Muskets, a commonly utilized weapon in the world of Azeroth, are most famously wielded by dwarven marksmen. Compared to archery, the training for musketeers is significantly simpler and yields results more rapidly. In essence, the training period is brief, and the formation of combat effectiveness is swift. However, despite their advantages, muskets have their shortcomings. Their attack power is somewhat diminished. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, bows would indeed be rendered obsolete, with muskets reigning supreme. Yet, in a realm of magic, many skills cannot be executed with muskets, such as the fundamental frostbolt. As the dog-headed creatures charged at the forefront, accompanied by the sound of muskets, many fell to the ground, struck down by gunfire. Azeroth is not devoid of wisdom. The formation of the musketeers was simple, with over 40 marksmen arranged in 2 rows, alternating in their fire. Each musket operates on a single-shot basis, necessitating a reload after every discharge, which creates significant gaps and slows the rate of fire. However, the penetrating power is formidable. A well-placed shot to the chest guarantees death for any opponent of 7th rank or lower. Rex furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the sudden ambush. This attack was indeed peculiar. If this motley army had planned a surprise assault, why not choose a steep location to lie in wait, rolling boulders down to crush them? Such a classic scene frequently seen on television would yield devastating results, and despite Rex's considerable numbers, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. This time, the ambush appeared to be executed in haste by Rex, as though the assailants were in a frantic pursuit. The situation was indeed peculiar. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Rex sighed. The power of the firearm was formidable, its lethality astonishing. Numerous adversaries had fallen, yet all were merely goblins. The orcs, aware of the sacrifices that come with a charge under such ranged attacks, had devised a straightforward tactic to muster a contingent of expendable troops, whose sole purpose was to perish and shield the advancing forces. Goblins are creatures that dwell in the depths, diminutive and unsightly, adapted to their dark habitat, often traversing with burning candles atop their heads. Their combat prowess is lamentably weak, primarily preying upon those of lesser stature, such as gnomes, humans, and dwarves. While dwarves may share a similar height with gnomes, their renowned valor in battle is legendary. Despite their modest stature, a typical human warrior would struggle against a dwarf, rendering goblins too timid to provoke them. Grasping his two-handed greatsword, a surge of radiant holy light enveloped him as he proclaimed loudly, "For Gilneas, slay." The other members of the Round Table Knights echoed his rallying cry. The troublesome goblins numbered at least several hundred, and among those slain in the charge, over 200 had already fallen. With a sweeping arc of his greatsword, Rex dispatched the climbing goblins, blood cascading as several met their end by his hand. Goblins were hardly a concern. The hundreds of them did not warrant Rex's attention. Rather, it was the few orcs and the ogres that preoccupied his thoughts. Orcs are fierce warriors, and this particular group had evidently survived the trials of the Second Great War, emerging from that brutal crucible with strengthened resolve and unparalleled prowess. A true elite among elites. And what is it that the ogres are most renowned for? The ogre mage. With its corpulent blue form and the 2 heads of the 10 ogres, unmistakably revealed its identity as an ogre mage, a creation of Gul'dan. The ogre mage refrained from engaging, and Rex surmised that it was likely wary of the merchant cargo. Most ogre mages are fire elementalists. Should they unleash a magical assault, it could easily incinerate the merchant goods. Their intent in ambushing here was to seize this particular shipment, and if it were entirely consumed by flames, What purpose would remain for their presence? Nevertheless, Rex dared not underestimate them, for if the acquisition of the goods proved futile, the ogre mage would undoubtedly take action. The hundreds of goblins were swiftly eradicated, their corpses strewn across the ground, while Rex's losses were minimal, with merely 5 unfortunate souls perishing. This was due to the Round Table Knights not having undergone the baptism of blood. Had they been true elites, fortified by their defenses, they would have suffered no casualties. Although the goblins had been vanquished, the crisis was far from over. The true test was just beginning, for the orcs had arrived. Rex's gaze remained cold and unwavering as he faced the advancing orcs, the pungent scent of blood emanating from them signifying that they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Though they numbered only a few dozen, if all were elite warriors of the 3rd tier, the threat they posed was formidable. Rex was grateful that the orcs had not launched an immediate assault, opting instead to utilize the goblins as cannon fodder. During this expedition to Dalaran, the members of the Round Table Knights he brought along were predominantly fused with infantry spirits, which were of the 3rd tier. This allowed him to swiftly elevate their hosts to the same tier, mastering the combat techniques of the infantry spirits with great proficiency. This is the essence of Rex's training. He is confident in nurturing a renowned elite force, relying fundamentally upon the infantry's heroic spirits. Although the soldiers before him have not fully absorbed the essence of the infantry spirits to achieve the 3rd tier, they have been integrating with these spirits for some time, stabilizing their strength at the 2nd tier. Initially, the potency of the infantry spirits could not be unleashed, but a fierce battle against the kobolds has successfully awakened the spirits within them. Their once clumsy combat skills have started to become proficient, and emotions such as hesitation, fear, and doubt have vanished. The disparity between those who have embraced the infantry spirits and those who have not is stark, prompting Rex to shake his head repeatedly. He believes that after this bloody conflict, those who have merged with the infantry spirits will undoubtedly become elite warriors. The baptism of war often matures them faster than training alone. Gazing at the fearsome orc ahead, Rex's initial unease dissipates entirely. The infantry spirits are indeed worth the 10 gold coins per individual. Had they been mere recruits, they would surely falter under the kobold onslaught. The orc's charge would undoubtedly shatter them, whereas now, they still possess the strength to counterattack. The contrast between the wounded recruits, whose faces still bear traces of terror, and those infused with the spirit's determination is glaring. In this conflict of soldier against soldier, commander against commander, the rhythm is simple. It is not a deliberate choice of the leaders, but rather a consequence of both their formidable strengths. In combat with other foes, each swing of their weapons can claim a life, creating an overwhelming aura of might. To minimize the sacrifice of their subordinates, the commanders clash naturally. Engaging in fierce combat, Rex and this ferocious orc are no exception. This orc, a formidable adversary of the 9th tier, presents a significant challenge. The enemy encountered in this ambush possesses considerable strength, not merely as a warrior but also as a spellcaster, with its leader firmly established in the 9th tier. Rex, having just entered this realm, finds himself at a disadvantage after exchanging several blows with the orc. The gap between a newly initiated 9th tier and a firmly established one is not negligible. The radiant light within Rex rivals that of the orc, yet he is still overwhelmed, left only to defend himself without the strength to retaliate. The orc's extensive combat experience is evident. The true battle prowess, even at equal strength, can vary drastically. Rex, who has fought fiercely against the pinnacle of 9th tier warriors like Cecil without defeat, finds himself unable to withstand even 50 exchanges against this orc. This is not to imply the orc is superior to Cecil. Had Cecil been present, he would easily triumph over the orc. The discrepancy arises solely from the vast difference between routine sparring and life and death struggles. In their practice bouts, Cecil has not demonstrated even 60% of his true capabilities. At this moment, the battle reaches a stalemate. While the orc is indeed elite, the Knights of the Round Table, who have fused with the infantry spirits, are not to be underestimated. Their skilled combat techniques and wealth of experience have been passed down, and although they are a tier weaker, their fortified defenses formed from merchant carts, coupled with numerical superiority, withstand the orc's assault. The distant ogre, wary of the situation, refrains from unleashing its most potent area of effect, fire magic, fearing the repercussions. Thus, the pivotal core of victory now hinges upon the clash between Rex and the fearsome orc. Should the orc prevail and defeat Rex, the victory would naturally follow. A ninth-tier powerhouse amidst a sea of hundreds of thousands would be inconsequential, easily overwhelmed. However, in this skirmish of mere hundreds, a ninth-tier warrior is akin to a deity, invincible and unstoppable. Without Rex to restrain him, the orc could effortlessly dismantle the defenses of the knights, annihilating all present. The reverse holds true as well. Should Rex emerge victorious, the outcome would be similarly catastrophic for the orc. As their swords clash, a resonating sound of metal echoes through the air. Both Rex and the orc stagger momentarily, their strengths evenly matched, yielding no significant advantage to either side. However, the orc's vast combat experience allows him to deftly adjust to the recoil from their weapon clash, using the momentary imbalance to his advantage. In an instant, he lunges toward Rex with a graceful arc of his weapon. The orc's movements are fluid and relentless. Like a tempest, while Rex finds himself in a defensive position, hastily swinging his sword to counter the orc's onslaught. A deep gash slices across Rex's arm, blood flowing profusely, an unfortunate circumstance, as he possesses comparable strength to the orc, yet is being pressured due to a lack of combat experience. Rex's frustration mounts, yet he finds no effective solution. Unlike a saintly warrior, he cannot simply unleash his fury in a moment of rage, invoking a surge of power to vanquish his foe. With a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes, Rex clenches his jaw, realizing he has but one last resort. Addressing the fearsome orc, he boldly declares, "You of the Blackrock clan intend to incite an insurrection in the southern kingdom of Lordaeron." Witnessing the orc's astonished reaction, Rex seizes the opportunity, retreating swiftly to produce a tome, which he then tears apart, transforming it into luminous particles that vanish into the ether. Rex's sudden proclamation is no mere fabrication. Following the Second War, the majority of orcs were imprisoned in internment camps, with few escaping, namely the War Chief, Frostwolf, and Blackrock clans, the mightiest among them. The orc before Rex, with his rich combat history and the elite veteran status, unmistakably signals that he is a survivor of the Second War. The Frostwolf clan, having abstained from the conflict with humanity, remains intact, biding their time in the Alterac Mountains for the emergence of their great war chief, Thrall. Meanwhile, the Warsong clan, under Grom Hellscream, leads a precarious existence away from human territories. Rex is acutely aware of the imminent upheaval, the defense of Strombrad. The battle that will herald Arthas's rise to historical prominence is on the verge of eruption. While Rex had not closely monitored the specific timing of this conflict, he is cognizant of its general time frame, estimating it to be no more than 1 to 2 years following Arthas's paladin initiation. He deduces this will occur within a 3-year span, as the plague of undeath began to manifest in Lordaeron shortly thereafter. Thus, upon first encountering the orc, Rex surmises him to be a member of the Blackrock clan, the most representative of the Orcish lineage, akin to royalty among them. The Orcish unification was orchestrated under the leadership of Warchief Blackhand, and the subsequent leader, Orgrim Doomhammer, is a figure steeped in legend, having slain the previous warchief and overwhelming the fortress of Stormwind, ultimately dismantling the Shadow Council under Gul'dan's control. However, following the orc's defeat, leadership within the Blackrock clan has seen a change, and the current chieftain is the infamous Gul'dan follower, Jubiathas, known for his chilling proclamation that the demons shall descend from the heavens, heralding the destruction of this wretched world in flames. This individual, a warmonger who venerates demons, conducts all actions with the intent of establishing a portal for the Burning Legion to once again descend upon Azeroth. The defense of Stannard was instigated solely by Jabika, and given the recent events, Rexxar harbored suspicions that the orc before him belonged to the Blackrock clan. Initially, this was merely a conjecture on Rexxar's part, devoid of any substantial evidence. However, the momentary hesitation displayed by the ferocious orc upon hearing Rexxar's words confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the storm was brewing. A surge of immense power suddenly coursed through Rexxar's being, a manifestation of the Book of Power. Initially, Rexxar intended to return to Gilneas to utilize this tome, but during the skirmish with the formidable orc, he found himself at a disadvantage, gradually being overwhelmed. Defeat was not an option. A loss would render all his efforts futile, and returning to Gilneas in disgrace would exacerbate the already rampant rumors stemming from his departure. There was even the possibility that King Jin would impose restrictions on Rexxar, preventing him from leaving Gilneas again. The only means of turning the tide lay in the Book of Power, which Rexxar had placed his hopes upon. And it did not disappoint. The overwhelming force that surged forth within him imbued Rexxar with boundless energy. As he faced the orc's onslaught, he wielded his great sword, clashing with the beast once more. When their weapons met, Rexxar unleashed his full strength, causing the menacing orc to stagger back 3 steps, while Rexxar merely swayed slightly. The stark contrast in their abilities was evident. Prior to utilizing the Book of Power, Rexxar and the orc were evenly matched, but now, Rexxar possessed an overwhelming advantage. Feeling the amplified power within him, Rexxar finally comprehended its significance. It represented a doubling of his physical strength. In a contest where both combatants were evenly matched, one suddenly gaining an increase in strength sufficient to disrupt the equilibrium was enough to shift the tide of battle. Although the orc relied on combat experience to suppress Rexxar, an area where Rexxar was lacking, after the surge in power, he abandoned intricate techniques in favor of pure, unadulterated strength. His attacks became straightforward and uncomplicated, reminiscent of a famous scene from his past life as television series, The Return of the Condor Heroes, where the one-armed Yongle wielded a heavy sword with simplicity and effectiveness. Utilizing the weight of his great sword, Rexxar learned to press the advantage. The orc, recognizing its inferiority in strength, dared not engage him in direct confrontation, resorting instead to flanking attacks, a stark contrast to its previous ferocity. This situation has undeniably granted Rex the upper hand, a quintessential display of bullying against an adversary whose strength pales in comparison, leaving them too intimidated to engage in direct confrontation. The frustration that once plagued Rex has vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of sheer exhilaration. Now, it is the ferocious orc that finds himself suppressed, and as he gazes upon the contorted visage of his opponent, Rex is invigorated, wielding his great sword with a flourish that stirs the very air around him. The cunning human lad has cunningly concealed his true prowess. Observing the gaping, bloody wound across his chest, the orc leaps backward, withdrawing from the fray, and addresses Rex with a scowl. The wound before us is a testament to the explosive surge of power unleashed by Rex upon utilizing the Book of Strength. Retreat. Remember this, human brat. I, Scott, will not forget you. Next time, I shall surely end your life. With a roar of defiance, Scott commanded his fellow orcs, who, devoid of any inclination to linger, promptly withdrew. Unable to overpower this human, they could not seize the merchant convoy. If I cannot obtain this cargo, then neither shall you, human brat. Unleash your fury. Scott moved swiftly, personally shielding his subordinates as they retreated, and then shouted towards the ogre mage. The two-headed ogre mage chuckled ominously, flames coalescing in its grasp. With its azure arms clasped together as if needing some unseen force, the power of magic began to gather. Countless fire elements converged, embodying heat and ferocity. Rex's side could easily sense the impending danger, yet thwarting the dual-headed mage's incantation was beyond their reach. The dual-headed mage was capable of feats unattainable by mere mortals. While a standard mage must focus to gather magical energy and commune with the elements to cast a spell, an essential step in the art of magic, this limitation did not apply to the dual-headed mage. What made the dual-headed mage most formidable was the inherent wisdom possessed by each of its heads. Multitasking was a trivial endeavor for such a creature. While typical dual-headed mages were manageable, some possessed unique personalities, occasionally engaging in disputes, yet still exhibiting considerable intelligence. Thus, the preparation of magic commenced early. Upon witnessing the fierce orcs faltering, the leader of the dual-headed ogre mage had already issued commands to gather magical energies. Consequently, as Scott's words fell, the fiery magic erupted with a brilliance that seemed to set half the sky ablaze, leaving no opportunity for Rex to interrupt. The crimson spell ascended, instilling panic among the onlookers. Ulysses decisively exclaimed, "We must leave this place, quickly." Ulysses, once characterized by his striking handsomeness, now appeared anxious and disheveled. His armor bore no scars, yet was stained with blood, and his countenance reflected a certain disarray. The 7th-tier warrior found himself entangled with 2 6th-tier works, enduring some hardship but sustaining no significant injuries. This magic is easily evaded. Do not remain in a stupor, Rona shouted in response. The dual-headed ogre mage's final spell, while formidable in appearance, lacked substantial lethality towards individuals and could be effortlessly sidestepped. Such sluggish magic, if truly capable of causing death, would indeed be a rarity. The true danger lay in its potential to wreak havoc upon the merchant caravan, a fact discernible to any knowledgeable observer. All is well. With a deep sigh, Rex expressed his frustration holding a recently acquired minor dispelling charm in his hand. Observing the towering flames, he unhesitatingly cast the charm, causing a cascade of radiant light to scatter like a vibrant rainbow before dissipating into nothingness. He first drove his great sword into the ground and called out to those around him, instructing them to clear the battlefield and arrange the fallen bodies. He ordered someone to send word to Lordaeron, announcing that the main force would be encamping here to rest. Standing beside the carriage, Rex began to issue simple commands. Continuing onward was out of the question. No one could predict whether they would encounter another ambush ahead. If there were hidden foes, they might not be as fortunate as they were this time, as the enemy had come in a hasty manner, lacking preparation. The best course of action was to hold their ground and await reinforcements. The proximity to Lordaeron, coupled with the appearance of orcs, was no trivial matter. Proceeding without waiting for Lordaeron's assistance was ill-advised. Rex remained cautious. The orcs' unplanned arrival indicated that further ambushes were unlikely. His previous thoughts had been mere precaution. Given the relative closeness to Lordaeron, the ambushing force they had just encountered was likely the maximum strength the orcs could deploy without drawing attention. If they were to send more, it would easily lead to discovery. Stroking his chin, Rex pondered whether the orcs were targeting his identity or the goods he carried. Ultimately, he concluded that the focus was on the merchandise. After years of isolation, Gilneas had no enemies. Even though orcs harbored animosity towards humans, their greatest ire was directed at Lordaeron. Arthas was the beacon of light in the darkness, radiating endless brilliance and drawing creatures of the night toward him. Even Rex, despite his narcissism, would not presume to consider himself a guiding light. Goods worth thousands of gold coins were coveted by many. One should not assume that orcs, after plundering, would be unable to barter for gold or other resources. In this world, humanity possessed a noble spirit, and those who would betray their nation for profit were exceedingly rare. Their worth less than that of rare beasts. While orcs could not trade with humans, another race existed, greedy and unrestrained, willing to do anything for gold. Even if the Burning Legion sought to barter with them, success would be assured. They were the goblins, a diminutive, green-skinned lot who excelled at accumulating wealth. Since the outbreak of the First War, the 5 trading princes of the goblins had amassed vast fortunes, leading to their enterprises becoming ubiquitous. Rex's goods, should the orcs seize them, could be easily resold. Time passed imperceptibly, and the reinforcements from Lordaeron arrived more swiftly than anticipated, underscoring the significance of Rex's identity. Lordaeron could not afford the consequences of the Gilnean prince's demise near their city. In the sky, a shrill cry echoed as a griffin descended, and a familiar figure dismounted. The golden-haired individual was none other than Jaina. After a brief exchange, Jaina brandished her staff, channeling a surge of magical energy, and a portal began to materialize before them. Although Jaina wielded 9th-tier power, her abilities paled in comparison to those of a heroic-tier archmage, making the use of such a portal somewhat taxing. Were it not for the exceptional nature of her staff, she would not have been able to open the portal at all. Emerging from the portal was an elderly man who made Rex's heart race with anticipation. He strode forward, astonished to find it was Antonidas himself. Rex had never expected that this matter would draw such attention. A number of individuals stepped through the portal, eliciting a glimmer of envy in Rex's eyes. The convenience of such a device was undeniable. One could traverse anywhere, provided they had a destination in mind. As they gazed upon the towering Greymane wall, the creaking of the great doors echoed through the air. The massive entrance began to slowly open, and Rex's party swiftly crossed the Greymane wall, marking the conclusion of their journey to Lordaeron. On this occasion, Rex ventured to Lordaeron, where he encountered numerous individuals, including some legendary figures. However, the one who left the most indelible impression on him was that fearsome orc, Scott. The feeling of being suppressed and overwhelmed by the confrontation with him is a memory that Rex will never forget. Returning to Gilneas to augment his practical combat experience has become an imperative for him. Antonidas placed significant importance on the orcs that appeared amidst the mountains and personally came to observe. Upon discovering the bodies of the gnolls and others, Antonidas's expression darkened, a scene that Rex vividly recalls, as the atmosphere was undeniably heavy. Nonetheless, how others choose to respond is beyond Rex's control. After expressing his concerns about the shelter, he continued his journey, accompanied by Jaina and a few others. With Jaina and Kale by his side, Rex felt no fear even if Scott were to return. His journey was smooth, and upon reaching Ambermill, Jaina and Kale departed. The return of Prince Rex to the capital of Gilneas stirred considerable excitement. After years of isolation, There remained a segment of the populace with a fervent curiosity about the outside world. The goods from the merchant convoy were met with unexpected enthusiasm, and Rex's shop within the capital thrived remarkably. It echoed the experiences of Rex's previous life, where even the closed-off Qing dynasty could not entirely sever its connections with the outside world, allowing Western goods to infiltrate. However, Gilneas is different. The Greymane Wall entirely obstructs any external communication. Situated on a peninsula surrounded by sea on 3 sides, Gilneas could have developed a robust maritime trade akin to that of maritime powers. Unfortunately, treacherous reefs permeate these waters, deterring any ships from approaching, resulting in destruction and loss. If Gilneas were determined, it could easily establish a trade route, albeit at the expense of national resources. Yet, the biting reefs have been treated as a natural barrier, never actively removed. Furthermore, the sole point of potential external interaction is hindered by the Greymane Wall, rendering Gilneas truly isolated. Curiosity about rare items is a natural inclination for all, and the citizens of Gilneas are no exception. Goods from Lordaeron, commonplace elsewhere, are considered treasures within Gilneas. Those without means mingle in the excitement, while the affluent patronize the burgeoning shops, leading to an unprecedented boom for Rex's establishment. The extent of this success is evident in the profit margins, particularly noted by Vincent and Darius, who were privy to the secrets behind the shop's prosperity. While Rex issued a gag order to others, he did not extend it to Ulysses and Rona, allowing the families of Goffrey and Clory to remain informed. It was Darius who first showcased Rex's goods, a fact Rex found unsurprising, followed by Vincent, who could not overlook the profits at stake. In Vincent's astute eyes, the merchant convoy was undoubtedly profitable. The shrewdest strategist in all of Gilneas, he saw what others missed. However, Vincent did not anticipate the immense profits that lay within. The convoy's earnings could exceed 3,000 gold pieces, and when considering the labor involved, it amounted to a considerable sum. It is important to remember that Rex's venture is merely a fraction of the overall trade, with Monroe heading to South Sea Town. The total profits are sure to surpass 5,000 gold pieces. If this were to span a year, 5,000 would not be excessive, however. This is merely a matter of several months. In a full year, one could feasibly undertake the journey 4 times, amounting to a staggering 20,000 gold coins, sufficient to constitute 1/10 of the entire nation of Gilneas. Such exorbitant profits naturally left Vincent restless. Undertaking the journey 4 times a year seemed rather ambitious. 3 times, however, appeared feasible. Furthermore, the scale of the caravan could undoubtedly be expanded. As the frequency of these ventures increases, it is certain that profits will diminish from their current heights, yet they will still remain substantial. Considering the welfare of his family, Vincent could hardly remain idle. After parting ways with Vincent, a slight smile graced Rex's face. The first step towards transforming Gilneas had been successfully accomplished. The profits of this caravan are entirely orchestrated by Rex, and while the fervor surrounding it may bear traces of fabrication, the majority is indeed genuine. To transform Gilneas, relying solely on Rex's limited power is insufficient. Historically, heroes have understood that the simplest path to success is to gather allies. Thus, the profits from this caravan serve as a means for Rex to attract attention. The auspicious start, marked by the involvement of the prominent Crowley and Goffrey families, has already forged a formidable alliance. Such bonds, anchored in mutual benefit, are the most enduring. As for other notions of friendship and loyalty, they are mere illusions. Who would offer loyalty if it brings no advantage? Simply informing the people of Gilneas about the external world's allure will not garner belief or aspiration. Therefore, Rex must cultivate a population of impoverished individuals, for once the caravan ventures beyond Gilneas, it will transform like a rooster into a phoenix. Rex aims to herald the external world's wonders within Gilneas, proclaiming that the land is replete with gold, and that even a handful of soil could yield riches. The age of exploration was ignited not by the nobility, but by the sudden wealth of seemingly worthless individuals. Rex intends to steer this momentum, with Crowley and Goffrey as exemplary participants. As more individuals aspire to break free from the confines of the Greymane Wall, Gilneas' isolationist policy will inevitably crumble. If approached step by step, this endeavor would consume an inordinate amount of time, and Rex simply cannot afford such delays. Thus, the next course of action is to become a man of wealth. The thought of the coins required inadvertently conjured the image of Kale that's in Rex's mind. It seems that he must engage more frequently with this affluent individual. The first volume has concluded, and today brings only 2 updates. I shall take the time to organize the outline. Once the agricultural phase of the next volume is completed, we shall embark upon a grand and tumultuous era. Time flows steadily, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed since Rex's return to Gilneas. Initially, it was believed that the Blackrock clan would soon succumb to unrest, yet such turmoil has not materialized. Over these 2 years, Gilneas has undergone significant transformation, the most notable of which is its newfound yearning for the outside world. In the past, one would hardly hear discussions of the external realm while traversing the streets of Gilneas' capital. However, today, the conversations predominantly revolve around the wealth of the outside world. It can be said that Rex's wealth has effectively dismantled Gilneas' isolationist policies. I recall a famous figure from my past life who remarked that with adequate profit, capital becomes audacious. A mere 10% profit ensures its widespread deployment. A 20% profit invigorates it. A 50% profit tempts it into risk. For 100% profit, it dares to transgress all earthly laws. And with 300% profit, it would commit any crime, even at the peril of the gallows. This statement is undoubtedly a profound truth. Although the Guinness World Records has yet to reach this milestone, it is only a matter of time before the Great Wall of Greymane is unveiled. In the past 2 years, with each caravan's return, substantial profits have been amassed. Rex has increasingly fortified his influence through these lucrative ties. However, he is acutely aware of the perils of excess. Consequently, after several lords from the west aligned themselves with the caravan, Rex chose to disregard the eastern lords entirely. Those seeking passage through the Greymane Wall from Rex would find no assistance. Instead, they would have to turn to King Jean for an alternative route. Rex welcomed this development, harboring little regard for the avaricious eastern lords. Their contemptuous demeanor during the founding of the Round Table Knights had already placed them on Rex's blacklist. Now, they are poised to take the lead in the endeavor to develop the Greymane Wall. In the past 2 years, Rex has significantly transformed Gilneas, progressing step by step in accordance with his expectations. If this continues, the development of the Greymane Wall by Gilneas is merely a matter of time. While Rex's spirits are high, King Jean's countenance grows increasingly grim. Recently, he has been vexed by the Eastern Lords, who have gained access to the Greymane Wall. Once opened only once every few years, the gates of the Greymane Wall now have specific opening dates, the first day of every month. This is the moment when the gates will be unlocked. In light of the discontent among the lords, even King Jean cannot suppress his frustration. Unlike in the past, when King Jean had considerable support from numerous lords despite facing significant resistance, the current situation is starkly different. With Rex's trade caravans returning with great fanfare, eager to display their profits, they celebrate each return with lavish expenditures, thereby drawing attention to their commercial successes. Faced with such substantial profits, it is intolerable for some lords to rely solely on their meager tax revenues. King Jean has made concessions. The gates of the Greymane Wall will open on the first of each month, but only for a limited time, having been pressured by the incessant demands of the Eastern lords. However, this opening is not without cost, as a fee must be paid to pass through the gates, which brings a slight improvement to King Jean's demeanor. The most notable change over the last 2 years has been within the Round Table Knights. Their numbers have expanded from a mere 1,000 members in 3 battalions to a formidable 2,000 members across 4 battalions. The Infantry Assault and Infantry Defense battalions now boast the largest numbers, each comprising 600 soldiers, while the Musketeer Battalion has increased by 200 to a total of 500. Additionally, Rex's personal guard has grown by 100. Standing outside the main city of Gilneas at a newly constructed training ground, Rex observes the rigorous training of the Round Table Knights, watching as they sweat and wield their weapons with determination. A radiant smile graces his face as he notes that all members are of the 3rd tier. This prompted Rex to relocate the training grounds outside the city. The bustling environment within Gilneas offered no secrecy, and he wished to keep the Round Table Knights training under wraps for as long as possible. Having merged with infantry spirits, the new recruits of the Round Table Knights have trained for nearly a year, achieving the 3rd tier of strength. Despite the infantry spirits being of only the 3rd tier, the fusion does not limit the host's potential for advancement. After reaching the 3rd tier, diligent practice can still provide opportunities for further elevation. Over the course of more than 6 months of merging with the infantry spirits, Rex has taken this as an average. Some with exceptional talent fuse quickly, while others may take a longer time. This is a standard training regimen, where one to be immersed in the brutalities of battle. Constantly forged in the crucible of blood and fire, the assimilation of infantry heroes would occur at an accelerated pace. Yet, such a pursuit is fraught with peril. Each infantry hero necessitates a costly 10 gold coins. With steady training, one can naturally evolve into an elite warrior. However, on the battlefield, while the pace may be rapid, it inevitably incurs sacrifices, rendering it a futile endeavor. Captain, a voice, cold and resolute, resonated through the air. Osborne, do you still intend to challenge Ulysses? Rex inquired, observing the weapon-wielding soldier who exuded an aggressive aura. Indeed, Osborne affirmed with a nod. Rex, noticing Osborne's taciturn demeanor, gestured for him to depart. Osborne, the captain of the infantry defense squad, had a long-standing rivalry with Ulysses, the captain of the infantry assault team. Their personalities were inherently discordant. Born into humble circumstances, Osborne was often silent, yet he possessed commendable strength. However, he fell short in comparison to Ulysses, who had been meticulously groomed by Vincent to be the perfect heir. Though Osborne had attained the 7th tier, Ulysses was already on the cusp of breaking through to the 8th tier, standing at the pinnacle of the 7th. Osborne's challenges were marked by repeated defeats. Nevertheless, he embodied the spirit of resilience, persistently engaging Ulysses despite the odds. As the enigmatic night enveloped the earth, the silvery moonlight adorned both the night sky and the land. The heavens resembled an infinite, transparent ocean, serene, vast, and shrouded in mystery. The dense array of stars sparkled like tiny embers upon the surface of the sea, flickering and dancing with minute points of light. In the serene embrace of slumber, the Lordaeron facility lay draped in a silvery veil. The mountains loomed faintly, reminiscent of clouds or islands upon the sea, intermittently glimmering with the flicker of crimson flames. As if summoning vessels navigating the night, a group of over 100 approached in hushed silence, their movements light and soundless, gliding through the inky darkness as if it were daylight, exhibiting an unerring familiarity with the terrain of Lordaeron. They swiftly reached the facility, leaving one behind, while the rest concealed themselves in the shadows. The solitary figure, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, revealed green skin and tusks at the corners of his mouth, an orc, his menacing visage akin to that of the Grim Reaper. This was Scott, the very one Rex had encountered, now the object of Rex's fierce ire. From his bosom, he withdrew a deep purple gem, which radiated a hazy violet glow in the night, strikingly conspicuous. The grotesque creature carved upon it appeared almost alive. As Scott's green skin began to recede, all markings of his Orcish heritage vanished, and when the last trace of violet light dissipated, a burly human man with a beard emerged. The treasure Chief Jubices has procured is indeed remarkable, Scott mused, observing the transformation of his arm and physique. He murmured to himself, a glint of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Chief Jubices placed great importance on this mission, even entrusting him with the coveted gem, acquired with great difficulty from the goblins. Scott resolved that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. He strode forward and rapped firmly on the door of the Lordaeron facility. Scott, my brother, a warm voice resonated from within. If Rex were here, he would surely mock my naming prowess, Scott muttered, acknowledging his own lackluster creativity. This is quite troublesome. The Lordaeron facility does not open its doors at midnight, the voice continued. 200 gold coins, came the reply. Very well, considering you are my brother. I shall make an exception this once. A midnight viewing of those wretched orc slaves offers a unique spectacle, the voice from within declared. With a creak, the heavy door of the Lordaeron facility gradually swung open, revealing several humans behind it. The foremost individual regarded Scott with an expression of excitement tinged with avarice, not the look of a friend, but that of one who beheld gold. Orc slaves. A spark ignited in Scott's eyes. As the door opened fully, he sprang into action, dashing toward a human warrior with blinding speed. A surge of wrath erupted within him, and with a sharp axe in hand, he struck down the very human who had greeted him moments before, severing head from body, crimson blood splattering across him. The vivid red fluid awakened Scott's ferocity as a faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes. In a display of his 9th-tier prowess, Scott easily dispatched the soldiers, corrupted by greed for gold, before they even had a chance to react or raise an alarm. Standing resolute with his axe, he remained motionless until all of his fellow orcs had arrived, at which point he opened his eyes, the bloodlust subsiding. Yet the malice upon his face lingered, his gaze icy and terrifying. The audacious human boy dared to deceive me, Scott, but under the great Chief Jubice's transformation, I shall not falter again. Once this matter is resolved, I will certainly journey to Gilneas. Accompanied by his elite orc warriors, Scott surged into the Lordaeron facility, which had cost the Alliance vast sums of gold to construct. The formidable gates, crafted by dwarven artisans under the directive of King Tyrannus for the facility's security, were now easily breached, failing to serve their intended purpose. Having previously explored the Lordaeron facility, Scott was well acquainted with its layout. Leading his orc brethren, they penetrated the guardhouse as effortlessly as wolves among sheep, the feeble defenders unable to withstand the onslaught of such ferocious predators. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined. Had the orcs not breached Lordaeron, the facility's sturdy defenses, even in the face of lackluster guards, would have held for a time. This period was sufficient for Dalaran to dispatch reinforcements, for the Lordaeron sanctuary lies perilously close to Dalaran. Alas, the world is not governed by hypothetical scenarios. It is precisely because of this proximity that a ninth-tier powerhouse like Scott personally leads the expedition. As he surveyed the slain guards and beheld the wretched warden, who pleaded for mercy with a desperate fear for his life, Scott's ferocious demeanor momentarily softened into an unusual gentleness. Yet, in the eyes of the warden, this expression appeared far more terrifying and grotesque, sending him into a faint. Having never participated in the Second War, the warden's current position was solely a result of his father's connections. He had never encountered such a scene before, and it was a wonder he did not succumb to sheer terror. This vividly showcases Scott's appearance, which is undeniably fierce, strikingly alarming, and unforgettable at first glance. On that day, a momentous event that reverberated throughout the Eastern Kingdom transpired. The refuge of Lordaeron, in close proximity to Dalaran, was besieged by orcs. Shortly thereafter, news of the Blackrock clan's recent insurrection emerged, clearly indicating to all that the orcs had once again instigated turmoil. This upheaval also signified the orcs' resurgence onto the annals of history. The afternoon sun cascaded like shimmering notes of music, saturating the air with a melancholic charm. The towering mage spires of Dalaran formed a picturesque skyline, and while Dalaran remained the same, the expressions of its citizens had transformed entirely. The repercussions of the assault on the Lordaeron refuge reverberated through this city, adorned with countless mage towers, casting a shadow over Dalaran. For several days, the entire city engaged in fervent discussions regarding this battle. This time, the fall of the Lordaeron sanctuary sent shockwaves throughout Dalaran, as its inhabitants had never anticipated such an event. Among all the sanctuaries established by the Alliance, the Lordaeron sanctuary, while not the most fortified, was certainly deemed the least susceptible to siege due to its proximity to Dalaran. Every resident of Dalaran could clearly indicate the location of the Lordaeron sanctuary, nestled just to the southwest of the city. Yet, the unforeseen unfolded right before their very eyes. The seemingly impregnable Lordaeron sanctuary was effortlessly breached by the orcs. While this calamity reverberated through Dalaran, the city dared not send forth more than a handful of scouts, fearful that the orcs, emboldened by their victory at the Lordaeron sanctuary, would launch an assault on Dalaran itself. It is truly astonishing to realize that, at this moment, what appeared to be the heart of the Alliance, Dalaran, seems to be teetering on the brink of peril, vulnerable beneath the onslaught of the orcs. Not long ago, the orcs had erupted in rebellion, prompting the kingdom of Lordaeron to dispatch the young Prince Arthas and the paladin Uther to quell the unrest. During that tumultuous time, Dalaran had drawn upon a considerable number of its mages for support, revealing its own frailty. Help! The weighty plea escaped the lips of Antonidas, resonating with profound urgency. The utterance of those two syllables aged his already worn visage even further, as the vitality within him seemed to dissipate alongside his call for aid. To speak such words was not Antonidas's desire. Dalaran, renowned as the kingdom of magic, ought to demonstrate strength rather than vulnerability. Yet, the words of entreaty remained lodged within him, unspoken, as he surveyed the other members of the Kirin Tor. Since the commencement of the council, only Kael'thas had remained silent, withholding any indication of support, while even his own disciple, Kel'Thuzad, had displayed a glimmer of joy at the mention of seeking assistance. The Kirin Tor was said to be governed by 6 grand mages, yet in truth, the number was far fewer. Achieving the status of a hero-tier mage was no trivial feat. The title of Grand Mage was not solely contingent upon power, but could also be bestowed upon those of great repute or those who had made remarkable discoveries. If that were not the case, the 6 illustrious mages of Dalaran would simply be 6 powerful heroes, rendering the call for assistance unnecessary. Currently, the council of the Kirin Tor comprised Antonidas, Kael'thas, Krasis, Madeira, Kel'Thuzad, and Darien. Only Antonidas, Kael'thas, and Krasis had truly attained the status of hero-tier mages. Kel'Thuzad, despite being the next strongest, still lingered on the cusp of that threshold, echoing the sentiment that it was not yet his time to unleash chaos upon the world. The forces of fate had not yet endowed him with their favor, leaving him ensnared at the pinnacle of hero tier for many years. Once fortune smiled upon him, he would undoubtedly become a harbinger of destruction. The mere notion of seeking assistance from 3 hero-tier mages stationed in Dalaran filled Antonidas with a profound sense of melancholy. What say you, Kael'thas? At this moment, only as the leader of the Kirin Tor could Antonidas maintain control over the situation. He turned to Kael'thas, who sat in silence, and inquired about seeking aid from Lordaeron. Kael'thas was reticent, his words few and far between, offering no unnecessary elaboration. Observing Kael'thas's demeanor, Antonidas's expression remained impassive, though a fleeting sense of dissatisfaction crossed his mind. Antonidas's initial inquiry regarding the High Elves' potential dispatch of reinforcements was met with a direct dismissal, as Kael'thas showed no inclination for them to intervene. For Kael'thas, each of his kin was invaluable. This battle was not his concern, but rather a conflict between humans and orcs. Why should he risk the lives of his compatriots? With Kael'thas remaining non-committal and the High Elves unwilling to mobilize, the only remaining option for assistance was Lordaeron. As for Princess Jaina of Kul Tiras, Antonidas held no hope. Everyone was aware that Kul Tiras was a maritime powerhouse, boasting a formidable fleet. Dalaran lay in the heart of the continent, and Kul Tiras was ill-suited for land warfare. Jaina's participation in the Battle of Mount Hyjal was only possible due to her having amassed elite forces from various nations during her journey to the New World. Who would wish to seek aid from Lordaeron? Antonidas surveyed the 5 counselors once more. No, apart from seeking assistance from Lordaeron, do we have any other options? Jaina interjected. Her unexpected remark elicited no discontent among those present. Her status as Antonidas's apprentice afforded her a certain respect. Yet, with her dual identity as both the princess of Kul Tiras and Antonidas's student, her voice could not be overlooked. Are you suggesting Gilneas? Kel'Thuzad spoke up. The Kirin Tor counselors were no fools. They were well aware of the limitations regarding potential allies. Gilneas had crossed their minds, especially given the current decline of the once great Fort Livingstone, with Stormwind merely following in Lordaeron's wake. Although many had emerged from Gilneas in recent years, it remained shrouded in mystery, leaving no one with certainty regarding its stance. Yes, Gilneas. We shall seek assistance from Gilneas, and I entrust this task to you, Antonidas affirmed, delegating the matter directly to his apprentice. Now in his twilight years, Antonidas had a clear understanding of the complexities of human relations. Sending Jaina to Gilneas to seek Rexxar's aid would be far more convenient than undertaking the journey himself. Kael'thas, please open a portal to the village of Felwood for Jaina. Antonidas continued, highlighting the advantages of being a mage. One could travel wherever they wished. The situation in Gilneas remained uncertain, and someone still needed to venture to Lordaeron. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth on official business, and updates may arrive later than anticipated. I cannot ascertain the exact frequency of updates, but rest assured, there will be some. I ask for your understanding in this matter. Suddenly, a portal materialized in the streets of Fenwood Village, inciting a wave of confusion. Fenwood is not a bustling locale. The appearance of such a portal, a rare sight indeed, drew immediate attention, particularly in the crowded streets. Many residents instinctively recoiled at the sight of the portal, which soon attracted a contingent of soldiers. Since the opening of Gilneas, Fenwood has officially come under its dominion. Although it previously belonged to Gilneas, the latter had adopted a strategy of complete indifference towards Fenwood, as if it did not exist. Due to its proximity to Gilneas, the nobility of Lordaeron dared not claim it. Following the opening of Gilneas, Fenwood returned to its embrace, becoming a resting place for merchant caravans. The gates of the Greymane Wall, which open on the 1st of each month, serve as a resting point for those arriving late or early. Soldiers are often stationed there, and the influx of merchant caravans has invigorated Fenwood's economy. Once a village of little worth, Fenwood now thrives, though the villagers remain unfamiliar with the portal. The caravan masters, however, are well aware of its significance. As Jaina stepped through the portal, she immediately noticed a squad of soldiers encircling it. Dalaran does not possess the authority to directly open a portal into the heart of Gilneas. While the convenience of a mage's portal is undeniable, it requires prior marking. Otherwise, Such a portal would be overwhelmingly powerful, allowing one to traverse anywhere at will, thereby eliminating the essence of secrecy. Not every nation possesses the capabilities of the High Elves to shroud themselves in magical barriers. The magical sigils left by mages emit a certain aura, easily detectable by those tasked with searching. The portal markings established in Gilneas had been systematically eradicated by King Jin's emissaries during the nation's period of isolation. Ultimately, only Finwood retained its portal. Jaina, arriving from Dalaran, could only utilize the portal to reach Finwood. This was not Jaina's first visit to Gilneas. Over the past 2 years, she had come twice, primarily during her return to Kul Tiras from Dalaran, spending a brief period in Gilneas. For others, the journey back could be a slow affair. Yet for mages, particularly someone of Jaina's caliber, a portal renders the process swift. The apprentices of Antonidas are all exceptional talents, with both Kel'Thuzad and Jaina possessing the potential to ascend to the ranks of heroes. Each of their future accomplishments promises to rival that of Antonidas himself. Upon arriving in Gilneas, Jaina's first meeting was with Rexxar, who, after hearing her account of the situation, decisively expressed his intent to provide assistance. This presented a rare opportunity for Gilneas to expand its influence, an opportunity that should not be overlooked. Who, after all, is the current leader of the Human Alliance? Certainly, it is King Tyrrina's Menethil of Lordaeron, whose ascendance to the role of the Alliance's leader was intricately tied to the expansive influence of Lordaeron across the Eastern Kingdoms. Following the cataclysmic downfall of the mightiest human kingdom, Azeroth, Lordaeron emerged as the preeminent power. Subsequently, Stormwind ascended to become the leader of the Alliance, naturally positioning itself as the central authority among the remnants of humanity after Lordaeron's demise. The remaining human factions gravitated towards it, consolidating their strength and allowing Stormwind to rapidly enhance its power, ultimately determining the fate of the Alliance. Rexxar harbored the belief that Lordaeron's downfall was inevitable. However, the future focal point of the Human Alliance may not necessarily revolve around Stormwind. At present, Gilneas possesses advantages that surpass those of Stormwind, which is in a phase of reconstruction and still heavily reliant on Lordaeron. The latter would prefer that Stormwind does not become overly powerful, as its survival hinges on Lordaeron's stability. Should Lordaeron remain intact, Stormwind would stand little chance of emerging as the Alliance's center. Gilneas, despite having been somewhat stifled by its isolationist policies, has not experienced severe setbacks, especially with the Second War only having concluded a decade prior. Should its influence prove sufficient, Gilneas would hold a significant advantage over Stormwind after Lordaeron's obliteration, particularly due to its strategic geographical positioning. Although Gilneas is also under threat from the Scourge, Lordaeron's remnants would likely seek refuge in Gilneas rather than Stormwind. The current situation involving reinforcements for Dalaran presents an opportune moment to showcase military prowess and expand Gilneas' influence. Observing Jaina's retreating figure, Rexxar could not suppress a scornful smile. Dalaran had proven itself ineffective, with 3 formidable heroes and yet resorting to seeking assistance. The notion that foreign allies could be relied upon is a fallacy. Even with the presence of 2 foreign champions, their allegiance to human interests is suspect. And in critical moments, they appear formidable yet prove unreliable. Rexxar had gathered ample intelligence regarding Dalaran, concluding that Kael'thas Sunstrider and his kin were disinclined to lend support. When the High Elves faced their own crises, they would find it difficult to earn the trust of humanity, having failed to dispatch aid. While there are reasons on the human side for this estrangement, the High Elves must also bear their share of accountability. It is a truth that one hand cannot clap alone. In the current climate, the absence of High Elf support means that when a crisis occurs, who would respond to their call for aid? Dispatching troops to aid Dalaran seems an impossibility. Unless a figure of Archimonde's caliber intervenes, or the main forces of the Scourge launch an assault, the Orcish forces would be unable to breach Dalaran's defenses. The inhabitants of Dalaran are undoubtedly aware that this plea for assistance is not solely for their sake, but rather for the human villages in the Hillsbrad foothills. The Orcs' display of strength by capturing the Lordaeron refuge would serve to intimidate Dalaran, achieving their objective of instilling fear. Archmage Antonidas, having aged and lost his vigor, is now but a shadow of his former self, and while he may perceive the threats, he lacks the courage to gamble or divide his forces. Fearing that any division would render Dalaran vulnerable to an Orcish onslaught, as Rexxar departed from the estate, he made his way toward the palace, determined to persuade his adoptive father to send troops. He intended to approach this matter discreetly, focusing solely on the Round Table Knights. Rexxar hoped to convince Gilneas to dispatch additional legions. Though much has changed in the past 2 years, sending troops is a significant decision, and he understood his adoptive father's reluctance. By merely enlisting the Round Table Knights, Rexxar still harbored hope. It is impossible. A cold snort reverberated through the palace as King Jean wore a grim expression, speaking in a chilling tone. After gaining insight into the situation from Rex, King Jean resolutely abandoned the idea of reinforcing Dalaran. It is essential to recognize that the last 2 monarchs of Gilneas were rather selfish and self-serving, caring only for their own interests while disregarding the plight of others. To illustrate, during the Second War against the Orcs, when the Orcish forces held a decisive advantage and the human alliance faced imminent defeat, King Jean had no intention of dispatching troops to assist, despite the alliance's persistent pleas. It was only at Vincent's suggestion that he eventually sent a small contingent to participate in the conflict. It is crucial to note that this was not the deployment of a grand army, but merely a small squad, whose numbers were comparable to those initially sent by the High Elves, serving more as a symbolic gesture than a meaningful contribution. Later, when the Orcs wreaked havoc and the High Elves were severely affected, they finally committed fully to the war. Gilneas, however, was deprived of such an opportunity. In the future, when the Scourge invaded and the refugees from Lordaeron sought refuge behind the Greymane wall, countless souls cried out for help. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Gilneas to open its gates and welcome these desperate individuals. Yet the grim reality was disheartening. Numerous refugees fell victim to the Scourge's blades, while the gates of Gilneas remained resolutely shut, with not a single word of compassion uttered from within. The prospect of reinforcing Dalaran represented a significant opportunity to enhance Gilneas' influence. Rex, however, paid no heed to his father's objections, fully aware of the type of man his father was. Though astute, he had been led astray by his maternal grandfather, embodying selfishness and a lack of regard for others. Nevertheless, King Jean maintained a fundamental principle. He harbored deep affection for Gilneas, caring little for the welfare of other kingdoms' subjects, yet showing considerable kindness towards his own people. This also represents Rex's pivotal opportunity. If we were to truly consider the Western world of my previous life, then the notion of disregarding my own demise amidst a deluge would render all of Rex's efforts utterly futile. At that juncture, unless through a coup or usurpation, there would be no other means for Rex to instigate change in Gilneas. However, at present, such drastic measures need not be taken. To rescue the inhabitants of the Hillsbrad foothills would evoke no sentiment in King Jean's ears. Even if the humans of Hillsbrad were to perish entirely, the king would remain unmoved. Thus, Rex refrains from broaching this matter, instead focusing solely on discussions pertaining to Gilneas. The forthcoming reinforcement to Dalaran is a battle destined for victory. The true main force of the Orc uprising is currently engaged by Uther of the Silver Hand, allowing us to merely contend with the Orcs' flanking forces. At this moment, Gilneas possesses negligible influence in the external realm. This splendid opportunity must not be squandered. We must enhance our influence over the Hillsbrad foothills. In time, the entirety of Hillsbrad shall belong to Lordaeron. A map unfurled before Rex on a square table. Acquired from Dalaran. Gilneas lacks the convenience of mages. The Eastern Kingdom's map procured is significantly inferior to those of the adventurous mages of Dalaran. There exists a certain group of individuals who revel in exploration, thriving on the thrill of life and death. And it is thanks to them that Rex now possesses this map. Numerous perilous locations, such as Blackrock's Spire and the Barrens, are depicted, though they could never compare to the maps Rex would navigate in games. To Rex's discerning eye, it appears rather rudimentary, yet, to others, it is remarkably detailed. Now, Rex's finger gently traces the Hillsbrad foothills as he speaks. The entirety of the Eastern Kingdom is composed of several distinct regions. Without delving into other territories, let us focus on the land named after Lordaeron. The northern prime regions already belong to Lordaeron, while the southern Silverpine Forest was once predominantly occupied by Gilneas. Yet since Ambermill was annexed by Lordaeron, only the area near the Greymane Wall remains ours. Following the fall of the all.A kingdom, our attempts to claim this territory were thwarted, and it has since been integrated into Lordaeron. Scanning the lands of Lordaeron, only the Hillsbrad foothills and the earthy highlands, along with the Gilneas Peninsula, remain outside Lordaeron's dominion. Rex sighed at this point, acknowledging the undeniable strength of contemporary Lordaeron. He has discerned King Tyrena's ambition to unify humanity under the banner of the Alliance, superseding the individual kingdoms. After years of arduous effort by King Tyrrhenas of Lordaeron, preliminary results have emerged. The kingdom is gradually fading among humanity, supplanted by the Alliance. The Hillsbrad foothills were once the territory of the mighty all.A Valley. Yet over the years, all.A Valley has experienced relentless decline. The vitality lost while fending off the Orcish front has never truly been restored. Rex speculates that the hand of King Tyrrhenas may be at play, for how could a nation once renowned for its military prowess witness such repeated territorial diminishment? Even the earthy highlands are no longer fully under its control. In the face of the future, the Alliance has taken root in the hearts of the people. Transcending the kingdom itself, the Alliance embodies humanity, and humanity embodies the Alliance. Stormwind stands as the very representation of the Alliance. Thus its commands resonate with all of humanity. Aside from the absence of the Empire's name, the Alliance and the Empire are not fundamentally different, for one entity now reigns supreme, governing the Alliance. This is the naked ambition of King Tyrrhenas of Lordaeron. Both Gilneas and the fortress of Terran Mill have successively withdrawn from the Alliance. However, the influence of the Alliance continues to expand. In this instance of the Orc uprising, Lordaeron's fervent involvement serves two purposes. Firstly, it is an endeavor to demonstrate its grand intentions, representing humanity itself, a subconscious recognition akin to that of Dalaran, which instinctively seeks Lordaeron's assistance. Following this battle, without Gilneas' endorsement, the prestige of Lordaeron will soar throughout the Hillsbrad foothills. It is universally acknowledged that it is Lordaeron that offers salvation, leveraging the Alliance's name to ensure that King Tyrrhenas continues his reign. In due time, humanity will once again unite, while kingdoms gradually fade into obscurity, reminiscent of the once great Seven Kingdoms, of which only a few endure. Under King Tyrrhenas' governance, Lordaeron's national strength flourishes, becoming increasingly formidable, with a looming presence that threatens to engulf the world. The next heir, Arthas, embodies kindness, fervor, integrity, and bravery. He possesses nearly all the virtuous qualities known to humanity. This current Orc uprising is the moment for him to shine. In the zenith of its glory, no one could have foreseen the swift demise of Lordaeron within just a few short years. Even a prophet, foreseeing such an outcome, would struggle to believe it. Naturally, Rex could not voice these sentiments to King Gian. Even if he did, they would likely fall on deaf ears. With a piercing gaze fixed upon his adoptive father, Rex continued, "Our expedition to Dalaran will not be in vain. Dalaran is responsible for logistics and, moreover, is contributing a substantial sum of 50,000 gold coins." Observing his adoptive father's resolute demeanor, Rex expounded at length. Yet King Gian's responses were succinct and sparse, consisting of no more than 10 brief phrases. No, it cannot be allowed. The only recourse left was to appeal to their interests. 50,000 gold coins is no trifling amount. This stipulation was imposed by Rex himself, and Jaina had not acquiesced to it. Thus, at the outset, Rex refrained from mentioning this detail. Upon hearing Rex's words, the previously steadfast King Gian did not vehemently oppose, but instead fell into contemplation. In Rex's eyes, the situation appeared promising. He hastily resumed speaking, asserting that this time, the rescue of Dalaran could be effectively managed without deploying the regular forces of Gilneas. The order of the Round Table Knights he had assembled would suffice. Very well. Let Cecil lead the Round Table Knights to reinforce Dalaran. It remained uncertain whether King Gian ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the 50,000 gold coins, or if Rex's earlier words had stirred something within him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. The goal of Gilneas aiding Dalaran had been achieved, yet Rex's countenance bore no trace of joy. Why was that? It was simply because his father had unceremoniously excluded him from the endeavor. Rex had been brimming with confidence, eager to lead the charge personally and confront the formidable Orc once more. The battle from 2 years prior had imparted a harsh lesson on him. And throughout these past 2 years, Rex had diligently honed his skills, no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Just as he sought to avenge himself against the ruthless Orc, he found himself sidelined. "Father, I must personally lead the forces to Dalaran. Only then will they take us seriously," Rex declared. "That is not permissible," King Gian replied, his words carefully measured. "Why not?" Rex blurted out, immediately regretting his outburst as he realized the impetuousness of youth could still sway him emotionally. "Rex, you are the heir of Gilneas. Have you forgotten the dangers you faced on your return from Dalaran 2 years ago? You are our sole prince. Should anything happen to you, Gilneas would be thrown into turmoil. Even if Dalaran were to fall, your safety is paramount, King Jean expressed with genuine concern. The words spoken were heartwarming, evoking a sense of emotion within Rex. However, he remained acutely aware of his purpose. The mission to rescue Dalaran was imperative. King Jean's statements validated Rex's suspicions regarding his identity as the Crown Prince, highlighting that he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. With a swift shift of thought, Rex once again articulated his sentiments. Father, you are in your prime. Adding another prince to Gilneas is a trivial matter. This endeavor to rescue Dalaran poses minimal danger. Even King Tyrenas of Lordaeron dares to send his heir, Arthas, into peril. If Arthas can venture forth, why should I hesitate? Even if you concede that you are not as capable as Tyrenas, I shall not concede that I am inferior to Arthas. This was a blatant provocation, a raw and unvarnished challenge. How could he possibly be less than Tyrenas? King Jean's demeanor reflected pride, an outright refusal to acknowledge the implication. Observing Rex's fervor, King Jean offered a wry smile, having easily discerned Rex's simplistic baiting. The penetrating gaze of his father made Rex feel uneasy, yet he understood that such provocations, while somewhat naive, would still resonate with a proud individual. Rex, if you wish to lead the charge personally, that can be arranged, King Jean began, uttering words that should have brought joy. However, Rex did not display any delight, for it was evident to all that the subsequent statement would undoubtedly come with conditions. This approach was a classic case of elevating expectations only to temper them later. Provided you can withstand 20 exchanges against Raquel, I shall permit your departure. King Jean ultimately stipulated, causing Rex's expression to darken. Raquel was a formidable hero, a warrior of great renown. Although age had diminished her physical prowess, she was still at the pinnacle of the hero tier. In her prime, she and Rex's grandfather were two legendary figures whose might resonated across the 7 kingdoms of humanity. The term intimidating aptly described their strength. Raquel's current capabilities were not easily rivaled by ordinary heroes, and in Rex's estimation, she possessed the strength characteristic of a mid-tier hero. In recent years, Rex had scarcely encountered her, having heard rumors that she was preparing for a final, desperate attempt to break through her limitations before her time ran out. Should she succeed in attaining demigod status, her lifespan would be extended. Failure, however, would result in the ultimate sacrifice, death. Yet today, it seemed that King Jean had summoned her from her preparations. Isn't Master Raquel poised to confront her bottleneck? How could she possibly have time for this? Rex exclaimed in astonishment. You need not concern yourself with that, King Jean interjected. 20 moves are excessive. 10 will suffice. Rex, now adopting the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, began to negotiate. 10 moves are acceptable. King Jean, displaying remarkable magnanimity, nodded in agreement with Rex's proposition. In the king's estimation, even 10 moves would be insurmountable for Rex. He had witnessed the peak 9th-tier prowess of Cecil, who had been vanquished by Rachel in merely 3 moves, disarming him in the process. His own son, despite being a prodigy, had only recently broken through to the 9th tier 2 years prior, rendering him vastly inferior to Cecil. Defeat was inevitable. As Rex ambled along the palace path, he found himself devoid of interest in the surrounding beauty, his countenance darkened with concern. He hastened towards his residence, where Gianna awaited news of his endeavors. The situation regarding Gilneas' military involvement remained fraught with challenges, particularly concerning the agreement with Dalaran over the allocation of 50,000 gold coins. Gianna maintained her composure, embodying the grace befitting a princess of Kul Tiras. Upon Rex's arrival, she promptly rose, eager to inquire about the outcome. We in Gilneas are prepared to mobilize troops, but Dalaran must contribute 100,000 gold coins to cover military expenses. Casualties are an inevitable aspect of battle, and we require these funds to honor the fallen. After exchanging pleasantries, Rex ventured straight to the crux of the matter, boldly demanding 100,000 gold coins in exchange for military action. He was no saint. The 50,000 gold coins he sought were merely a means to secure his father's consent. Deep down, he harbored no certainty about the potential gains. In the chaos of war, it would be the members of the Round Table, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, who would face peril. Naturally, Rex sought to secure some advantage for himself. That is impossible. Had I the means to pay 100,000 gold coins, I would not have set foot in Gilneas. Rex's words had scarcely left his lips when Jaina interjected with resolute conviction. The latter part of her statement slipped out, revealing the profound impact that such a sum had on her, a princess. 100,000 gold coins is no trifling amount, were it not for this exorbitant fee. Dalaran would not need to seek aid from Gilneas, but could directly enlist a host of adventurers. Although adventurers may lack the organization of a formal army, many among them possess considerable strength. The renowned Grey Brothers, for instance, are all of the 9th tier, and 100,000 gold coins could easily muster an adventurer army of over 10,000. As a friend, Rex, you should propose terms that we can accept, Jaina insisted, her striking gaze fixed firmly upon him, the grandeur of her magical robe failing to conceal the delicate contours of her figure as she leaned forward. 90,000 gold coins is absolutely non-negotiable. Rex met her gaze without flinching, lowering his offer slightly. That is still excessive, 30,000 gold coins at most. Unless Gilneas dispatches the royal guard, Jaina gently shook her head. 90,000 gold coins is only justified with the reinforcement of the royal guard. Even if my knowledge of Gilneas is limited, every kingdom's royal guard represents the elite of the elite and stands as the kingdom's most formidable force, be it Kul Tiras, Lordaeron, or indeed, Gilneas. Jaina, your aptitude for commerce is quite remarkable. Rex shifted the topic, his tone laden with implication. Observing Jaina's calm demeanor, he sighed inwardly. To persuade his rather parsimonious father to commit troops, Rex had resorted to various inducements. A sum deemed paltry by King Jean would be of little consequence. Hence, with a firm resolve, Rex had initially proposed 50,000 gold coins. Yet now, with Jaina's refusal, he was compelled to forfeit this opportunity to expand Gilneas's influence, for many more chances would undoubtedly arise in the future. Still, the truth remains, Rex is no saint. Without tangible benefits, he cannot afford to take risks. Should this round table of knights suffer significant losses, he would find himself bereft of gold to replenish their ranks. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a prolonged silence, Rex broke it, rising to address Jaina. Come with me to the barracks. I shall show you the strength of the round table knights. Upon hearing the mention of the barracks, Jaina's spirit surged, and she promptly followed. Upon exiting the manor, they found steeds prepared by servants. Mounted, they galloped through the streets of Gilneas, swiftly leaving the city behind within a quarter of an hour, heading towards the barracks of the Round Table Knights established outside the city walls. The barracks were not far from Gilneas, as Rex returned daily, ensuring that the location of the Round Table Knights was not situated on the outskirts of Gilneas. Rex led Jaina through unobstructed paths, with sentinels at watchtowers saluting as they passed. He had meticulously concealed the Round Table Knights, forbidding outsiders from entering. Deep within, Rex harbored a certain prideful, reclusive disposition. When the Round Table Knights were first established, the entirety of Gilneas spoke dismissively, regarding them as mere playthings destined for dissolution. Though Rex refrained from publicly expressing his stance on the matter, he harbored a quiet indignation, awaiting the moment when the Round Table Knights would soar to greatness. Much like a slumbering bird, whose silence lasts for 3 years only to astonish the world with its first song. Rex desired precisely this effect, a moment of fame that would echo throughout the realm. Osborne, sound the call to assemble. As Rex stepped into the barracks, his gaze immediately fell upon Osborne, who was diligently training. He beckoned him over and issued a command. The resounding sound of the horn echoed, a deep and heavy tone that alerted all members of the Round Table Knights to assemble. Regardless of their status, every member was required to gather, prompting some stray knights to swiftly converge. Under the watchful eyes of Jaina, one by one, the knights appeared and found their respective ranks. Within a matter of minutes, every member present in the barracks had assembled. The rapidity of their formation led Jaina to recognize at first glance that this was a well-trained and formidable force. Having observed many elite factions from Kul Tiras and Lordaeron, even the Silver Hand, her discerning eye could not help but acknowledge the exceptional caliber of this army. The aura of valor emanating from them was palpable, and none appeared to possess strength below the 3rd tier. Each soldier was a rare gem among humanity, constituting a powerful military force. In that moment, Rex felt an overwhelming sense of ambition and pride, knowing that he had forged this unit himself. He glanced at Jaina and reiterated, 90,000 gold coins is non-negotiable. You may consult with Dalaran. We can forego the gold if necessary. We are in the process of establishing a mage academy in Gilneas and can send a 9th tier mage along with 5 8th tier mages to serve for 3 years. They need not engage in battle. Their role would merely be to teach. Jaina departed, as the matter of 90,000 gold coins was not one she could decide unilaterally. Only the members of the Kirin Tor Council held such authority. Rex was unperturbed by Jaina's exit. He was confident that Dalaran would acquiesce. While there might be initial hesitance regarding the 90,000 gold, the subsequent proposal to send mages would be readily accepted by Dalaran, a kingdom rich in magical talent, with numerous heroes among its ranks, including members like Ronan. Finding a 9th-tier mage to serve as a teacher for the Mage Academy in Gilneas was something Dalaran would welcome. Dalaran's peculiar focus on magic, neglecting other pursuits, aligned with their relentless ambition to expand their influence in the magical realm, much like Lordaeron's desire to extend its own alliances. Each had their own aspirations, and Rex's suggestion to recruit mages stemmed from the evident lack of spellcasters in Gilneas, a country that, despite its vastness, had yet to cultivate a 9th-tier mage. The nurturing of talent had been inadequate, relying heavily on the nobility's influence. As Rex had previously faced a shortage of capable individuals, he had to select from the noble class. Countless predecessors had informed him of the necessity to establish a school. In the world of Warcraft, humanity could choose from 9 professions: monk, death knight, warrior, hunter, paladin, rogue, mage, priest, and warlock. However, the death knight was not present in the current era, and even if it were, it was a profession widely reviled. Monks would not emerge until Pandaria appeared over a decade later, leaving humanity with only 7 professions. Among these, Gilneas had only 6. The warlock profession was beginning to attract interest, especially in light of the orcs' defeat, as some power-hungry humans began to explore the power of demons. However, due to Gilneas's previous isolation, the warlock profession had not taken root there. Rex's intention in establishing the academy was not limited to a mage academy alone. He envisioned the creation of 5 academies encompassing mages, priests, warriors, hunters, and paladins. The study of demonic powers, which would inevitably lead to discrimination, made the warlock profession less viable for open acknowledgement, and the same applied to rogues. The concept of 5 academies had struck Rex suddenly as he rode with Jaina towards the barracks. Realizing the enormity of his tasks, Rex hurriedly left the barracks and made his way to Gilneas' capital. The exchange of gold for mages was a matter he needed to discuss with his father, especially regarding the establishment of the 5 academies, which could not be accomplished solely through his own resources. It required the financial backing of the Gilneas state. However, upon returning to the capital, Rex did not head straight to the palace, but instead retreated to his residence. He retrieved a book of power from his spatial ring and, without hesitation, tore it apart. After 2 years of utilizing the mysterious treasure chamber, with a chance to access it monthly, he had amassed over 20 opportunities to acquire artifacts. Although the majority were consumable items, there were instances of acquiring items that enhanced abilities. Yet, he had never encountered a permanent treasure. This was not merely a matter of chance, but a reflection of the treasure chamber's current low level. Rex surmised that the absence of permanent treasures was due to this deficiency. He first needed to contend with Rachel, a formidable hero of mid-tier strength. Given Rex's current capabilities, he was ill-prepared for this challenge. While he might have held some hope against a mid-tier hero, facing someone who had previously reached the pinnacle of heroism but had since declined in power was a different story. One should not underestimate the significance of even a minor tier difference. Once one reaches the hero tier, the disparities between each minor tier are far greater than those between the 1st and 9th tiers. Moreover, Rachel was a mid-tier hero who had once been at the peak of her strength and combat experience. Rex had previously dismissed the importance of battle experience, often reading in countless novels about protagonists lacking in this regard. Yet, he had learned its value during his confrontation with the orcs 2 years prior, where, if not for the power book, he would have met his demise. In preparation for the impending confrontation with Rachel, Rex began to lavishly utilize the treasures he had meticulously gathered. While expendable treasures were of little concern, he had only acquired 4 enhancement tomes, 2 of which were tomes of strength, with the other 2 being a tome of wisdom and a tome of agility, their functions easily discernible from their titles. Rex tore apart a small tome of strength, and as his robust muscles swelled, they gradually subsided back to their original state. He reveled in the sensation of having his strength doubled. However, as he contemplated the tome of strength in his hand, he hesitated. The usage of this tome was not without limitations. If one could use it without restrictions, even a mere sheep could ultimately defeat a guardian dragon. The number of times the tome of strength could be employed by an individual depended on their physical constitution, which was not fixed. Typically, an ordinary person could utilize it once, while those with superior physiques might manage to use it twice. but 3 times would require an extraordinary constitution. Rex, having just used it, felt uncertain. 2 uses seemed to be his utmost limit, as he did not possess a superhuman physique. Consequently, he decided to stow away the remaining tome of strength, unwilling to squander it. Even if one reached their limit, the tome could still be used, albeit without any effect, resulting in a needless waste of its potential. Given the tome's remarkable value, beyond the mere 1,000 gold coins it could fetch, its rarity made Rex reluctant to squander such a precious resource. This chapter's upload signifies that the book has received recommendations. This week the editor has been exceptionally supportive, granting both the strong and selected endorsements. The updates this week will likewise be impactful. I urge all companions to lend their support through generous collections, as the first recommendation for a new book often determines its fate, which ultimately lies in the hands of every one of you. In the expansive training grounds of the estate, Rex wielded a great sword with vigor, the air crackling with intensity. The combat techniques of the world of Azeroth are not ostentatious. They comprise numerous sword maneuvers. Here, the swordplay consists solely of the most fundamental techniques, such as thrusts and slashes. This is an expected phenomenon, for while there are no intricate sword techniques, there exists the presence of skills. The development of sword techniques pales in comparison to the wondrous force of skills. With a low roar, Rex invoked the Holy Seal, and a surging holy light enveloped him, instantly radiating throughout his being. He swung the great sword forcefully toward a rock marred with cleaving marks. The overwhelming power of the holy light, combined with the full might of Rex's strength, coalesced into this singular strike. Crack! The great sword plunged deeply into the rock, effortlessly cleaving the thick stone in two. As he withdrew the blade, the rock crashed to the ground, split apart. Observing the gash left on his great sword, Rex nonchalantly flung it forward, embedding it into the distant earth. Numerous other swords shared a similar fate, also driven into the ground, each bearing its own imperfections upon the blade. Rex shook his head slightly, relinquishing any hope for the forging prowess of Gilneas. The quest for a suitable weapon proved to be exceedingly arduous. Rex's expectations were modest. He did not seek a blade capable of slicing through gold or iron effortlessly, but at the very least, it should be sufficiently sharp and resilient. If a weapon infused with holy light could shatter while cutting through rock, it was evident that Rex had already sought the finest craftsman in Gilneas. It seemed the creation of the Ashbringer must now be prioritized. Alexandros Mograine. Rex murmured repeatedly to himself. Alexandros Mograine, the original bearer of the Ashbringer, wielded an evil aura that emanated an irresistible power, crafting the black crystal of the Ashbringer. However, obtaining it from Alexandros Mograine would not be a simple endeavor. During the Second War, he was one of the commanders of the Alliance of Lordaeron and a paladin of the Silver Hand. This individual is not merely a peripheral member. He is indeed a core member, one of the original paladins established at the inception. He is renowned as the Grand Lord. In these prosperous times for the Kingdom of Lordaeron, had he been the King of Gilneas, it would have been a different matter. However, as a mere prince, even one with claims to the throne, he would not command much attention. Acquiring that black crystal from him is no trivial task, despite the considerable challenge. It must be undertaken. The Ashbringer has become a cherished possession of Rexxar, an artifact he would never allow others to covet. This weapon, capable of rivaling Frostmourne, is uniquely powered by the light, aligning perfectly with Rexxar's situation. It seems as though it was destined for him. As Rexxar surveyed the weapon rack, he seized a two-handed greatsword and, clutching it firmly, strode out of his residence with purpose towards the palace. Rochelle, the last remaining hero of Gilneas, was stationed within the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Rexxar had already secured the weapon within his spatial ring. No one would be seen wielding a greatsword while wandering through the heart of Gilneas. The existence of the spatial ring allowed for the concealment of weapons, making assassination attempts appear much simpler, akin to Jing Ke's attempt on the King of Qin, without the need for laborious efforts to hide one's armament. Yet, the reality is more complex. While spatial rings are indeed powerful, their use is restricted in significant areas such as King Jin's private quarters. Evidently, King Jin had prepared well in advance for Rexxar's arrival. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he led Rexxar directly to the training grounds within the palace. This training ground is designated for the royal descendants of the Greymane family. Rexxar had diligently trained here in his youth, although it now appeared quite barren, with hardly anyone present. The Greymane lineage has always been sparse in numbers, and as time passed, Rexxar found himself visiting less frequently. The primary reason is the myriad of restrictions within the palace. In his childhood, these constraints seemed insignificant, but as an adult, Rexxar naturally resented being subjected to such limitations. Consequently, the training ground has become a place where only King Jean occasionally comes to practice. In the world of Azeroth, kingdoms are founded upon martial prowess, and many kings are formidable warriors in their own right. Dalen Proudmoore of Kul Tiras is a prime example. A hero of great renown who shone brightly during the Second War, leaving an indelible mark on human legend. King Jean has thrived remarkably long. Having ascended to the throne well before the Second War, his contemporaries have long since faded away, making him a symbol of enduring strength. As Rexxar arrived at the training grounds, he noticed the absence of Rochelle. Given her elevated status in Gilneas, even King Jean would show her the utmost respect and reverence. This matter transcends mere strength. It is also rooted in the bond between Rachel and the sworn brother of Rex's maternal grandfather. From a young age, King Jean, akin to Rex, was guided by him. Though they never formalized their teacher-student relationship, both have always referred to him as their mentor. It has been several years since Rex and I have engaged in a contest. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training over these years. King Jean strode with a commanding presence to the weapon rack, withdrawing a great axe with both hands. He swung it vigorously through the air, performing a few more deft maneuvers, his countenance revealing satisfaction. He then turned to Rex and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Very well. Rex's face lit up with excitement. Opportunities to openly spar with his father are scarce, particularly given the grievances stemming from the Gilneas military issue. Observing the collection, a chill ran through his heart. This represented 2 recommendations. 2. Initially, I anticipated an increase of 2,000 this week, yet now even 1,000 seems elusive. I earnestly implore for your support. If you are reading this, kindly raise your noble hand and click to collect. I sincerely request your assistance. Otherwise, I fear there will be no recommendations next week. Judgment. The Crusaders strike. The skills belonging to the Paladin were unleashed swiftly in the hands of Rex, as the divine light surged within him. In that moment, Rex was enveloped in a golden radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity. This is the advantage of being a Paladin, an impressive appearance. Among all professions, while the Paladin may not be the strongest, it undoubtedly possesses the most striking visage, unparalleled by any other class. With a resounding thud, the forceful impact compelled King Jean to instinctively retreat, his arms, gripping the massive axe, tingling from the tremendous strength. Such power, King Jean thought, aware of Rex's reputation. Previously, he had regarded it with skepticism, but in terms of raw strength, Rex was indeed exceptionally gifted, a rarity among his peers. However, experiencing a direct confrontation with Rex, King Jean realized that such an assessment was not only accurate, but rather understated. This was not mere talent but sheer monstrosity. Fortunately, King Jean was oblivious to genetic mutations. Otherwise, he might have attributed the might of the Greymane family to some form of genetic anomaly. With his arms numb and the weight of the axe naturally lowering, King Jean quickly retreated. Rex, a seasoned warrior, would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. He pursued closely, raising his greatsword high above his head, preparing to strike down upon King Jean's weapon. Rex's expression was grave, seemingly channeling all his strength into this blow. Realizing the escalating ferocity of Rex's onslaught, King Jean decisively relinquished resistance and called out, "Cease. Let us conclude our spar here." His intention was merely to assess Rex's strength, not to seek defeat. Witnessing the overwhelming force of Rex's latest display, which surpassed the previous strike, King Jean opted to yield. Upon hearing those words, Rex redirected his greatsword, not retracting his momentum. King Jean had miscalculated. This strike had only coalesced 8/10 of Rex's power. However, even that fraction was not easily retracted, as the more forceful the attack, the harder it became to control. Boom! The greatsword struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound as dust erupted, shrouding the area in a cloud of debris. When the dust finally settled, the surrounding guards and King Jean stood in profound shock, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. A deep crater had been carved into the earth. If magic or the power of divine light had been used, such an impact would not have been surprising. Yet, in that recent strike, it was evident to all that there was no divine light present. It was merely the manifestation of raw physical prowess. The sheer impact of such force was undeniably breathtaking. Gazing upon the profound pit he had created, Rex displayed a look of satisfaction. The augmentation provided by the Book of Power was extraordinarily formidable. In his initial encounter with the tome, Rex had experienced a doubling of his strength, based solely on his inherent capabilities. The second utilization, while ostensibly another doubling, was in truth a cumulative effect, rendering the total power akin to twice the strength of his first application, as the initial enhancement was factored in. Thus, the amplification of the Book of Power grew increasingly terrifying with each subsequent use. For most, merely achieving a single activation was a remarkable feat. Encountering individuals capable of two was exceedingly rare. If such power were to be coupled with divine light, who could possibly contend with it? The murmured thoughts escaped the lips of King Jean, his gaze towards Rex ablaze with fervor. In the realm of 9th-tier strength, few could rival Rex. The average 9th-tier combatants were no match for him. Only those with unique innate abilities could stand as his equals. Such terrifying might. Someday, he shall reach the pinnacle of 9th-tier strength, the foremost hero beneath the divine, none other than you, Rex. The words of admiration resonated from the side, deep and resonant. Rex promptly sheathed his massive sword and approached the speaker. Those worthy of speaking in this martial arena were limited to Rex, King Jean, and Rachel. To be hailed as the foremost hero beneath the divine was indeed a flattering accolade, yet it was merely a reflection of his inability to surpass the hero tier. A lofty praise that Rex deemed trivial. As a transmigrant, his ambitions extended far beyond such accolades. Perceiving Rex's apparent indifference, Rachel, with a resolute countenance, refrained from further discourse. Instead, he nonchalantly retrieved a one-handed sword from the weapon rack and stood before Rex, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, enveloping the training ground. Before the man exuding the presence of a mountain, one could scarcely detect any signs of age. His essence was robust, and his eyes sharp and youthful. Yet, the silver hair cascading over his shoulders and the wrinkles adorning his face spoke of the passage of time, making him appear even older than Rex recalled. A profound sense of the fading hero permeated Rex's heart. Rex had grown up listening to the legends surrounding Rachel. He reminisced about the vigor of Rachel at the peak of his heroics, particularly the astonishing feat of single-handedly defeating 5 heroes, a battle renowned as legendary. It was during this reflection that Rex's own ambitions for immortality began to take root. The thought of aging like Rachel was something he could not permit. With the existence of nocturnal elves as an example, the quest for longevity was not devoid of hope. Without further ado, Rex initiated the confrontation. To allow a hero-tier adversary to strike first would be sheer folly. This strike not only embodied the sacred light, but also harnessed the full might of Rex. A ferocious blow representing the pinnacle of his power. Confronted with the pressure of the hero tier, Rex unleashed his most formidable attack. Although it is certain that he will surpass this move in the future, at this moment, he manifests his utmost strength in this fierce assault. However, to my dismay, it proves futile. Rachel's gaze remained composed, her countenance betraying no significant emotion. With a single-handed sword in hand, she swung with fury, and the sound of metal clashing resonated as she successfully parried Rex's onslaught. Wait, this move doesn't count. I haven't had my fill. A chilling sensation enveloped me, devoid of warmth. It seems there will be no recommendations this week. Alas, I find myself hoarse from the desperate cries for support and endorsements, yearning to ascend the new book rankings and perhaps garner some attention. To all the passers-by, I implore you to bestow your support upon me. As a formidable hero, Rachel found that there were few things in this world that could truly move him. Even when he faced defeat against 5 powerful adversaries, he remained unflinching. Years spent in the Palace of Gilneas were dedicated to profound meditation and the pursuit of ascension to semi-divinity, allowing Rachel to cultivate a serene disposition, indifferent to the tribulations of life. However, today, this tranquility was shattered. Listening to Rex's words, Rachel's countenance betrayed a flicker of emotion. For such a statement emanated from the lips of a prince, rendering it almost unbelievable. King Jean, observing the spectacle, turned his face away in disbelief. The words uttered by Rachel were simply too humiliating. The true architect of this embarrassment, however, remained oblivious, continuing to speak incessantly. Disregard that last move. I arrived in haste, having not eaten a morsel. When I am hungry, my body weakens, and my strength dwindles to less than half. Such shameless proclamations escaped Rex's lips, and he sensed that this admission tarnished his noble image. Witnessing his most ferocious strike effortlessly parried by Rachel, Rex was astonished by the hero's prowess, yet understood that he could scarcely endure 10 exchanges. Thus, he hastily uttered these words to buy time, hoping to seize the opportunity to utilize the Book of Power. Nevertheless, Rex was resolute in his intention to lead Gilneas' forces against Dalaran. This endeavor was not merely to address the issue of the Ashbringer, but also to confront Arthas, a figure Rex had long resented. Though a genius, Arthas had ascended through the ranks by stepping upon the shoulders of others like Rex. A competent adventurer might exclaim in awe, "Look, that's Arthas." At just 19 years of age, he has achieved the 9th tier, while others languish for over 20 years without similar accomplishments. Rex had previously tolerated this, wrestling with feelings of inadequacy compared to Arthas. Yet, within the confines of the World of Warcraft system, having garnered benefits, Rex no longer believed himself inferior to Arthas. Reflecting on their encounter in Stormwind, he recalled Arthas's demeanor, unfathomably proud, his gaze devoid of even a hint of disdain, as though Rex were unworthy of contempt. This incited a smoldering resentment within Rex, though it was a sentiment born solely from his perspective. Arthas, as the embodiment of the light, conducted himself with grace and poise, while Rex's preconceived notions clouded his judgment. Discontent brewed within him, particularly upon learning that Gilneas struggled against even the lesser forces of the Scourge, which naturally colored his impression of Arthas unfavorably. In this endeavor to amplify the influence of Gilneas, it also marks a moment for Rex to enhance his own prestige. The situation in Alterac is merely one aspect. As a time traveler, it is imperative to seize this opportune moment to forge alliances with future heroes. The sluggish, murky dragon remains dormant, emboldening Rex considerably. Should a trading caravan from Gilneas venture to Dalaran, it would signify a modest shift. However, the opening of the Greymane Wall on the 1st of each month is a substantial transformation, and still, the dragon remains inactive. Thus, Rex must embark on his strategic plans. Although the future of Lordaeron lies in ruins, an abundance of heroes will emerge, akin to the 2 blooming roses of Gilneas. Lordaeron, once a bastion of valor during the Second War, boasts many formidable figures, including Alexandros Mograine, the first wielder of the Ashbringer, and his later successor, Tirion Fordring, both of whom are illustrious heroes. Tirion Fordring, a distinguished member of the Silver Hand, stands as one of the original 5 paladins, an honor of great repute. Rex's objective this time is to acquire the Dark Crystal from Alexandros Mograine. As time lingers, the impending Scourge may render the Ashbringer unattainable for Rex. He seeks to cultivate a friendship with Tirion Fordring. Between Tirion and Alexandros, Rex places greater emphasis on the former. Both are lords of considerable territory and prestige. However, Tyrion's misfortune, stemming from his association with an orc, led to his exile. Rex intends to invite him into the Round Table Knights during this vulnerable period. Securing the allegiance of this pivotal figure, who would later establish the Silver Crusade, would allow Rex to integrate the remnants of the Silver Hand into the Round Table Knights, thereby elevating its stature to a formidable entity. The prospect of recruiting Tirion Fordring remains viable, yet hope for Alexandros Mograine appears dim. Seated at the lengthy dining table, Rex wore an expression of deep contemplation, shoveling food into his mouth. At that moment, he pondered numerous matters, maintaining a facade of tranquility while indulging in his meal. In contrast, King Jean displayed little appetite, while Rachel's demeanor suggested a ravenous hunger, her eating habits far more wild than those of Rex and King Jean. Both Rex and King Jean were educated in the ways of noble etiquette, and though Rachel hailed from nobility, she presently disregarded such conventions, unbothered by any scrutiny. "I shall proceed to the training grounds," Rex declared abruptly, rising and striding towards the exit. He caressed the space ring in his possession, his gaze seemingly piercing through it to glimpse the small book of agility contained within, along with other treasures that captured his attention. This was his hope to endure 10 consecutive strikes, and for the sake of the Ashbringer, Rex cast aside any thoughts of dishonesty. With swift steps, Rex sought a secluded area, promptly retrieving the small book of agility. Such ability-enhancing artifacts are scarce, categorized into 2 types: temporary enhancement charms and various permanent tomes. The power books and agility tomes are divided into small and large. The smaller versions yield a 1 enhancement, while the larger ones grant 2, with energy tomes being unique. Lacking such distinctions, Rex tore the small agility tome apart, its shimmering particles merging into his being, flooding him with a sense of comfort. He felt an unexpected lightness. as if he had previously been burdened. Having used the agility tome for the first time, success was assured. The second attempt, however, depended on his constitution. Another tome appeared, this time a small book of wisdom, of considerable value, as it does not merely augment a hero's intellect like in games, but enhances their energy. What constitutes this energy remains undefined by the small book of wisdom, whether it be rage, holy light, or other magical forces. Any usage would result in amplification. Such a remarkable ability does not merely enhance by 100, but rather by 50, which is still astonishing. While the effects of the agility tome were subtle, the transformation brought forth by the wisdom tome was unmistakable. The surging holy light within Rex threatened to overflow. Clearly, the holy light within him had reached a critical threshold, teetering on the brink of mid-level 9. Satisfied with this progress, Rex acknowledged that his strength had significantly increased since his time at the training grounds. Yet he yearned for more. Casting a hesitant glance at the small power tome, he steeled himself and ripped it open. This time, Rex was prepared to take a gamble. After all, it was merely 1,000 gold coins. He would consider it a small price for a smile. If the Book of Minor Strength proves ineffective this time, combined with consumable treasures, Rex doubts he can endure even 10 strikes. The final use of the Book of Minor Strength resulted in its tearing, which is significant. In his previous life, Rex had encountered a theory known as the balance of the human body. The theory posits that human development cannot become excessively distorted. If one continually trains strength, upon reaching a certain critical point, further enhancement becomes impossible. However, it is not without means to transcend this threshold, which lies in equally developing other attributes such as speed, thereby maintaining a balance among the body's various qualities. This does not imply averaging them, but rather ensuring that no single attribute diverges too greatly from the others. It is precisely this theory that instilled a glimmer of hope within Rex. Before employing the Book of Minor Strength this time, he had elevated his agility, perhaps rendering the use of the book no longer futile. Whether it was Rex's theory that bore fruit, or if his physique was inherently extraordinary, enabling him to utilize the Book of Minor Strength thrice consecutively, remains uncertain. Regardless of the reason, Rex succeeded, this time. The Book of Minor Strength ignited a surge of power within him, bringing forth a radiant smile upon his face. A protective talisman was tucked away by Rex, and any player from his previous life would recognize it as a wild talisman. The wild talisman summons 10 4th-tier bear monsters to fight on one's behalf for a duration of 120 minutes, usable 3 times. Note, this talisman can be synthesized into a wild amulet. Striding towards the training grounds, King Jean and Rachel had just arrived, though it seemed Rex had delayed. It was hardly a mere 15 minutes. Upon reaching the training ground, Rex gripped a greatsword with both hands, standing confidently amidst the arena. The aura of surging holy light within him was undeniably more potent than before he had eaten. The thought that hunger could impact combat prowess flickered briefly in the minds of the two before being swiftly extinguished. The correct conclusion was that it was inconceivable. Having utilized a certain magical artifact, Rachel and King Jean, possessing remarkable insight, deduced the truth with minimal contemplation. Rachel continued to wield her one-handed sword, slowly approaching Rex. Squinting at Rachel, Rex felt his own strength had significantly increased, yet Rachel's presence conveyed an even greater power. By the name of Holy Light, I pronounce your judgment. This time, Rex did not charge recklessly. Instead, his demeanor was solemn as he invoked the surging light of the divine, proclaiming his judgment. A colossal hammer, radiant with golden light, descended from the heavens, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. In the next moment, Rex surged forward, executing the Crusader's strike, a hallmark skill of the Paladin. The torrent of holy light merged with Rex's formidable strength, exuding an overwhelming force. His greatsword danced in the air, producing a resonant sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Employing a strategy of flanking, Rex recognized that while other adversaries might evade the descending hammer of judgment with relative ease, this would not be the case for Rachel. Understanding her mindset as a powerful hero, particularly when facing her juniors, she would instinctively strive to maintain her poise, making it improbable for her to evade the impending strike. True to Rex's expectations, Rachel stood still, appearing oblivious to the immense hammer plummeting from above. In Rex's eyes, there was no joy in this sight. The magnitude of the disturbance in the sky was unmistakable, and Rachel's lack of reaction suggested that she perceived the threat as negligible, confident in her ability to handle it with ease. With her long sword raised high, she effortlessly dispelled the hammer descending from the sky. In a single motion, she swung down towards Rex's greatsword, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and chilling. This was the might of a true hero. In Rex's perspective, the longsword was merely a tool wielded by Rachel, effortlessly lifting it above her head to neutralize the aerial threat. Witnessing Rachel's calm gaze, Rex suddenly unleashed his full power, pouring every ounce of his strength into the clash. The sound of their impact reverberated, sending Rachel staggering back. This was the opportunity he had awaited. She had indeed underestimated his strength, still adhering to the standards she held before their encounter. His earlier feigned weakness had proven effective. Seizing the moment, Rex commenced a relentless assault. As he advanced, he could almost taste victory, eager for support and recommendations, hoping to rise in the rankings and achieve a significant update the following day. Rachel, in her overconfidence, had fallen into Rex's trap. His initial display of power had been deliberately modest, merely slightly stronger than before their engagement, successfully prompting Rachel to underestimate him. After dispersing the aerial threat with a single strike, the power of her one-handed sword was significantly diminished. Now was Rex's chance. With all his strength ignited, he struck unexpectedly, exploiting her unpreparedness. Rachel's arrogance had been skillfully manipulated by Rex. The sheer force of his attacks, amplified by holy light, created a staggering spectacle. Each blow resounded like thunder, shattering the cobblestones beneath their feet, sending dust swirling into the air. As Rachel retreated to the edge of the training grounds, she finally stabilized amidst Rex's fervent onslaught, contemplating her counterattack. However, a fleeting look of triumph vanished as Rex suddenly halted his advance, choosing not to press further. The focus of this contest was centered on 10 moves, determining whether one could escape from Gilneas. After executing the 10 moves, Rex decisively withdrew, panting heavily. Although his relentless offensive appeared effortless, each strike drained a significant amount of his stamina. Even as a formidable warrior of the hero tier, despite his terrifying increase in strength, he still found no hope of overcoming Rachel. His fierce assault, akin to a tempest, was effortlessly thwarted by Rachel. Observing Rex's actions, Rachel approached the weapon rack, relinquished her one-handed sword, and turned to leave. Momentarily caught off guard by Rex's initial advantage, she felt a surge of frustration as he opted not to continue the fight. This decision ignited an unquenchable fire within her, especially upon witnessing Rex's expression. Ultimately, Rachel was unwilling to accept her earlier lapse in judgment, pondering whether a hearty meal could indeed bolster one's strength. Once Rex and King Jean departed, a guard tasked with tidying up the training grounds surveyed the chaotic scene. He murmured to himself, bemused by the remnants of the battle, seemingly echoing Rex's earlier sentiments about hunger. In this scene, Rex, unaware of the natural occurrences, is plagued by a multitude of questions that demand Rachel's elucidation. Although Rachel finds Rex somewhat displeasing, as anyone would be irked by his opportunistic demeanor, she nonetheless provides thorough answers to his inquiries. One pressing concern for Rex is the undeniable disparity in their strengths. Despite Rachel's apparent inferiority, she exhibits resilience in battle, failing to succumb to the overwhelming advantage that Rex anticipated. This revelation naturally piques Rex's interest. As he returns to his residence, he repeatedly contemplates Rachel's insights, which were extensive yet ultimately distilled into a singular understanding. Upon ascending to the hero tier, both divine light and arcane power undergo a fundamental transformation. Even one's physical form is subject to the elemental forces of the universe, aligning with their chosen vocation. Rex realizes that while he currently cannot disregard the considerable disparity in power using divine light, ascending to a higher echelon of strength would enable him to effortlessly bridge that gap. This exemplifies the formidable strength of those at the hero tier. Hence, Rex, seeking to rival the hero tier with his 9th tier prowess, realizes that engaging in solitary combat is utterly impractical. Collective confrontation is the true path to victory. Shortly after returning to the estate, news was conveyed from Lordaeron, indicating their agreement. However, it is not a matter of 90,000 gold coins. While Lordaeron possesses such wealth, they would not be so generous. Instead, following the deployment of troops from Gilneas, Lordaeron will dispatch a team of mages led by a 9th tier mage to Gilneas, serving as instructors. This is a piece of splendid news, signifying that Rex may now mobilize his forces. Consequently, Rex instructed his men to seek out a blacksmith throughout the night to forge a formidable two-handed sword. It need not be sharpened. The mere weight of the blade would suffice to align with Rex's intentions. Now lauded by Rachel as the epitome of strength, Rex was determined to harness this advantage. As he departed from the training grounds, the image of the heavy iron sword continuously lingered in his mind. In the absence of the Ashen Messenger, he sought to craft a mighty sword to serve as his weapon. The heavy sword, crafted in a rather crude manner, lacked any semblance of refinement. Its shape was simply elongated, though it was marginally superior to a rectangular block of iron. At the very least, its tip was sharp, and the blade sides bore some polishing, yet its appearance was far from appealing. Given its temporary nature, Rex begrudgingly accepted it, having spent over 2 days on its creation. With no time to squander further, the Round Table Knights had already assembled, prepared for action, with Dalaran managing the logistics, leaving the knights merely to deploy their forces. This expedition to Dalaran was not to commence from Ambermill or the Hillsbrad foothills, under the guise of a rescue mission. Rex deemed it beneath him to march there on foot. What purpose did the portal serve if not for such occasions? Rex arrived early at Emberwood Village, observing the mages from Dalaran as they began to set up the portal. The magical energy required to facilitate the passage of 2,000 individuals was considerable, far beyond the capabilities of a mere handful of mages. Yet, Dalaran, now impoverished, relied solely on its spellcasters, particularly the 2 foreign archmages from Kael'thas. In the heat of battle, they would not expend their powers frivolously. Such energies were reserved for moments like this. Ronan was likely back in Dalaran, and with an additional archmage, the task of erecting the portal became a trivial matter. However, Rex did not venture into Dalaran this time. Before the portal was fully prepared, news reached him that compelled a change in direction. Instead of heading towards Dalaran, he set his sights on South Shore. The Orcish horde was ravaging the Hillsbrad foothills with relentless momentum, and Dalaran dared not intervene. Having previously provoked the horde, they fortified themselves to the teeth. But South Shore presented a different scenario. This vibrant town, adorned with blooming flowers, boasted minimal garrisoning, making it a prime target for the orcs and Rex's objective for reinforcements. The defense of South Shore was officially set in motion. South Shore, one of the crucial human settlements in the Hillsbrad foothills, found itself, in this era of Dalaran's existence, relegated to a state of distress. As a coastal city, South Shore possessed a port and was one of the few trading hubs with the maritime power of Kul Tiras. Once a flourishing haven where citizens thrived in peace, the present atmosphere was laden with tension and solemnity. Merely 2 days prior, a wizard from Dalaran had arrived, a harbinger of calamity for the townsfolk. The specter of Dalaran's mages had haunted the town through countless devastations, each time leaving South Shore in a state of dread. Given their proximity, this time, the wizard bore grim tidings, announcing an impending assault by a colossal army of green-skinned orcs, expected to arrive within 3 days, brandishing their sharp weapons and roaring as they stormed into South Shore. Thus, panic erupted at that very moment. The port of South Shore became an incessant hive of activity, bustling day and night, as the wealthy fled in haste upon hearing of the Orcish advance. As a city nestled in the heart of the human realms, South Shore had witnessed little friction among the kingdoms since the outbreak of the Great War. The town was defended by a modest detachment of troops, comprising a mixed company of 300 to 500 soldiers dispatched after the victory of the Second War. This particular unit is named after Nanhai town and comprises a mere 300 guards, the only military force within the town, having participated in the Second World War. They are considered elite. However, their scant numbers fail to instill any sense of security among the townsfolk. When news of the approaching orc horde, numbering in the tens of thousands, reached them, the port was thrown into a frenzy. The mayor of Nanhai town hastily recruited numerous eager young men, assembling a makeshift army that swelled to 1,000 strong. Yet, despite this increase, the mayor wore a troubled expression, devoid of any semblance of joy. In the world of Azeroth, martial valor is esteemed, and even ordinary citizens possess a fervent desire to defend their homes, though it remains uncertain whether such sentiments extend to the defense of a nation. Observing the bustling port, the mayor harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy merchants. These individuals, well equipped with weapons forged by dwarven artisans and adorned in formidable armor, possessed enough resources to sustain a modest household for many years. United, they could have formed a formidable force. Alas, upon hearing of the impending orc assault, these merchants had not contemplated resistance. Instead, they swiftly relocated their assets, abandoning the beleaguered city. Nanhai Town boasts a considerable population, making a complete evacuation via the port an unrealistic endeavor. Consequently, only these affluent merchants managed to escape unscathed, while the mayor was left to facilitate the evacuation of a number of women and children. Old John's scouts had returned with grim tidings. The news was dire beyond measure. A robust man with silver-streaked temples approached the port and strode confidently to the mayor's side, his expression one of bitter resignation. "Damn those orcs. I always said we should have eradicated them entirely. Leaving them alive was bound to become a liability," the mayor uttered in a low, discontented tone. "Speak. What dreadful news do you bring? There are over 10,000 of them. How can there be so many? Was the fortress of Gwahold also breached?" The mayor of Nanhai Town was taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. Having participated in the Second World War with remarkable merit, he could not help but ponder the implications of such a large number of orcs, naturally leading him to consider the proximity of Gwahold Castle to Nanhai Town. The fall of the Lordaeron sanctuary could be dismissed, as it was merely an institution established by a Dalaran wizard to study the deterioration and transformations of the orcs, holding relatively few captives. However, the collapse of Lordaeron had far-reaching consequences, not because of its significance, but due to its alarming closeness to Dalaran, which had failed to perceive the impending threat. In stark contrast, Gwahold Castle housed an extensive number of orc captives, making it one of the largest orc sanctuaries. The orc population within numbered in the thousands. Should this stronghold fall, it would spell disaster. The orcs could once again surge forth, potentially igniting a third Great War. A scenario not beyond the realm of possibility. Fortunately, Gwahold Castle remained untouched. Following the reports of the orc uprising, additional guards had been dispatched there. The orc numbers were approximately 10,000, but the Dalaran wizard had only revealed part of the truth. Besides the orcs, there were also substantial numbers of gnolls, wargen, ogres, and a few trolls, a veritable melange of savage races. "How many are gathered there?" inquired the mayor of Nanhai Town. "Roughly 20,000, I would say." "And what of the Dalaran wizard? Where's the promised reinforcements?" The mayor's expression grew grim. 10,000 orcs were already beyond what Nanhai Town could withstand, let alone the additional threats posed by wargen and ogres. Each of these races was synonymous with barbarism, their ferocity in battle undeniable. In a one-on-one confrontation, an adult human male would find himself at a disadvantage, especially against such savage races that fought relentlessly for sustenance. Having witnessed the brutality of trolls and ogres during the Second World War, the mayor harbored little confidence regarding this defense. "When the next ship arrives, you and that lad John should leave. My presence here suffices," the mayor said, walking towards the Dalaran wizard while addressing the man beside him. "It should be you who departs. As the captain of the Nanhai Guard, it is my duty to protect Nanhai Town," the man replied, shaking his head. He clapped the mayor on the shoulder and continued, "Currently, I am unburdened. My wife and son perished at the hands of these vile orcs. It is time to settle the score. You, however, must still care for John." Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar, interrupting their conversation. "Reinforcements from Lordaeron have arrived. I heard that Uther's Silver Hand is stationed in the Alterac Mountains. It may very well be him." As soon as the Silver Hand arrived, the orcs appeared insignificant, causing the mayor of Southsea Town to wear a look of relief. It was unlikely to be Uther, as he was tasked with quelling the orc uprising. The reinforcements could very well be Prince Arthas. We are merely a step away from the front page of the new book rankings, currently sitting in 13th place. If we can displace the 12th ranked title, we shall ascend the list. Fellow enthusiasts of the Warcraft universe, let us rally together and propel ourselves forward. Promising a bountiful return for all, the mayor of Southsea and the captain of the Southsea Guard gazed at Prince Rexxar before them, though their expressions remained composed. Their hearts were filled with awe. This prince from Gilneas radiated a powerful aura of holy light, already possessing the strength of a mid-tier 9th rank, a testament to his prodigious talent. Who could forget Prince Arthas of Lordaeron and Princess Jaina of Kul Tiras, both hailed as rare prodigies? Achieving 9th rank before the age of 20, their futures were destined for heroism, with the potential to challenge the enigmatic realm of demigods. The prince before them, a product of the secluded kingdom of Gilneas, was not overly aged, approximately 24 years, yet he had already attained mid-tier 9th rank. It was likely he breached this threshold at a tender age, perhaps even before reaching 20. Unbeknownst to Rexxar during their first encounter, the mayor and his companion were already forming their assessments of him. What news had been gathered regarding the number of orcs attacking South Sea Town? Rex cut straight to the point. Upon first glance at the mayor of Nanhai Town and the captain of the Nanhai Guard, he discerned that both were seasoned veterans. Having faced the trials of battle, their aura unmistakably betrayed their past. It was evident that their experiences were rooted in the Second World War. Rex did not pose the foolish question of whether reconnaissance had been dispatched. As a veteran himself, he understood that this was a fundamental obligation. The captain of the Nanhai Guard responded by recounting the earlier conversation with the mayor. They faced an army of 10,000 orcs, accompanied by a significant number of goblins and various other races, culminating in a force of approximately 20,000. You shall utilize magical communication to relay a message to Dalaran. I require a squad of mages led by a 9th-tier mage. Rex instructed the Dalaran mage at his side after pondering the current predicament. The Round Table Knights were merely in their foundational stages, equipped only with musketeers and infantry, and had yet to establish a cavalry, let alone any spellcasters. However, Dalaran was replete with mages. Forming a small team that held a decisive advantage in terms of spellcasters was not a daunting task. These mages could function on the battlefield akin to mobile artillery, although their magical energy was finite and could only unleash 2 rounds of bombardment. Their strategic deployment could indeed sway the tide of battle. The young mage from Dalaran, though not particularly high in rank, only at the 4th tier, nodded in acknowledgement. At his age, this was commendable, though the prospect of becoming a grand mage was slim. However, with fortune on his side, he might yet aspire to attain the status of a 9th-tier mage. The young Dalaran mage began to chant a spell, and soon a glossy black bird, whose name Rex could not recall, materialized in his hand. This bird, resembling a pigeon but far more robust, bore an appearance akin to that of a majestic eagle. After muttering Rex's instructions, the young mage released the bird, which soared into the sky toward Dalaran with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. In 2 hours, Dalaran will receive the message, the young mage declared. Rex estimated the distance between Nanhai Town and Dalaran, situated both within the Hillsbrad foothills. If he were to ride at full gallop, the journey would take merely a day. The steeds of Azeroth were far superior to those from his previous life. While a horse capable of traveling several hundred miles a day was rare in the past, such exceptional mounts were commonplace in Azeroth. In this extraordinary realm, even a chicken could defeat 10 from his former world. The Raven's method of communication, though swifter than human means, still left Rex feeling profoundly disappointed. Having witnessed the messaging techniques of Gilneas, he had anticipated that Dalaran would showcase even more advanced methods. He envisioned the use of magical crystals, akin to sending text messages in a previous life, where a message dispatched from his end would be received by the other party in the blink of an eye. Even with a delay of mere minutes or half an hour, Rex would have found it acceptable. A race dedicated to the progressive development of new technologies and the creation of wondrous intelligent machinery, the gnomes. Echoing in Rex's mind, the inability of magic to facilitate swift communication naturally leads one to rely on the prowess of technology. Having lived in a technologically advanced society in his previous life, Rex held a profound appreciation for science, unlike some who exhibited a certain aversion to it. The world of Azeroth is multifaceted. Some realms are predominantly technological, while others are steeped in magic. Yet, in Azeroth, technology and magic coexist harmoniously. It is unrealistic to expect the gnomes to develop mobile phones given their current technological capabilities. But telegraphy is undoubtedly feasible. The gnomes possess a commendable level of technological advancement, thus adding another task to his agenda, recruiting some gnomes for his cause. As he approached the constructed defensive positions, Rex had garnered a fair understanding of the Orcish army and began to inquire about the preparations in South Sea Town. The mages of Dalaran had proven to be quite reliable, having notified South Sea Town in advance, allowing ample time for preparations. One must not underestimate the significance of those few days. They are sufficient for South Sea Town to establish a defensive perimeter. Observing the terrain of South Sea Town, Rex felt a sense of relief. This town would eventually become the largest gathering point for humanity in the Hillsbrad foothills after the fall of Dalaran and the destruction of Castle Gromgold. Presently, South Sea Town has not yet reached that future scale, as its population hovers around several tens of thousands. The defenses of South Sea Town offered Rex a glimmer of reassurance. Besides one side facing the vast ocean, the other flank could be overlooked. The only viable points of attack for the orcs on South Sea Town are from the north and east, which is somewhat reassuring news. as securing these two walls would prevent the need to disperse their forces too thinly. However, Rex harbored doubts about the orcs' motives for attacking Southsea Town. Although the town is commendable, it remains merely a small settlement, and the orc forces dispatched were vastly more populous than the town itself. What could their true intentions be? If not pure destruction? Gratitude is extended to Yen Lingdai, Jiue Huaji Shang, and the companions of Piamiao Ao Hushan for their generous contributions. The sky was thick with heavy clouds, an oppressive blanket of darkness that stirred unease in the heart. The howling sea winds incessantly swept across Southsea Town, and to employ a technical term, the residents had grown accustomed to the ferocious gales influenced by the oceanic monsoon. The wind raged, and lightning danced in the heavens. Rain was imminent, and standing beside Rex, Ulysses gazed at the darkened sky and the flashing silver serpents of lightning. This, for us, heralds promising tidings. Rex stretched his arms, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as he continued to speak. If this rain falls, the fire element in the surrounding air will diminish, reducing the threat posed by the ogre magicians within the orc army. He expressed a persistent unease regarding the impending battle, to which Ulysses responded with assurance. Victory in this battle is certain. Let us not entertain any distracting thoughts. Rex's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Prince Rex, reinforcements from Dalaran have arrived, announced a robust man who approached with a respectful demeanor. Come, let me see who has come from Dalaran, Rex declared, striding towards the center of Southsea Town. The location of the teleportation portal. The streets appeared desolate, devoid of the usual vibrancy, and the few passers-by wore solemn expressions, in anticipation of the orc horde. The mayor of Southsea Town remained vigilant, continuing to recruit young men vigorously, undeterred by the fleeing wealthy citizens. Though they may have escaped, their departure was not without consequence. The mayor dared not intercept the wealthy, but ensuring they contributed to the town's defense was within his grasp, alleviating concerns about weaponry for the newly recruited militia. Southsea Town, modest in size, managed to assemble 2,000 militiamen, its utmost limit. With the additional 2,000 reinforcements brought by Rex, the mayor felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders, no longer mired in the initial despair. Had it not been for the formidable defenses of the Guild Castle, even in the absence of reinforcements, the mayor would have felt no trepidation. Keltas, Rex observed ahead, spotting a figure clad in resplendent mage robes, whose pointed ears and air of haughty nobility rendered others hesitant to approach. Easily identifiable, the presence of this esteemed individual was unmistakable. What brings you here? Rex thought it improbable that he possessed the influence to summon such a prominent member of the Kirin Tor Council, the Archmage Keltas. This was undeniably extraordinary. However, Keltas's arrival brought a sense of security to Southsea Town, as the presence of a hero-class powerhouse significantly bolstered their chances of success. Rex felt a surge of joy, believing that the likelihood of victory had risen by at least 20%. He instinctively glanced at the sky, having previously hoped for rain to diminish the fire element in the area. At this moment, however, he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be best if the rain did not fall after all. The Archmage Keltas was a figure deeply etched in the memories of countless players, known for his mastery of a particular skill. Any seasoned player would readily recall it: the summoning of the Phoenix. He reminisced about his past, full of vigor, gripping the mouse and tapping the keyboard, grinding for years. That stubborn Phoenix, resolute in its refusal to bear offspring, had led him to countless moments of eager anticipation followed by profound disappointment. This has always been a profound anguish within Rex. After years of grinding, he found himself traversing realms, yet remained steadfast in his reluctance to act. He vividly recalled the first encounter with Kale that's in Dalaran, where an impulsive urge to vanquish the prince and seize the Phoenix's essence surged within him. However, upon weighing the disparity in their strengths, he resolutely chose to abandon that reckless thought. Kael'thas, with his infuriatingly composed demeanor, greeted Rex with that ever-so-polite facade, yet remained silent, rendering the atmosphere palpably cold. Rex was no fool. It was evident to him that Kael'thas awaited someone. In the realm of the High Elves, there were many who could draw Kael'thas' attention, yet in Dalaran, only a couple could warrant such patience. Antonidas was one, but he would undoubtedly not appear in Southshore. Thus, the next candidate could only be Jaina. As these thoughts flickered through Rex's mind, the portal began to shimmer with brilliance. A golden-haired woman gracefully emerged, and upon witnessing Jaina's arrival, Rex cast another glance at Kael'thas. Reluctantly, he had to concede a stark reality. The era in which he had traversed belonged to Jaina. She was akin to a blazing flame amidst the darkness, radiantly captivating, luring countless moths to her warmth. With a noble lineage, striking beauty, and formidable talent, 20-year-old Jaina was indeed a ninth-tier mage. Each of these attributes shone like a dazzling halo, collectively forming the epithet the favored daughter of destiny. Despite her lofty status, Jaina was merely the youngest daughter of Dalen Proudmoore. Yet, whenever Dalen's name was uttered, it was Jaina that came to mind, overshadowing any mention of his other offspring. Kael'thas's eager approach was unmistakably driven by his infatuation with beauty, which soured Rex's impression of him. The initial delight upon seeing Kael'thas dissipated entirely. How could this ancient being, who had lived for countless years, pursue such youthful allure? Inwardly mocking Kael'thas, Rex maintained a radiant smile. Under Kael'thas's scrutinizing gaze, he stepped forward, arms outstretched, embracing Jaina, his smile transforming into something unervingly enigmatic. The presence of Kael'thas greatly displeased Rex. The prince had come to him under the pretense of courting. Yet Rex could easily discern that he had not requested the presence of Kael'thas in his appeal to Dalaran for mages. Rather, this individual had arrived of his own volition. Assigning Kael'thas to a task was out of the question, as his status as a high elf prince surpassed that of Rex. Not only was Kael'thas a prince, but he was also a member of the Kirin Tor-S Council of Six, wielding formidable arcane power. However, with Jaina present, the dynamic shifted. Her existence served as a formidable counterbalance to Kael'thas. Rex thought it best to have Kael'thas toil for the benefit of South Shore, which required the establishment of a magical array, an endeavor that typically exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary mage. Kael'thas's arrival was fortuitous, providing a timely solution to their pressing needs. A peculiar smile crossed Rex's face, bringing a hint of surprise to Jaina's exquisite features. The arcane arts possessed an unfathomable might. A mere incantation could summon the elemental forces of nature. The allure of magic was undeniable, drawing countless individuals into its embrace despite the inevitable calamities that might ensue. Among the various elemental forces, while the destructive potential of fire may not claim the title of the strongest, it certainly ranks among the most formidable. As a grand mage and a long-lived high elf, Kael'thas was not solely proficient in pyromancy. He had also delved into the study of frost magic. Nevertheless, fire magic remained his forte. In the context of establishing a magical array in South Shore, fire magic would need to be excluded, with frost magic being the optimal choice. Ignoring the ominous clouds gathering overhead, signaling an impending deluge, it was crucial to consider that South Shore's coastal location diminished the presence of fire elements significantly compared to more typical terrains. Thus, fire magic would be considerably less effective here. As Rex observed Kael'thas diligently at work, he too was not idle. The foundational aspect of fortifying their defenses lay in the creation of wooden staves, crafted from substantial timber, each measuring approximately 1.25 meters in height and 20 centimeters in diameter. These staves would be affixed with barbed spikes to enhance their lethality when hurled from the ramparts. The method of deployment was straightforward: simply cast them down from the walls. The defensive measures of South Shore were still lacking, particularly in the absence of artillery. Had there been cannons, the impending siege would have been far less daunting. In South Shore, a fervent atmosphere prevailed, with everyone engaged in their respective tasks, harnessing every available resource. Timber was being felled to manufacture the wooden staves. Rex had just completed an inspection of the stave production, which was progressing smoothly. Iron was not in short supply in South Shore, as there existed a mine to the west. Although barbed spikes were somewhat scarce, there were still some iron bars available. With minimal effort, these could be incorporated into the wooden staves. As long as the wood was shaped into a diamond form, it sufficed, as there was no strict mandate requiring the use of barbed spikes. Assessing the height of South Shore's walls, Rex furrowed his brow. The fortification stood at approximately 4 meters, a commendable height by the standards of his previous life, where few urban centers boasted such towering defenses. However, in the world of Azeroth, this height was far from sufficient. Turning to the captain of the South Shore Guard, he stated, "We must raise the walls further. Mobilize a substantial workforce. This is of utmost importance. Everything else can be set aside for now." While the captain remained silent, a young man nearby spoke up. This individual possesses distinct characteristics, with a striking mane of golden hair. Though not conventionally handsome, he exudes an air of resolute determination. In his youth, his visage retains a certain innocence, lacking in charm. However, Such figures often reach their most captivating allure in middle age, when they're mature. Steadfast faces tend to attract the admiration of the young. Coupled with his brilliant golden locks, this becomes an undeniable allure. With a leap from the city wall, Rex landed gracefully on the ground below, his gaze fixed upon the few individuals above. In the next moment, without any need for a running start, he sprang effortlessly to the top of the 4-meter-high wall. In the realm of Azeroth, such a feat is hardly remarkable. Not only can Rex accomplish this with ease, but others skilled in agility can do so as well. Prince Rex, with your prowess, such an obstacle is trivial to you, remarked the youthful golden-haired lad. Unperturbed by Rex's display, it is only natural for a 9th-tier powerhouse to scale a wall of less than 4 meters. Otherwise, doubts about the legitimacy of such power would arise. Casting a glance at the golden-haired youth, known among them as Young John, it is understood that there is also an Old John, the mayor of South Sea Town. Although Young John is still quite young, he possesses considerable insight. After engaging in light conversation with him, Rex felt immensely satisfied. Young John, with a bit of nurturing, is bound to become a remarkable talent. In any world, talent is a highly valued commodity. During the preparations for war in South Sea Town, Rex insisted on bringing Young John along, a notion that Old John readily endorsed. Following Prince Rex is undoubtedly the safest course, devoid of life-threatening dangers. Unlike inland cities, South Sea Town, once surrounded by an army, would not face inevitable doom. It possesses a port that allows for evacuation should the need arise. As the heir to the throne of Gilneas, Prince Rex would assuredly not perish alongside South Sea Town, making Old John not only agreeable, but also pleased to see Young John accompany him. Is it not true that I am not alone in my capabilities? Rex, unable to discern the subtle implications in Little John's words, turned to Rona and said, "Select a few individuals." 2 years had elapsed, and the youthful innocence on Rona's face had faded considerably. When Rex first encountered Rona, she was still quite young, merely a girl, her body undeveloped and resembling a frail reed. However, over these 2 years, Rona had undergone the most significant transformation among them, embodying the adage that a girl blossoms into womanhood. Had it not been for Rex's frequent encounters with her, he would hardly have recognized her upon their sudden reunion. Much like Gianna, upon seeing Rona for the first time again, there was a moment of hesitation. During their previous visit to Lordaeron, Gianna had known Rona, and their relationship had been amicable. Yet, upon their reunion, Gianna failed to recognize her. Rona, with a longbow slung across her chest, revealing her formidable attributes, nodded and turned to leave. Observing Rona's departure, one could not help but marvel at how swiftly the inhabitants of Azeroth matured. In just 2 years, she had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. If we continue to elevate the structure, it is achievable, yet it risks collapse, remarked the usually silent captain of the South Sea Guard. This should not be a concern. The mages from Lordaeron will soon play their part. If they employ ice magic on the raised earth, it will solidify naturally. However, it is not winter. Even if frozen, it is prone to melting. The captain shook his head, clearly skeptical of Rex's plans. Rest assured, I can address this issue, Rex replied, as dark clouds loomed ominously over the Hillsbrad foothills. The howling winds brought a sense of foreboding to South Sea Town, where a stifling atmosphere prevailed. The clouds obscured the stars and moonlight, plunging the town into deeper darkness under the night sky, shrouded in an enigmatic gloom. Dim yellow light filtered through the windows, illuminating the interiors where several individuals were seated. Rex occupied the main seat. This defense of South Sea Town was led by him. The only contenders to his authority were Prince Kael'thas and the town's mayor, the latter being quite self-aware and astute. Upon witnessing the prowess of the Round Table Knights and Rex, he cooperated fully without any ulterior motives. As for Kael'thas, he appeared merely to be an onlooker. During this orc uprising and the human suppression, he had no desire to intervene. His visit to South Sea Town was likely prompted by Gianna's arrival and to alleviate the discontent brewing in Lordaeron. Many were dissatisfied with Kael'thas's actions, yet his presence here had mitigated some of that unrest. A clever move indeed, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The orc army will arrive tomorrow. How are we prepared? Rex inquired, directing his question to Kael'thas and Gianna. How is the magic circle arranged? Although not pivotal to the battle, it constituted the primary defensive force. Time was exceedingly constrained, and materials were insufficient. Thus, only a fundamental solidification magic array was inscribed. With a hint of bitterness on her face, Gianna parted her rosy lips and spoke slowly. It is adequate. Rex nodded in agreement. The Dalaran mage inscribed a magic array. Yet Rex did not harbor high hopes from the outset. To inscribe such a magic array, 3 essential conditions must be met: materials, mages, and time. Among these, the most challenging aspect is undoubtedly the materials. While numerous magic arrays have been passed down through generations, their realization is often hindered by material constraints. Consequently, few advanced magic arrays come to fruition, predominantly found in cities like Dalaran and Silvermoon. Within merely a few days, Nanhai Town managed to inscribe a foundational magic array, a testament to the prowess of the great mage Kael'thas, whose extensive lifespan has afforded him profound knowledge. Human mages, in contrast, rarely indulge in such diverse studies, as their lifespans are limited. Thus, they tend to focus on the most beneficial knowledge within their restricted time. High elves, however, are not bound by such constraints. Their lifespans far exceed those of humans, allowing them the freedom to pursue any knowledge that piques their interest. The advantages of longevity are significant, for those who live longer often become well-versed in a multitude of subjects. How has the completion of the wall in Little John progressed? The height has now reached 6 meters, though it lacks sturdiness. Under a strong impact, it could easily collapse. Young John responded, stating that a nearly 4-meter-high city wall seemed sufficient to him and his companions. However, Rex had discovered several agile individuals, which led to young John witnessing a remarkable feat. Among the 3 he found, only one succeeded in leaping up, while the other 2 failed. The one who managed to ascend was not particularly powerful, possessing only second-tier strength. In such circumstances, it was needless to elaborate further. Rex harbored concerns regarding the wall's insufficient height, prompted by intelligence indicating the presence of numerous trolls within the orc army. After describing the characteristics of these trolls, Rex deduced they were likely forest trolls or jungle trolls. The mayor of South Sea Town and the captain of the South Sea Guard had participated in the Second Great War, which included confrontations with orcs, and trolls were also involved. However, they had never encountered trolls before and were somewhat unfamiliar with them, having only heard tales. Rex, in contrast, had a profound understanding of trolls, having previously reviewed their data. The types included forest trolls, jungle trolls, frost trolls, and sand trolls, with the forest troll being the most probable presence in this area, as their habitats generally lie within the Lordaeron continent. These trolls, accustomed to life in the forests, are agile and swift, easily maneuvering through their natural environment. A mere 4-meter wall poses a significant risk. With a running start, they could easily leap over it, rendering the wall merely decorative. The decision to increase the wall's height was not initiated by young John, given his youth. The captain of the South Sea Guard bore the responsibility. Nevertheless, young John remained closely involved and well-informed about the situation of the wall, making him the most suitable person to consult. It is sufficient. With the solidification spell array, it will be stable, Rex remarked, leaving the last word unspoken. For in this world, there is no Tai Shan, and no one could ascertain which mountain it might be. The design of this magical array was the result of discussions between Rex, Kael'thas, and Jaina. The array could only inscribe basic spells, inadequate for inflicting substantial damage. The foundational magical array lacked significant lethality, and under the current conditions, a more potent array could not be realized. Thus, the choice of the solidification spell to reinforce the wall was inevitable. After the solidification spell was applied, while the defensive capability was somewhat weaker than that of a constructed wall, it represented the utmost achievable limit. Rex continued his inquiries regarding preparations for the impending conflict, as no one dared to overlook such matters. The exchange of questions and answers unfolded as time gradually elapsed. The following day, the sky remained dismal, with dense clouds lingering for several days. The anticipated rain still had yet to arrive. Rex and his companions stood atop the northern wall, gazing ahead as distant dark figures gradually expanded in their view. A foreboding mass of humanity, an army exceeding 10,000, appeared boundless. Rex's eyes narrowed. This orc horde numbered far more than 20,000, and even with his poor grasp of mathematics, it was evident that 20,000 could not muster such an overwhelming presence. This is troubling. It appears to be at least 30,000. A deep voice resonated in Rex's ear, spoken by the captain of the South Sea Guard. You are not mistaken, Rex blurted out, his shock palpable at the mention of the Warchief clan. The impact of those words struck Rex profoundly. There can be no doubt. My 10-year-old son perished at the hands of those brutes. An overwhelming tide of hatred spilled from the captain's lips. Rex's first thought was that anyone who had sought information was a fool. Gratitude is extended to Wild Kid, the Cheen Royal Bandit, and Rainy Night Moon for their generous support. Heartfelt thanks for this third update. At this moment, witnessing the vast army outside, Rex's trust in the intelligence gathered about Nanhai Town plummeted, descending into the realm of negativity. The overwhelming presence of the army was now vividly etched in the eyes of all, particularly the seemingly endless multitude of the dog-headed creatures ahead. Especially upon hearing the name of the Warchief clan, Rex's initial thought was of Grom Hellscream, the legendary hero among orcs and a paragon of warrior prowess. Regardless of the race, be it human or orc, only a handful can truly be regarded as peak warriors. Rachel was once among them, yet now, in her advanced age, her strength has waned, disqualifying her from such a title, as peak warriors embody the pinnacle of heroic power. However, Rex swiftly dismissed Grom Hellscream from his mind. The formidable army before him was clearly not the Orcish main force, but rather a coalition of various races, including a few orcs from the Warchief clan. Though their numbers were surely limited, Grom Hellscream would not deign to appear here. The situation in South Sea Town did not warrant his direct involvement. In this current Orcish uprising, the Warchief clan's interference was noted, but Grom Hellscream remained on the main battlefield, where Uther was present, providing Rex with a sense of relief. Were Grom Hellscream to be here, Rex's thoughts would not dwell on fortification, but rather on how to effect a safe retreat. In the world of Azeroth, personal martial prowess does not reign supreme, and it is rare for one to single-handedly confront an entire nation. Yet, a valiant warrior capable of leading thousands still exists. A figure akin to a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. The walls of South Sea Town would not withstand such an opponent. If he were alone, it might be manageable. But with an army at his back, breaching the town's defenses would lead to inevitable defeat for Rex. The disparity in strength was clear to Rex. Having just sparred with Rachel, he cast a glance at Kael'thas and Jaina beside him, his resolve hardening. Within the next 3 years, he must ascend to the rank of hero, for otherwise, in the face of the impending undead Scourge, making a significant impact would be an arduous endeavor. Chaos now reigns in the annals of Azeroth's history. The Warchief clan emerged from the shadows at the onset of Thrall's liberation of the orcs. And their premature appearance, though perhaps not so premature, given Rex's knowledge of history, suggested their involvement in the Blackrock clan's Orcish rebellion. Rex chose not to pursue the matter further. The discrepancies in intelligence were too vast, and the timing was not propitious. Upon their arrival, the Orcish horde launched an immediate assault, a tide of gnolls surging forth, their bodies swaying as they brandished their weapons, no longer the feeble creatures of yore, but fierce entities with eyes that seemed capable of devouring all. A bloody massacre erupted at that moment. Ulysses and Old John, I entrust the other side of the wall to you both, Rex proclaimed as he observed the gnolls flooding like a tidal wave. After glancing at the departing duo, Rex remained silent, while Rona, standing beside him, stepped forward and called out, "Gunners, prepare." Clad in armor, Rona exuded a striking grace. One virtue of the world of Azeroth is that the voices of the strong can easily resonate throughout, enabling them to command and direct their orders with authority. However, this also poses a risk of revealing one's position. Rifles were poised at the openings of the hastily erected walls. The defensive structures well constructed to minimize exposure and the likelihood of being attacked. Elevated combat is where gunners truly excel. Despite their inherent frailty, they are formidable from a distance. Yet should the enemy close in, it could spell doom for them. Ready. Rona's voice rang out atop the walls. The rifles had long been loaded, and all gunners stood firm, unwavering. Fire. With the issuance of Rona's command, the marksmen commenced their firing. The range of the marksmen extended far beyond the capabilities of their firearms, attributed instead to the advanced technology of the Warcraft system. The attack range of the marksmen can indeed be augmented. The long-barreled musket represents a further enhancement of their abilities. Among the 3 known units of the barracks, the infantry spirits, marksman spirits, and knight spirits, each corresponds to a distinct capability. The infantry spirits bolster their defense with shields, the marksman spirits extend their range with their long-barreled muskets, and the knights possess animal combat training, among other skills. The marksmen, with their increased range, held a strategic advantage from their elevated position. The sound of gunfire erupted like the crackling of frying beans, as the dense volley of shots finally demonstrated its formidable power. An increasing number of gnolls fell, only to be swiftly replaced by their comrades. The gnolls, known for their troublesome nature, are numerous and tend to hide within the mines, infamous for their cowardice. Such a concentrated charge is far beyond their capacity. Their courage had long since crumbled under the relentless echo of gunfire, scattering them in disarray. However, the current gnolls were in stark contrast, appearing as if they had ingested gunpowder, driven by an unquenchable vendetta against South Sea Town. In this moment, they charged forth with unyielding valor, embodying the essence of fearless warriors. The goblins transformed into an audacious battalion, a phenomenon that defied logic. Rex furrowed his brow. The power of firearms paled in comparison to that of bows, yet their rate of fire vastly surpassed that of arrows. The relentless barrage exacted a significant toll on the goblins, their fallen bodies strewn across the ground serving as grim testament to their sacrifice. A flicker of red glimmered in their eyes, a revelation struck Rex. These intrepid goblins bore the telltale signs of manipulation. The bloodlust evident in their gaze revealed that their wills were being controlled, a manifestation of demonic influence. For only a fiend could so effortlessly sow chaos in the minds of men. As he beheld the enemy ascending the siege ladders, surging toward the walls, Rex raised his heavy sword high. The foes, undeterred by death, pressed on, and the firearms offered no barrier to their advance. We fight to defend our homeland. We battle against the forces of evil. Holy light, be with us. Grateful for the generous support from my companion, Jiue Huajishang, I extend my heartfelt thanks. The fourth installment has arrived, and I must mention that the fifth will be slightly delayed, expected around midnight. Please forgive the inconvenience. The entire vicinity of the city walls was permeated with a pungent scent of gunpowder. While the marksman's attacks were exhilarating, the lingering odor was far from dissipating easily. Observing the relentless ascent of the goblins, Rex exerted himself, toppling the entire ladder. The goblins clinging desperately to it resembled ants on a chopstick when the ladder fell. It plunged directly into the throngs of goblins below. Those who were not crushed upon impact met their demise under the weight of their fellow goblins, resulting in a gruesome, bloodied scene. Gulping in the air, Rex grimaced slightly at the briny odor wafting in from the sea. His breaths came in heavy bursts. Within a short span, he traversed the northern city wall, overturning every visible ladder. Though endowed with formidable strength, Rex's stamina was not infinite. The continuous exertion left him panting like a beast. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the current situation. The marksmen had successfully eliminated at least 2,000 goblins before they could breach the walls. With their third-tier prowess, positioned advantageously and wielding superior range, the marksman's relentless firepower made such a toll on the goblin ranks rather commonplace. The goblins had no protective measures. The front line was devoid of shields and armed with a hodgepodge of weaponry, rendering them mere cannon fodder. Under ordinary circumstances, such staggering casualties would dampen the morale of any race, bringing them to the brink of despair. However, these particular goblins, suspected by Rex to be imbued with demonic power, pressed forward, wielding their mismatched weapons. After Rex had toppled the ladders, they re-erected them, continuing their assault. This group of goblins is peculiar. I suspect they are under the mental influence of the demon fear lord recorded in ancient texts, Gianna remarked, furrowing her brow as she regarded the undaunted goblins before them. No, the fear lord does not possess such overwhelming power over so many goblins, Rex replied, shaking his head as he rested on a smooth sandbag, dismissing Gianna's conjecture. Gianna, glancing at Rex, found herself regarding him with newfound respect. Not everyone was aware of the Fear Lord. The Burning Legion's invasion occurred in ancient times. Over 10,000 years ago, long before humanity's rise, the records of demons in Dalaran emerged as a consequence of reckless magical use, leading to the establishment of the Kirin-Tor Council in alliance with the High Elves, who provided some information about demons. Keldets understood this, but for Rex, it was rather unusual, as knowledge of demons was not something to be taken lightly. Dalaran prohibited ordinary mages from accessing such material, and Gianna's knowledge was limited. As she pondered how Rex came to know of the Fear Lord, he continued, I suspect this group of goblins has consumed demonic blood, much like those wretched orcs. This is indeed a possibility. While their symptoms may not match perfectly, the goblins and orcs share significant differences, and mutations are not out of the question. Keldets concurred with Rex. The goblins, once driven to madness, put up a fight without much difficulty, but the real concern lay with the war djinn and trolls. The captain of the South Sea Guard expressed his apprehension. Even if the goblins had ingested demonic blood and become frenzied, their frail physiques remained unchanged. Their strength had not increased. Merely their reckless audacity became a nuisance. However, if the same were to occur with Wargen or trolls, the situation would differ dramatically, as both races were inherently stronger than humans. Their madness and fearlessness could easily turn a one-on-one into a two-on-one scenario. The ongoing battle atop the walls would not remain as manageable as it appeared. At last, it is time for you to make your entrance, Kael'thas, Rex declared, his gaze fixed on the tide of goblins, as towering ogres emerged behind them, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. The horde of beastmen daring to assault Nanhai town certainly cannot be said to be unprepared. Such a notion is simply unrealistic. In a siege, relying solely on ladders to breach a city's defenses proves exceedingly challenging. These beastmen are nomadic beings, and while Rex does not expect them to possess artillery or other siege weaponry, one would assume they have made some form of preparation. Now, upon witnessing the emergence of ogres, Rex comprehends that they are indeed the pivotal force enabling the Beastman army to conquer Nanhai town. These ogres do not possess two heads. Rather, they are characterized by a singular cranium. They are not sorcerers, but rather warriors. Among the ogres, the two-headed ogre sorcerers are a rarity. The vast majority are formidable fighters, some possessing immense strength, simple minds, and a penchant for consuming any form of meat, particularly the flesh of fresh livestock, and their masters. The ogre before Rex towered over him, a colossal figure twice the size of the two-headed ogre he had previously encountered. Standing at least 3 meters tall, almost double that of a man, its robust arms and bare upper body were muscular, exhibiting a deep, oily brown hue. It donned a filthy brown loincloth around its waist, and its hands were empty. A cart laden with stones rolled up before the ogre. With a menacing grin, the ogre bared its sharp tusks, grinning foolishly. Its filthy hands pressed against the wooden frame of the cart, and with a resounding crack, the frame succumbed to the ogre's strength, splintering under pressure. This spectacle elicited discontent from the adjacent ogre, which let out a roar and advanced to deliver a heavy slap, causing the already cracked frame to shatter into pieces, sending wooden shards flying and rocks tumbling from the cart. One ogre, flaunting its voluptuous backside, twisted its body, seized a boulder, and directed its gaze towards the walls of South Sea Town. Raising the stone high, it hurled it with great force, tracing a graceful arc through the air before striking the town's wall with unerring accuracy. A loud thud echoed as a crater formed upon impact. As the 5th hour approached, an unprecedented update of 10,000 words beckoned for support and attention. The imminent risk of being displaced from the recommendation list loomed. Urging comrades to rally together, with collective effort, another 5 updates could very well be possible. Countless dark specks filled the sky, accompanied by a howling sound. Each speck was a boulder, each measuring a meter in length, and the sheer volume of stones unleashed was awe-inspiring. The orc army, lacking catapults, effectively utilized ogres to fulfill the role of siege engines. Such was the world of Azeroth, teeming with boundless possibilities. Here, various peculiar races coexisted, each possessing unique traits not found in others. The relentless clattering of impacts resounded continuously, as these stones indiscriminately wreaked havoc. Members of the Round Table Knights were brutally transformed into mere pulp, blood and flesh splattering across the ground. Rex's eyes widened in fury as he shouted towards Kael'thas, questioning whether they were not yet prepared. Each knight represented Rex's dedication. His blood and sweat poured into every member of the Round Table. Witnessing the staggering number of fallen knights from the recent barrage of rocks, surpassing even the casualties among the gnolls that had assaulted the walls, only fueled Rex's rage. Glaring at the sky as another wave of boulders descended, Rex swung his great sword, striking one stone and sending it hurtling back with nearly double the speed it had come. A resounding crash echoed as a towering ogre was obliterated, its body shattered to pieces, while a nearby ogre suffered the fate of losing an arm, blood gushing forth as it let out a pained wail. Frostbolt. As Kael'thas completed his final incantation, a chilling aura erupted, causing those caught in its wake to instinctively shiver, their bodies trembling. A flurry of arrows, conjured by the frost mages under Kael'thas's command, was unleashed. Among the few mages dispatched from Dalaran, only a handful practiced the arcane arts, while the vast majority specialized in frost magic. In the coastal town of South Sea, where the proximity to the ocean severely limited the availability of fire elemental magic, the potency of fire spells was diminished by 10 to 20%. It would indeed be folly for Dalaran to send fire mages here. Such a decision would be tantamount to madness. In contrast, frost magic was afforded certain advantages in this locale. The mages of Azeroth are not confined to merely 3 schools of magic as in games. There exists a plethora of paths. However, fire, frost, and arcane magic are revered for a reason, as individuals from these schools have ascended to the status of demigods, a feat not replicated by practitioners of other magical disciplines. Currently, demigods represent the pinnacle of human achievement, thus earning them great admiration and the title of authenticity. Other schools are perceived as secondary, akin to the esoteric paths in the realm of Shushan. Those who cannot attain the celestial road are doomed to the ways of the unorthodox, destined to fade into oblivion. The arrows of ice whistled through the air, slicing like shadows, as they surged toward the direction of the ogres, a torrent numbering no less than 300. It was evident that not every mage was casting merely a single frost arrow. Lordaeron, in its generosity, would not have dispatched 300 mages to Rexxar. The current conflict, a mere orc uprising, did not necessitate such an overwhelming force, as Rexxar's contingent was but a supporting unit. Each mage unleashed approximately 10 frost arrows, rendering Kale that's a veritable human artillery piece, his staff dancing deftly as he released a barrage of icy projectiles, showcasing the prowess of a grand mage. The number of ogres was not particularly high, roughly around 50, and they were distinctly larger than the average ogre, making them challenging to find. To assemble 50 of such size amidst abundant rocks was akin to creating a makeshift catapult. While this force would be insufficient for an assault on Grommash Hold, it was more than adequate for a small town like Southsea. Each ogre faced an onslaught of 5 to 6 frost arrows, though the ogres were not unprepared. Their towering stature made them conspicuous targets, and once they exhibited their tremendous destructive capability, they inevitably became the focus of the attack. Cunning as they were, these ogres, upon witnessing the oncoming frost arrows, abandoned their offensive maneuvers. They swiftly dropped to the ground, utilizing the presence of vehicles for cover. In an instant, the sound of thuds echoed through the air. Not a single ogre remained standing. Cunning? No, this was the mark of disciplined training. In the depths of the Rex's secret passage, one cannot deny the effectiveness of the ogre's maneuver. Initially, a single cast of Frostbolt could have obliterated the entire horde of ogres. However, due to their evasive action, only a handful, merely a dozen, perished. The vast majority of the ogres remained unscathed. With the ineffectiveness of single-target spells, Kelsa's, you are tasked with harnessing the power of Blizzard. The Frostbolt's failure to yield results rendered this method of dispatching foes with minimal magical energy futile. Consequently, if single-target spells proved inadequate, a collective approach was necessary. The sheer force of storm magic, when unleashed by a coordinated team of mages, would suffice to annihilate these ogres. Casting a discontented glance at Rex, Kelsa's, harboring an innate aversion to his commands, felt a touch of prideful defiance. Nevertheless, he was determined to maintain his composure. Grasping a staff radiating with potent magical energy, Kelsa's proclaimed, "Concentrate your energy, chant the incantation, Blizzard, release." With Kelsa's guiding the incantation, the spell was cast with remarkable ease. The prowess of a grand mage is not to be underestimated. Gathering the magical energies of numerous mages and molding it into a singular force is an art beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. The orchestrators of such spells are specially trained mages, adept in their craft. This time, Kale that's graced the town of Southsea with his presence. And it was indeed a stroke of fortune for the town. Were it any other mage, the completion of such a formidable area-wide spell, the Blizzard, would not have been achieved with such swiftness. A relentless barrage of hailstones, each the size of a fist and imbued with an icy ferocity, descended from the heavens. The ogres, unable to evade this onslaught, found themselves at the mercy of the elements. Even though these ogres were well-trained and attempted to take cover, the carts laden with stones proved futile against the tempest. The skull of one ogre was shattered by the hail, its headless corpse sprawled upon the ground, gradually encased in a thick layer of ice, transforming into a chilling sculpture. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly, leading to the complete annihilation of the ogres. While it appeared to be a resounding victory, the mage squad itself faced total destruction. Their magical energies were utterly depleted. A mage devoid of magic is rendered impotent. Consequently, Kale that's commanded the mages to begin meditative practices to restore their mana. The mage from Lordaeron leads a team composed primarily of low-tier sorcerers. the majority being around the 3rd tier, with a few at the 4th and 5th tiers. With their innate magical energy nearly depleted, they unleash a tempest of blizzards and ice arrows. Although the mage squad currently lacks combat efficacy, they have successfully eliminated the greatest threat to South Sea Town, the ogres. With the ogres no longer hurling stones, Rex surveys the situation from the battlements without joining the fray. The kobolds, undaunted by death, are no match for the Round Table Knights. In open battle, their recklessness might lead to a costly victory for the knights. However, in this defensive scenario, where they hold the advantage of terrain, the dynamics shift entirely. What of Ulysses? Have the orcs appeared? Rex inquires of the ever-busy young John, who darts between the 2 walls. South Sea Town can only be attacked from 2 fronts, and Rex's side remains steadfast. His concern shifts to the other wall, where the kobolds continue their relentless assault. The orc forces predominantly comprise wergens, trolls, and orcs, relegating the kobolds to mere cannon fodder. The possibility of a feint exists, using the kobolds to distract from a fierce orc assault on the opposite wall. However, Rex feels little tension. Such a simplistic ruse would be foolish to fall for. No, the attackers are still the kobolds, young John replies upon hearing Rex's question. As Rex and John converse, the battle intensifies. Blood drips steadily from the armor of the Round Table Knights stationed on the walls. The northern wall, facing the brunt of the orc army, endures a brutal onslaught. Here, Rex has taken personal command, with most members of the Round Table Knights stationed at this location. Meanwhile, the opposite wall is defended by Ulysses' infantry assault squad and the recruited militia. With shields raised, the knights dispatch wave after wave of charging kobolds. Many members of the Round Table Knights employ a straightforward tactic. As the kobolds approach unsteadily, they simply thrust their shields forward, causing the weary kobolds to tumble back into the surging sea of their own kind below. Release the wooden logs. Osborne commands the carefully selected strongmen of South Sea Town. From the onset of crafting these logs, Rex envisioned them not as disposable implements, but as tools for repeated use. Bound at both ends with ropes, these specially constructed log throwers are hoisted and then dropped, creating devastating impact. This is the true weapon of defense, as kobolds are continuously overturned and pierced by sharp iron spikes. In the moment of their heavy descent, the iron spikes slice through the arms of the kobolds wielding weapons, effortlessly severing flesh, resulting in a gruesome display of carnage as they are crushed by overwhelming force. This is still fortunate, akin to the unfortunate gnolls who are now ensnared by iron spikes. The iron bars upon the logs are varied. In the town of Nanhai, they assume disparate identities. Naturally, not all are straight and sharp. Some possess curved hooks that secure the bodies of the gnolls upon the logs, creating a scene that is both gruesome and spectacular. It is akin to skewering lamb on a skewer. Observing the damaged siege engines and the wooden ram that has fallen beneath the northern walls of South Sea Town, Osborne feels a twinge of regret. What was once a dense formation capable of enveloping the entire northern wall now bears numerous gaps. With only 2/3 of the remaining siege engines still intact, the recent assault from the boulders has inflicted the most severe damage on these engines, as they were the primary targets of the ogre's concentrated fire. The orc commander, not a blind brute, recognizes the threat posed by the ogres to South Sea Town, just as he can see the siege engines and the wooden rams, defensive mechanisms that surely warrant a name. However, in his past life, Rex was no military expert and had little knowledge in this domain. Even his understanding of wooden rams stemmed from an overindulgence in historical dramas. Many ancient television series depict the horrors of war, and it must be said that they portray a plethora of defensive tools quite effectively. While Rex could not possibly construct intricate machinery, he found no difficulty in replicating these simpler devices, which required minimal technical prowess. The siege engine merely necessitated a pivot and the securing of ropes, employing human strength to rotate and continuously retract the ropes, thus elevating the wooden ram. The numbers of the goblins steadily dwindle, no longer resembling the vast sea they once were. Rex gazes intently at the battlefield, internally calculating that there are at least 5,000 goblins, indicating that the orc army exceeds his expectations. As time flows slowly, the goblin ranks diminish further, and Rex's expression grows increasingly grave, for he understands that the true conflict will ignite only when the goblins have been entirely vanquished. Serving as cannon fodder, the goblins have fulfilled their role commendably, exhausting a significant amount of gunpowder from the riflemen's regiment and depleting their physical strength. As expendable troops, The goblins have performed adequately. On the defensive front, Rex's forces are not only drained physically but also mentally, having become a weary army. One side rests while the other is utterly fatigued. The disparity between the two is stark and unmistakable. The genuine battle will commence when few goblins remain. And as he gazes upon the advancing wolfmen, brandishing their weapons and roaring fiercely, Rex raises his heavy sword high. The resonant sound of the horn echoed across the battlefield, signaling the advance of the Wurgens. Resembling hyenas, these creatures possess a human-like physique and walk upright on two legs. Their societal structure is notably loose, embodying the natural instincts of wolves, and they prefer to operate in packs, always appearing in groups. The sinewy muscles beneath their skin are distinctly visible. While these Wurgens are not corpulent, they exude an aura of formidable strength, particularly given their imposing height of 8 feet, approximately 2.43 meters, making them merely half a meter shorter than the recently encountered ogre. In their hands, they wield fearsome flails, with the handle resembling a sturdy rod and the head adorned with sharp, spiked protrusions, all interconnected by a chain. Mastery of such a weapon demands a significant level of physical prowess, imposing strict requirements, yet once attained, it transforms into a most savage instrument of slaughter on the battlefield. Such weapons are most suitable for assault and charge. Rex stood atop the city wall, observing the advancing Wurgen with their weapons in hand, a cold smile gracing his lips as he raised his heavy sword high. In the realm of the game, Wurgen may appear inconspicuous, merely one of the myriad creatures players encounter and vanquish to level up. However, in the world of Azeroth, they represent a race that cannot be overlooked. They are ferocious, savage, and formidable, regarding all beings, including their own kin, as mere sustenance. Driven solely by hunger, they are impervious to the allure of gold or magic. Their motivations are singular, an insatiable appetite. The identities of Wurgen are manifold: bandits, mercenaries, and more. They are perpetually seeking to carve out their share from others. While Wurgen may share in your fortune, they will never partake in your misfortune. The duration of their cooperation hinges entirely upon your strength and your ability to satisfy their hunger. For Wurgen, food is everything. In Rex's eyes, the werewolves that appeared were members of a formal wolfman army, known as the Wolfman Barbarians. They possessed formidable strength and occupied the pinnacle of the food chain within a society that revered martial prowess. As Rex moved, the ever-prepared Osborne flashed a sinister smile. For the taciturn Osborne, who thrived in combat, the blood-soaked battlefield ignited a thrill within him rather than discomfort. After years, he had returned to the fray. Among the Round Table Knights, the 4 captains of the guard were notable. Cecil needed no introduction, while Rona and Ulysses were both youthful, contrasting with Osborne, who was already 34. At 34 and ranked as a 7th-tier warrior, he paled in comparison to Rex, and even more so to the 19-year-old 9th-tier Arthas. However, Osborne's age represented the mainstream of Azeroth, where true talent is a rare phenomenon. Arthas's renown was bolstered by the influence of his father, alongside his unparalleled talent. Rex chose to include Osborne in the Round Table Knights due to his experience from the Second Great War. Even with the advantages of the Warcraft system, Rex sought seasoned individuals. Osborne personally hoisted an oak barrel, ascending from the base of the walls, his face alight with excitement, followed by his comrades who embraced half-meter-high barrels, steadily making their way up the fortifications. Typically filled with fine wine, these oak barrels were now brimming with oil. Rex remembered the wooden stakes and oil, formidable weapons for defending the city, and had refrained from using oil during the Goblin Siege, saving it for the werewolves. The average height of humans in Azeroth was notably greater than that of Rex's previous life, with most standing around 1.8 meters, and some reaching 2 meters, though none exceeded 2.5. The Wolfman Barbarians, towering at 2.5 meters, exuded an aura of intimidation. This was not a world of martial arts where a frail elder could effortlessly fell a towering brute. Here, size equated to strength. The robust wolfmen naturally surpassed their human counterparts in bravery. While the goblins posed a minor threat, this potent weapon was reserved for the looming peril of the wolfmen. As the wolfmen approached the walls of South Sea Town, Rex let out a cold smile as he hefted his heavy sword. Upon receiving the command, Osborne and his comrades hurled the barrels at the approaching foes. From their elevated position, and aided by a select group of strongmen, the barrels soared gracefully through the air. Kael'thas stepped forward, his noble figure capturing the wolfman's gaze. In an instant, The handsome high elf prince transformed into a harbinger of death. Brandishing his staff as fiery orbs materialized before him, each a harbinger of destruction. Just as the barrels filled with oil were about to strike the wolfmen, the fireballs erupted in a furious roar, shattering the barrels and unleashing a catastrophic explosion. The ensuing inferno, fueled by the oil and splintered wood, engulfed the wolfman barbarians. The oak barrels on the walls continued to be hurled, with Cael'Thas acting as a moving artillery platform, accurately launching fireballs that targeted the barrels. Fireball spells, while challenging to use against formidable foes like the wolfman barbarians, were not intended for slaughter this time. They aimed solely to ignite. For a mage of Cael'Thas's caliber, the fireball spell had reached instantaneous casting, although he had to chant due to the volume of spells he was unleashing. The anguished howls of the suffering wolfmen echoed beneath the walls of Southsea Town. Burning with flames, they swung their flails in a desperate expression of pain, inadvertently harming their companions, who were caught off guard and struck down. The sharp spikes of their chained weapons embedded deeply into flesh, resulting in gruesome fatalities. The bloody carnage continued unabated. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear companions, Bing Feng Shi, Wild Kid, and Bloodshed, for their generous contributions. A round of applause. 1 wave. 2 waves. 3 waves. The oak barrels were incessantly hurled down, rendering Cael'Thas's fireball spell unnecessary. The burning flames ignited the discarded barrels, causing them to explode. The roaring inferno consumed the Wargen marauders, while cheers erupted from atop the walls of Southsea Town. They have retreated, the orcs are withdrawing. The jubilant cries echoed. And even through the flames, one could discern the Orcish forces slowly retreating. The once valiant warriors now lay incapacitated on the ramparts, as the absence of external pressure brought forth a wave of exhaustion and fatigue. Like a tide, the orc army fell back, their initial assault successfully repelled. Though the orcs would not concede easily and would undoubtedly continue their onslaught, the citizens of Southsea Town and the Knights of the Round Table brimmed with newfound confidence. This battle not only claimed countless enemy lives, but also bolstered their own morale. The initial trepidation upon witnessing the orc horde had vanished completely. All gazes turned towards Rex, filled with reverence. In this skirmish, their losses were minimal, yet they had inflicted thousands of casualties upon the enemy, thereby establishing Rex's authority. Rex's expression turned grave. He felt no joy in having repulsed the orcs. The retreating orc army still surged like a tide. The deaths today had not significantly crippled their forces, while Southsea Town had nearly exhausted its supplies of oil and barricades. Osborne, gather the men to repair the damaged siege engine and retrieve the intact barricades from below the walls, Rex commanded succinctly. He ordered the wounded to be carried away for treatment and to repair the damaged fortifications in preparation for the inevitable second assault by the orcs. Rex entrusted all of this to Osborne while he sought to investigate the discrepancy between the enemy's numbers and the intelligence he had received. This warranted an explanation. Rex was no saint. This orc horde certainly exceeded 30,000, if not 40,000. The goblins alone had suffered 4,000 to 5,000 fatalities at his hands, not accounting for the other section of the wall. With merely 2,000 defenders stationed at Southsea Town, even if they managed to hold the line, his Knights of the Round Table would be rendered ineffectual. This left Rex with a disconcerting feeling, as if he were merely cannon fodder, akin to the sacrificed goblins. With a furrowed brow, Rex cast a glance at Cael'Thas, the one who had initially provided him with intelligence from Dalaran. He briefly entertained the thought that Dalaran might have withheld the enemy's numbers out of fear that he would not come. However, he dismissed this notion. While it might be plausible for an ordinary citizen, Rex was the crown prince of Gilneas. Should Dalaran lead him to his demise here, it would spell war and vengeance for Gilneas. Shaking his head lightly, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, he resolved to seek clarification. Rex addressed Cael'Thas directly. I require an explanation. How did the 2,000 orcs transform into 40,000? I trust that even the most inept scout could discern the difference between 2,000 and 40,000. His tone was brusque, had it not been for his status. Rex would have bluntly questioned the competence of Cael'Thas's scouts. One could easily differentiate between 200 and 300 at a glance. Yet the disparity between 20,000 and 40,000 was monumental. Do not tell me that you were unaware of this matter. Rex gazed at the silent Cael'Thas, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. It seemed plausible that they had dispersed to arrive here only to regroup. At that moment, the captain of the South Sea Guard proposed a rather unlikely scenario. Rex cast a glance at him, unconvinced by the captain's assertion. The idea of scattering and then reassembling necessitated seamless communication, a feat that had been achievable in his previous life but was implausible in this one. With the forces divided, the risk of unforeseen incidents loomed large, leading to numerous disappearances. Thus, no one would undertake such a strategy unless absolutely necessary, an endeavor fraught with losses. The South Sea Guard captain continued to elaborate, while scouts from South Sea Town had also been dispatched, yet they still failed to ascertain the true number of enemies. It was inconceivable that Dalaran would betray its own, that much was certain. Contemplating the captain's words, Rex pondered what method the orcs had employed to thwart the scouts' reconnaissance. Ultimately, he surmised it must be a form of mental magic interference. A flash of insight struck Rex. Those scouts who ventured to investigate had unknowingly fallen under the influence of mental magic, which provided the only plausible explanation. As for why the South Sea Town was led to believe the invading orcs were few in number, thus lowering their guard and ultimately succumbing to an assault, Rex found himself at a loss, his knowledge insufficient to discern the truth. A chill coursed through him. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to mental magic, for it was an insidious art capable of subjugating the wills of the weak-minded, robbing individuals of their autonomy, and conjuring illusions, among other nefarious tactics. No practitioner of mental magic was ever approached lightly, and this aversion had rendered it a mysterious force among humans. As he observed Kale that's receding into the distance, Rex conjured a sentry guard. The appearance of the sentry was unsettling. It was topped with a single, lifelike eye that blinked incessantly, evoking unease in anyone who beheld it. The sentry guard was designed to scout a designated area, capable of detecting invisible units, with a duration of 24 hours. Being a cautious individual, Rex undertook the task of placing the sentry himself, moving along the city walls to gauge the distances before positioning it. After securing the northern wall, he proceeded to another section, discovering that the skirmishes here were far less intense than those at the northern front. Once he had stationed sentry guards at both walls, Rex issued a few instructions to the gathered individuals before departing with a sense of relief. The crowd expressed disdain for the emergence of Dota heroes, preferring simplicity. They required merely names, dismissing even the notion of elaborate backgrounds, as with characters such as the Hogger. Night fell. The enigmatic night enveloped the land of the Hillsbrad foothills, where darkness prevailed, and dense, ominous clouds obscured the stars and moonlight. Upon the walls of South Sea Town, magical crystals emitted a dim glow, illuminating the battlements. Occasionally, a cadre of the Round Table Knights, fully armed and vigilant, would pass by. Although the orcs had retreated, Rex remained steadfast in his defense of South Sea Town, showing no sign of relaxation. The Night Watch had been arranged to guard against any sudden assaults by the orcs, despite the minuscule probability of such an occurrence. Rex dared not to be careless. As time slipped away, the night deepened, and even the patrolling knights no longer possessed the sharpness of their earlier vigilance. Their spirits had waned, and they now mechanically surveyed their surroundings, awaiting the end of their shift. In the depths of the night, a faint sound broke the silence, and a slight figure appeared atop the walls. With green skin and protruding tusks, it was unmistakably an orc, brandishing a sharp dagger. This slender orc displayed an air of confidence as it scanned the battlements, especially relishing the sight of a fully armed group of Round Table Knights passing nearby. Oblivious to the fact that its figure had begun to shimmer with an ethereal quality, rendering it incongruous with the surrounding scenery, the orc rogue stood unaware. In a concealed spot nearby, an eye blinked continuously in its direction. This orc, now exposed to the sentinel's gaze, would find that obstacles would not obscure their vision, a fact thoroughly demonstrated in the game. Even if one were to wrap the sentinels in linen, they would still perform their duties effectively. At the forefront of the group, a knight's eyes sparkled with insight, his face betraying admiration for the leader who had foreseen this moment. From his cloak, he produced a dark green magical artifact resembling a bell. As he shook it, it emitted an eerie silence. After 5 deliberate shakes, he tucked the bell away, casting a disdainful glance at the orc that had just leaped off the wall. However, in some corner of South Sea Town, the bell rang out in a series of clear chimes. The sound jolted Rex awake from his slumber. Grasping his heavy sword, he strode purposefully from his chamber. The bell's ring was loud, but its duration was brief, only 5 chimes. A subtle smile curved Rex's lips, for the 5 chimes signified the presence of a rogue, while 10 would indicate an Orcish assault under the cover of night. Each series of chimes bore its own meaning. What had transpired? The first to arrive at Rex's abode was Kael'thas. The distance between Rex's residence and Kael'thas was not great. As a grand mage, Kael'thas possessed an acute sensitivity. The fragile constitution of mages rendered them exceedingly protective of their own lives. The more formidable the mage, the more likely they were to don magical artifacts that served as early warnings for any disturbances. However, this does not imply that mages are impervious to assassination. On the contrary, highly skilled assassins strike with utter silence, rendering such warning devices mere ornaments. Nothing of great consequence, Rex replied, his gaze fixed on Jaina rather than Kael'thas. At that moment, Jaina and Rona had also arrived. Their residences were in close proximity, just next door. The bell that Rex had set up rang out, its sound piercing the tranquility of the night. If it did not rouse the others, it would indeed be a curious anomaly. This was, of course, a precaution taken by Rex in case he inadvertently found himself ensnared within the Warcraft system, unable to hear the commotion. Illuminated by the glowing magical crystal, one could observe that Jaina was clad in but a scant outfit, her mage's robe held in her hands, exposing large swathes of alabaster skin beneath the night sky. Undoubtedly, Jaina captured the attention of those present, her striking figure complemented by her exquisite visage, leaving an indelible impression of beauty. Jaina, having heard the tolling of the bell, hurriedly stepped out. This reveals the customs of the world of Azeroth, a game undeniably crafted by Western hands, retaining its developmental spirit. After concluding his remarks, Rex cast a glance at Kael'thas, who maintained an unyielding demeanor, appearing as a paragon of virtue, daring not to meet Jaina's gaze. This proud high elf prince was perfection incarnate, excelling in both etiquette and prowess, rivaling even Arthas. Yet, in one aspect, he fell short. Arthas's prowess in courtship far surpassed his own. As a princess and a prodigious mage, Jaina also possessed her own sense of pride. Although not as deeply ingrained as that of Kael'thas or Arthas, she was no easy conquest. While Arthas had ensnared many hearts, Kael'thas, with his naive demeanor, was a far lesser contender. As a rogue infiltrated the scene, Kael'thas discerned the underlying meaning in Rex's words. Indeed, Rex nodded, continuing, my preparations have taken effect. These orcs are hardly the compliant sort. Their retreat during the day was merely a precursor to their plans for nocturnal incursions. Grasping his heavy sword, Rex turned to exit, stating, I shall take my leave. Observing the imposing sword in Rex's hand, Jaina swallowed her questions. Upon seeing Rex again, she initially dismissed the sword's weight. For many in Azeroth favored such formidable weapons, often mere shells lacking true heft. However, the earlier battle had made Jaina acutely aware of the sword's substantial weight, leading her to ponder how Rex, despite his commendable strength, could wield such a burdensome blade. Gratitude is due to Guan Qi, the infatuated caterpillar, and several other friends for their generous contributions. I extend my heartfelt thanks. Upon reaching the city walls, Rex noted that the orc rogue had departed a quarter of an hour prior. After a detailed inquiry with the team that had encountered the orc rogue, Rex waved them off, signaling it was time to awaken his comrades. Rex understood the admiration in their eyes. During the day, his meticulous arrangements seemed to presage the orcs' impatience. With numerous rogues poised to infiltrate South Sea Town that night, a prophetic hat of foresight had been placed upon Rex's head. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of the overzealous admiration from the members of the Round Table Knights. Rex's vigilance was standard. The deployment of rogues under the cover of night is a common siege tactic. He never anticipated the orcs' remarkable cooperation as they plunged headlong into his meticulously laid plans. The moment the bells tolled, Rex felt a surge of elation. While Rex was busy organizing the defenses atop the walls, the orc who had infiltrated South Sea Town made his way towards the orc army's main tent. Unhindered, he entered what appeared to be a nondescript large tent. Inside, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Though the exterior offered no indication of its significance and had minimal defenses, within stood two guards clad in heavy armor, resembling relentless machines of war. Had Rex been present, he would have instantly recognized the identity of this armor, for it was one of the classic sets he had collected in his previous life, T1, Strength. This set of heavy armor is far from obscure in the world of Azeroth. During the Second War, it gained remarkable renown, leading to a saying among the human alliance. This formidable armor was blessed by the Fire Lord Ragnaros. However, the human alliance has always regarded this as mere rumor. This illustrates a classic case of external looseness coupled with internal firmness. Having several individuals clad in the T1 strength set is undoubtedly far safer than dispatching a small squad of guards. This arrangement reflects a significant truth: the fear of this orc commander. Typically, a general leading an army would establish their living quarters in the most prominent and central location, easily identifiable at a glance. Could it be that they are unaware that choosing a more ordinary tent would considerably enhance their safety? Such naivety is implausible. No one is a fool, and everyone understands this reality. Such a choice is born not merely from confidence, but also from a reluctance to dampen morale. When the commander exhibits such a fear of death, one can only imagine the impact on the troop spirit. There are advantages and disadvantages to this approach, yet overall, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Nevertheless, for those who are overly cautious, the perceived advantages might seem to eclipse the disadvantages. A quintessential example of this is the orc leader. As the frail orc entered the tent, several piercing gazes were cast upon him before swiftly redirecting to the orc commander. The frail orc spoke. "I have thoroughly surveyed the fortifications of South Sea Town." This arrogance exemplified the frail orc's demeanor, devoid of any respect for the orc commander, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery and disdain. Orcs are a fiercely aggressive race, valorizing strength while viewing death as less fearsome than cowardice. To the frail orc, the leader appeared weak and incompetent, and given his own proud nature, he felt no inclination towards reverence. The orc leader regarded this impotent individual, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his eyes, yet his face remained impassive, concealing his true thoughts. Dark, cunning, and deeply calculating, he stood in stark contrast to the typical orc temperament. One could ascertain, upon reflection of today's battle, that the leadership of South Sea Town is far from inept. How could they neglect to guard against the lurking infiltrators? The orc leader fixed his gaze intently on the frail orc and spoke in a low voice. "While it may be impossible for others, for me, Jeff, nothing is beyond reach." The frail orc, brimming with arrogance, continued, "In this realm, Garona is dead. As for stealth, none can surpass me." Observing the frail orc, the orc chieftain dismissed the latter's haughty demeanor, which exuded an air of invincibility, and with a face reflecting appreciation and commendation, declared, "Well done. Truly, you are a warrior of the Blackstone clan. Following the plan, the southern coastal town's gates shall be entrusted to you." After bestowing his praise, the chieftain began to assign tasks. He was deserving of the esteem held by other orcs. Had it been another orc, such blatant disrespect would have provoked an outburst. Yet this one not only remained unperturbed, but even received accolades. "Leave it to me. You need not worry," the slender orc replied, turning away from the tent without a hint of courtesy. Upon witnessing the departure of the frail orc, the chieftain's expression of admiration vanished entirely, replaced by a glint of cold fury in his eyes. With a voice laced with ire, he cursed, "Damn half-breed scum. How dare you disrespect me? You are doomed. No one can save you." After venting his frustration with a few more expletives, the orc chieftain stood resolutely and exited the tent, clad in T1 strength armor. Several warriors armed with weapons followed closely behind him, dedicated solely to his protection, their mission singular and clear: to safeguard the chieftain. All else could be disregarded. As they proceeded, the chieftain incessantly instructed the orcs to rouse the troops. However, he refrained from waking the entire army, for such an uproar would be too great. With various races gathered, including gnolls and trolls, the cacophony would be extraordinary, potentially jeopardizing the chieftain's plans for a night raid. Thus, he did not rely on them. The true vanguard of this nocturnal assault would be the orcs themselves. Gazing towards the faintly illuminated walls of the southern coastal town, excitement danced in the chieftain's eyes. "We shall breach the defenses. Tonight is the night." In the stillness of the night, a sense of tranquility envelopes the surroundings, interrupted only by the mournful chirping of crickets emanating from the grass beyond the walls of the town of Nanhai. The fragrant essence of the night wafts through the air, weaving a delicate tapestry that cloaks all in its embrace. Though the moon is full, a thick layer of clouds obscures its illumination, casting uneven, mottled shadows from the densely clustered shrubs above, while the slender silhouettes of willows sway gently. The interplay of light and shadow resonates with a harmonious melody, reminiscent of a celebrated tune played upon a guzheng. Approximately 200 or 300 individuals stand silently before the Orcish army, not uttering a word. The orc commander, wielding a staff, addresses the frail orc before him, cautioning, Exercise care and avoid unnecessary actions. Your primary objective is to open the city gates. Those humans, emboldened by their triumph during the day, have even forgotten their own surnames, and you need not concern yourself with them. The feeble orc dismissively waves his hand, indicating his disdain, and turns away, vanishing into the shadows as he embarks on his mission. Following the frail orc's lead, the other stealthy figures seamlessly blend into the darkness, leaving the 200 or 300 individuals standing before the orc army utterly vanished. Observing the audacious frail orc, a faint smirk crosses the commander's face as he murmurs in a tone meant only for his own ears. With your disposition, the more I urge caution, the more you will bristle. You wretched half-breed will undoubtedly attempt to assassinate that human prince. Reports from Scott indicate that this prince is of the 9th tier. Once the gates are opened, your worth will have dissipated. Thus, your demise is inevitable. Hatred drips from the orc commander's words, and Rex finds himself taken aback by the reality that within this orcish army, not only are there wolfmen and trolls, but also half-orcs. The discrimination against half-orcs among the orcs is far more severe than Rex had ever imagined, with some extremists advocating for the extermination of all half-orcs to preserve the purity of their bloodline. In this context, the Blackstone clan stands out as the most severe, with many among them harboring a naked intent to kill, driven by the pure ideology that hybrids deserve death. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from somewhere on the city wall. Filled with surprise, and a youthful face emerged, its golden hair dancing in the night breeze. Which direction did they head? Rex was the first to inquire of young John. All eyes turned toward him. Kaldats, Jaina, Ulysses, the captain of the South Sea Guard. Every significant figure in South Sea Town made their appearance. Open the gates. Young John felt the heat of their gazes, a bit apprehensive, as he was still rather young. Being the center of attention was a novel experience for him, causing him to stammer. At that moment, no one paid heed to his stuttering. Rex, upon hearing the gate's sound, pointed to a simple map of South Sea Town spread before them, indicating the location of the city gates. The orcs have sent a rogue for the first time to scout the nighttime defenses of South Sea Town and to gauge our vigilance against infiltrators. Thus, I refrained from taking any action, allowing him to thoroughly observe our defenses and depart safely. With this experience, he will undoubtedly perceive South Sea Town as lacking in strength. Our daytime victory has made us complacent. This is the prime opportunity to seize the town. They have 2 options. The first is to dispatch numerous rogues into South Sea Town to sow chaos and assassinate the commanders. If successful, the ensuing disorder would leave the town leaderless, allowing the orc army to seize the moment and attack. Rex's finger traced the map, which he had drawn from memory after traversing South Sea Town. To be frank, Rex lacked artistic talent. This rudimentary map featured only winding lines representing the walls and a series of dots indicating important structures, with the vast sea denoted by text. When viewed in isolation, it was unremarkable, but when combined, it evoked smiles from all who beheld it. Even Kaldats, with his aloof demeanor, bore the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Rex chose to ignore the expressions of the crowd as he gently moved his finger, indicating the central buildings of South Sea Town before redirecting it to the city gates. Continuing his explanation, they did not delve deep into South Sea Town. It is evident they have opted for the second choice. Ambushing the guards stationed at the city gate, the plan was to open the gate and, through a coordinated effort, seize control of Nanhai Town. In this statement, there was a hint of mockery in Rex's demeanor. Coordinated effort is a phrase often invoked in the context of warfare. Your intention to spare this group of infiltrators is to allow them to open the gate and let the orcs in to wreak havoc, Jaina deduced, following Rex's line of thought. Indeed, Rex nodded, affirming that this was precisely his strategy. Rex, you are playing with fire, cautioned old John. The orc army is vast, and even with the protection of the city walls, we struggle to hold our ground. If they breach the city, how shall we defend ourselves? The orcs are not the feeble gnolls we have faced before. Hearing Rex's admission, old John began to counter his reasoning. In his view, Rex's approach was perilously reckless, akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. Rest assured, Rex reassured old John, urging him to remain calm, before elaborating further. What constitutes an ambush is the element of surprise. It is improbable for the orcs to assemble their entire forces without creating a commotion. Thus, their numbers must be limited. It is most likely that they will abandon the trolls and wargen, allowing the orc troops to take the lead. I have meticulously prepared for the impending onslaught of the orc army. We find ourselves at a disadvantage, and the arrival of the next wave of reinforcements remains uncertain. Without taking risks, how can we repel the orcs? I managed to persuade Old John with a few words, but Rex's gaze remained resolute, beyond Old John's influence. Once again, he ascended the walls of South Sea Town, surveying his surroundings. Observing the sparse defenses of South Sea Town, he noted the arrogant expressions on the gaunt faces of the orcs, who quickly dashed forward, leading their subordinates towards the city gates. The infiltrators employed their ability to vanish into the shadows, marking their positions for their comrades to see. Unlike in the realm of games, where systems provide inherent discernment, this tangible world lacks such mechanisms. Over the years, infiltrators have developed their own methods of survival. The army composed of infiltrators proves invaluable for operations such as decapitation strikes and breaching city gates. However, if infiltrators cannot perceive one another, chaos and confusion may ensue, leading to disastrous collisions. To illustrate this, should an infiltrator stealthily navigate into the city and encounter a guard, they must neutralize the guard to advance further. In such situations, it is only natural for the infiltrator to proceed with caution. If two infiltrators are visible to one another, others will refrain from approaching. But if they cannot see each other, a hasty rush could lead to misunderstandings. The ability to become invisible does not equate to existing in an alternate dimension. Contact or collision would reveal their presence, potentially resulting in disarray and inadvertent harm to allies. Thus, the concept of marking emerged, allowing one's companions to see each other. This is why Rex felt secure placing the sentry guards atop the wall, untroubled by the possibility of infiltrators detecting their visibility. In the eyes of the infiltrators, whether observing themselves or their comrades, they remain in a state of visibility, rendering them blissfully unaware of the sentry guards. The stealthy figures, under the watchful gaze of an unseen observer, cautiously descended the city wall, striving to minimize the sounds they made. The wall was not far from the city gate, and just below the stairs lay the entrance. Rex's performance was meticulously staged. He would never intentionally leave guards for these infiltrators to eliminate. Such an act would compromise the entire ruse, significantly increasing the risk of exposure. If Rex were to proceed thus, he would find himself facing a scene of utter betrayal, with the label of a ruthless schemer irrevocably affixed to him, a stigma from which he could not escape. Such actions are a blatant violation of the path of the Holy Light. Many events in the world resemble the later massacre led by Arthas. Although it may have been the right choice, it garnered nothing but contempt from the masses. This sentiment may seem exaggerated, as the current situation has not escalated to such heights. It is indeed peculiar that there is not a single guard at the city gates. With impeccable timing, Rex stepped in to change shifts, and under the watchful gaze of the rogues, the members of the Knights of the Round Table, who were originally stationed at the gates, strode away, weapons in hand. Rex harbored no concerns that these knights would falter in their ruse. In the darkness of night, even magical artifacts would not emit blinding light. And with their helmets obscuring their features, it would be a miracle if the orc forces could discern the expressions of the knights. Were the frail orc well-versed in idioms, he would undoubtedly exclaim in his heart, "Heaven assists me." With a wave of his hand, a swift contingent of rogues dashed forward to open the city gates. Witnessing the ease with which their task was accomplished, the orc's pride became increasingly evident as he gently caressed the dagger in his hand. Watching the glimmer as the blade turned, he instructed his aide and made his way towards South Sea Town. As a proud rogue, merely opening the city gates was not enough. He aspired to assassinate the commander of South Sea Town, proving himself to be the strongest rogue since Garona. Regarding Garona, despite his pride, the frail orc understood that surpassing her would be a distant goal for now. To slay the king of the powerful kingdom of Azeroth would be a feat worthy of his ambition, comparable only to the act of infiltrating Lordaeron and eliminating its current king. If he could not kill the king, he could still target the prince, he mused softly. The situation in South Sea had been thoroughly investigated by the orc forces, and early intelligence regarding the reinforcements from Gilneas had been discreetly conveyed to them. A faint flush appeared on his green skin, a manifestation of excitement. Who was the idol of the frail orc, Jeff? Only one individual, Garona, a half-orc like Jeff, achieved remarkable feats in the past. The assassination of the king incident is the reason behind Jeff's admiration for Garona. Within the world of Azeroth, two such assassination events occurred. One has transpired, while the other remains unfulfilled. The consequences of these two incidents led to the downfall of two great kingdoms. It is indeed a bitter irony that ever since the orcs emerged, the fortunes of humanity began to wane, plunging them into a series of calamities. Prior to the arrival of the orcs, humanity was seemingly invincible. Had the orcs not appeared, the entire Eastern Kingdom would have been unified under human dominion. Yet, following the orc invasion, the mightiest of human kingdoms, Azeroth, fell to ruin at the hands of an assassin. This grand kingdom, renowned as the strongest among the 7 human kingdoms and boasting formidable military power, crumbled without significant resistance in the absence of a leader, swiftly overwhelmed by the Orcish forces. The war between humans and orcs presented the orcs as seemingly invincible, on the verge of extinguishing humanity. This perception was based on the fact that human strength had been significantly diminished. The power of the Azeroth kingdom was roughly equivalent to half of humanity's overall strength. To proclaim it the strongest in the world of Azeroth is no jest. Yet, more ironically, the subsequent mightiest human kingdom, Lordaeron, met a similar fate, destroyed by the same means. The king was slain, leaving the realm leaderless. A significant portion of its elite lost their loyalty, morale plummeted, and they were effortlessly vanquished, allowing the enemy to sweep through with ease. The two downfalls, aside from the differing enemies, bore striking similarities. They were almost indistinguishable. If one were to engage in genuine combat, the two devastating wars would not have inflicted such profound suffering upon humanity. What a pitfall. Having completed the final chapter, I impulsively updated it, only to realize that it was the 29th chapter, and I have yet to update the 27th. I apologize. The last update was scheduled for 12:04. At the gates of Southsea Town, this location is even more crucial than the city walls, naturally guarded by sentinels. Rex procured a considerable number of these sentinels, having encountered such treasures multiple times over 2 years. Each time, he was able to purchase 10. The rules of the mysterious treasure chamber have been thoroughly understood by Rex. The rarer the item, the lower its appearance rate, the fewer its quantities, and the higher its price. Conversely, commonplace goods have a higher appearance rate, greater quantities, and a relatively modest price. The expenditure is calculated in gold coins, with 10 sentinels constituting a set, priced at 30 gold coins. Crack, crack, crack. The gates of Southsea Town slowly opened, and a burst of flame erupted from the hand of the frail orc's adjutant. This was a signal flare crafted through magic, the principle of which is quite simple. Like a firework, it transformed into a fiery serpent as the slender orc's adjutant waved it, soaring vigorously into the sky, leaving a straight trail of fire illuminated against the heavens in the blink of an eye. The emergence of such a grand phenomenon naturally left everyone astonished, whether from the side of Nanhai Town or the orc faction. At this moment, both sides took action. The orc encampment was filled with a cacophony of noise. The magical signal not only sliced through the sky, but also culminated in a resounding explosion. In the tranquil night, the sound of the explosion was unmistakable. Aside from those who slept as soundly as swine, many were roused from their slumber. Tonight, we shall slay and vanquish the enemy. The orc leader's face illuminated with joy upon witnessing the magical signal in the sky. With a flourish of his staff, he cast a spell and proclaimed loudly. Bolstered by the enchantment, his words resonated clearly in the ears of every orc present. With fierce eyes, the orcs, suppressing their primal instincts, seized their weapons and charged forth towards the gates of Nanhai Town. As for the orc leader, one could hardly envision a cowardly individual uttering such bold declarations and subsequently executing equally audacious actions, charging to the front with his staff in hand to engage the enemy. Such a notion was utterly implausible. The orc leader remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on his subordinates as they launched their assault, while he himself retreated towards the orc camp, which had already been entrusted to his most loyal confidants. Engaging in the perilous act of a night raid was a task the orc leader would not undertake personally. With the city gates wide open, the traps that had previously been set before the gates had been dismantled during the daytime siege, thus presenting no obstacles along the way. The orcs who spearheaded the charge easily infiltrated the heart of Nanhai Town. Naturally, the gates, designed for the comings and goings of people, could not be too narrow. The orcs, propelled by their swift momentum, surged forward, and the darkness surrounding them did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited their excitement as they pressed on with their assault. The orc warriors, under the command of their chieftain, are undeniably formidable. These are seasoned veterans who participated in the Second Great War. Currently, the living conditions for the orcs are dire. Having left their homeland, they find themselves in the Eastern Kingdom, where survival necessitates continuous combat. They must wield their weapons to seize their rightful space for existence. This elite cohort of orcs boasts a strength of third-tier warriors, and to seize this opportunity, they have all been dispatched by their chieftain. Among the 10,000 orcs, a mere 2,000 are the elite veterans. The remaining 8,000 are those liberated from the shelters, their combat prowess yet to be determined. Even though they share the history of participating in the Second Great War, those who emerged from the shelters are no longer the fierce warriors who once charged fearlessly into battle. They have become a mere assembly of ineffectual souls. Their power has significantly waned. Although they have not fallen in rank, they have regressed from late-stage to early-stage strength, possessing only half of their former capabilities, rendering them little more than a fade. Unlike Thrall, their chieftain lacks the innate charisma and inspiring aura that could revive these disheartened orcs from their despondency, transforming them from timid sheep into ravenous wolves. Consequently, while many orcs charge forward, only the 2,000 veterans genuinely pose a threat. It is nearly time. I cannot accommodate any more orcs. I shall personally oversee the closing of the city gates, and the rest is entrusted to you, Rex stated, observing the influx of orcs, which he estimated to be around 2,000. He recognized this was the utmost limit he could manage. Any more could easily lead to devastating consequences akin to the fall of South Sea Town. With a somber tone, Rex, wielding a heavy sword, stepped out from a concealed corner, and the surging holy light began to radiate within him. Divine shock. As he invoked the skill, the holy light surged like boiling water in a cup, constantly roiling yet unable to escape. This ability manifested as a crack in the boiling cup, allowing a magnificent surge of golden light to burst forth into the sky, starkly visible against the night. The divine shock produced a wave of holy energy, inflicting divine damage, and Rex utilized this skill to signal an attack. The holy light in the darkness emanated a powerful glow, dispelling the surrounding shadows. Rex's entrance had an immediate and profound impact. Within the radius of the divine shock, all orcs instinctively shut their eyes, adjusting to the dim light, only to be confronted by a sudden brightness. Regardless of who it was, the instinctive reaction of closing one's eyes was a natural defense mechanism. However, the power of divine shock pales in comparison to that of the Sun Fist. Had he wielded the might of the Sun Fist, he could have rendered all the orcs blind. This fleeting thought crossed Rex's mind as he seized the opportunity of this momentary respite and hastened forward. Suddenly, the hidden marksmen and archers revealed themselves atop the buildings, their myriad torches and magical devices igniting the previously dark South Sea Town, transforming it into a scene ablaze with light. Although it was not yet as bright as day, the enemy was clearly visible. At that moment, the gunfire erupted, and arrows flew forth. The sword is an eternal topic of reverence, respected in both the East and the West, with a rich and noble tradition behind it. In the realm of Azeroth, the sword transcends mere weaponry. It symbolizes leadership and the knightly identity. Wielding a broadsword does not necessitate profound skill. Even the most rudimentary techniques, such as slashing and sweeping, wield immense power in Rex's hands. With the broadsword's formidable weight, even the orc before him, valiantly resisting, could not alter the inevitable outcome. The broadsword cleaved through with devastating force, sending the orc's weapon flying, ultimately bisecting the creature with a torrent of blood. Yet the sacred light emanating from Rex shielded him from the splatter. Such a reckless use of divine light on the battlefield was unique to Rex, who consumed the sacred essence that should have safeguarded his life. This was a path towards demise, yet for Rex, it was futile to consider such a fate. In his current state, he moved unimpeded, with no orc capable of halting his advance. Even without the divine light, his 9th-tier physical strength was manifestly evident as he approached the city gates, ready to cleanse the area. As Rex wielded his broadsword, he was the most fitting guardian of the city gates. Although the gates of South Sea Town were not narrow, they were not excessively wide either. In a few strides, Rex began his assault, and nearby orcs fell victim to his strikes, their bodies severed as he cleared the area. The scene resembled that of a solitary hero holding back a tide of foes. With each swing of his broadsword, he felled numerous orcs, and blood flowed continuously from the blade, which now ought to be dubbed the blood sword. The air was filled with the sounds of flesh being rent and bones snapping, intermingled with the anguished cries of the orcs left crippled upon the ground, creating a hellish tableau at the city gates. In the face of 1,000 charging cavalry, The true power of a ninth-tier warrior could easily be overshadowed, akin to a mere ripple in the vast tide. Yet, within the confines of these narrow gates, such a warrior became a godlike presence. Having cleared the enemies from the gates, the relentless influx of orcs from outside ceased. These were orcs tainted by demonic blood, stripped of their former valor. In a different time, Rex's bloody rampage would have incited a fury among the orcs, driving them to seek his death. However, these orcs now felt only fear. The first wave of orcs, long since freed from the confines of captivity, had already surged into South Sea Town, becoming live targets for the marksmen and archers. Rex forcefully drove his broadsword into the earth. With a sharp crack, the blue stone of the ground proved as fragile as tofu, as Rex drove the blade of his heavy sword into the earth, leaving it standing beside him. He then pushed the great door with determination, the creaking sound echoing through the air. With the assistance of his loyal members from the Round Table Knights, the walls of Nanhai Town were successfully sealed. Drawing forth his heavy sword once more, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Rex's face. The most challenging aspect of his plan had been the town's gate. Had it failed to close as intended, Rex's strategy would have been in jeopardy. Not merely capturing a turtle in a jar, but rather allowing the enemy to strike directly at his heart. With the gates of Nanhai Town securely shut, Rex breathed a silent sigh of relief. It was only then that he began to assess the situation around him. At the moment he secured the gate, Gianna, who had been vigilantly watching, visibly relaxed. In contrast, Kaeldats maintained his stoic demeanor throughout, calmly orchestrating the flow of battle. This is an ambush. At first glance, the forces of Nanhai Town do not possess a significant advantage in numbers. Rex has unleashed a considerable number of orcs. Yet being ambushed is a mindset entirely different from that of the ambushers. Even the elite orcs, who have weathered the trials of the Second Great War, will be momentarily disoriented when they encounter an ambush, regardless of their experience. However, the elite are better equipped than the militia to regain composure swiftly and suppress their panic when faced with such a surprise attack. The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession, accompanied by the whistling of arrows slicing through the air, echoing in the ears of the orcs. One by one, the orcs fell. This ambush was not merely bolstered by the riflemen. Rex had also deployed the archers from Nanhai Town. In the martial world of Azeroth, any hunter is proficient with a bow. Nonetheless, their assembly as militia does not denote weakness. Rather, it reflects their unrefined nature. While they may excel in solitary combat, their coordination on the battlefield leaves much to be desired, often failing to execute commands cohesively. Yet, this encounter was not a direct confrontation on the battlefield, but rather archery from elevated positions. The orcs, densely packed, did not require exceptional accuracy. Sheer strength directed at the throng would suffice to strike a target. Even if one orc managed to evade, the subsequent ones could not escape their fate. Witnessing the demise of their comrades, the imposing orc leading the charge let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield, a heart-wrenching expression of anguish and fury. Reaching a boiling point, Rex, hearing the roar, narrowed his eyes, recognizing the fortune of this foe who had broken through in battle. Fueled by the rage of witnessing his kin's slaughter and the bitterness of his own betrayal, the orc's fury surged, propelling him from the 8th to the 9th tier. This is the essence of a warrior. Strength lies in wrath. For a warrior, the presence of anger can amplify their capabilities, significantly increasing the chance of a breakthrough in battle. This is not merely a privilege of the protagonist, it is a hallmark of the warrior class. Turning to Cecil, Rex declared, "Cecil, do not engage. He is my adversary." The 9th tier warrior charged fiercely towards the city gates of Rex. Recognizing that seizing the gates was the only path to survival after realizing the treachery at play, the words all.A, Prince Lay, stand without a steed suddenly echoed in Rex's mind. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Rex fixated on the advancing 9th tier orc warriors. Where was the battlefield most intense? The answer lay in a single individual present on the battlefield, the city gates, of course. Clutching his heavy sword, Rex observed the bellowing 9th tier orc warriors charging forth. As Rex cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at them, the orcs locked their fierce, frenzied eyes onto him in return. The unyielding orcs, still possessed by the blood of demons, remained undeterred, driven to madness by the bloodshed surrounding them. Within their minds, the thought was clear. If they could slay him, they could break free. The presence of Cecil was entirely disregarded by the 9th tier orcs. Rex's heavy sword wielded immense destructive power, capable of inflicting lethal harm with a mere sweep. creating a vacuum around his position. Despite the orcs' reckless advance, they were swiftly cleared away. This scene was maddening for the 9th-tier orcs. Rex had fixated on them, just as they had on him. "I offer you a chance. Speak your clan name, and I shall spare you," Rex declared solemnly as the 9th-tier orc stood before him. Arrogance. The orc's expression twisted into a more grotesque snarl. Rex's words ignited the orc's fury completely, erasing the last remnants of rational thought within him. The moment of breakthrough in battle was rare, yet this 9th-tier orc harnessed both the rage of a warrior and the chaotic power of demon blood, intertwining these forces to achieve his surge in strength. Demon blood was indeed a potent substance. Its consumption guaranteed a significant enhancement of one's abilities, especially in combat, fostering a bloodthirsty and frenzied fighting style that instilled fear in enemies. This was both the advantage and the bane of demon blood, its propensity to drive one into madness. Now, the 9th-tier orc was utterly dominated by the power of the demon blood. With a deafening roar, he raised his battle axe high, leaping into the air, his strong green arms gripping the weapon tightly, muscles bulging as he concentrated all his strength into this one act. A courageous leap. Rex observed the movements of the 9th-tier warrior, instantly discerning the skill employed by the 9th-tier orc, a mocking glint manifesting in his eyes. The battle against Scott 2 years prior had been a source of profound humiliation for Rex, a memory etched deeply in his heart that he had yet to forget. Upon returning to Gilneas, Rex commenced rigorous training to address his deficiencies in combat experience. It is worth noting that prior to his confrontation with Scott, Rex, as the Prince of Gilneas, had greatly benefited from King Jean's training methods. He had demonstrated commendable prowess in practice bouts. However, when faced with the life-and-death struggle, his true self was laid bare. 2 years had brought about significant change, and in his quest to rectify his flaws, Rex bore numerous scars, testament to his unwavering efforts. He had challenged every formidable warrior in Gilneas, honing his keen perception. With a single glance, he discerned the shortcomings of the orc's daring leap. The 9th-tier orc's choice of this maneuver was a grave mistake. The brave leap was an area of effect skill, and in terms of genuine strength, the orc's power was merely a temporary surge. There was already a disparity between Rex and the orc, who chose a wide-ranging skill that diluted his attack's potency, rendering him less of a threat. With both hands firmly gripping his heavy sword, Rex sprang into action as the 9th-tier orc leapt above him. He regarded the orc with an intensity that mirrored his resolve. The heavy sword descended like a flatboard, akin to swatting a fly. Beneath the armor, Rex's muscles tensed, suffused with radiant holy light that invigorated his physique. Following his significant surge in power, Rex had adopted a straightforward combat approach, favoring brute strength over the intricate tactics of his past. The clang of metal resounded as the heavy sword met the battle axe mid-air. The force of the collision reverberated through Rex, causing the stone beneath his feet to shatter and slightly sink under the pressure. The dynamics of their positions were clear. One descended from above, leveraging the force of gravity, while the other stood firm below, the advantage unmistakable. Return to where you came from. The force of the recoil rendered Rex's arms numb, swiftly followed by his counterattack. A surge of power erupted from his arms as he swung the heavy sword with a velocity visible to the naked eye. The 9th-tier orc, initially perched upon the blade, was sent flying as if struck down like a mere fly, hurtling through the air like a shooting star. With a resounding crash, it collided with a nearby structure, sending shards of brick flying and causing the building to collapse, a testament to the might of his strike. Satisfied, Rex swung his heavy sword once more. Yet a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered within him. He sensed that his mastery over this formidable power was not as flawless as he desired. The infusion of holy light had caused the force to scatter more easily than anticipated. With his own strength, he should have been able to send the orc hurtling away with that impact alone. However, the resultant blow was only achieved after igniting the holy light within him to amplify his strength. Rex's discontent astonished the mayor of Nanhai Town, who stood transfixed as he observed the battlefield. The mayor, having refrained from joining the fray and remaining alongside Kael'thas and others, was deeply concerned about the situation at the city gates. Witnessing Rex's incredible display of power, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. What immense strength must one possess to accomplish such a feat? A monster, indeed. Prince Rex must certainly be a creature of legend. Inwardly, the mayor regarded Rex as a monster, and Cecil, witnessing Rex's actions, felt similarly awed. As a peak 9th-tier warrior, Cecil understood the sheer magnitude of the force capable of shattering the brave leap. Only Kael'thas, who steadfastly believed that magic was the true path and that wizards were paramount, remained indifferent to Rex's achievements. Gratitude was extended to the patrons, Dying Dance, and the Lament of Moonlight for their generous support, alongside a gentle request for more collections. The membership clicks today had soared to terrifying heights, double that of the previous week, yet collections remained stagnant. To the brothers and sisters reading this tale, do not forget to show your support. As night fell, the area surrounding Nanhai town glimmered brightly, illuminated by countless torches and magical artifacts, giving the town the appearance of a radiant beacon. However, this scene cast a pallor over the orc leader, whose complexion turned ashen. The clamorous shouts of battle reached his ears, and standing outside the walls of Nanhai town, the cacophony of slaughter within could not be concealed from him. The orc leader's thoughts raced. He had been outmaneuvered. The sudden closure of the city gates had divided his forces in two, and the erupting light left him bewildered. If he failed to comprehend the unfolding events, then he was destined for ruin. Retreat. The orc leader, a figure of resilience, found himself in a moment of despair as he witnessed his cunning plan unravel before him, resulting in his own downfall. With morale at an all-time low, any attempt to mount a siege would undoubtedly lead to failure, potentially culminating in utter rout. Thus, he decisively commanded a retreat, his heart aching as he gazed towards the direction of South Sea Town. The loss of 2,000 elite orc warriors, the very foundation of his strength, weighed heavily upon him, leaving only a handful of incapacitated remnants, long imprisoned and rendered unfit for battle. These incapacitated souls, a term the orc leader used for his kin who had endured years of confinement, were shadows of their former valiant selves. Even the bravest warriors, after nearly a decade of imprisonment, would lose their former sharpness, becoming despondent and diminished. Although their number approached 10,000 in the throes of combat, they would surely falter against his elite orc warriors. The orc leader had developed a deep-seated animosity towards South Sea Town. What was once a mission to conquer had transformed into a thorn in his side, an irritation that left him restless until resolved. With a stormy visage, the orc leader retreated to his grand tent, where flames roared, casting a fiery glow upon his face. Observing the shifting expressions of the orc leader, he turned to one of his subordinates and spoke in a low, grave tone. "Has that wretched scoundrel not yet returned?" "No." The orc responded immediately, referring to the half-breed with a derogatory term reserved for such beings. In the past, an orc leader would have maintained a all.A of dignity and would not openly declare such disdain. However, having been ensnared in a cunning trap this time, the orc leader seethed with rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. As an unconventional orc, particularly adept at subterfuge and skilled in discerning the thoughts of others, the leader's first thought upon hearing that the wretched half-breed had not returned was a grim consideration of the reasons behind this absence. Had he been slain or captured? Such thoughts had never before crossed the leader's mind. While he held the half-breed in contempt, he could not deny the latter's proficiency in stealth. As long as the half-breed refrained from provoking the formidable inhabitants of South Sea Town, escaping should not pose a challenge. Since the half-breed had neither perished nor returned, the orc leader's mind began to churn with activity. Why had he encountered such defeat? A flawless plan had been discovered by South Sea Town, resulting in a counter-scheme that ensnared his elite forces. It seemed there was a mole among them, and the orc leader instinctively directed his blame toward Dagefu. Initially a mere suspicion, this notion soon solidified into a certainty. With a resounding bang, he struck the wooden table before him, causing the drinks and food atop it to leap into the air with a cacophony, spilling across the floor. The solidly crafted wooden table shook violently. That wretched half-breed dared to betray me. The orc leader concluded bitterly that the half-breed had discerned his long-held desire to eliminate him. Thus, during his initial reconnaissance of South Sea Town, he had promptly alerted the locals, enabling them to set a trap, laying in wait with a net poised for his capture. The leader dismissed any lingering questions about how Dagefu had gained the trust of South Sea Town's denizens. "Go, summon Titan for me," the orc leader demanded, his fury evident as a cold gleam flickered across his face. "Commander, Titan and his kind are not under our command. Should they intervene and subsequently conquer South Sea Town, they would claim 50% of the spoils," came the reply. The orc hesitated, choosing instead to utter a brief statement about the unruly trolls, each one greedier than the last. The orc leader's face twisted with fury, Those trolls numbered merely 3,000, a fraction of the vast army, overshadowed significantly by both the goblins and the gnolls. Yet, even the combined rewards of the gnolls and goblins scarcely amounted to 50%. I shall grant them 50%. He mused, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Let us see how they endeavor to conquer this city. With the orc leader's command, one of his warriors promptly turned and strode towards the troll's location. Meanwhile, the individual persistently on the orc leader's mind, Rygef, found himself in a rather awkward predicament. After delegating the task of opening the city gates to his deputy, Rygef had ventured into the heart of South Sea Town, intent on locating and assassinating the town's commander to achieve his grand endeavor. However, many of the elderly and infirm had been evacuated, and with Rex's strategic mobilization, forces were concentrated around the city walls, leaving the rest of South Sea Town sparsely populated. To avoid raising alarm, Rygef refrained from targeting innocents. Before Rygef could discover the whereabouts of Rex and Kael'thas, the unfolding events in South Sea Town made him realize he had fallen into a trap. The proud Rygef could hardly endure such humiliation. While an ordinary person might have chosen to retreat and regroup, Rygef, imbued with an arrogance that ran deep within his bones, opted not to flee. Instead, he continued to lurk within South Sea Town, determined to fulfill his unfinished pursuit, aiming to claim the life of a royal prince. At that very moment, Rex was atop the city walls, interrogating a captured gnoll, a wretched soul who had been unfortunate enough to be caught during a chaotic night assault. He should have been able to retreat, but fate had conspired against him, and now he was at Rex's mercy, providing vital information about the orc forces. This is a house situated near the city wall, once inhabited by the residents of Nanhai Town, who have long since relocated elsewhere. The interior is impeccably tidy, revealing a sense of spaciousness, devoid even of a single wooden bed. In this room, 2 chairs have been temporarily brought in, where Rex sits, his gaze piercingly fixed upon the werewolf before him. The wretched work had not been afforded the same privileges as Rex, who could comfortably sit while this creature was bound and restrained by 2 soldiers, preventing any attempts at rebellion. Rex gestured for the soldiers to withdraw. The work, possessing only 5th-tier strength, while respectable, paled in comparison to Rex, who towered above it like the heavens over the earth. Even if the word were to be unbound, Rex harbored no fear of it concocting any tricks. Speak, which tribe do you belong to? How did that band of orcs discover your whereabouts? Rex inquired slowly, his tone authoritative. The word before him remained impervious to Rex's words, embodying a spirit of defiance, its wolfish visage seemingly enveloped in a sacred aura, exuding an air of indomitable valor. Has it always been this way? Rex queried, turning to Osborne beside him. The captured warg was interrogated primarily by Osborne rather than Rex. During the cleanup of the battlefield, Rex intended to retire for rest, but it was Osborne who reported to him that the interrogation yielded no results. Indeed, despite the most severe forms of coercion, the ward remained utterly silent, not uttering a single word. I even began to suspect whether he was mute, Osborne remarked with evident frustration, casting a fierce glance at the warg. Anyone encountering an individual who, regardless of the punishment inflicted, remains unyielding would certainly feel vexed. After today's battle, there were some captives from Nanhai Town, yet their treatment was incomparable to that of the warg before them. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of his attire. He holds a noble status among his kind. A mere foot soldier would not warrant Osborne's direct involvement. Rex, not particularly versed in the methods of interrogation, merely observed the professional Osborne's exasperation, for Rex was not yet endowed with the miraculous ability to master all things. Perhaps a few days of hunger would induce the warg to comply, as it is said that wargs would do anything for food. I cannot believe he will not speak. Before Rex, Osborne employed coercive tactics, brandishing an iron rod and relentlessly striking the wargen. The wargen merely gazed back at Osborne with wild eyes, remaining utterly silent, akin to a mute, shaking his head. Rex offered Osborne some advice and then exited the room. After an exhausting day filled with battles and further turmoil at night, Rex was truly fatigued. Seizing the remaining daylight, he returned to rest. On his way back, Rex encountered Kael'thas and Jaina, who were overseeing the battlefield cleanup. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the effort to clear them was rather time-consuming. Kael'thas directed a group composed of ordinary citizens from South Shore. As the Knights of the Round Table and the South Shore Guard had retired to rest, needing their strength for the impending battles, the task of cleaning the battlefield was far beyond their capabilities. As they lifted one lifeless body after another, the residents of South Shore felt little pressure. In the world of Azeroth, life and death were omnipresent. Initially, they experienced some discomfort amidst the carnage, but they quickly adapted. After exchanging a few words with the two, Rex decided to return home, refraining from disturbing the enthusiastic Kael'thats. Both had little hope left. Arthas stood as an insurmountable wall between them, an obstacle they could not traverse. When that wall eventually began to crumble, their opportunities would vanish entirely. Rex held some thoughts about Jaina. She was beautiful and possessed a commendable dowry, destined to become a formidable sorceress, which promised numerous advantages. Yet, her notorious moniker of Father Cellar made her a figure to be approached with caution. Dalen Proudmoore, the king of Kul Tiras and a hero of the Second War, had enjoyed a glorious reputation. He had survived humanity's most arduous trials during the Second War, weathering immense storms, only to meet an unjust demise at the hands of his own daughter. This resonated with the adage that she was there to betray her father, exchanging his downfall for a fleeting peace that hardly endured. Internally, the clarity of the situation eluded him. The world of Azeroth was vast, and the collision between humans and orcs was inevitable. Having endured 2 great wars, the animosity between them had seeped into their very bones. Unless faced with a common external foe, the only outcome was mutual destruction. This pattern recurred whenever Deathwing or the Lich King emerged, as the Horde and Alliance would unite against the external threat, only to resume their conflicts thereafter. Lying on his soft bed, Rex felt an overwhelming weariness. He reclined without shedding his armor, closing his eyes in exhaustion. Just as Rex settled down, a figure concealed in the shadows rose and stealthily approached the slumbering Rex. The assassin, Jeff, moved with an eerie silence, a sharp dagger in hand, glinting with a brownish-green hue, indicative of its poison. Jeff idolized the illustrious assassin, Garona, who wielded not a dagger but a uniquely shaped blade that flashed like a phantom, delivering swift and deadly strikes to her unsuspecting prey, leaving them silently wounded and fallen. This is the path of assassination as practiced by Garona, and for this reason, Jeff harbors an intense admiration, even fantasizing about transcending the use of daggers to wield his own unique weapon. Alas, such fantasies remain mere illusions. Jeff is not one to detach from reality. He is acutely aware of his insufficient strength and recognizes that excessive imitation of Garona would be tantamount to courting death. His understanding of the assassin's craft has, due to Garona's influence, undergone a profound transformation. The poisoned dagger rests firmly in Jeff's grasp as he gazes upon the figure sprawled on the bed. His expression remains impassive, yet a slight smirk graces the corners of his mouth. With a mere flick of the blade, a prince's life could be extinguished by his hand. The gravity of the moment weighs heavily upon him. The closer he inches towards his target, the more he feels the need for caution. History is replete with tales of illustrious assassins who have faltered at the brink of success, only to find themselves worlds apart from their intended victory. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Jeff steadily closes the distance, the lethal dagger poised to strike at Rex's throat. The deadly blade slices through the air with a whisper, aimed directly at Rex's jugular. For an unprepared individual, even the faintest sound would be insufficient to evade such a strike, especially when caught in the depths of slumber. The moment of awakening is often shrouded in confusion, rendering any sudden assault nearly unavoidable. Yet, such a fate would not befall Rex. The sentinels guarding Rex at the castle walls are plentiful, and it would be inconceivable for his quarters to lack similar precautions. Unlike the more relaxed atmosphere of Southsea Town, Rex prioritizes his own safety. After all, human nature is inherently selfish, and even the most virtuous are not exempt from such tendencies. Upon returning to his chamber, Rex immediately sensed something amiss. There was someone lurking in the shadows. Choosing not to raise an alarm, he opted instead to act decisively. The assassin had chosen an optimal angle, hidden in a corner that was difficult to detect and close to the window. Should Rex make a move, the assassin could swiftly flee through the window at the first indication of danger. Although Rex had acquired numerous guards, he lacked the resources to surveil the entirety of Southsea Town. Only certain critical locations were afforded such attention. If the assassin were to escape, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, the phrase "lure the enemy" suddenly materialized in Rex's mind. Thus unfolded the subsequent scene with Rex. As the dagger sliced through the air, Rex sprang into action, extending his hand to intercept the blade, a reckless maneuver. The venomous dagger was unmistakable, its dark green hue betraying its nature, a color not typical of iron. In a swift motion, Rex retrieved a round shield from his spatial ring, a shield meticulously crafted for his forays into battle. Crack! The 2-kilogram round shield, constructed from steel and wood, crumbled under the ferocity of the venomous dagger, severed in an instant. Yet this momentary distraction afforded Rex precious time, as radiant holy light surged forth, engulfing the lurking assassin. The plan to lure the enemy faltered slightly due to the dagger's sharpness, yet it continued to unfold as intended. Beneath the divine illumination, the assassin appeared diminutive, overshadowed by the brilliance of the holy light. Both the paladin and the priest wielded this sacred power, though in starkly divergent paths. In Rex's eyes, the divine gifts of the paladin did not differ significantly from those of the priest. However, the other manifestations of holy light could easily be likened to fighting spirit. Each paladin was a master of combat, seasoned in the art of war, a legacy passed down through generations. The climate had shifted since the Second Great War, when paladins first emerged, having transitioned from the priesthood. Figures such as Turalyon and Uther were originally priests who had undergone this transformation. Turalyon, valiant and robust, embodied the traits bestowed by the priestly vocation. Yet such physical fortitude was truly realized only upon his elevation to paladin, enhanced by the sacred baptism of their order. The original 5 who transitioned had shifted from range to melee combat. All of this may seem superfluous, yet the assassin, now submerged in holy light, was far from comfortable. A missed strike, retreat 1,000 miles, a saying unknown to Jeff, yet he grasped its essence. Fleeing was the instinctive thought following his failed assassination attempt, yet pride, deeply ingrained in his being, would not allow him to accept failure. The individual before him must perish. Under the holy radiance, Jeff did not retreat. Rather, he advanced, thrusting the venomous dagger towards Rex's heart. The throat was too easily evaded, targeting the chest. Even if Rex managed to avoid a fatal blow to the heart, he would still sustain injury. The dagger's potent poison, upon contact with blood, was lethal. Jeff disregarded Rex's armor entirely, confident in the sharpness of his dagger, as the shield that served as a cover was effortlessly severed, a testament to the blade's keen edge. In this situation, Rex would not be foolish enough to rely on the battered round shield once more. With his right hand, he flung the shield with great force, using his formidable strength to strike the rogue. The impact sent the rogue's frail body soaring, crashing against the wall. In the realm of Azeroth, aside from a few major cities, the structures, such as those in South Sea Town, were predominantly wooden. With a resounding crash, splinters of wood scattered in all directions. Rex strode forward, seizing the rogue from the ground and forcefully slamming him against the wall once again. This time, the sound echoed as the wooden wall bore a gaping hole. The rogue in Rex's grasp had become a mere puddle of flesh, with an unknown number of bones shattered, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He had lost consciousness, with only the faintest hint of breath indicating that he still clung to life. Upon examining the rogue's appearance, it was evident that he resembled an orc to a striking degree, nearly indistinguishable at first glance. However, Rex discerned that he was not a pure orc, but rather a half-orc. In the current era, half-orcs were typically the offspring of orcs and Gilneas, while those of orc and human lineage were still predominantly in their infancy, with the oldest barely reaching adulthood. What had transpired? The voice of the South Sea Guard captain echoed as the commotion caused by Rex had alarmed many. When the captain approached Rex and saw the half-orc he was holding, he frowned, instantly grasping the situation, an assassin dispatched by the orcs. Inform Gilneas to conduct a thorough search. There may still be remnants lurking in South Sea Town. Rex instructed the captain. The recent battle had led Rex to believe that all infiltrators had been captured, yet the attempted assassination heightened his vigilance. While he was not afraid for himself, others, particularly the mage squad, were vulnerable and would certainly perish if caught in close quarters. After handing over the half-orc to the captain, Rex retreated to a different room to rest. He observed the review section filled with advertisements, realizing he couldn't keep up with the deletions. Just after clearing them at noon, he found them reappearing in the afternoon, with banned accounts overwhelming the page. I need a deputy moderator here. You can reward yourself with essentials and bonuses as long as the ads are removed, he pleaded. The sound of rain poured over the Hillsbrad foothills as the accumulated dark clouds finally released their burden. The scenery under the rain was shrouded in a mist. Visibility was low, and from the walls of South Sea Town, the orc army's camp was completely obscured. The rain fell like thousands of silver threads from the sky, with droplets cascading from the eaves. The gentle rainfall was a blessing for South Sea Town, as it hindered the orc army from continuing their siege. As the defenders, Rex understood that they did not need to break the enemy. They merely had to hold out until the main force from Lordaeron returned. The orc army outside the town would no longer pose a threat, and therefore, Rex welcomed the rain. What he had initially thought would be a day of arduous battle turned into a day enveloped in rain. After inspecting the walls, Rex returned to his quarters, removed his armor, and leaned back against a soft cushion, gradually closing his eyes as he entered the Warcraft strategy system. The gold he had acquired in Dalaran had all been invested in upgrading structures. After over 2 years, the Warcraft system had transitioned from the Town Hall era to the Fortress era. In this new era, structures that could be built included the mysterious treasure chamber, watchtowers, and barracks, with the most anticipated being the King's Altar. The watchtowers had also evolved. They were basic structures that could be upgraded in 3 directions into turrets. Utilizing the power of technology and gunpowder, as well as the mystical tower, a defensive structure similar to the turret. Turrets had high attack power but slow speed, while defensive towers had lower attack power but were faster. The mystical tower, in contrast, focused on individual targets, concentrating its power, making it particularly effective against strong foes. In Warcraft, the strength of units is paramount, and the heroes leading these units are indispensable. Rex's anticipation for the King's Altar was beyond the understanding of most. Only 4 heroes could be selected from the altar, each possessing 4 skills. While this might seem inadequate in the game, in the real world, having only 4 skills could be viewed as weak and easily targeted. Rex was particularly curious whether the heroes summoned from the King's Altar would be akin to the units, or if they could truly exist in the real world. As Rex advanced into the Fortress era, he noted that each time he accessed the Warcraft system, the journey to his base seemed to grow longer rather than shorter. Upon arrival, the grandeur of the buildings impressed him. The town hall had transformed into a fortress, occupying a larger area, with magnificent structures inspiring a sense of pride. Rex had timed his efforts perfectly. The King's Altar had been successfully constructed. He had only built this altar during the Fortress era, not due to a lack of gold, but because the construction had taken 2 months, with future upgrades anticipated to take even longer. Despite having sufficient gold, Rex estimated that upgrading all buildings in the Warcraft system to their maximum level would take more than a year or 2. The King's Altar was already at level 4, sparing him from starting anew at level 1, which conserved a significant amount of gold. However, the downside was the absence of the first 3 levels, which would have provided opportunities for attribute enhancements. Standing before the majestic King's Altar, Rex began his operations. Each building had a sphere associated with it, and the King's Altar was no exception. As Rex focused, for heroes of distinct appearances and attire materialized before him. The Archmage, Blood Mage, Mountain King, and Paladin, their names and images identical to those in the game. The Blood Mage, with his elongated ears signifying his high elf lineage, possessed golden hair and handsome features, making him the most striking among the 4. In contrast, the Mountain King appeared as a stout dwarf, clad in a helmet, wielding a hammer in one hand and an axe in the other, his yellow beard obscuring his mouth. After glancing at the Paladin, Rex's gaze fixated on the Archmage. Among the 4 heroes, Rex was most in need of a mage. Ruling out the Mountain King and Paladin, he weighed the choices between the Archmage and Blood Mage, ultimately dismissing the latter due to his resemblance to Kildats, whose signature Phoenix skill was a hallmark of the Blood Mage's prowess. Upon approaching the King's Altar, Rex learned that the summoned heroes could indeed enter the real world. Thus, the Blood Mage's high elf identity and fire-based abilities were not suitable for South Sea Town, while the Archmage's skills, whether Blizzard or Summon Water Elemental, would be immensely beneficial. As Rex considered the recruitment cost of the heroes, he hesitated over the Archmage, his arms stiffening before he sighed and turned away from the King's Altar. The Archmage was formidable, but Rex lacked the funds. Although he had a few thousand gold coins in the Warcraft system as a reserve, the recruitment price for the Archmage was 5 times that of constructing the King's Altar, totaling a staggering 10,000 gleaming gold coins. All 4 heroes had similar costs, and Rex mused on the unfortunate reality of being broke. After much deliberation between the Archmage and Blood Mage, he analyzed their skills, ultimately choosing the one that would provide the greatest assistance. Just as it seemed everything was falling into place, he suddenly realized he lacked the necessary funds. akin to preparing for an encounter only to be discovered without the means to proceed. Gradually exiting the Warcraft system, Rex pondered where he might acquire gold. After grappling with this dilemma for a considerable time, he could not devise a means to procure the needed gold. If he were in Gilneas, he would not worry. The merchant caravans had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Sitting in his room, gazing out at the gentle rain, his eyes were vacant as his mind raced with thoughts. For the time being, he set aside the matter of the Archmage. Without funds, discussions were futile. He considered that once the defense of stalwart Braddock concluded and Uther and Arthas led the main force to assist, the crisis in South Sea Town would be resolved, effectively quelling the Orc uprising. Yet, he knew Arthas, in his youthful fervor, would not cease there but would pursue the Orcs relentlessly, wiping out their threat entirely and dismantling the Blackrock clan. The campaign against Blackrock Tower was set to commence, eliminating the threats posed by the Black Dragon, Nefarian, and the Orc Blackrock clan. However, Rex did not intend to participate in this battle. His Round Table Knights were too precious to lose even one member. He had not forgotten the numerous objectives behind his departure from Gilneas, with acquiring the Black Crystal to forge the Ashbringer as a paramount concern. Once the crisis in South Sea Town was averted, he would set forth for Lordaeron. The sooner he obtained it, the sooner he could feel at ease. The urgency surrounding the impending Scourge invasion mounted. His strength remained insufficient, and a sense of urgency filled Rex's heart. He recalled the Scourge army sweeping through Lordaeron, a seemingly endless legion numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even if his Round Table Knights were to rise 2 tiers in strength, reaching Tier 5, it would be of little use, as they would still be engulfed by the tide of the undead. Rex would not remain passive regarding Lordaeron. He would at least express his stance. The absence of the bronze dragons emboldened him, and he knew Kel'Thuzad would soon heed the Lich King's call, likely in the near future. Rex did not plan to strike first against him. Many were already responding to the Lich King's summons, with Kel'Thuzad merely representing a fraction. Killing him would not eliminate the threat, as there were many more like him. Apart from the Warcraft system as his significant advantage, Rex also had another: history itself. He was intimately familiar with the changes in Azeroth over the past decade. While it may seem that slaying Kel'Thuzad would halt the Scourge, it would merely deprive Rex of his grasp on history, as many would continue to secretly follow the Lich King's directives. Eternal life was the temptation the Lich King offered to those who answered his call. This allure held little sway over ordinary individuals struggling for daily sustenance, who had few aspirations. In contrast, those who heeded the Lich King's summons were elites, powerful and wealthy individuals who feared death more than anything. The more powerful they were, the more they were driven by the promise of immortality. Rex refrained from killing Kel'Thuzad, waiting for him to establish the cult of the damned, thereby linking all who responded to the Lich King's call. This would allow Rex to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, thus preventing future threats. Without these minions, the Scourge would never reach the magnitude Rex recalled. Since it was impossible to exponentially increase his power within 3 years to directly confront the Scourge, he would instead work to weaken them. By preserving Kel'Thuzad, Rex could trace the trail to uncover all members of the Cult of the Damned. As the saying goes, when the enemy's power diminishes, it equates to an increase in one's own strength. If the Scourge weakened, it would enhance Rex's own power. With the bronze dragons absent, Rex's perspective shifted. Previously, when he feared the bronze dragons, his thoughts were solely on bolstering the defenses of Greymane Wall to withstand the Scourge. He had never considered proactively targeting the undead. His mind was a whirl of thoughts, tumultuous and chaotic. Following the recent Orc uprising, a fleeting calm had descended. Yet this tranquility was merely the eye of the storm, for a larger Orc insurrection loomed on the horizon. Thrall was beginning to step onto the historical stage. And this current Orc turmoil was vastly different from the preceding one. It was as if aided by divine intervention. The Alliance's focus was diverted, allowing the Orcs to easily overrun their shelters. Rex had begun to prepare for dual contingencies, striving to mitigate the Scourge and, if that failed, to take refuge behind Greymane Wall. Thus, he had to enhance its defenses. In Rex's view, Greymane Wall was already formidable, towering dozens of meters high and instilling fear in onlookers. However, it was equipped with only a few cannons, which were insufficient. The turrets from the Warcraft system were the ideal solution. If he could construct multiple turrets atop Greymane Wall, he would be confident in withstanding even overwhelming assaults, as long as the enemy's strikes were not powerful enough to topple the wall in a single blow. The turrets, costing 10,000 gold coins each, were no trivial investment. In the Warcraft system, one got what one paid for. A turret priced at 10,000 gold was extraordinarily powerful, capable of decimating any foe. However, the cost was prohibitively high, and Rex had yet to take action due to his financial constraints. Establishing just 1 or 2 turrets would yield negligible effects. Only when a certain scale was achieved could they provide comprehensive fire coverage, simultaneously launching attacks to clear entire zones of enemies. Rex had already discussed the turret initiative with his father, who was quite supportive. King Jin, an advocate of isolationism, placed great importance on the defenses of Greymane Wall. Any measures to enhance its fortifications met his approval. This was evident from the wall's name, Greymane, a royal surname. Since its construction, King Jin had regarded Greymane Wall as an impregnable bastion, though this was merely an idealistic aspiration. All hopes were shattered with the emergence of Deathwing, as elemental tides swept across the world, cleaving the earth in twain, leading to an inevitable fate for Greymane Wall. Gratitude was extended to the friend Silence, Moonlight's Lament, for their generous support. As for the update schedule, it will remain 2 updates, albeit later in the day. I will be visiting the hospital in the morning, followed by a barbecue, and will return in the afternoon to write. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The once dense clouds had cleared, leaving a bright, cloudless sky, with the sun radiating its brilliance upon the earth. The orc army had begun to regroup outside the city, but the anticipated fierce assault did not materialize. The orc forces merely executed a symbolic probing attack before retreating. Watching the orc army withdraw like a receding tide, Rex furrowed his brow. Their behavior was unusual. It was unlikely that the orc army was incapable of attacking South Sea Town. Rex had estimated their strength during the battles of the first day and night. The orc army had suffered countless casualties, with at least 10,000 dead. However, the true elite among the fallen were merely the nighttime orcs and the word marauders. The rest were expendable cannon fodder. The deaths of kobolds would not significantly affect the orc army's capacity. Osborne, be vigilant. There is something peculiar about the orcs today, Rex cautioned as he descended from the walls. He made his way toward the holding cells, remembering the word he had captured, curious to see if it conformed to the records that depicted it as driven solely by hunger, indifferent to gold or magic, with appetite as its only motivation. In a major conflict, few captives survived. In a civil war within a race, some prisoners could be taken, but in a war crossing racial lines, most captives were slaughtered. A fact that puzzled Rex. The orcs of yore had been so audacious, with enmity at an all-time high, soaked in blood, yet so many had ultimately been captured. In contrast, humanity had transformed into saints, with massacres and revenge seemingly non-existent. Establishing numerous shelters had led to the capture of well over 1 million orcs. A dangerous game to play. What use were these orcs? The king who had decided to establish these shelters had met his end, leaving humanity with a dire legacy. A tribe centered around orcs rising against the human alliance, resulting in bloody battles and countless casualties. In the interrogation room for the captured orcs, a squad of young men from South Sea Town was present. They had not seen battle but possessed enough strength to guard the prisoners. Rex's attitude towards the captives was typically harsh. They were all bound, not just at their wrists but even their fingers. A multitude of films had taught Rex countless lessons, where villains often neglected the protagonist's fingers while binding their wrists, leading to escapes with nail clippers or small blades to cut their ropes and turn the tide. Such a lowly mistake is one that Rex would never commit. Bound and unable to move, he resembled a serpent, even being fed like a prisoner, stripped of all freedom. Should he manage to escape, Rex would accept that as fate. Upon Rex's arrival, the guards promptly bowed in respect, to which Rex nodded slightly before inquiring, "What of the warg?" One guard gestured towards a figure sprawled on the ground, tied up like a dead dog. "Prepare some food for me," Rex commanded, and after obtaining a portion, he instructed the guard to open the door. He entered the room, dragging the warg with him into another unoccupied chamber, a place designated for holding captives. These were merely ordinary residences, now vacated. The inhabitants either fled South Sea Town or had been relocated elsewhere, allowing Rex to move about freely. With a swift motion, he tossed the warg to the ground. As the creature rolled a few times, Rex began his interrogation. "Reveal your clan and your reasons for associating with that beast. If you comply, this food shall be yours." Pausing for effect, he noticed the warg's silence. Rex then retrieved a piece of roasted meat from the guard, who had been enjoying a meal when Rex arrived. The food was readily available. The aroma of the roasted meat was tantalizing, arousing Rex's appetite. He took a hearty bite, savoring the tender, flavorful meat, and glanced at the guards, surprised to find one among them skilled in roasting. The quality of both color and taste was exceptional. Rex was tempted, and the warg, having fasted for 2 days, was no less affected. Initially indifferent, the warg watched Rex relish the meat, its throat bobbing and saliva pooling as it gazed hungrily at the morsel in Rex's hand. With a sly grin, Rex held out the half-eaten roast towards the warg's mouth. Upon seeing the meat approaching, the warg wasted no time, twisting its body to take a bite, driven by insatiable hunger. However, Rex would not allow such a scenario to unfold. As the warg lunged for the meat, Rex's arm moved even quicker, whisking the roast away just before it could reach the warg's lips. Now, what is the name of your clan? Where do you typically roam? The Wolfhowl clan, characterized by the shrill voice of the wargen, lacks any resonance that one might expect from their robust physique. As the wargen spoke, Rex displayed a subtle smile, extending his arm to bring roasted meat close to the creature's mouth. When the wargen bit into the meat, Rex remained motionless, observing as the wargen devoured it voraciously. As it reached for a second bite, Rex withdrew his arm and inquired, "What is your usual territory?" The wargen quickly replied, "The Eastern Hillsbrad foothills. And I often venture to the earthy highlands," its sharp tone punctuated by eager eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Rex's hand. The mention of the earthy highlands sent a shiver through Rex. The thought of a wargen daring to encroach upon the militarily fortified Hammerfall was troubling. Gratitude is extended to the generous patrons, including Xiaolong Zhang, LWD77, and the mysterious Black Cloud Bai, for their support. As the night deepened, enveloped in a hazy darkness, a cool breeze swept through, and the crescent moon hung low in the sky. Beneath the walls of South Shore, a shadow descended from the ramparts, swiftly vanishing into the inky night. Standing atop the wall, Rex's expression turned grave as he watched the wargen's silhouette disappear. Will the plan succeed? A voice filled with concern emerged. It was Rona, who stood beside Rex, a hint of worry gracing her youthful features. "There is a 50% chance. It is worth attempting," Rex replied, retracting his gaze from the outer wall and glancing at Rona with a calm demeanor. "I still believe it is impossible to negotiate with the wargen at this juncture," Rona stated, shaking her head and tossing her long hair aside, her face reflecting disbelief. The notion of persuading the wargen, especially under the looming threat of their army, seemed increasingly futile. Rona held great respect for Rex, having spent considerable time with him over the past 2 years as a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Before their acquaintance, she had only heard tales of Rex, the prodigy of Gilneas. However, upon truly knowing him, Rona realized that the world's perception of Rex fell short. He was not merely a genius, but a paragon among them. The members of the Round Table were primarily ordinary citizens, and the initial funds to establish the order were barely gathered, often dismissed as a whimsical endeavor. Yet, in the span of 2 years, Rona witnessed an exponential growth in the order's strength. When they departed Gilneas, not a single member of the Round Table was below the 3rd tier. These were fresh recruits, untested in the crucible of battle, yet they had already attained a standard of excellence. After enduring the trials of fire and blood, their prowess would surely advance further still. What a terrifying display of training prowess! A group of ordinary civilians, unselected through any specialized process, has managed to evolve into an elite force, thereby earning Rona's profound respect. Unlike Rex, Rona remains unaware that the Round Table Knights were forged through the indiscriminate use of gold. In her eyes, all credit goes to Rex. Thus, her words are measured. She expresses skepticism rather than absolute impossibility, a nuance that conveys distinctly different meanings. What if the attempt to persuade the gnolls fails? Our loss would merely amount to 1 gnoll captive. However, should we succeed, it could decisively alter the course of the battle, turning the tide in our favor. Rex's demeanor remains calm. He is not perturbed by Rona's doubts. Had he been in the same position a day prior, he might have deemed himself deranged for even contemplating such a tactic. Yet, after witnessing the gnoll's behavior when tempted by food, Rex suddenly finds himself imbued with confidence in his strategy. The gnoll may appear stoic under Osborne's severe interrogation, maintaining a steadfast silence regardless of the methods employed, an embodiment of toughness. However, Rex perceives the situation differently. The miscommunication with the gnoll reveals not a hardened warrior, but rather an exceedingly pliable individual, easily capable of divulging information when approached correctly. This revelation did not disappoint Rex. Under Rex's persuasion, the gnolls divulged everything they knew. The Howling Wolf clan, to which the gnolls belonged, comprised around 30,000 members, with over 10,000 present for this occasion. However, these gnolls were not solely from the Howling Wolf clan. They were a coalition of various clans, with the Howling Wolf clan constituting the majority. Their motivation to assist the orcs was straightforward: food. An envoy dispatched by the orcs approached the Howling Wolf clan with an irresistible offer should they successfully accompany the orcs to capture the town of South Sea. The engagement would conclude favorably. The orcs would provide the finances, while the Howling Wolf clan would furnish the manpower. It was a remarkably simple arrangement. The gnolls, unperturbed by the prospect of battle, mobilized their forces, gathering nearly 20,000 gnolls from various clans surrounding them. At this juncture, a notion of recruiting the gnolls began to form in Rex's mind. While the term recruiting may sound somewhat harsh, it was essentially a matter of employment. If the orcs could enlist their services, why couldn't he? Mercenaries are bound by their reputation and would fulfill their initial contract before undertaking further tasks. Yet, gnolls are not mercenaries. They are a band of unprincipled ruffians. Take the gnoll leader, for instance. In his youth and strength, he maintained his position. But as he aged and weakened, his fate was to be slain by other gnolls. The new gnoll leader ascends by stepping over the corpse of the old one. This is the nature of gnolls. Strength reigns supreme, and they are oblivious to the concept of honor. Thus, the scene of Rex releasing the gnolls unfolded before him. In his view, the likelihood of success for this plan was considerable, 50%, a balanced chance. However, to others, it seemed a fanciful notion. Consequently, Rex refrained from sharing his plans with Gilneas and the others, confiding only in Rona, who stood by his side and was privy to his strategy. This is an endeavor that demands little, yet promises substantial returns. Even if the cunning wolfman ultimately fails, Rex remains unaffected, for he has invested little. The sound of footsteps echoes in the town of Nanhai, as a patrol team, wielding magical artifacts and radiating light, approaches. Within the walls of Nanhai, Rex has established a patrol team, primarily to guard against lurking intruders. The town has already undergone a thorough search led by Jaina, confirming the absence of any stealthy foes. However, Rex steadfastly believes that caution is never misplaced. After paying their respects to Rex, the patrol team continues on their way. From Rex's vantage point, he observes a constantly rotating eye on one of the patrol members, scanning the surroundings. This is a sentinel. This is not a game, where fixed patterns are the norm. Adaptability is paramount. In the stillness of Nanhai under the midnight sky, it resembles a slumbering giant. Yet, within the orc encampment, the night is destined to be anything but tranquil. The wolfman Wogan, recently released by Rex, approaches the orc stronghold with utmost caution. Do not be perplexed by Wogan's name lacking a wolf character. Such notions stem from the ignorance of those unacquainted with the world. Much like the renowned wolfman Hog, whose name bears no connection to that of a wolf. While strength reigns supreme among wolfmen, it does not equate to foolishness. Experts in the realm of Azeroth have indicated that wolfmen are an astute race. They learn rapidly. Teaching them a new language may prove easier than with many other races. Common Tongue, Darnassian, Orcish, Thalassian, and Zandalari are all within their grasp. This learning advantage extends beyond language. Experts believe that the primary impediment to the further evolution of wolfmen lies within their societal structures. With proper guidance, they could potentially become an indomitable force. Wogan holds a significant position among the wolfmen, evidenced by both his strength and intelligence. Should he recklessly stride directly into the orc stronghold, the outcome would likely see him captured and subjected to interrogation once more. As the orc stronghold is ruled by orcs, not wolfmen, Wogan acts with prudence. Initially navigating the darkness to circumvent the outer wooden palisade that encircles the camp, guarding against potential attacks from Nanhai. The orc encampment is a melting pot of various races, each claiming their territory within the stronghold. Trolls and wolfmen are eternally incompatible, and their cohabitation is impossible. The orcs dominate the center of the camp, with trolls to the east and wolfmen to the west, strategically positioned to ensure that, in the event of an ambush, the orcs are shielded from the brunt of the attack. Wogan endeavors to reach the wolfmen's western enclave. As long as he evades detection by the orcs and other races, he can safely enter their territory. The orc encampment is under vigilant surveillance. Crouched on the cold earth, Wogan's eyes fixate on the patrols traversing through the flickering firelight, a flicker of anxiety glimmering within his gaze. The patrols appear numerous. As one team passes, another swiftly follows. The intervals barely measurable in seconds. Given his current state, Wogan finds it challenging to infiltrate the camp unnoticed, risking detection by the next patrol. The orc leaders harbor deep mistrust towards trolls and wolfmen alike. The patrols are comprised of the orc leaders' loyal minions, the goblins, small in stature yet armed. March past Wogan without a hint of hesitation. He remains motionless, recognizing that the goblins thrive in the shadows of the night, having evolved in their subterranean dwellings. Adept at ambushing and plundering, Wogan remains concealed for 2 hours, observing the tireless goblin patrols as they meander past him, their small forms disappearing and reappearing from his line of sight. As dawn approaches, Wogan's heart races with urgency. Watching the goblin patrols, a fierce glint ignites in his eyes. Compared to other wolfmen, Wogan exhibits a certain calmness, yet the inherent ferocity of his kind is ever present. After a period of restraint, his primal instincts surge forth. Tempted by the proposal from the humans of Nanhai, wolfmen hold no obligation to fight and die for orcs. Betraying them is, to Wogan, a perfectly rational course of action, especially considering the orcs lack the strength to conquer the town before them. With no means to fulfill their promises, the agreements with the orcs become null and void. As the second in command of the wolfmen, Wogan's authority lies just beneath that of the leader, an aspect he has not disclosed to the human, nor is Rex aware that Wogan, while having divulged much intelligence, has also concealed falsehoods, reaching the pinnacle of deception, 9 truths and 1 lie. For instance, Wogan has obscured his true identity. Rex perceives him as a figure of moderate standing among the wolfmen, unaware that he is, in fact, a significant player. Time is of the essence for Wogan, as he must report back with results by the next day. Gradually, Wogan crawls towards the orc encampment, soon arriving at its periphery. The wooden palisade offers him no hindrance. When Rex released Wogan, he feared that the wolfman, riddled with injuries, might perish without proper care. Thus, he utilized the power of the holy light to heal him, ensuring that Wogan's wounds were not life-threatening. The torturous methods employed by Osborne left only pain, not broken limbs. As Wogan prepares to leap over the palisade to eliminate a goblin and force his way into the wolfman's territory, he halts his actions and emits a low growl, a unique form of communication among wolfmen, intelligible only to his kin. The world of Azeroth presents a challenge. Despite a common language, the multitude of dialects can be overwhelming. Each race possesses its own tongue. Orcish, Darnassian, Thalassian, Gnomish, Dwarvish, and even the future undead will have their own language. While the variety of languages is vast, a universal tongue binds them together. As Wogan's growl subsides, a response resonates, causing a smile to break upon his features, a smile that, in the eyes of other races, appears grotesque and far more fearsome than that of a demon. The book The Rise of the Boar People is now available. Those who appreciate the lore of Warcraft may wish to explore it, as it is quite well written. The crackling of flames fills the air as Wogan enters a makeshift tent. Werewolf-headed figures lounge with necks bent, the chaotic layout resembling a disarrayed feast. The wolfmen, casually seated, seem to be engaged in discussion. Yet it resembles more of a banquet, as they voraciously consume roasted meat, their sharp teeth gnashing and throats swallowing in unison, while one stands at the center. Addressing the assembly, observing the feasting wolfmen, Wogan displays no sign of discontent. Were it any other race, such disorder during a meeting would have erupted into chaos. Yet, for the wolfmen, this is the norm. Life in Azeroth has been harsh for them, with many succumbing to starvation each year. However, the leader of the wolfmen, hailing from the formidable Wolfhowl clan, has provided some sustenance, while other smaller clans, having received provisions from the orcs, have become gluttonous, their spirits easily bought with mere food. What are your thoughts, second in command? The 3 leaders of the Wergs gazed at Wogan as he concluded his remarks, then set aside the roasted meat in his hands to inquire further, only to return to gnawing at his meal shortly thereafter. The societal structure of the Wergs was rather rudimentary, and this makeshift assembly of Werg warriors exhibited a chaotic hierarchy. As all the Wergs gathered, they began to arrange themselves in a manner reminiscent of outlaws, designating positions such as the Grand Leader, Second Leader, Third Leader, Fourth Leader, and so forth. Each title more melodious than the crude appellations of Big Boss or Second Boss. Naturally, in conjunction with humans, the strength of this multitude of beast men was evident. They had failed to seize South Sea Town, despite their numbers. The group of beastmen within the camp was not unfamiliar to you. The once ferocious and aggressive orcs had diminished into mere shadows of their former selves, and Wogan articulated his thoughts on this matter. The second leader is correct. I observe that these orcs are so feeble they struggle to walk. Our warriors could easily defeat 3 of them without the need for human assistance. We can handle these orcs ourselves, remarked one leader seated at the edge of the tent, expressing his agreement with Wogan's proposition. Ninth leader, those orcs pose little threat. But it is the trolls that remain a genuine concern, interjected another leader. Observing the animated discussions within the tent, Wogan allowed a satisfied expression to grace his features. Within the tent, there were only 9 warg leaders, the esteemed 9 of their kind. Having spent considerable time in proximity to the orcs, the wargs had a clear understanding of their nature. The orcs rescued from the shelters lacked the prowess of their leader, Thrall, and were incapable of inspiring their brethren to regain their former strength. Thus, the orcs now languished, their power diminished. Though 10,000 may seem substantial, the wargs regarded them with disdain. What truly instilled trepidation in the wargs was the trolls. Though they numbered only a mere 10,000, their strength was comparable to that of the wargs. The trolls represented a formidable challenge, one that did not necessitate the wargs' intervention. The humans could expend their efforts on this matter. Wogan dismissively waved his hand, asserting that it is human nature to prey on the weak, a trait not exclusive to humans, but also evident among the wargs. As the conversations flowed, the various leaders of the wargs, including the 3rd leader, the Grand Leader, and the 5th leader, remained silent, while the other 6 leaders expressed their unanimous support for taking action against the orcs. The wargs were willing to share in the spoils of victory, but would never endure the hardships alongside the orcs. The weakness of the orcs had become apparent to the wargs, who, at this moment, were prepared to betray the orcs to secure human support in exchange for double the food rations, a far more generous offer than what the orcs could provide. Grand Leader, issue the command. These humans are far more generous than those orcs, proposed the 4th leader, glancing at the Grand Leader, who reclined upon a bearskin blanket. My counsel is to persist in our cooperation with the orcs, the Grand Leader responded, his gaze profound, ultimately speaking in a low, measured tone. Grand Leader. Upon hearing the continued collaboration with the orcs, several leaders who had previously shown signs of interest gasped in astonishment. Given the circumstances, it was widely believed that an alliance with the humans was imminent. Yet, the Grand Leader unexpectedly declared a contrary decision. Among the 9 leaders of the gnolls, those ranked higher possessed greater strength and authority, and the Grand Leader's decisions were often made unilaterally, unless the other 8 leaders united, a scenario that seemed improbable. Following the Grand Leader's proclamation, the 3rd leader spoke first, asserting, "Humans are notoriously treacherous. How can you trust the words of the 2nd leader?" It was evident that the Grand Leader was not only capable but also wise, as wolves are cunning creatures, and the intelligence of gnolls should not be underestimated. The Grand Leader wielded his own power, and soon the previously silent 3rd and 5th leaders began to voice their opinions, instantly shifting the dynamics of the situation. Their support prompted the 8th leader to alter his stance and side with the Grand Leader. Although it appeared that the Grand Leader was in a weaker position, the truth was that his strength equated to that of 4 or 5 other leaders combined. A surge of indignation erupted within Wogan, who felt that after all he had said, he was met with denial. Observing the scornful gazes of his fellow leaders, Wogan sensed the underlying mockery. Anger, a sentiment even gnolls could harbor, welled within him. Glancing at the Grand Leader's composed demeanor, Wogan's resentment flickered momentarily before he addressed the 4th leader with a chilling tone. Then let us heed the Grand Leader and continue our collaboration with the orcs. With that, he strode out, marking the conclusion of the meeting. As Wogan departed, a glimmer of intrigue crossed the Grand Leader's gaze. A low growl resonated from somewhere, and upon closer listening, one could faintly discern the word death. Today's events unfolded with numerous twists. Initially, a recommendation from the same directory page seemed lackluster, evoking feelings of despair. With 6 features on the homepage this week, the disparity was stark. After scheduling the chapters, one ventured outside for some fresh air, only to discover upon returning that there was an unexpected surge in popularity, bringing a wave of joy. Had the surge occurred from the outset, the elation would have been far less pronounced. It seemed the initial suppression led to a significant resurgence. As the clamor of the day gradually faded, the enchanting night enveloped the land once more. Today, the orc army launched another fierce assault. Not only did the gnolls appear, but trolls also joined the fray. True to their reputation as one of the oldest races in Azeroth, every troll warrior was an exceptional hunter, capable of throwing weapons that posed considerable challenges for Rex. However, the sole silver lining was that the trolls did not attack with the same reckless fervor as the kobolds, who were known for their fearless abandon. As a result, Southsea Town remained steadfast amidst the tempestuous onslaught. Having repelled the orc army's attack once more, Rex bore no semblance of joy. Whether victory or defeat, war invariably begets suffering. Standing atop the walls of Southsea Town, he gazed intently at the landscape beyond. The sound of footsteps approached, and Lorna, clad in armor and exuding a spirited demeanor, ascended the walls and joined Rex, softly stating, "The commander has dispatched someone to closely monitor the orc encampment. It is unnecessary for you to remain here. The gnolls will not strike." Rex shook his head gently, affirming with conviction that night had already fallen, and if the gnolls had intended to attack, they would have had ample opportunity to convey their intentions, even to lure Rex into a trap. Yet, the prolonged silence on their part indicated that the gnolls had chosen not to act. Lorna fell silent, perceiving the current situation as entirely normal. When Rex first proposed the plan, she believed it was destined to fail, so upon hearing that the gnolls would not take action, she felt little surprise. It was akin to hearing someone nearby announce their intention to dine. Would one respond with great alarm? Certainly not. This is a commonplace occurrence. However, one might only be startled upon hearing that someone has ceased to eat. Rona's silence stems from her uncertainty on how to initiate a conversation. Her youth and lack of experience render her at a loss. Had Gianna been present, she would effortlessly redirect the topic, melding the atmosphere instead of leaving it in this oppressive quiet. As time trickles by, Rex stands atop the city walls of Southsea Town, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the orc encampment, tranquility reigns. The tents are shrouded in a heavy stillness. As night deepens, it is the hour for rest. Even those who did not engage in the battle of the day feel a certain weariness. The only sound emanating from the camp is the snoring of the slumbering Wurgens, with no other noise disturbing the silence. Gradually, one of the tents is lifted, and a robust Wurgen emerges, standing before the shelter. His expression is devoid of emotion as he surveys his surroundings before retreating back into the tent. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he steps inside, a mocking smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. Once within the confines of the tent, he speaks in a low tone, audible only to himself. "My foolish chieftain believes that by secretly dispatching watchers outside the tent, he can thwart my communication with the outside world. He grossly underestimates me, Wogan. Fortunately, I have long been prepared for your schemes." He lifted the mat and bare skin blanket on which he lay, ultimately uncovering a pitch-black opening, revealing a subterranean tunnel. Wogan crouched and swiftly navigated through the narrow passage, which was scarcely wide enough for a single person. Though his movement was cumbersome, he was fortunate that the tunnel was relatively short, spanning merely a dozen meters, and soon he emerged at the other end. However, this side was not open. It was concealed. Wogan struck the obscuring wooden planks a few times, producing a dull thud. Before long, the planks were lifted, and he stepped out into the open. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Wogan addressed the nearby gnoll, instructing, "You go over there and tidy up." Acknowledging Wogan's command with a nod, the gnoll understood what to do. It crawled into the tunnel and shortly emerged, placing the wooden planks back down, arranging the bare skin blanket neatly. Positioning itself with its face turned inward and back to the tent entrance, lying still and feigning sleep. No one could have predicted that Wogan had dug a tunnel in advance, emerging from the camp to ensure he wouldn't be observed. He swiftly melted into the shadows, leaving the orc camp with relative ease, shielded by his subordinates. The dim-witted goblins, lacking in intellect, were easily deceived, their vigilance focused outward, entirely unaware that their enemy lay within their ranks, rather than outside. On the walls of Southsea Town, Rona had departed, leaving only Rex standing atop, bracing against the cold wind. Aside from the patrols passing by, there were no other souls in sight. Rex was deeply puzzled by the situation with the gnolls, repeatedly muttering that it shouldn't be so. The gnolls were not foolish. Their constraints lay within their social structure rather than mere intellect. In Rex's view, regardless of whether they were swayed by the promise of double food rations or were indifferent, the gnolls would inevitably make a move. If their plans failed, they would cunningly send someone to contact Rex, ultimately ensnaring him and enabling an assault on Southsea Town. Such were their tactics. All these thoughts culminated in a sigh. Rex did not comprehend the gnolls' world, and only the gnolls themselves knew their true intentions. Turning, Rex descended the walls of South Sea Town, aware that the morrow would bring a grueling defense, and he would not foolishly linger on the wall throughout the night. Not long after Rex returned to rest, he was awakened by a member of the patrol team. Upon hearing the report, Rex sprang to attention. Gnolls were indeed approaching, confirming his earlier suspicions. Having been delayed by matters during the day, this chapter, being a substantial 4,000 words, was effectively 2 combined chapters. Grateful thanks for their generous support. The news of a gnoll searching for him instantly banished Rex's drowsiness. He had been thoroughly disheartened by the gnolls, just about to succumb to slumber when this unexpected turn of events jolted him awake. "Bring him to me immediately," he commanded with urgency. Shortly thereafter, the patrol team escorted a gnoll into Rex's quarters. Despite Rex's orders, the patrol maintained a markedly unfriendly demeanor towards Wogan, who was not brought in voluntarily, but rather bound and escorted. Even so, the patrol members remained vigilant, their eyes filled with wariness as they observed the gnoll clutching his weapon in readiness. "Release my friend," Rex expressed his goodwill assertively. In terms of strength, Wogan was at a disadvantage, being merely in 8th tier while Rex had already attained the mid-9th tier, possessing immense power that even the pinnacle of 9th tier did not intimidate him. Wogan, in his current state, was hardly a concern for Rex. Should Wogan attempt any sudden moves, Rex would be able to subdue him instantly. "Prince Rex." The patrol member hesitated. This patrol was not composed of Rex's Round Table Knights, but rather the South Sea Guard, who had not been indoctrinated by Rex over the past 2 years. Their loyalty lay elsewhere, causing them to instinctively hesitate, wary of releasing the gnoll. "Untie him, and you may leave." Rex's expression hardened, emanating an undeniable authority. Observing Rex's stern demeanor, the patrol members complied, stepping forward to release Wogan from his bindings, then exiting the room while still holding the ropes. Wogan appeared remarkably calm. Had this been his first capture, he would have resisted. Now, however, he merely stretched his arms to alleviate the soreness from being bound for an extended period and finally spoke. "Our chieftain does not agree to the transaction." "Does not agree?" Rex muttered softly, a scoff escaping his lips. A chill swept over the room as a cold snort escaped Rex's lips. He had previously learned about the structure of the War Gen, particularly that the 9 leaders governed together, with the Grand Leader wielding significant power. The fate of the War Gen could be determined by a mere word from this authority. Rex's thoughts raced at the mention of War Gen, and a fleeting shadow crossed his face. Addressing War Gen with a tone of indifference, he remarked, "Since your Grand Leader does not consent to cooperation, so be it. We shall meet on the battlefield." With that, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Rex, transforming him into a fervent warrior eager for combat. War Gen, on the other hand, remained silent, lost in contemplation, plunging the atmosphere into a heavy stillness. Neither Rex nor War Gen initiated conversation, and a palpable tension filled the room. Observing War Gen's silent demeanor, Rex grew increasingly composed over time, akin to a monk in meditation, exhibiting a readiness to maintain silence until War Gen chose to speak. As time ticked away, it was ultimately War Gen who could no longer bear the silence, breaking it with his words. "The recent decision made by the Grand Leader has left many among the War Gen dissatisfied. We are more inclined to collaborate with your human race." He emphasized the term "we" as if to ensure Rex grasped the essence of his message. After speaking, War Gen raised his head, fixing his gaze on Rex, scrutinizing his expression. However, his hopes were dashed, for Rex's countenance remained unchanged, his eyes tranquil. Once War Gen concluded his statement, Rex responded succinctly, "I understand." Noticing War Gen's shifting expressions, Rex instinctively tapped his fingers on the table. Despite the calmness in Rex's voice, suggesting he had not detected the underlying implications in War Gen's words, he was indeed aware. Faced with the doubled compensation he had offered, it was clear that more than one War Gen leader was intrigued. The phrase wolf-hearted and dog-liver was not coined without reason. Wolves are inherently untamable creatures. Terms like white-eyed wolf serve as testament to the nature of their relationships, which are devoid of genuine emotion, driven solely by naked self-interest. Betraying their kin was a trivial matter for the War Gen. As long as there were benefits and sustenance involved, turning against their own kind posed no challenge whatsoever. War Gen's earlier statement of discontent revealed layers of meaning. Rex realized that War Gen's decision to approach him and disclose the Grand Leader's resolution rather than departing, indicated a deeper discontent. Initially a mere thought, as time progressed, Rex became increasingly confident that the Wurgen's discord could indeed trigger a rebellion. This is indeed a fortuitous development for the town of Nanhai, a conclusion that Rex is pleased to witness. However, he refrains from broaching the subject himself. The cunning Wogan possesses a modicum of intelligence and understands the nuances of negotiation, seeking to entice Rex into revealing his inquiries, thereby allowing Wogan to seize the initiative and gauge Rex's regard for the matter at hand, thus securing some advantage for himself. Rex, possessing only a rudimentary grasp of negotiation tactics, is nevertheless somewhat more astute than the amateur Wogan, having been shaped by the influences of his previous life and the countless dramas he has consumed, which afford him a slight edge over Wogan's ineptitude. The recent silence marked a subtle contest of wills between the two. Wogan, reveal your true identity. Otherwise, we have no basis to continue our discussion. Observing Wogan's expression of disappointment, Rex sensed that the time was ripe for revelation. It would be counterproductive to allow Wogan to believe that he was indifferent to the internal affairs of the Wolfmen. Simultaneously, Rex harbored doubts about Wogan's identity. The previous interrogation had only disclosed Wogan as a significant leader under the Grand Commander, a fact Rex accepted without question. Yet this time, Wogan brought forth critical information and expressed dissatisfaction with the Grand Commander, creating a contradiction with his previously revealed identity. The second commander, Wogan had no hesitation this time. Rex's earlier response had left Wogan profoundly disheartened. He had anticipated that the human race would be invested in the internal issues of the Wolfmen, hoping to gain some support to oppose the Grand Commander. This was the very purpose of his audacious visit to Nanhai. However, Rex's tepid demeanor had extinguished Wogan's ambitions of contesting the Grand Commander, for he recognized that without external assistance, he stood no chance against such a formidable adversary. Yet, Rex's subsequent remarks elicited a flicker of joy in Wogan. Indeed, it is the second commander. Wogan's words prompted Rex to silently rejoice. The identity of the second commander is immensely esteemed. Apart from the Grand Commander, only the second commander holds such significance. As for why Wogan, bearing this esteemed title, would personally engage and be captured, it is essential to consider the customs of the world of Azeroth, where martial prowess is revered and the participation of the second commander in battle is commonplace. It appears that you are the most displeasing to the Grand Commander, Rex remarked. Indeed, such a short-sighted Grand Commander has the most grievances against me. To disregard twice the provision of sustenance and continue collaboration with those inept orcs, who will fail to seize Nanhai, is folly. The orcs will not honor their commitments, and our warriors will perish in vain, gaining nothing in return. Rex's words opened the floodgates for Wogan, who spoke with fervor, articulating his grievances regarding the betrayal and the pact with the orcs, with an air of righteousness and devoid of any remorse, as though the humans' offer of double the benefits warranted his treachery against the orcs to avoid divine retribution. Rex noted Wogan's stance with growing caution. Indeed, the Wolfmen seem to possess a chilling disposition. The Grand Commander wields absolute authority among your kind. Even if you are discontented, what can you truly accomplish? Rex observed the fury emanating from Wogan and seized the opportunity to subtly instigate discord within him. If only you could unite the other leaders, there might be a chance to rival the Supreme Leader. Alas, it seems you are incapable of such a feat, he remarked, drawing this conclusion from Wogan's own words, which suggested the existence of supporters for the Supreme Leader among the majority, the leaders who deserve death, particularly the third leader and the eighth leader, who readily switched allegiances at the slightest hint of peril, were all deserving of their fates. Enraged, Wogan unleashed a torrent of curses, his cold, murderous gaze betraying no hint of concealment. Observing Wogan's smoldering wrath, Rex remained silent, acutely aware of how deeply suppressed Wogan had been. It was evident that the first and second leaders were natural adversaries, and among the 9 leaders of the Wolfmen, the second leader undoubtedly bore the brunt of misfortune. Though appearing to rank just below the Supreme Leader, the reality was that the second leader was heavily oppressed by him. The Wolfmen, inherently aloof, harbored suspicions even towards their own kin. The Supreme Leader, fearing that the second leader might ascend over his fallen body, often dismissed the latter's opinions entirely. Today, Wogan, having accumulated countless grievances, reached a breaking point and, with a mere nudge from Rex, erupted. I require your support to eliminate the Supreme Leader. Once I ascend, I shall eradicate all orcs, Wogan declared, displaying a flicker of intelligence by refraining from mentioning the lack of reward for slaying the orcs. However, assassinating the supreme leader is no trivial task, Rex replied, shaking his head. The disparity between our races is too great. Humans and wolfmen can easily discern one another. A larger group would never approach the supreme leader, while a smaller one would be thwarted by layers of guards. Unless you possess the gem of deception, allowing my men to masquerade as wolfmen to deliver a fatal blow to the supreme leader. A sudden flash of inspiration surged through Rex's mind as he recalled the gem, a treasure capable of transforming its bearer into any race. The gem of deception could indeed fulfill the task of assassination, far surpassing anything found in games. It could allow one to assume the guise of any race, be it centaur, boarman, wolfman, or human. Its effectiveness was extraordinary, with a minimal likelihood of detection. Even a 9th-level mage would struggle to recognize its wearer without specialized tools. Only a grand mage might sense its presence, but that required utmost vigilance. Any lapse could easily lead to deception. Thus, the gem of deception held immense value, and Rex's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Wogan. If Wogan possessed the gem, Rex would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate the supreme leader while simultaneously establishing his own dominance. I do not possess the gem of deception, Wogan replied, shaking his head, prompting a flicker of disappointment to cross Rex's features. He had long sought information regarding the gem, hoping to acquire one, yet had received no news thus far. I require something that can enhance my own power. I must duel the supreme leader before all wolfmen and vanquish him, Wogan proclaimed, his ambition evident. Such items that can augment one's strength are indeed rare. Are you not a prince? Surely you do not lack such artifacts? Observing the silent Rex, Wogan began to employ provocative tactics, harboring thoughts of dueling to eliminate the Grand Commander. Such notions had not emerged in a day or two. However, Wogan's strength fell short in comparison to the Grand Commander. He had long sought treasures that could augment his power, yet the conditions set by the wolfmen offered no glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, aware of Rex's identity, Wogan felt a flicker of optimism. I do possess something, he stated. A minor elevation could be arranged, but if your disparity with the Grand Commander is a significant one, then I am helpless. The Grand Commander currently stands at the mid-stage of the 8th tier, while I have reached the initial stage of the 8th tier, just one small rank apart. Upon hearing this, Wogan's face lit up with excitement, his gaze towards Rex shimmering with fervor as he took a few steps closer. Stop, Rex commanded, observing Wogan approach. When he complied obediently, Rex continued, such items cannot be bestowed upon you without due compensation. Their value is extraordinary, and an equitable exchange is imperative. Of course. Wogan nodded vigorously, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to best the Grand Commander. I possess Mediva's magical research notes and several spellbooks, which were seized during our raid when Dalaran transported them back from Karazhan. Fearing Rex might doubt him, Wogan recounted the details of how they acquired the items, particularly emphasizing how Dalaran dispatched numerous powerful mages in pursuit, causing quite a stir for some time, thus underscoring the significance of the plundered magical tomes and research notes. In the world of Azeroth, the ancient gods were numerous, yet their reputations were often sinister, tainted by the label of evil. The demigods were even more common. It could truly be said that they were regarded as lesser beings, with heroes aplenty. Beasts such as the Bear Brothers and the two demigods, Uther and his kin, were notable, as were the Boarmen with their own demigods. The grandeur of the ancients was undeniable, yet the invasion of the Burning Legion altered everything, sweeping across the world like locusts, resulting in the demise of countless powerful figures. Demigods perished or fell into slumber, and ultimately, in the world of Azeroth. Though some demigods remained, they had become rare sights. The name Mediv embodies a legend. He is one of the few demigods in human history. His magical journals and research notes have stirred the hearts of countless mages. Following the fall of Karazhan, Dalaran swiftly dispatched mages to strip Mediva's treasured spellbooks and notes, leaving nothing behind, akin to a locust swarm. Today, Dalaran's brilliant magical research endeavors owe much to the treasures acquired from Karazhan. While Mediva's reputation as a traitor to humanity is widely known, no one can overlook his magical accomplishments. Thus, when Rex heard the name Mediv, his heart raced. The spellcaster represented a vulnerability for Gilneas. Rex aspired to establish an academy to attract numerous exceptional mages to serve as educators, relying on what foundation? It is the illustrious reputation of Gilneas. However, that approach is undoubtedly futile. The mages are impervious to such tactics. Their primary concern lies in the pursuit of arcane knowledge. Were Rex to possess Mediva's magical tomes, merely disseminating the news would suffice to attract a multitude of mages. Even Dalaran would find it challenging to remain indifferent. Gazing at the war-djinn before him, with its fearsome wolf visage, Rex found it oddly endearing for the first time. When Mediv was slain in Karazhan, the Second War had yet to commence, and Gilneas had not yet isolated itself from the world. A portion of Mediva's tomes had indeed been pillaged. Initially, such news would not have stirred significant unrest, as few were aware that these magical texts had been transported from Karazhan. However, the aftermath of the plunder incited a considerable reaction from Dalaran, prompting a contingent of mages to investigate, thus drawing the attention of many. As inquiries progressed, Rex too became aware that the perpetrators were merely some foreign entities, their identities shrouded in mystery. It is worth noting the misfortune of a particular mage from Dalaran. The city held great reverence for the artifacts of Karazhan and dispatched numerous guards to protect them, due to Karazhan's unique and ethereal nature. Serving as a temporal nexus connecting various realms and the twisting nether, portals in the vicinity proved ineffective. One had to venture far from Karazhan, making it a prime target for the war-djinn. This was the explanation provided by war-djinn, sparing Rex the burden of concern for that unfortunate Dalaranian mage from years past. This time, Wogan approached Nanhai town with considerably more caution than before, no longer recklessly charging in. Upon seeing Wogan, who carried only a tome of magic, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rex's eyes, as this indicated that his intention to seize Wogan directly and acquire Mediva's magical artifacts was thwarted. Observing the notebook in Wogan's possession, which was presented to Rex as a token of sincerity, he examined it closely and nodded. Although he had never seen Mediva's notes, it was evident that this manuscript was aged, dating back over 20 years since Mediva's demise. Gently tracing the incomprehensible script with his fingers, Rex beamed with a radiant smile. For any mage, a spellbook from a wizard of Mediva's caliber is a tremendous asset. However, the situation differs for the war-djinn. While war-djinn do possess spellcasters, their magic system diverges significantly from that of human mages, being categorized as war-djinn watchers. Alongside war-djinn berserkers, they represent the pinnacle of war-djinn society. The innate magic of these watchers is a natural gift, not something cultivated through practice, evoking envy and tears from other spellcasters. Although war-djinn may seem inconsequential, this particular Wogan clearly recognized some value, albeit not overly so, which ultimately benefited Rex in this transaction. With Wogan demonstrating sincerity, Rex felt compelled to reciprocate. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a scroll, astonishingly thin and white, so delicate that it could flutter in the breeze if released. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the Arabic numeral for inscribed upon it. Noticing the look of confusion in Wogan's eyes, Rex handed the scroll to him and spoke slowly. This is a beast scroll, capable of doubling one's strength for a duration of 1 hour. As Rex regarded the beast scroll, a hint of regret flickered in his gaze. In pursuit of Mediva's magical items, he began to part with his own possessions. The beast scroll is categorized into 4 tiers, levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. A level 1 scroll enhances the strength of nearby allies by 25, level 2 by 50, level 3 by 75, and level 4 by 100. However, the effects of levels 3 and 4 can only be applied to oneself, not bolstering surrounding allies. The duration remains unchanged. All 4 tiers of the beast scroll last for 1 hour. During his battle in Gilneas against Rachel, if Rex had not been able to amplify his strength with the Book of Power, he would have resorted to using this beast scroll. How can I ascertain its authenticity? Gazing at the slender beast scroll in his hand, Wogan revealed a hint of skepticism. Even though he was confident that Rex could not deceive him, the mere existence of this thin parchment did not inspire much conviction. One could indeed tear it apart for use. Yet this particular scroll was not without cost. In contrast to Rex, who exhibited a certain meticulousness, Wogan displayed a more generous spirit. With Rex's assurance, he unhesitatingly tore the scroll asunder, causing it to disintegrate into countless luminous particles. From this ethereal amalgamation, a roaring beast faintly materialized and ultimately merged into Wogan's being. Gradually, Wogan's aura began to swell, and as he felt the surging power within him, a look of joy illuminated his face. The Warcraft system's offerings were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. The effects of the Beast Scroll could only be potent, never weak. After partaking in the powers of the Beast Scroll, both Rex and Wogan were immensely satisfied with their transaction. Wogan's strength had surged to unprecedented levels, instilling him with the confidence to conquer the Grand Commander. Meanwhile, Rex had expended 3 Beast Scrolls and 2 vials of blood-sucking potions to procure a treasure trove of Medivh's magical tomes and his research notes. The blood-sucking potion, an elixir designed to amplify damage and confer a vampiric effect, remained somewhat enigmatic in its real-world application. Nonetheless, it was indisputably a means to enhance one's prowess, albeit with a hint of recklessness. After all, in the Warcraft system, the means to elevate one's abilities were limited to these few simple treasures. These were originally the belongings of Khadgar, a great mage who once regarded Medivh as his mentor. Since the opening of the Dark Portal and the severance of ties with the world of Azeroth, the artifacts of Karazhan have become ownerless, stripped bare by Dalaran. While the common folk perceive Khadgar as deceased, the statues of the 5 heroes who ventured into the Dark Portal stand tall in Stormwind. However, the astute Rex knows that Khadgar possesses a remarkable resilience. Unlike Turalyon and others who have gone missing, he continues to thrive in Outland. As for Medivh, he is currently being resurrected by his mother. Rex's mind raced with various thoughts, suddenly recalling Medivh's mother, Egwene. Realizing the necessity of a visit to Karazhan, Rex understood that the resurrection of Medivh must have required many years. Given the current timeline, it was likely that Medivh had recently returned. A visit to Karazhan could potentially allow Rex to encounter the renowned Egwene, and should he succeed in inviting her back to Gilneas to teach magic, the benefits would be immense. Although Egwene has lost her demigod powers, her extensive knowledge of magic remains intact. A person of Egwene's caliber, whether in strength or knowledge, represents a priceless asset. Determined, Rex resolved to dispatch someone to Karazhan to investigate the situation. If Egwene were still there, he would undoubtedly go himself. Even if she were to refuse him, Egwene is worth the effort of a special journey to Karazhan. Standing on the walls of South Shore, gazing towards the orc encampment, a sly smile crept across Rex's face. With the newfound strength of Wargen, he eagerly anticipated the next developments. Gently caressing the space ring on his finger, filled with numerous spellbooks and notes, he casually pulled out one, observing the sealed magic upon it. A surge of holy light flickered in Rex's hand, dissipating the magical aura that had enveloped it. The force that had previously hindered Rex's ability to read the magical notes vanished entirely. The once distorted and foreign script began to feel familiar. Medivh would not have placed magical seals on his own notes, as he needed to reference them frequently. The magical seals were imposed later by Dalaran. Had they been freshly sealed, Rex would have been unable to decipher them with his skills. The overwhelming power would have led to the self-destruction of the notes, leaving nothing behind. However, after all these years, the passage of time had thinned the magical seals to a mere whisper, easily dispelled with a bit of effort. Once the true text was revealed, Rex discovered that this was not merely a spellbook, but rather a research journal, meticulously documenting various experiments. It was evident that this was not the first volume, as it bore the hallmarks of complexity and obscurity. As Rex made his way to his chamber, he continually perused the pages. The vibrant holy light emanating from him illuminating the darkness like a beacon, exemplifying one of the many advantages of being a paladin, serving as a lamp in the night. Banishing shadows. The illumination provided by the holy light was a reflection of Rex's modern and unconventional thinking. Upon returning to his room, where magical artifacts cast their glow, Rex retracted the holy light, swiftly flipping through the pages, observing intricate diagrams and recorded data that passed before his eyes, igniting his curiosity. From his space ring, he retrieved a plethora of magical notes, initiating the process of unraveling the magical seals. One by one, he searched diligently until he finally located the first volume of the research notes he had just examined. February 8th, overcast. While traversing the astral realm, I discovered a creature from the twisting nether, composed of pure elemental stardust. I became intrigued and named it Starsteed. February 9th. Sunny. I attempted to capture a Starsteed but failed. Its speed is astonishing. February 10th. Sunny. Another failure. February 11th. Sunny. This time, I prepared numerous slowing magic traps. Yet I still failed. April 21st. Overcast. I finally captured a Starsteed. Through my extensive interactions, I discovered that the Starsteed can serve as a mount, and I began to attempt its taming. As Rex concluded his reading of this research journal, he sought the next volume. A single research note would not merely consist of a few brief statements. Medivh had written in great detail, documenting the peculiarities and characteristics of the starsteed, including his attempts at capture, with every tool and spell meticulously recorded. However, descriptions of failures were noticeably sparse, with successes occupying the majority of the text, a natural inclination that anyone could understand. Despite the late hour, Rex felt no drowsiness. It was no wonder that Dalaran coveted Medivh's research notes, for they were imbued with immense value. The starsteed is undoubtedly a flying mount, and as someone who traverses different realms, Rex knew that if he could glean methods for capturing the starsteed from these notes, he could establish his own aerial battalion, securing control of the skies, a tremendous advantage in battle. In his previous life, Rex had long coveted the starsteed, often contemplating its acquisition but lacking the resolve to invest the necessary resources. Now, he could rectify that regret. As the night gradually slipped away, the enchanting darkness was dispelled by the radiant dawn, golden rays bathing the Hillsbrad foothills in light. Rex, having gone without sleep, felt invigorated rather than fatigued, diligently poring over the research notes and spellbooks that lay before him. Some spellbooks still bore magical seals, while others had none at all. This discrepancy was likely due to the war djinn having unraveled them, or perhaps the passage of time, leading to their deterioration. Throughout the night, Rex had dedicated himself to unearthing the starsteed research notes. From the war djinn, he had acquired numerous spellbooks and research notes. Throughout the night, regardless of other matters, he had focused solely on the starsteed, managing to unearth 5 research volumes. However, Rex frowned, realizing that these were incomplete, lacking a critical component. He had skimmed through the notes, which detailed Medivh's capture of the starsteed, culminating in a series of taming techniques that successfully transformed this twisting nether creature, glimmering like stars, into a flying mount. Logically, this should have been thorough enough. Yet Rex felt a crucial element was missing, the method of capturing the starsteed. The twisting nether is not a realm accessible to ordinary individuals. For Medivh, who was dubbed the astral mage, traversing the twisting nether and exploring other worlds was trivial. Moreover, this entire endeavor was facilitated by the unique environment of Karazhan, where time and space are distorted, characterized by fragile spatial barriers that are easily breached. Shaking his head, Rex stored the 5 volumes of research notes concerning the starsteed into his space ring. His desire to visit Karazhan intensified. Medivh was not dead, and if he could not unravel the secrets himself, he could directly inquire. If this avenue proved unfruitful, Rex would return and begin organizing a team to study based on the research notes. The Human Alliance possesses an aerial battalion, but that was only established during the Second Great War when the dwarves provided a handful of griffins to aid humanity. These mounts are treasured, akin to the High Elves' dragonhawks, regarded as precious treasures. The dwarves, compelled by the overwhelming Orcish onslaught, had to relinquish these mounts as their capital, Ironforge, faced imminent downfall, while the cunning individuals of Lordaeron had already set their sights on the griffins and dragonhawks. In contrast, the High Elves were not as severely persecuted by the orcs. They merely suffered some casualties at the borders. The renowned leader of the Windrunner sisters, driven by vengeance, was motivated by the loss of his parents at the hands of the orcs. The dwarves provided a meager number of griffins, resulting in the Human Alliance's griffin riders totaling only 300. There were also some retired, battle-worn mounts, along with those that had aged over the years and were no longer suitable for riding. Standing up to stretch his stiff body, Rex glanced outside to see that it was now fully light. With no inclination for sleep, he exited his dwelling, hastily consuming a simple breakfast of milk and fruit-flavored bread, before heading to patrol the walls of South Shore. As a port city, South Shore was bustling with the flow of various goods, appearing small yet surprisingly well-equipped. Rex had arranged for a cup of milk and some fruit bread for breakfast, a fitting meal for a night devoid of rest. What schemes are you concocting with those war djinn? As Rex approached the city walls, he caught sight of Jaina. The meeting between Rex and the war djinn was devoid of any deliberate concealment. Upon noticing Rex's well-being, Jaina's gaze, however, was drawn to the bloodshot eyes that revealed he had spent the night without rest. Speaking about it seemed futile. She would merely wait to witness the unfolding drama. A subtle smile graced Rex's face as he refrained from providing a direct answer to Jaina, instead opting to tease her curiosity. You need not speak. I can surmise your intentions. Are you contemplating inciting the war djinn to revolt? Jaina walked alongside Rex, her lips slightly parted. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him as she spoke softly. Rona must have informed you, Rex thought, understanding from Jaina's calm demeanor that Rona, who resided with her, had undoubtedly relayed the entire sequence of events. After all, it was improbable for Jaina not to be intrigued by the news of Rex's midnight encounter with the war djinn. Given Jaina's resourcefulness, even if Rex had instructed Rona to keep it a secret, it would likely have been extracted from her. Rona, being young and inexperienced, had not been asked to maintain discretion, and it was inevitable that Jaina would be aware of this. Greetings, Jaina, a voice rang out as Kael'thas's tall figure emerged, a testament to the notion that wherever Jaina was, Kael'thas would be found as well. To seek Kael'thas, one merely needed to locate Jaina. Rex harbored a distaste for Kael'thas, the tragic prince. Though he felt sympathy for the latter's eventual fate, at present, Kael'thas exuded an arrogance that was deeply ingrained. In contrast, Arthas appeared far more agreeable. While Arthas possessed his own pride, he also embodied the virtues of a knight. Rex had previously held some sympathy for the High Elves, resenting the Alliance for failing to support them during their direst moments. However, upon arriving in the world of Azeroth, one discovers that the elves are steeped in an arrogance that permeates their very being. Silvermoon City remains closed to outsiders, refusing entry to any foreigner. Even to enter the realm of the High Elves demands rigorous scrutiny, a fact that irked Rex. Why should human territories be treated as one's backyard, freely accessible, while their lands resembled a forbidden zone, requiring extensive checks and constant surveillance? As dawn broke, Rex began to delete comments. The influx of advertisements had gone unnoticed for a while, now flooding the screen with over 100 entries. He expressed his apologies for not reviewing the comments in recent times and announced that he would resume a tri-daily update schedule, also humbly requesting support through collections. This day proved to be tumultuous for the Warg, destined to witness a significant event. The Orcish horde continued their siege, yet with a diminished vigor compared to the preceding day. Ever since the onset of the rainfall, the fervor of their assault had waned, becoming progressively feeble with each passing day. Long since abandoned was the relentless determination of their initial charge. The orcs' lackadaisical demeanor left Rex in a state of heightened alertness. Having already received intelligence from the Warg Wogan that the Orcish army was in the process of crafting siege engines, more specifically, trolls. These forest trolls, having engaged in protracted battles with the High Elves, have ingeniously developed a rudimentary siege engine crafted from timber infused with magic. Typically, these devices are employed by the forest trolls to besiege the encampments of the High Elves, proving effective only against smaller towns and camps. They would be of little consequence when faced with major strongholds such as Stormwind and Lordaeron. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Rex's eyes. The orcs had pinned their hopes on this batch of siege engines forged by the trolls. In recent days, they have been conserving their strength, awaiting the completion of the siege apparatus to mount a decisive assault on Southsea Town. However, the orcs' aspirations are destined to remain unfulfilled. At this moment, Wogan had already commenced his challenge against the Alpha Warg. Notably, the primary force of the orc army attacking today did not include any wargs, which served as a promising sign for Wogan, who was eager to take action. Just as Rex had surmised, Wogan was indeed confronting the Alpha. Unlike other sentient races, wargs had yet to transcend a society governed by the supremacy of brute force. Any schemes or plots could be effortlessly crushed by sheer power. The position of Alpha was attainable by anyone capable of successfully challenging the incumbent, treading upon the fallen body of the Alpha to ascend to power. Each chieftain of the Warg clans was the mightiest warrior within their respective clans, and faced with Wogan's challenge, the Alpha had no choice but to accept. Casting a wary glance at Wogan, the Alpha embodied the traits of a cunning and distrustful wolf. The challenge posed by the second-in-command was a momentous event for wargs. A challenge signified a life-or-death struggle, with one party destined to perish. This was no friendly sparring. All 9 commanders had gathered. Naturally, the wargs did not follow the orcs into the siege. The third-in-command felt a sense of excitement, brimming with confidence in the Alpha's prowess. He believed the second-in-command was no match. This challenge would undoubtedly conclude with the second-in-command's demise. Once the second-in-command fell, the third-in-command would naturally rise to take his place. Thus, he welcomed the impending confrontation. The other commanders shared similar sentiments, though only the fourth-in-command, who had a decent rapport with the second-in-command, exhibited a hint of unease. which quickly vanished. "Wogan, today you are courting your own demise," the Alpha declared, baring his sharp teeth with unwavering confidence. "It shall be you who meets death." With a swift motion, Wogan pulled a beast scroll from his bosom, shattering it into fragments, as a surge of power began to emanate from within him. The haunting wails of wolves echoed as Wogan's visage transformed into a fearsome wolf head, brandishing his weapon and charging toward the Alpha with swift determination. "Solar hammer," the Alpha murmured, stroking his purple fur while wielding a blue staff. Words flowed from his lips as a radiant golden apparition materialized, shimmering as it descended upon Wogan. As the golden light fell, its brilliance gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a simple yet substantial hammer, roughly the size of a grinding stone. Among the wargs, the two dominant classes were the Berserkers and the Sentinels, one excelling in close combat, the other in ranged attacks. Wogan epitomized the Berserker, while the Alpha represented the Sentinel. This very technique had previously enabled the Alpha to suppress Wogan and secure his position. Witnessing the Alpha employ this move once more ignited a fierce rage within Wogan, reminiscent of a long-standing vendetta. Veins of crimson coursed through his eyes, a reflection of the effects of a vampiric potion he had consumed. "Break for me." The hammer descended with remarkable speed, a surge of energy locking onto Wogan. Realizing that evasion was futile, the seasoned warrior, brimming with anger and extensive combat experience, resolved to confront the impending strike head-on, his weapon surging upward to meet the falling hammer. With a thunderous crash, the sound echoed as the hammer disintegrated into the sky, leaving behind only shimmering remnants. Though the warrior's profession may be commonplace, those who master their fury are truly formidable beings. Fueled by their rage, they grow stronger with each battle, yet few in the realm of Azeroth possess the true ability to harness such wrath. "Unleash the fireball barrage," as the Grand Commander spoke. The fireballs suspended before him swiftly surged towards Wogan. The surge of magic from his staff propelled one fireball after another, creating an unyielding barrage that appeared unchanged in number. Between the Grand Commander and Wogan, a formidable pillar of fireballs had formed, giving the illusion of a solid column due to their rapid succession. The Grand Commander afforded Wogan no time to react, unleashing a relentless onslaught of fireballs. The use of the Sun Hammer served as a prelude to this flurry, as individually. The fireballs lacked immense power, yet their collective explosion would undoubtedly yield a catastrophic outcome, leaving no trace behind. The watching Wurgens paled at the sight. Each time the Grand Commander unleashed this technique, even if it was not their first encounter, it instilled a profound sense of dread. It was over. A thought echoed in the minds of every Wargen, mirroring the Grand Commander's own. Enveloped in flames, no one believed Wogan could survive. It was a matter of common sense. Yet, common sense is often shattered. A figure, defying disbelief, raised their weapon high and struck down decisively, bringing the duel to a close. The third update would be posted tomorrow morning at 7, already scheduled for release, inviting all to return in the morning. In the silent mountains, the cold moon hung like a crescent. Cold stars floated above the night sky, resembling scattered points of light akin to a chessboard. The earth was shrouded in an enchanting darkness, veiled moonlight entwining the orc encampment, rendering it desolate and eerie in the night. In the dead of night, several Wurgens stealthily emerged from their tents, weapons in hand, quietly approaching the orc camp. The orc commander maintained strict vigilance at the camp's perimeter to prevent enemy infiltration, while the defenses within the camp were equally robust. The Wurgens and the troll orc commanders were still somewhat lacking. Inside the encampment, squads of orcs patrolled with torches, surveying the darkness. The orc commander's arrangements were commendable, yet the patrol's diligence waned as the night progressed. Many orcs displayed signs of fatigue, their minds convinced that no enemy could infiltrate their ranks. If there were indeed an enemy, they would have been detected by the perimeter guards long ago. Amidst the flickering flames, slender figures approached the patrols, weapons in hand, unnoticed in the torchlight. This was not due to negligence on the patrol's part, but rather because these Wurgens were cloaked in stealth, acting as Wargen assassins. This group of typically small-statured Wurgens rarely exceeded 6.5 feet in height, starkly contrasting with their more robust kin. Their skin bore a notably darker hue, differing from the purple fur of the Wargen sentinels. The patrols consisted of multiple teams, able to see one another from a distance. In the darkness, while the individuals remained obscured, the torchlight remained visible, as long as the flames did not react violently. All was presumed well, a rudimentary method of assessment in the night. The orc army was a hodgepodge of forces, and their situation was rather grim, lacking magical artifacts, relying solely on this most basic approach. Yet this created an opportunity for the wargen. As the wargen assassins neared the patrols, though few in number, they seized the moment to strike. The orcs, already lacking vigilance and weakened after years of confinement, were no match for the desperate wargen. Sharp daggers swiftly cut through orc throats, with dark poison seeping from the wounds, a testament to the assassin's craft. As it was customary for them to coat their weapons in toxin, often derived from the many spider species inhabiting Azeroth. The variety of spiders in the world of Azeroth is vast, featuring hues of yellow, orange, red, green, and purple. This diversity is a reflection of the game's evolution, where a creature can transform into a new monster with a mere change of color or mutation, adopting various brutal or elite titles. However, in the real world, these have been categorized more systematically, lacking the chaotic nomenclature found in games. The torches remained undisturbed, for at the moment of the attack, wargen assassins swiftly seized the torches, ensuring that the following patrols detected no anomalies. The same method dispatched the patrols without delay. The orc guards, lacking awareness, could have easily noticed the disturbance had their minds been more alert. The wargen assassins, while not particularly skilled, faced equally amateurish foes in the orc patrols, drowsy and indifferent. The orcs merely moved forward, instinctively taking steps that would lead them into eternal darkness. With the patrols eliminated, the wargen army commenced their ambush on the orcs. Unlike the silent movements of a few assassins, this larger force could no longer remain unheard. The orcs were alerted, but Wogan had already reached the camp's front, unconcerned about exposure, launching an all-out assault. Simultaneously, the magical signal agreed upon with Rexxar illuminated the sky with a resounding blast. A golden arc of magic sliced through the quiet night, and countless fire arrows descended from the heavens, resembling a swarm of crows in their relentless descent. Chaos ensued. Shouts and clamor merged into a singular cacophony of disorder. The orc encampment ignited as the fire arrows struck. With no defenses in place, numerous tents caught fire, casting the dark encampment into a blaze of crimson. This was the signal of attack, and standing atop the walls of South Shore, Rexxar observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Beside him stood Jaina, Kael'thas, and the mayor of South Shore, all gathered to witness the flames, particularly the mayor, whose joy was unmistakable as he beheld the inferno consuming the orc encampment, exclaiming, "Did the wargens truly take action?" Despite having an unwavering belief within, the mayor of Nanhai Town hesitated somewhat when it came to voicing his thoughts. There could be no doubt, if one were to perpetrate a fraud, reaching this point would be unattainable. The seasoned captain of the Nanhai Guard began to elucidate, stating that while dramas and films portray the concepts of feigned defeat and ambush with great flair, the reality of enacting such tactics is fraught with peril. In ancient warfare, where training was often inadequate, a feigned retreat could swiftly devolve into an actual defeat. Here, no one would treat their encampment lightly. To set it ablaze would deliver a devastating blow to morale, rendering even the mightiest army incapable of further offensive maneuvers. Thus, victory seemed to hang in the balance. The mayor of Nanhai Town felt an unsettling sense of unreality prior to the arrival of the orc horde outside the city. The mere presence of a fraction of them had already instilled dread among the townsfolk, prompting many to flee. Yet, at this moment, the prospect of victory appeared to have arrived with alarming swiftness. "No," Rex interjected, shaking his head. "The ward not only desires to vanquish the orcs, but can easily do so. Their true combat strength was diminished on the very first day. The remaining frail orcs pose no challenge to the wargs. Our true adversary lies in the trolls. It is time for us to take the stage. The moment to shatter the enemy is upon us tonight." Rex tightened his grip on the heavy sword, casting a determined glance at his companions, Jaina and Kael'thas, before resolutely declaring, "Let us advance." Raising his heavy sword, he shouted loudly. The sky was as clear as a blue canvas, devoid of any drifting clouds, filtered of all hues and radiant in its brilliance. A few wispy white clouds floated lazily in the gentle breeze, as if they were melting under the warm sunlight, while the tender sun added a splash of color to the clear day. The spring breeze caressed the earth, causing the autumn-hued fields to sway gracefully. Behind the Wall of Gilneas, a certain vibrancy had emerged, The royal palace was abuzz with a contentious topic that had recently been recurrently discussed, not only within the palace but also among the populace. Rexxar's departure with the Knights of the Round Table was a significant event for Gilneas, prompting many lords to hasten to the main city of Gilneas upon hearing the news. Notably, the Eastern lords expressed considerable dissent, with Ashbringer and Walden being the most vociferous in their opposition. The Knights of the Round Table were not well regarded among the lords gathered in the palace. The term playthings was indelibly imprinted in their minds. Their discontent was not directed at Rexxar personally, but stemmed from their dissatisfaction with King Jean's decision to dispatch the knights to assist Lordaeron, feeling it tarnished the reputation of the Gilneas kingdom. Many voiced their desire for King Jean to recall the knights since news of Rexxar's departure spread. Had it been 2 years prior, when Rexxar first traversed into the world of Azeroth, the chorus of voices within the palace would have assuredly compelled King Jean to summon Rexxar back, as even the king would have had to heed the multitude of lords and high-ranking officials. 2 years had elapsed, and Rexxar had amassed a certain force within the kingdom of Gilneas, not overwhelmingly strong, yet not insignificant either. He maintained a delicate balance, and at present, King Jean showed no inclination to abdicate. Rexxar's actions were measured. Admittedly, he was influenced by the court dramas of his former life. Among the influential figures, Rexxar had garnered the support of Darius and Vincent, two prominent families whose backing was sufficient for Rexxar to solidify his position in Gilneas. The current controversy was openly supported by Darius, leading the charge in favor of Rexxar. King Jean sat in the expansive hall, his expression inscrutable, his gaze sweeping over the lords and officials as they took their seats. Those who could assume the role of high officials were themselves great lords. Noticing Ashbringer and Walden among the eastern lords, a flicker of unusual light appeared in King Jean's eyes. Ashbringer and Walden were not regulars in the main city of Gilneas. They typically resided in their own territories. Their collective presence in Gilneas, publicly demanding Rexxar's recall, had incited this prolonged controversy. Ashbringer, do you still hold to your stance of recalling Rexxar and the Knights of the Round Table? King Jean's resonant voice filled the hall as he surveyed the seated assembly. Your Majesty, I stand firm in my position. Baron Ashbringer rose, bowing respectfully to King Jean, his countenance serious as he spoke with conviction. I would not oppose the dispatch of any military force from the kingdom, but the Knights of the Round Table, have you forgotten your own assessment from years past? Walden interjected. The term playthings flashed through King Jean's mind, recalling his evaluation from 2 years ago. A slight smile graced his lips as he remembered the early days of Rexxar establishing the Knights. King Jean had merely thought Rexxar was provoked after witnessing Arthas and the Silver Hand during their journey to Stormwind, believing that Rexxar's purpose in forming the Knights was a reaction to that encounter. What circumstances had Rexxar faced at that time? Due to insufficient funding and a lack of trained instructors, there exists a profound scarcity of resources. Even the captain of the guard beneath him was appointed in a remarkably hasty manner, specifically the young girl from the Crowley family. This thought caused King Jean to instinctively glance at Darius, for that girl was none other than Darius's daughter. The appointment of a guard captain became all the more dramatic, as it was Darius's financial sponsorship that facilitated this occurrence. While others may have been unaware, King Jean was acutely cognizant of the current strength of the Round Table Knights. In his mind, the Round Table Knights had long since shed any semblance of being mere playthings. They were all of third-tier strength, a level of power that none would dare dismiss lightly. As for the issues concerning the Round Table Knights, they would be addressed upon the return of Prince Rexxar. Darius remarked as he cast a glance at Walden. By the time Prince Rexxar returns, it will be too late. Our reputation in Gilneas will be irreparably tarnished. Walden retorted sharply, his gaze fixed on Darius. Indeed, we cannot afford to see the reputation of Gilneas diminish. Walden's words resonated with many, who voiced their agreement. Darius's standing among the Eastern lords was far from favorable. He had long ago offended them by staunchly supporting King Jean in the construction of the Greymane Wall. While the establishment of the wall had its merits, it had undoubtedly come at Darius's expense. Both Fonmu Village and Ambermile were territories of the Crowley family, and during its zenith, half of Silverpine Forest belonged to them. However, the construction of the Greymane Wall had resulted in the loss of a significant portion of their lands. Darius had remained relatively passive, advocating for the openness of the Greymane Wall without provoking the Eastern lords. Yet, some individuals, having committed acts of betrayal, could not help but suspect their adversaries were plotting against them. Walden was one such individual. He believed that Darius must harbor grievances about the division of his family's lands. In recent years, Tensions had escalated between Darius and the Eastern Lords, particularly between Walden and Isubali, who exhibited the most pronounced enmity. Amidst the heated exchange between Darius and Walden, a servant hurriedly approached King Jean, whispering that there was news from Prince Rex through magical communication. As King Jean perused the message in his hand, his smile grew increasingly radiant. He signaled for the assembly to consider recalling Rex, tossing the message to Walden, who was still staunchly opposed, and said, "Take a look at what this says." As Walden took the message, his previously proud countenance turned pale, and he exclaimed, "How could this be possible?" The wind continually sweeps across the Hillsbrad foothills. Southsea Town, a city ravaged by the ravages of war, has now revived with newfound vitality. The affluent merchants who once fled have safely returned at this moment. In the orderly streets of Southsea Town, pedestrians leisurely stroll about, while the harbor is teeming with crowds. Laborers, embodying the roles of toil and struggle, diligently load and unload goods from the ships. Their bared upper bodies, muscles taut, glisten with perspiration that cascades down their foreheads. The mayor of Southsea Town gazes upon the thriving scene before him, a smile gracing his face. The town had fallen into desolation due to the war. Yet with its conclusion, Southsea Town once again flourishes. As a port city, it holds a promising future with the passage of time. It is destined to expand and eventually evolve into Southsea City, becoming a significant harbor within Lordaeron. The mayor silently reflects on this bright prospect. However, little does he foresee that in the future, Southsea Town will be reduced to ruins, haunted by vengeful spirits, while the once blooming Lordaeron will be transformed into a wasteland, rife with the scourge of plague. However, with the arrival of Rex, the future of Southsea Town is undoubtedly destined for transformation, while the fate of Lordaeron remains to be pondered. The battle that transpired 10 days prior has drawn its curtain. Yet the lingering repercussions continue to shroud Southsea Town and the Hillsbrad foothills. During this period, Dalaran and Southsea Town have been engrossed in discussions regarding this fierce confrontation. Among the 6 human kingdoms, Gilneas stands as a secluded and enigmatic realm. Its military prowess a fleeting glimpse from the Second War. Since then, Gilneas has severed ties with the outside world, drawing little attention, as such endeavors are deemed futile. Initially, this assistance to Southsea Town was perceived by Dalaran as a mere matter of time. Once the main forces returned, the Gilnean reinforcements would have fulfilled their obligations. However, it soon became evident that the Orcish horde besieging Southsea Town far exceeded the intelligence reports, being nearly double in number. Upon receiving this news, Dalaran was engulfed in anxiety. They had already communicated with the Lightbringer Uther, diverting a portion of their main force to bolster Southsea Town. As a pivotal port city within the Hillsbrad foothills, its fall would have catastrophic ramifications, overshadowing any hope for Rex and the Knights of the Round Table. Even though the Knights boasted third-tier strength, the numerical disparity and the seasoned Orcish forces, bolstered by forest trolls, could not be overlooked. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded right before their eyes. A resounding victory. This was a triumph belonging to Southsea Town. The formidable Orcish army was ultimately routed, leaving Dalaran incredulous upon receiving the news. Thousands had vanquished tens of thousands. Had they all been elite forces, it would have been understandable, but crucially, half of them were fresh recruits. This outcome surpassed Dalaran's expectations. They had merely hoped for Southsea Town to endure until reinforcements arrived. Yet, against all odds, Southsea Town emerged victorious, indeed, triumphantly so. The term Great Victory is not to be used lightly. It signifies the defeat of a vastly superior foe with minimal losses. A victory achieved at a heavy cost, with only a slight margin separating the two sides, is not considered a great victory, but rather a Pyrrhic one. This situation is indeed awe-inspiring. Rex, the Prince of Gilneas who orchestrates this conflict, is nothing short of a genius. At this moment, where is our Prince Rex? He finds himself in Dalaran. Following the resounding victory at South Shore, it was as if a signal had been sent. For the previously stagnant front lines began to yield results in the days that followed. Although the Orc rebellion possessed formidable strength, the Blackrock clan, which incited the insurrection in Hillsbrad, found itself ultimately out of reach, as they were ensconced in Blackrock Mountain, quite distant from the Hillsbrad foothills. The arrogance of the Blackrock clan is palpable. In this Orc uprising, they stand alone, while the Warsong and Frostwolf clans reside in the Alterac Mountains. The elusive nature of the Warsong clan, concealed in their secretive stronghold, is one matter, Yet the Frostwolf clan is not particularly difficult to locate. Yet, it is solely the Blackrock clan that remains, highlighting their hubris. When clashes erupted on the front lines, the Blackrock clan initially held the upper hand. For the forces sent to quell the rebellion arrived in haste and were ill-prepared. However, with the arrival of the Order of the Silver Hand, led by Uther, the tide of war began to tilt in favor of humanity. Subsequently, with the arrival of Arthas, the human forces gained the advantage. Yet, the orcs had already achieved an alternative objective, to establish a second battlefield, primarily aimed at diverting the attention of the human army and compelling them to respond. The Orcish intentions were evident, a blatant ploy. Even with the awareness of their machinations, one could not help but be drawn into the fray. For the magical kingdom of Dalaran, nestled within the Hillsbrad foothills, the fear of unexpected maneuvers loomed large. In a strategic move, they struck at the Lordaeron refuge, successfully instilling fear within Dalaran and preventing them from making any significant moves. This effectively immobilized a substantial part of Dalaran's forces, keeping them confined within the city and reluctant to venture forth for reinforcements. Thus commenced the subsequent assault on South Sea Town. Every aspect of the strategy unfolded according to the calculations of the Orc faction. However, an unexpected turn of events arose during the seemingly certain conquest of South Sea Town. The treacherous Orc chieftain, in a bid to deceive the inhabitants of South Sea Town, deliberately raised the banner of the Warlord clan, while in truth, they were affiliated with the Blackrock clan, having no ties to the Warlord clan whatsoever. What was anticipated to be a swift capture of South Sea Town extended over several days, with the town standing resolute against the siege, ultimately resulting in the downfall of the Orc army. This led to the unraveling of the Orcs' plans and provided Uther with the opportunity to decisively defeat the Orcs of the Blackrock clan, thereby alleviating the crisis of the Orc uprising in the Hillsbrad foothills. Nevertheless, this battle was far from over. Who was Arthas, if not one who eradicated evil without mercy? Thus, the declaration of war against the Blackrock Tower was officially proclaimed. This conflict bore significant influence, as it propelled Arthas's renown to unprecedented heights, culminating in the emergence of a guardian dragon, the Black Dragon, Hillenox. Gratitude is extended to the kind soul, Moonlight's Lament, for their generous support. I am profoundly thankful. This marks the second update. As Rex tread upon the sumptuous carpet, he sipped the coffee served by the attendant, delicately savoring its flavor. His gaze wandered through the opulent dwelling, quietly awaiting the arrival of Cael'thas. The estate of this high elf offered a glimpse into exquisite elegance, and Rex found himself at a loss for words, resorting to the term refined to encapsulate the myriad of items he observed. The high elves, with their extended lifespans, have cultivated a pursuit of perfection that surpasses the comprehension of shorter-lived races, such as humans. For instance, the furniture on display starkly contrasted with the simplistic designs favored by humans who prioritize utility over aesthetics. A human's furniture might possess minimal embellishments, perhaps adorned with a modest pattern, which they consider quite admirable. Nobles might seek slightly more elaborate designs, yet in Cael'thas's residence, Rex beheld not only the exquisite teacup before him, but also an array of tables and chairs that would undoubtedly be regarded as masterpieces in Gilneas. The craftsmanship of Gilneas is not lacking in ability. Rather, it is the deliberate choice to eschew the expenditure of time on mere aesthetics that sets them apart. Typically, a piece of furniture could be crafted in a matter of days, and a more visually appealing item might take a month or so, which is acceptable. However, one would never squander an entire year on such endeavors. Life is too fleeting for such indulgence, unless driven by a profound purpose. Yet, the High Elves, with their prolonged existence, have embraced an ethos of meticulousness that borders on the obsessive. Rex could not help but smirk at the irony. While the High Elves may experience a year as if it were but a month, their lifespans still exceed that of humans, illustrating a cultural divide that he had yet to adapt to. The wares offered by the High Elves are highly coveted, whether they be magical artifacts or mundane objects, cherished by the human nobility. Just like the tables and chairs, after a thorough examination, Rex found himself contemplating the acquisition of an entire set. Cael'thas did not keep Rex waiting long. He gracefully emerged, taking a seat before Rex, the air of arrogance that once defined him now tempered. A stark contrast to their initial encounter when he exuded a palpable sense of pride. The battle at Nanhai Town has indeed fostered a closer relationship between Rex and Cael'thas, transforming them from mere acquaintances into familiar companions. This remarkable development can be attributed to Jaina's exceptional social skills. Although Rex and Jaina have not met frequently, their interactions resemble those of longtime friends, devoid of any barriers. To borrow a phrase from the game, it is akin to a natural aura of charisma. What treasures have you brought from Gilneas this time, Rex? That's inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he gazed at Rex. In the span of these 2 years, the transactions between Rex and that's have been unceasing. It was not merely the initial deception of the return scroll that fooled that's. Having witnessed that's extravagant wealth, Rex could hardly suppress his other ambitions. The Warcraft system, while impressive, is a voracious devourer of gold, having consumed countless coins thus far, rendering it inaccessible to the average individual. Rex often reflected on his princely identity, a privilege bestowed upon him by the Alliance of Transcenders. Were he an ordinary person, the prospect of utilizing the Warcraft system would seem a distant dream, perhaps years away. There it was, the Shield of Gilneas. With its existence, no one could conquer Gilneas. Rex's demeanor grew solemn as he carefully produced a blueprint from his bosom and laid it before that's. His gravity was mirrored in that's, whose expression turned increasingly serious. Rex was not one to jest, and more importantly, that's was not a target for jesting. Some individuals in this world are exceedingly earnest, occasionally mistaking falsehoods for truths. And that's was one such individual. Should he discover that someone was mocking him, it would certainly lead to dire consequences. The contents depicted were indeed authentic, and that's gaze revealed a budding intrigue as he attentively scrutinized the text, his eyes unwavering as he instinctively inquired. This cannot be erroneous. To assure your confirmation, I have already prepared the materials. You may select a location, and I will assemble it for you on site, Rex affirmed, nodding to dispel any doubts that might have harbored. Such a remarkable artifact? You Gilneans would actually present this? Shouldn't it be concealed? This is rather unusual. I cannot believe you Gilneans are selfless to such an extent. That's reads swiftly. Although this world lacks digitized metrics for intellect or mental acuity, a general sense of such qualities prevails. Those who choose the path of the mage typically possess clear minds, learning swiftly, whether in reading speed or other endeavors. This aspect will continue to grow with the enhancement of one's abilities. However, this does not imply an increase in intelligence. An IQ of 100 remains unchanged. Yet, other facets such as mental agility, reading comprehension, and understanding will certainly improve. Indeed, this is a valuable asset. In accordance with the rational thinking of an ordinary person, we, the Gilneas, should keep this under wraps and never disclose it to others. Rex nodded in agreement with that's statement. After a brief pause in his tone, he continued, But that's, if you examine the last line, you will discern the true reason behind it. The total cost of all materials amounted to 10,000 gold coins. That's slowly recited the final sentence, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Intelligent and distinguished as a prince in the annals of high elf history, that's quickly grasped the essence of Rexxar's message. He cast a glance at Rexxar, whose expression was tinged with bitterness, and regarded him with an unusual intensity, his eyes sparkling with insight. Rexxar, feeling the weight of that's gaze, became increasingly aware of the bitterness in his own demeanor. That's look seemed to convey a revelation, that he had discovered Rexxar's impoverished status. Venturing into the rear mountain for experimentation, that's expressed with boundless confidence that Quel'Thala's was not in want of gold, provided they achieved the promised power. The rear mountain, a term designating the range to the left of Dalaran, could also be described as the quickest route to Ambermill. 2 years prior, it was here that Rexxar faced an ambush and battled a formidable orc warrior. Rexxar and that's traversed the path at a leisurely pace, riding alongside their entourage as they departed from Dalaran and entered the rear mountain. Clearly, both Rexxar and that's wished to keep the nature of their transaction concealed, for upon entering the mountain, they avoided the established official road, the only route to Ambermill from the rear mountain, which was not particularly easy to navigate. Yet it remained the sole passage. Fearless and audacious, Rexxar and that's dismounted their steeds and ventured deeper into the forest. As they moved, their attendants instinctively brandished their weapons to clear a path, allowing them to proceed. Rexxar glanced at the individuals carrying crates, quickly averting his gaze, while the crates appeared sizable. They were not overly heavy, merely cumbersome due to their dimensions, necessitating multiple bearers. As Rexxar and that's engaged in light conversation, they delved further into the rear mountain. Assessing their surroundings and calculating their distance traveled, Rexxar contemplated the safety of conducting their experiment here. Dalaran would remain oblivious unless someone specifically tracked them down for information. However, such a shadowy figure would require the prowess of a hero and the strength of a ninth-tier individual, a rarity in Dalaran. Commence the construction of the mysterious tower, Rexxar commanded, clearing the wild grass from the ground and laying down a thick layer of linen to cover the undergrowth. He began retrieving materials from his spatial ring. While this ring was invaluable, its limited capacity was a source of envy for Rexxar, who yearned for the expansive rings described in novels. The materials for the mysterious tower could not all be stored within. Only the most precious items could fit, while the rest would require manual transport. Upon receiving Rexxar's orders, 5 individuals clad in black immediately sprang into action. Unlike the laborers burdened with crates, these were skilled artisans capable of assembling the mysterious tower. Their movements were swift, and within a couple of hours, more accurately, 2 hours. As the world of Azeroth does not adhere to the ancient Chinese concept of time, a rudimentary mysterious tower stood before Kael'thas and Rexxar. Gazing at the tower, which reached approximately the height of a person, Kael'thas's eyes sparkled with interest. The tower's design was striking. While the upper part featured a glowing blue orb radiating a soft azure light, the base was not truly tower-like due to spatial constraints. The magical aura emanating from it was undeniable. Given the limitations, this was not a genuine mysterious tower, but rather a simplified version, lacking some of the original's potency. Rexxar addressed Kael'thas, who was now akin to an ordinary mage, consumed by curiosity for this unfamiliar magical construct. As Kael'thas circled the rudimentary tower in fascination, Rexxar felt compelled to intervene. "The hour is growing late," Rexxar remarked, aware that their journey here had consumed a significant amount of time, and the construction of the tower had taken an additional 2 hours. Prolonging their stay would mean returning under the cloak of night. While entering Dalaran at night posed no issue for them, given their statuses, it would be prudent to return early. As for using a portal, not all outdoor portals could be established to reach Dalaran, even in the wild. "Kael'thas, you should personally test the power of this mysterious tower," Rexxar urged, raising his voice to break Kael'thas's reverie. Startled, Kael'thas met Rexxar's gaze, a fleeting look of obsession disappearing as clarity returned. Without further ado, he understood that once acquired, he would have ample time to study it. Kael'thas inquired, "How does one utilize it?" "It is quite simple. As soon as you place your hand upon this azure orb, you shall become one with it. In due course, you will instinctively know how to select your target and launch your attacks," Rex explained to Kael'thas. Nodding in understanding, Kael'thas reached out to caress the blue sphere. A vague sensation began to manifest within his heart, and as a grand sorcerer, the emergence of this uncontrollable phenomenon instinctively caused him to retract his arm. Realizing his error, he extended his hand once more, repeatedly experiencing this peculiar feeling. Observing Kael'thas's actions, Rex bore an expression of mild exasperation. It seemed that the pursuit of magic had rendered him somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, Rex exhibited patience, refraining from urging Kael'thas onward. Ultimately, as Kael'thas's palm steadied, he slowly closed his eyes. Surprisingly, the effect was remarkable. The surrounding environment vividly materialized in his mind, albeit within a limited range. He selected a distant tree as his target. Rex had deliberately chosen an open area, cleared of obstacles. For ordinary individuals, felling trees was a formidable task. Yet for the strong, it was merely a matter of a single strike. A brilliant blue light surged forth from the orb, akin to a bolt of lightning, racing toward the chosen target with astonishing speed. With a resounding explosion, the once lush tree was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of its existence in the world of Azeroth, save for a few scattered remnants. On the journey back to Dalaran, Rex observed Kael'thas, who appeared lost in contemplation, and felt a profound sense of joy. As he gazed ahead at the familiar sight of Dalaran, he recalled that just moments ago, in the hills behind, an agreement had been struck between them. Rex had traded the blueprints for a mysterious tower with Kael'thas in exchange for a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins and a wealth of magical materials. The construction of the enigmatic tower required a mere 10,000 gold coins, a sum that was insignificant for the High Elves, who possessed most of the requisite magical materials. This understanding allowed Rex to forego the need for gold and instead request magical resources. To speak fairly, it must be noted that the prices set by High Elves for their wares tended to be rather steep. This time, Kael'thas gazed upon the blueprints of the enigmatic tower with a generous demeanor. The magical materials pleased Rexxar immensely, for otherwise, the blueprints alone could not possibly be valued at a mere 100,000 gold coins. This was a far cry from the returned scrolls, which, by contrast, had already cost Kael'thas 10,000 gold coins for a single piece. The blueprints for this mysterious tower held far greater significance than the returned scrolls, particularly as they were blueprints that would enable the construction of the tower by oneself. This is precisely why, upon his first glance, Kael'thas suspected that Rex had ulterior motives. Anyone possessing such a valuable item would surely conceal it, keeping the blueprints securely in their grasp. Rex had meticulously calculated that the magical materials he sought from Kael'thas were crucial for constructing the enigmatic tower. The remainder could easily be found within the borders of Gilneas. When Kael'thas assessed the cost of those magical materials, he did so based on their base price. Perhaps feeling a pang of conscience upon witnessing Rex present such a prized possession as the tower's blueprints. Casting a glance at Kael'thas, Rex sighed inwardly, still acutely aware of his financial shortfall. Otherwise, he would never have resorted to selling the designs for the mysterious tower. In the realm of Warcraft, few edifices could be replicated in the real world. Even now, as they approached the era of fortresses, Rex noted that only a handful of structures remained: the watchtower, the mysterious tower, the defensive tower, and the cannon tower. Selling the designs for the mysterious tower was a desperate measure. With only a few years remaining until the onset of the Scourge, Rex felt a deep-seated anxiety. The encroaching forces had already compelled Gilneas to summon werewolves, and Rex could scarcely fathom the strength of the impending Scourge. No, it was more accurate to say how vulnerable Gilneas truly was. Once this matter was settled, and he returned to Gilneas, Rex would undoubtedly take action against the military there. Conducting a military drill was imperative, a chance to demonstrate to the so-called playthings of the Round Table Knights just how formidable their own forces were, and how utterly fragile their reliance on them was. One of the greatest weaknesses of the Greymane wall was its lack of artillery. After constructing the wall, Gilneas had naively believed that it alone could fend off enemy incursions. That was not the original plan. It was merely a consequence of financial constraints. The resources required to erect such a towering structure were astronomical. In Rex's view, the wealth that Gilneas had amassed over the years had been entirely depleted by the Greymane wall. Once the wall was completed, there was no surplus to build artillery or purchase cannons. Subsequently, this issue fell by the wayside, as the Second War had just concluded, and humanity required a stable environment. Gilneas, surrounded on three sides by the ocean, with the presence of the biting reefs, had no enemies capable of landing. The remaining side bordered Lordaeron, firmly within human territory. Thus, there was no war to speak of, and this matter was naturally forgotten. However, no one anticipated the sudden emergence of the Scourge, which rendered the Greymane wall defensively formidable but lacking in offensive capabilities due to the absence of cannons. In comparison to artillery, Rex preferred the towers and defensive structures produced by the Warcraft system. Although each tower cost 10,000 gold pieces, his relationship with Kael'thas allowed him to acquire them at cost. This arrangement applied not only to the current transaction involving magical materials, but also to future purchases, albeit limited to one instance. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Rex. Upon his return to Gilneas, he prepared to procure additional materials, with many available within the nation. Ultimately, after gritting his teeth, Rex managed to plan the construction of 30 cannon towers, 20 defensive towers, and 10 mysterious towers, which would ordinarily require 600,000 gold pieces to fabricate. Yet, Gilneas would only need to extract 100,000 gold pieces to bring this vision to fruition. Rex firmly believed that with 30 cannon towers, 20 defensive towers, and 10 mysterious towers, no force other than the main army of the Scourge could threaten Gilneas. By the way, the materials used for constructing this turret are not significantly different from those of the mysterious tower. The turret appears to fall within the realm of gunpowder. However, it does incorporate certain magical principles. Without this infusion of magic, mere gunpowder would not suffice to unleash such formidable power. In the world of Azeroth, although technology and magic coexist, it is imperative to distinguish their respective dominances. The potency of technology pales in comparison to that of magic. This notion is akin to a fundamental principle of the world. In Rex's previous life, extraordinary powers were not permitted to manifest. Technology was deemed supreme. In Azeroth, although technology is allowed to exist, surpassing magic remains a formidable challenge. Here, Magic serves as an umbrella term for all extraordinary forces. As Rex and Kale that's made their way to the bank run by goblins in Dalaran, they found themselves in need of a substantial sum, 100,000 gold coins. However, Kale that's did not possess this amount, and Rex himself did not require such a fortune. His space ring could not even accommodate it. A mere bank transfer would suffice. It must be noted that goblins are remarkably efficient in this lucrative industry, having been the first to invent it, leaving Rex with no opportunity to intervene. Even Gilneas has a bank, albeit not run by goblins, but by others. With a burst of 10,000 words at the break of dawn. Today's writing session has concluded. One might ponder, what would you do with wealth? Countless individuals would offer myriad answers. For Rex, however, the answer is simple. He would sleep. Yet, the reality is far from merely sleeping. Instead, during his slumber, Rex enters the Warcraft system, with his consciousness taking the plunge while his physical body remains outside. Should he come under attack, the Warcraft system provides no protective measures. Rex has tested this. Realizing that it does not conjure an invincible shield, this is not a game, but a tangible world. Thus, he approaches the Warcraft system with utmost caution, entering only in absolute safety. Within this system, even if someone were to strike his physical form, he would remain oblivious. Should he be slain, Rex would meet his end in utter silence. Stepping ever closer to his designated base, Rex hastens to the front of the king's altar. The archmage he has longed to meet is finally within his reach today. As the gold coins dwindled with a clinking sound and the numbers flickered incessantly, the spectral figure of the archmage, once a mere illusion, began to stir before Rex. With a single step forward, the previously ethereal form of the archmage solidified, revealing a visage marked by a snowy beard and age-worn features that appeared strikingly real. Yet, upon closer inspection, a faint luminescence surrounded him, suggesting he was not entirely corporeal. However, with the archmage's next stride, all traces of illusion vanished entirely, and he stood as a genuine being before Rex. Rex gazed at the archmage, who had emerged from the realm of fantasy, and glanced at the king's altar, only to find that the option for the archmage had disappeared. It dawned on Rex that with each hero he summoned, they transitioned from the ethereal into reality, subsequently vanishing into the king's altar. The effects of the altar within the game were rather mundane, merely reviving fallen heroes, a skill that, while commonplace in games, held staggering implications in reality. Rex had investigated the altar's mechanics and discovered that should a hero perish, they could indeed be resurrected there, albeit at a steep cost and requiring a specific item. The soul crystal. Each revival necessitated the consumption of a soul crystal, and without it, the hero could not be brought back to life. To Rex's dismay, he was utterly unaware of what the soul crystal truly was. Consequently, this revival feature seemed to him of little practical value. Observing the archmage, Rex furrowed his brow. The disparity between the archmage and his game counterpart was strikingly stark. His mount had vanished, and his staff was nowhere to be seen, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. Most disheartening for Rex was the fact that the archmage appeared to lack any semblance of consciousness. His once wise and perceptive eyes now seemed vacant and devoid of life, resembling those of a vegetative state. With a sigh, Rex's initial high hopes for this hero had dwindled into disappointment. The archmage's sole merit lay in his ability to manifest in the real world, a notable trait for a hero. Rex lowered his gaze to examine the archmage's attributes. Archmage, gender, male, strength, 9th tier, skill 1, blizzard, which unleashes icy projectiles that damage all enemies within a certain radius. Skill 2, water elemental, summoning a water elemental to assault foes. Skill 3, glorious aura, a passive skill that enhances the magical recovery rate of nearby allies. Skill 4, group teleportation, allowing the transport of multiple individuals, including the archmage himself, to a designated location. Evaluation. These spellcasting elites hail from the wondrous magical kingdom of Dalaran, showcasing their arcane prowess on the battlefield while astride their mounts, wielding staffs infused with magical energy. Though some may not extend their kindness towards them, these seasoned archmages invariably manifest on the most tumultuous battlefields, uplifting the spirits of the soldiers. Rex gazed at the attributes before him, rendered speechless. They mirrored the game almost precisely. What left him particularly astounded was the evaluation, as it was identical to that within the game, with not a single word altered or omitted, an evident sign of the transcender's laziness. Despite the Archmage's formidable 9th-tier prowess, he possessed merely 4 skills, making him susceptible to countermeasures. Fortunately, this Archmage was not a formidable damage dealer, but rather a support hero. Rex's choice of the Archmage stemmed from his appreciation for the 3rd skill, Radiant Aura, for what is paramount to a mage, if not their mana. A mage devoid of mana is akin to a firearm without bullets. A gun bereft of ammunition is reduced to a mere stick. Lacking mana, a mage becomes utterly powerless, easily dispatched by a single blow. However, this aura significantly enhances the Archmage's mana regeneration rate, proving invaluable, especially in the absence of substantial mana resources. The final group teleportation skill is nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly crafted for the purpose of stealthy incursions. In this reality, akin to the game, there are minor modifications. Allies are now represented as markers, which the Archmage himself creates and can either assign to others or utilize personally. Once a location is marked, the Archmage can teleport there. Notably, this skill surpasses the conventional teleportation portals due to its minimal susceptibility to countermeasures. Tactics effective against teleportation portals do not apply to the Archmage's group teleportation ability. This is also a point of considerable satisfaction for Rex. Were it not so, he would be no different from a mere portal. Squandering a skill in vain, a circumstance utterly intolerable. The Archmage possesses only 4 skills in total. The loss of one equates to a quarter of his capabilities rendered obsolete, causing his value to plummet drastically. In the realm of Azeroth, the Archmage symbolizes not only strength, but also status. Those adorned with the title of Archmage enjoy free sustenance and shelter wherever they roam and are accorded respect, even when in the presence of kings, who must honor them accordingly. It is akin to securing a lifetime of sustenance. Yet, the individual before Rex, though an Archmage, presents a stark contrast to the traditional image. The once noble robes of the mage have vanished, replaced by a garb of somber black. Shrouded in a dark cloak that conceals his visage entirely, a striking resemblance to that of a rogue. This has become the contemporary visage of an Archmage. Upon realizing the Archmage's lack of consciousness, Rex felt compelled to alter this image. Initially, Rex had high hopes that upon his summoning into the realm, the Archmage would commence the examination of Mediva's research notes and arcane manuscripts. Mediva's works are invaluable, and it is only natural to seek out trustworthy individuals for such endeavors. However, the 9th-tier mages dispatched from Lordaeron to Gilneas still left Rex with lingering doubts. The Grand Sorcerer, though devoid of consciousness, possesses a modicum of fundamental wisdom that enables compliance with Rex's commands, masquerading as an ordinary individual, albeit rendered mute. Rex has meticulously assessed the sorcerer's combat prowess, which is undeniably formidable, alleviating any concerns regarding potential lapses during critical moments. The concealment of the sorcerer's visage is a necessity. The hollow gaze of the sorcerer is too conspicuous to leave unmasked, which, in itself, can be considered another of the sorcerer's unique talents. Perception transcends mere sight. The cloak draped over the sorcerer's eyes does not hinder his capabilities in the slightest. With an investment of 10,000 gold coins, despite the sorcerer's myriad flaws, his undeniable status as a 9th-tier mage is beyond reproach. Acquiring a 9th-tier powerhouse for this sum is indeed a shrewd bargain. Rex finds solace in such reasoning. Contemplating future recruitment at the royal altar, he intends to enlist either the Hill King or a paladin. Rex initially valued the sorcerer's wisdom, envisioning his contributions to magical research, an endeavor unattainable by a paladin. However, having realized that heroes may lack sagacity, the recruitment of 2 melee combatants becomes imperative. While they may lack wisdom, their unwavering dedication to fulfilling orders renders them suitable guards. They must exceed even Cecil in competence, who may have other arrangements. Upon returning to Gilneas, Rex plans to orchestrate a nationwide military exercise, not merely for this purpose alone. This exercise serves a dual purpose. It will allow Rex's somewhat inept father to grasp the true state of the Gilneas army, while simultaneously elevating the reputation of the Round Table Knights. Ultimately, Rex aims to seize the opportunity to expand this order, as its current membership of merely 2,000 is woefully insufficient. In this expansion, Rex intends to establish and upgrade all the various guards of the Round Table Knights to the fortress era of the Warcraft system, having already unlocked a new structure, the Mysterious Sanctuary. This edifice serves a function akin to that of a barracks, capable of recruiting 3 distinct types of troops. Should the barracks only yield melee fighters, Then this enigmatic sanctuary is designated for spellcasters. A level 4 mystical sanctuary can solely recruit the spirits of priests, while a level 5 can summon the spirits of witches. And at level 6, it can enlist the spirits of magical destroyers. The term spellcaster is indeed fitting, as the cost of recruitment can only be described by a single word: exorbitant. However, despite its steep price, it is undeniably worth the investment. The entities summoned from buildings erected during the Fortress era are all of the 4th tier, a rank that inspires joy. For the 4th tier can already wield considerable combat power. On the battlefield, 4th tier spellcasters represent a force not to be underestimated. The situation with the mystical sanctuary mirrors that of the barracks. Rex has discerned the underlying intricacies. It is certain that the last type of magical destroyer spirit, much like the Knight spirit, will elevate to a 5th tier of strength. Yet, the recruitment cost is steep, and the process of merging with the spirits will not be as straightforward as it is for infantry spirits. Rex has already recruited a substantial number of Knight spirits, but in reality, he has yet to assemble a cavalry due to restrictive conditions. The recent expansion of the Round Table Knights is substantial, with estimates suggesting at least tens of thousands. Otherwise, in the impending cataclysm of the undead, the Round Table Knights would merely be a secondary presence. 50,000 is Rex's ideal benchmark. Nonetheless, even this number is beyond his current means to sustain. Thus, he must await the successful culmination of national military exercises, whereupon he shall attain significant renown and officially become the regular army of the Kingdom of Gilneas, garnering state support. In truth, even 50,000 is not satisfactory to Rex. An expansion to 100,000 would represent the ideal state. Only then would Gilneas stand resolute, positioned at the forefront of the Greymane wall as a bulwark against the impending undead onslaught, capable of putting up a fight. However, 100,000 troops is an unattainable goal for Gilneas. While the kingdom is not devoid of such numbers, those 100,000 troops are a haphazard assembly, with various lords dispatching their own forces. When combined, they may total 100,000, but they are merely a motley army. The advantage lies in the fact that the responsibility for maintaining the troops rests with the individual lords, relieving the king of this obligation. Maintaining such a large army is simply infeasible for Gilneas, as the financial burden alone could lead to the kingdom's ruin. 50,000 seems rather extravagant. Currently, the regular military of Gilneas comprises merely 30,000 troops. Adding another 50,000 is utterly impossible. A hint of distress crossed Rex's visage as he pondered how to persuade his miserly father. Following the national military exercises, expanding the Round Table Knights should not pose much difficulty. The challenge lies in how to augment their numbers by 50,000. The persistent issue remains a lack of funds. If only wealth were at his disposal, he would not be burdened with such worries. Unlike the affluent High Elves, who are utterly unconcerned about gold, Rex is acutely aware of his dwindling time. Only recently, Kel'Thuzad was expelled from Dalaran, a consequence of his arcane experiments, which Antonidas deemed an act of treachery against his own kin, a scandal that reverberated throughout humanity. As one of the 6 members of Dalaran's council, Kel'Thuzad's downfall sent shockwaves across the realm, underscoring the tumultuous times we currently inhabit, marked by orc uprisings and subsequent troubles in Dalaran. Rex felt a faint smile grace his lips as he witnessed his gold reserves swell once more. Were Kael'thas present, he would undoubtedly chastise Rex for his shamelessness. Though this is merely conjecture, given Kael'thas's temperament, he would likely only cast a cold glance, perhaps expressing mild irritation, but never resorting to outright insults. Faced with a financial shortfall, the solution is, of course, to generate revenue. The sum of gold Rex requires is substantial, and the conventional methods of earning it demand time, something Rex finds himself sorely lacking. Thus, he resorted to selling the blueprints of the Tower of Mysteries, offering them to Kael'thas and others alike, with no qualms about the transactions. Regrettably, the price he fetched this time was significantly lower than the initial sale to Kael'thas. Nonetheless, the Dalaran Council generously contributed a fair amount of gold. While Gilneas remains isolated, it has proven effective. The outside world possesses limited knowledge about it, allowing Rex to weave his deceptions without fear of exposure. Having successfully concluded the transaction for the Tower of Mysteries, Rex's objectives in Dalaran have been fulfilled. A visit to Lordaeron would allow him to return to Gilneas. Initially, he had intended to visit Karazhan, but messages from that location conveyed that it had fallen into desolation. Overrun with malevolent forces, rendering further exploration impossible. Consequently, Rex abandoned his quest to seek out Egwene, for even without her demigod powers, she remains formidable. Even if Egwene were in Karazhan, she would likely remain concealed from prying eyes. With the decision not to pursue Karazhan, Rex's goals became decidedly simpler: to meet with the Grand Lord Alexandros Mograine and obtain the Black Crystal, then to establish relations with Tyrion Fordring, thereby fulfilling all his objectives before departing Gilneas. As Prince Rex approached the portal to Lordaeron's capital, a serious and meticulous mage stood before him, respectfully addressing him. This mage was commendable. The gazes of some lower-ranking mages were filled with fervor as they regarded Rex. Azeroth is a world brimming with heroes, and the tales of the 5 champions of the Dark Portal are sung by bards far and wide, their heroic deeds well known even to children. Rex is no longer the unnoticed Prince of Gilneas. He has gained renown, akin to the phrase fame spreads like wildfire. The battle at South Shore has firmly placed Rex upon the historical stage of Azeroth. While his reputation may not yet rival that of the legendary heroes, he stands among the most distinguished of the younger generation. In this moment, his lineage and background manifest their significance. The name of Arthas is known to all, and his father's public relations have been exceedingly effective. Despite Arthas's lack of notable achievements thus far, his reputation as a prodigious talent and a paragon of the young generation precedes him, with accolades that seem endless. This situation is influenced by his father's promotional endeavors, as well as the future identity of Arthas, as the Prince of Lordaeron and the future king, the Lord of the Alliance. Such a distinguished status ensures that every effort he exerts will yield tenfold returns. A single act of virtue can earn him the admiration of countless individuals, thus amplifying his noble reputation. Rexxar's current circumstances are somewhat similar. Although he cannot be directly compared to Arthas, as a prince of a nation, he has nonetheless received considerable acclaim during his time in Southsea Town. The lower-tier mages, being youthful and filled with dreams, idolize heroes and aspire to one day become heroes themselves. Thank you for your assistance, Jaina. Rex turned to Jaina beside him. Aware that his acquaintances among the mages in Dalaran were limited, and those capable of conjuring portals were even rarer, the most expedient means to reach Lordaeron was undoubtedly by utilizing a portal, and Rex, being a distinguished guest of Dalaran, saw no reason to forego this convenience. After days of weary travel on horseback, the thought of continuing such a tiresome journey was truly daunting. There's no need for such formality, Jaina replied, gracefully wielding her staff. A shimmering portal began to materialize before Rex, radiating a palpable aura of magic. Observing the ethereal gateway, Rex nodded at Jaina and stepped into the portal. Following his lead, Osborne and a few others promptly followed suit. This time, Rex had brought only a handful of companions to Lordaeron, totaling 5, with the rest temporarily dispatched back to Gilneas. As Rex had surmised, Arthas was far from satisfied with the defeat of the Blackrock clan and was relentlessly pursuing them. Offending Arthas had indeed proven unfortunate for the Blackrock clan, whose stronghold was the Blackrock Spire. The vicinity of the Blackrock Spire was perilous, inhabited not only by the son of Deathwing, but also by the fire element lord, the Infernal. Both of these entities were formidable adversaries. While the Black Dragons might not possess their father's prowess, the Infernal, in Rex's estimation, either epitomized the pinnacle of heroic power or was of demigod caliber. The destructive capacity of elemental beings like the Infernal was immense, particularly among fire elementals, known for their devastating force. When the Infernal first emerged in Azeroth, it tore apart the Reedridge Mountains, its overwhelming strength shaking the very earth and resulting in the emergence of a fuming volcano, Blackrock Spire, linking the burning steppes to the searing gorge. Although the current Infernal lacked such formidable power, remnants of its past strength still rendered it a creature not to be trifled with. Lordaeron, the largest city in the human kingdoms, stood unmatched. Other cities, whether it be the rebuilt Stormwind, Gilneas, or even Dalaran, paled in comparison to Lordaeron. Had Stormwind not been destroyed and rebuilt, it might have rivaled Lordaeron, but that would have been a mere comparison. As Rex wandered through the bustling streets, the air felt light beneath his feet, the banners of shops fluttered above, and the rhythmic sounds of carriages and the throng of pedestrians filled his ears. Yet, Rex furrowed his brow. The opulence of Lordaeron starkly surpassed that of Gilneas, a fact he had anticipated before arriving. However, What truly troubled him was not merely the extravagance, but the sight of well-dressed individuals juxtaposed with ordinary citizens clad in simple linen, whose eyes reflected a profound sorrow. Such disparities, while not unusual, struck Rex as indicative of a severe divide between the affluent and the impoverished, a conclusion he arrived at through keen observation, albeit preliminary in nature. Despite the tentative nature of his judgment, Rex felt confident in his assessment. The prevalence of Kel'Thuzad's cult of the damned, with its market appeal, was rooted in its antithetical stance to the light, successfully ensnaring many souls, a fundamental source of the issue. Osborne, procure a few fine steeds and find the best inn in Lordaeron. We shall rest here for a day before departing tomorrow, Rex instructed Osborne with a casual demeanor. Among the Knights of the Round Table, Rex held a genuine trust in Osborne, seeing him as his true confidant, unlike the others, who were bound by familial ties that compromised their loyalty. Even Cecil, although competent, would likely prioritize his father's commands over Rex's. Rex understood Cecil's nature well. His loyalty lay with Gilneas, not with him. The day Cecil truly pledged himself to Rex would coincide with Rex's ascension to the throne of Gilneas. Nodding in acknowledgement, Osborne swiftly departed with two companions. Now entering middle age, Osborne approached his tasks with steadiness. Having traveled extensively through Lordaeron in his youth, he had visited the capital city, albeit over a decade ago. Unlike modern cities, which undergo rapid transformation, the architecture of Lordaeron remained largely unchanged for decades, with construction crews and renovations seldom seen. As the throngs of people in the vibrant streets of Lordaeron quickly obscured Osborne and his companions from view, Rex found no inclination to linger. Observing the ceaseless flow of humanity, he was reminded of the tragic fate that awaited them in a few years, as they would all succumb to undeath. This thought weighed heavily on his heart. Initially, his sole purpose in traversing into Azeroth was to protect Gilneas, and the memories of this body left him with little impression of Lordaeron or Dalaran, mere names in his mind, far less vivid than Gilneas. Coupled with his earlier fears of the bronze dragon threat, Rex found himself constrained, hesitant to act decisively. However, after more than 2 years, he had grown, gaining clarity. The bronze dragons were not gods, and while powerful, they could not easily erase his existence. Recently, Rex even speculated that his presence might align with the course of history. Despite being a traveler from another time, the complex theories of time and space eluded even deities, let alone mere dragons who merely inherited some temporal powers. Dismissing the bronze dragon's threats, Rex's thoughts shifted towards exiting Gilneas with the intent to eradicate the cult of the damned and diminish the scale of the undead scourge, rather than merely preventing its emergence. In this context, Rex harbors selfish ambitions. The allure of power is universally appealing. As long as Lordaeron exists, it shall remain the preeminent realm, the sole leader of the Alliance, overshadowing Gilneas. The prestige of Lordaeron is unparalleled, for it was under its auspices that the Alliance was forged, triumphing over the Orcish threat and securing victory in the Orc Wars. In contrast, Gilneas merely contributed a contingent force, rendering any comparison of their respective repute utterly futile. Rex secretly aspires to ascend as the leader of the Alliance, mirroring the actions of Lordaeron in its time. After the cataclysmic fall of the Kingdom of Azeroth, he envisions himself as the one to inherit its legacy, seizing its essence. Should Gilneas dare to assert itself, it would possess a significant advantage over Stormwind, which, having been rebuilt amidst calamity, inherently bears a diminished stature. A nascent nation, freshly reconstructed, cannot be equated with a venerable state. Thus, their respective prestige remains disparate. While Gilneas may not yet rival Lordaeron, it certainly surpasses Stormwind. This is also the reason why Rex allowed Arthas to exist, even to the extent of never contemplating in his mind the possibility of liberating Arthas from his tragic fate. If, on a certain day, Lordaeron were not to fall, Arthas would not succumb, and thus Gilneas would be unable to rise to prominence. Every individual harbors selfish desires, and this is the essence of Rex's own self-interest. This revelation exposes Rex's inherent weakness. He is not a successful ruler. Lordaeron has been reduced to ruins, and the majority of its people have been transformed into the undead, devoid of sensation, touch, and taste. They possess no future, only an abyss of darkness. In Rex's mind, these were merely numbers, but upon arriving in Lordaeron, he realized they were once vibrant lives. The naive notion of utterly extinguishing the undead plague and preventing its occurrence had never crossed Rex's mind. The outbreak of the undead plague is not solely the curse of the Scourge. It is also the result of powerful entities summoned by the Lich King, who are already in motion. At this moment, Rex feels lost. After a prolonged gaze of confusion, a sharp glint appears in his eyes. He has come to understand certain truths. Since the outbreak of the undead plague cannot be halted, the destruction of Lordaeron is inevitable. He can only strive to do more, to save some lives. As for Arthas's fate, he can only utter an apology. You are in my way. The future of the Alliance must remain in his grasp to achieve glory. This is the declaration of a traverser embarking on the path of greatness. Lordaeron is a splendid place. Unlike Dalaran, where shops primarily sell magical items, Lordaeron's capital offers a diverse array of goods from all walks of life. Leaving and returning to the capital of Lordaeron consumed Rex over a month, most of which was spent traveling. Stepping onto the luxurious carpet, Rex ascends the staircase toward the most opulent tavern in Lordaeron, where everything exudes an air of extravagance. The carpet adorns the floor, the walls gleam brightly, and the overall layout conveys a sense of resplendent grandeur. This is the Siren's Lodge, the most opulent establishment in all of Lordaeron, where formidable guardians patrol ceaselessly around the clock. Among them is a 9th-tier powerhouse tasked with ensuring security. Not only does the lodge boast a splendid environment, but it also offers an unparalleled level of safety. The Siren's Lodge has made a name for itself throughout Lordaeron, not merely as an inn, but also as a tavern, establishing itself as a formidable commercial entity in the realm. Right this way, we have reserved a room for you, said a beautiful woman, standing before Rex with a warm smile. Rex nodded, his demeanor somewhat aloof. However, the enchanting woman remained undeterred, her smile growing even more radiant. For those who could afford to stay at the Siren's Lodge were not to be trifled with. Upon entering his room, Rex delicately caressed a space ring with his pristine white fingers. Unable to contain his curiosity, he retrieved a sizable black crystal from within, examining it intently. The crystal exuded a continuous aura of darkness that instinctively filled Rex with revulsion. The holy light within him reacted to this ominous presence, showing signs of uncontrollable agitation. Promptly, Rex draped a soft, thin cloth over the black crystal, its material an elusive fabric woven with extraordinary craftsmanship, indicative of a master tailor's expertise. In the world of Azeroth, beyond the warrior's martial pursuits, numerous other crafts have evolved into significant trades, functioning as secondary professions within the game, such as blacksmithing, tailoring, and skinning. While the titles may differ slightly, the hierarchy remains consistent: apprentice, novice, intermediate, advanced, expert, master, and grandmaster. The distinctions among these levels are rigorously defined, with each tier clearly demarcated. Master-level tailoring is a rare talent, with grandmasters being exceedingly scarce among humanity. In fact, within the realm of enchanting, there is currently no grandmaster to be found. This place is far removed from the realm of games, where mere dedication and time can lead one to the pinnacle of mastery. Here, industriousness alone, devoid of innate talent, proves insufficient. As Rex gazed upon the encased black crystal, he slowly tucked it away. This singular black crystal was an object no one dared to touch, reminiscent of the moment when Alexandros Mograine first obtained it. The sinister aura it exuded radiated an irresistible power, so potent that it had severed Mograine's right hand. Having suffered such a grievous loss, Alexandros was compelled to devise a means of protection. The seemingly delicate layer of cloth was, in fact, capable of isolating the malevolent energies emanating from the black crystal. Within Rex, the holy light surged chaotically, fluctuating in an unstable manner. He busied himself with suppressing the tumultuous holy light, for the black crystal undeniably possessed the qualities necessary to forge a relic as formidable as the Ashbringer. Merely gazing upon it ignited a tempest within his own holy light, and during the moments when the crystal shone most brilliantly, Rex felt as though the holy light within him was being forcibly subdued. After a considerable duration, Rex managed to calm the divine radiance, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Yet, at this juncture, he found that an unwarranted 30% of his holy light had been depleted, prompting a furrowed brow. His control over the holy light was evidently lacking, and while he did not dwell on the implications for his foundational strength, he reassured himself that enhancing his holy light with such a treasure would not destabilize his core essence, nor would it hinder his future ascension to the hero tier. The sudden doubling of his holy light led Rex to believe he could master it entirely. However, this was but an illusion. If one were to describe that doubled holy light in terms of control, Rex could only truly command 80%, leaving 20% beyond his grasp. The tumult of the holy light could not be attributed solely to this disparity. It was also intricately linked to his recent advancement to the mid-9th tier. Had he been an established paladin, he would have merely subdued the power radiating from the black crystal, without triggering the upheaval of his holy light. Acknowledging his shortcomings, Rex promptly commenced his training to replenish the expended holy light. In the world of Azeroth, practitioners of all vocations, such as those wielding arcane or holy powers, possess the ability to restore their energies both passively and actively. Over the years, numerous prodigies have devised a myriad of methods to expedite this recovery, enabling them not only to regain their strength swiftly, but also to enhance the velocity of their holy light or arcane power. This pertains to a certain esoteric practice, albeit one that is intricately woven into the framework of a professional's discipline, lacking the full development of an independent cultivation system. As a member of the royal lineage, Rex possesses resources that are undoubtedly beyond the reach of the common populace, which elucidates why noble heroes abound while heroes among the common folk are a rarity. With his departure from Gilneas, Rex has achieved all his objectives. He has procured the black crystal intended for the Ashbringer from the Lord, Alexandros Mograine, and now awaits the opportune moment to enlist the expertise of Magni Bronzebeard, the master craftsman, to forge the Ashbringer. After a prolonged period of recuperation through the holy light, Rex perceives a significant enhancement in his mastery over it. This revelation compels him to make a decision. He retrieves the black crystal, intending to utilize it as a means to further hone his command over the holy light. A dark radiance pulsates incessantly, intensifying over time. Nearby, on a bed adjacent to the table holding the black crystal, a youth struggles to maintain composure, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. As time progresses, the pallor of his face becomes increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, when the youth's endurance reaches a breaking point, he discreetly tugs at a slender thread connected to a delicate veil of silk, which promptly conceals the black crystal within a box, extinguishing the flickering light entirely. In preparation for the tumultuous surge of the holy light, Rex had taken precautions long in advance. The slender thread serves as a safeguard. He fears that should the tumult within him escalate beyond a manageable threshold, he might be rendered incapable of shielding the black crystal, leading to unforeseen repercussions. Thus, he has tied the thread to the silk covering, ensuring that with a simple tug, he can shroud the black crystal from view, regardless of whether Rex exerted excessive force. In the depths of his worst fears, he contemplated that if the conflict of the holy light became too intense, merely leaning forward would allow him to touch the fine thread, thereby concealing the black crystal. Of course, this was the most pessimistic scenario, and it had not yet come to that point. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the shimmering black crystal was encased within a uniquely designed box, an evident bespoke creation tailored specifically for it. After a prolonged moment, the young man opened his eyes, exhaled gently, and gradually closed the box, retracting the fine thread connected to it, storing both the box and the crystal within his spatial ring. He absent-mindedly caressed the ring on his finger, a small habit he had unknowingly developed over time. It must be said that Rex's sudden inspiration to utilize this malevolent black crystal as a means to harness the holy light for his cultivation was indeed a prudent choice. Once the black crystal was exposed, the holy light within Rex would become tumultuous. However, as long as he maintained control over it, resisting the corruptive influence emanating from the crystal and keeping the holy light calm, the benefits reaped, despite repeated failures, were undeniably significant. In the span of just a few days, Rex realized that since entering the mid-9th tier, his once unstable realm had surprisingly stabilized. Nevertheless, that was as far as it would go. After residing in Lordaeron for several days, it was time for Rex to return to Gilneas. During the journey back, he resolved not to further employ the black crystal, primarily due to concerns over its safety, and also because although he had made commendable progress using this method, the power contained within the black crystal was inherently malevolent. Continuing to cultivate with it before purging the darkness and transforming it into light posed risks that Rex was wary of. The holy light was pure energy, incapable of tolerating any impurities. He intended to return to Gilneas to seek counsel from Rachel, a former pinnacle hero with extensive knowledge, deeming her judgment the most prudent course of action. As Rex stepped out of the Naga Inn and proceeded towards the outskirts of Lordaeron with Osborne and others, a sudden cheer erupted around him. Before his eyes, a contingent of Lordaeron guards marched through the streets, beating gongs and shouting jubilantly. As the sounds grew clearer, Rex discerned the name Arthas amidst the cheers. The very mention of Arthas eliciting such exuberance from the people of Lordaeron indicated that the campaign against the Blackrock clan had concluded successfully. The old king of Lordaeron had undoubtedly executed his plans brilliantly, allowing Arthas to garner acclaim during this Orcish uprising. Observing the people's enthusiasm, it was evident that Arthas, already held in high regard, would further enhance his reputation. This paved a broad path for Arthas to inherit Lordaeron's throne. However, such matters bore little relevance to Rex. Mounted on horseback, he and his companions swiftly departed Lordaeron, heading southward. Unlike their rapid arrival, this journey back to Gilneas would not be as expedient. The use of a portal would transport them directly from Dalaran to Lordaeron. Beneath Lordaeron lay Lake Lordamere, which they needed to circumvent before entering Silverpine Forest, allowing them to proceed directly to the Greymane Wall. As Rex returned to Gilneas, he had already received a reminder from King Jen. Aware that he could no longer afford to linger, the battle for South Shore was intended to expand Gilneas' influence in the outside world and enhance his own renown. The impact of the South Shore conflict was immense. Regardless of external perceptions, within Gilneas, Rex was initially perceived merely as one of its two prodigious talents. However, this reputation was somewhat inflated, especially in light of Arthas's achievements. At 19, Arthas had reached the 9th tier, while Rex, in his 20s, was at the 8th tier, making it challenging for him to stand out. It is important to note that individuals often compare themselves to peers of similar age and status, which placed Rex at a disadvantage. Fortunately, subsequent to utilizing the Book of Energy, Rex had elevated his strength by a tier, solidifying his status as a genius. Yet, even as a prodigy, the lords and high-ranking officials would only regard him with a modicum of respect and nothing more. Unless Rex ascends to the rank of hero, the only means to persuade them lies in prestige and martial prowess. The source of such power is self-evident, while prestige, a concept absent in the tangible world, paradoxically permeates every facet of existence. Much like during the Republican era, when individuals, after suffering defeat, would announce their withdrawal and seek refuge in the concessions, only to re-emerge shortly thereafter, driven by an insatiable desire for recognition. What fuels this resurgence? It is none other than prestige. Without it, who would seek their company? A notable figure like Sun DePeo possessed nothing beyond this elusive quality. Upon Rex's return to Gilneas, he was met with a grand reception. King Jean would not forego the opportunity to enhance Rex's prestige, orchestrating a lavish ceremony that had not been witnessed in Gilneas for several years. After a day filled with such festivities, Rex found himself enveloped in fatigue. He was still unaccustomed to such engagements. However, there was no time for rest. Mustering his resolve, Rex proceeded into the palace, aware that his adoptive father harbored significant discontent regarding his recent actions. Their previous encounter had been marked by a distinct lack of warmth, an observation Rex had not missed. He felt it imperative to engage in a candid discussion with his adoptive father, as he was poised to implement numerous ideas, including the urgent construction of towers and fortifications atop the Greymane Wall. Despite Rex's preparations, without King Jean's approval, his efforts would be as futile as a leaf adrift in the wind. Nevertheless, the task of erecting defensive towers was not insurmountable. Although Rex could not directly inform his adoptive father of the imminent undead catastrophe looming over Lordaeron, he could still communicate the necessity for early preparations to bolster their defenses in a more tactful manner. Upon entering the palace, Rex found King Jean's anticipation of his arrival entirely unsurprising. In fact, it appeared that the king had been awaiting Rex's presence. The path to the palace was unobstructed, a rarity given that, even as the crown prince, he was still not the king. The palace belonged to the kingdom, and such a seamless experience indicated prior arrangements had been made. As Rex stepped into the anteroom, he discerned a figure leaning against the doorway. Approaching with utmost respect, he addressed his father, saying, "Father." Turning to gaze at Rex, King Jean's expression was filled with gravitas, devoid of his usual benevolence. It was evident that he harbored discontent regarding Rex's recent actions. Following Rex's triumphant victory, wherein he decisively vanquished tenfold adversaries, King Jean began preparations for Rex's grand return ceremony, a momentous occasion marking one of Gilneas' rare victories in the past 2 decades. The king placed considerable importance on this event, dedicating meticulous efforts to its organization. However, just as the pivotal moment approached, while the Knights of the Round Table had returned, Rex remained absent, reportedly having ventured to Lordaeron, without any clear explanation of his intentions. "What business do you have in Lordaeron?" King Jean's disdain for Lordaeron was palpable. When the Second War against the Orcs had just concluded, Gilneas had not contemplated erecting the Greymane Wall, opting instead to vie for territorial gains. The kingdom of all.A's allegiance to the Orcs, followed by its loss of heirs, presented a tempting opportunity that King Jean had keenly eyed. all.A's territory was modest, encompassing only the mountain range named after it, bordered to the south by the Hillsbrad foothills, to the east by the hinterlands, and to the west by Lake Lordaeron. However, what truly captivated King Jean was not the all.A mountains themselves, but the fertile, temperate expanse of the Hillsbrad foothills below. This region was ideally suited for agricultural cultivation. Securing the all.A mountains would effectively grant Gilneas control over half of the Hillsbrad foothills. While it may not have doubled their territory, it would certainly expand it by 2/3. Thus, King Jean's ambition for the all.A mountains burned fiercely. Yet, such a prized possession was coveted by many, inevitably leading to disputes. As tensions escalated, the prospect of conflict loomed. However, the forces of the Riverhold were swayed by Lordaeron, abandoning their aspirations for the all.A mountains, allowing Lordaeron to grow in power and ultimately annex the region. Outwardly, the narrative was more palatable. Lordaeron supported a successor with blood ties to the royal lineage of all.A, serving as a catalyst. For the proud King Jean, the failure to secure the all.A mountains, which ultimately fell into the hands of the colluding forces of Lordaeron and Riverhold, intensified his aversion to the outside world. This animosity was a fundamental catalyst for the emergence of the Greymane Wall. Every situation has its roots and consequences. King Jean's desire to construct the Greymane Wall was not a sudden whim, but rather the result of a series of provocations. In light of this, Rex had little to conceal and directly produced the black crystal from his spatial ring. "What is this?" King Jean gazed at the box that Rex had discreetly unveiled, his expression one of perplexity as he beheld the mysterious object concealed beneath a silken cloth. The black crystal, a rather mundane appellation for such an extraordinary artifact, was on the verge of being transformed into a weapon, rendering any elegant nomenclature utterly irrelevant. With utmost caution, Rex delicately lifted the silk covering, ensuring he did not make contact with the black crystal, for the potent energy it emanated was formidable enough to rend his arm asunder in an instant. Rex, who harbored no desire to emulate a hero of legend, was compelled to exercise extreme care. The essence of pure darkness surged forth as the black crystal was revealed, and Rex himself felt considerably more robust, the holy light within him no longer reacting with the same intensity as their initial encounter. Though King Jean was not a paladin, and thus lacked a heightened sensitivity to the forces of darkness, he could still perceive this unadulterated malevolence. With astonishment, he regarded the now covered black crystal in Rex's possession and inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking this embodiment of pure darkness?" It is no wonder that King Jean harbors doubts. Who is Rex? A paladin, infused with holy light, wielding the power of illumination, which stands in stark contrast to the force contained within this black crystal. Two diametrically opposed powers, sworn enemies whose conflict is eternal. "I intend to forge a weapon from it," Rex declared earnestly. "A weapon? Absolutely not. You must destroy this black crystal at once. You cannot withstand the temptation of this darkness. It will only lead you to fall and become a cultist," King Jean stated with a serious tone, his expression earnest and devoid of any ambiguity. "Father, this is a valuable item. Have you not heard that the utmost darkness often heralds the light?" Rex retorted. His words had barely escaped his lips when a voice from outside echoed in Rex's ears. Recently, he had been particularly lethargic, the frequency of updates plummeting. Today, he intended to indulge in idleness once more, promising an outburst of updates tomorrow. Upon returning to his residence, Rex settled into a chair, sipping tea and lost in contemplation. This tea, of his own designation, was the smoothest beverage in the world of Azeroth, coffee, a noble's favorite. While tea was not entirely absent, it was regrettably overlooked. The differences in cultural customs gave rise to varied tastes. Apart from Rex, few appreciated tea. The hazy night enveloped Gilneas, darkness reigning outside as the hour grew late. Rex had only just returned from the palace. After conversing with his estranged father, the weight of his inner turmoil and a sense of urgency had somewhat dissipated. Changes were unfolding in Gilneas, and he was diligently working to enhance the defenses of the Greymane wall, as Gilneas lacked what the Lich King required. The likelihood of a major undead assault was minimal. The Scourge's attack on Dalaran stemmed from Mediva's staff being housed there. The undead were mere emotionless machines devoid of a future, yet the one who controlled the Scourge lacked a definitive goal and would not launch a significant invasion of Gilneas. Rex was a selfish individual, harboring his own interests. His protection of Lordaeron was predicated on the condition that Gilneas would not be destroyed. Who among us is devoid of selfishness? The majority of virtuous individuals act in ways that do not jeopardize their own interests. Can we truly say they are not virtuous? That would be an erroneous assertion. They are indeed virtuous, and so is Rex, a self-serving man who perceives himself as good. As dawn began to break, illuminating the sky, Rex had safely passed the night. He had sat and pondered throughout the hours, his eyes bloodshot and fatigue etched upon his face. The night had afforded him clarity on many previous dilemmas and the strategies ahead. The Knights of the Round Table needed expansion, but now was not the opportune moment. Even hosting a nationwide military exercise to showcase prowess seemed ill-timed. Rex contemplated bringing this matter to Vincent, entrusting it to the cunning old fox to resolve. Thinking of Vincent inevitably brought to mind Darius, two key allies upon whom Rex relied heavily. Were it not for Rex's presence in the future, both would be pivotal figures in the rebellion against Gilneas, each a standout in their own right. Vincent, after all, had once succeeded in claiming the life of Sylvanas. This place has become a veritable stronghold of rebellion, yet Rex harbors no intentions of eliminating the two, despite their future insurrectionist history. A person's thoughts are ever-changing. This is precisely why, in many soap operas, one often hears the line, "You have changed." Time and circumstance are pivotal elements in transforming an individual's perspective. Vincent's audacity to rebel in the future stems from his inability to accept that his king is a beast. This sentiment is not exclusive to Vincent. Even Rex cannot abide by it. In a game, Rex might find himself drawn to werewolves, but in the realm of reality, such aberrations are decidedly unwelcome. In the future, Rex will not permit Gilneas to become a werewolf kingdom. Historically, the moment Gilneas transformed into a realm of werewolves, even with the Alliance, it became merely a subject of governance, never attaining the status of a ruler. The Alliance is often referred to as the Human Alliance, where true authority rests solely with humanity. Even Gilneas, once human, will never possess such qualifications. Rex's ambitions are grand, with aspirations to command the entire Alliance. The transformation of Gilneas into a werewolf kingdom signifies Rex's exclusion, as humanity cannot endure the dominion of a werewolf race. Had it not been for King Jean's metamorphosis into a werewolf, Vincent would not have rebelled, nor would he have nurtured the grand ambition to establish his own kingdom. During the recent visit to the palace, Rex left behind the Black Crystal. Rachel expressed great interest in the power contained within it and intended to study it for a while. Rex had no objections. If Rachel could glean insights from the Black Crystal, it would be a boon for Gilneas. The realm desperately needs a powerhouse like Rachel, and the cost of restoring her to her former glory would be worthwhile. Unfortunately, methods to extend life are exceedingly scarce, almost non-existent. Rachel's remaining years are limited, and as a once-peak warrior, she is acutely aware of her dwindling lifespan. This understanding is not limited to Rachel alone. Both King Jean and Rex are cognizant of it, but it remains confined to just the three of them. This is indeed a state secret of Gilneas, not something to be disclosed lightly. Should the outside world discover that in the vast expanse of Gilneas, there exists not a single hero of notable strength, who would care about Gilneas? The presence of a hero embodies a symbol of martial prowess, capable of deterring foreign adversaries. Time is of the essence. Rachel has but 3 fleeting years left. Recently, she has been preparing to break through the bottleneck of demigod status. Despite her waning strength, a warrior who has once reached the pinnacle possesses extraordinary means, enabling them to transcend in critical moments and restore themselves to their former glory, thereby challenging the demigod threshold. However, hope is scarce. Both Rex and Rachel are acutely aware that even among 10 peak heroes attempting to breach the demigod barrier, success is not guaranteed for even one, let alone for someone like Rachel, whose strength has diminished. With a heavy sigh, Rachel's dwindling lifespan presents a grave concern. The 3 years are precariously aligned with the impending outbreak of the undead calamity sweeping across the continent of Lordaeron. In truth, Gilneas lacks the capability to withstand even a minor offensive, a consequence of the absence of heroic figures to hold the fort. Had Rachel not met her untimely demise, the situation would not have deteriorated to the point of necessitating the summoning of werewolves, thereby imposing a significant threat upon Gilneas. Casting a glance at the Archmage, who resembled a mere wooden post, Rex rose and made his way toward the bedroom, seeking rest. After a relentless day and night, particularly after yesterday's exertions, Rex found himself utterly fatigued, yearning for a slumber that could last 3 days and nights. The sky was as clear as a sheet of blue paper, with wisps of thin white clouds drifting leisurely, as if melted by the sun's warmth. The radiant sun added a splash of color to the fair day, while a gentle breeze caressed the landscape, enveloping it in the comforting embrace of warm sunlight. After a refreshing slumber, Rex rose slowly from his soft bed. He proceeded to wash and dress before stepping out of his residence, making his way toward the royal palace. The morning air was exceptionally invigorating, as Rex had indulged in a full day and night of restful sleep. The palace remained unchanged, with rows of fully armed guards standing like statues, weapons at the ready. The royal guard represented the elite of Gilneas, far surpassing the current Round Table Knights. This formidable force, crafted with the strength of the nation, was the essence of the Greymane royal lineage. Rachel had only 3 years of life remaining, and Rex was keenly aware of the need to cherish this time. Rather, it was only 2 years, as Rachel had explicitly stated her intention to strive for the demigod threshold in her final year. Thus, there remained merely these last 2 years for free movement. With the outbreak of the undead calamity, Rex had abandoned hope of reaching the hero tier within such a limited time frame. Achieving a breakthrough from the mid-9th tier to its peak and subsequently ascending to the hero level in just 3 years was an arduous challenge. Even if he could not break through to the hero tier, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier still held significant promise. With the guidance of esteemed mentors, any lack of rapid progress would be a disservice to himself. Upon arriving at the palace's training grounds, Rex grasped his heavy sword and began his practice. While Rachel had already sent for someone, Rex stripped his swordsmanship of unnecessary flourishes, simplifying his techniques. While the ornate aspects of swordplay could not be deemed entirely useless, after all, the history of Azeroth had undergone thousands of years of evolution. Particularly in swordsmanship, the embellishments bore their own significance. This world had never known peace. For millennia, it had been marked by chaos. In tumultuous times, sword techniques could not merely serve as displays, but were wielded as instruments of death. The intricate swordplay suited those swift and agile enough to master it, unlike Rex, who relied on brute strength. In the evolution of swordsmanship, advanced techniques no longer differentiated between strength and weakness, but rather focused on personal suitability. This realm was not one of cultivation or fantasy, where one could attain enlightenment through swordplay or comprehend mystical formations. As Rex diligently practiced his foundational sword techniques, Rachel observed from the training grounds, her expression one of satisfaction. She praised Rex, saying, "You are the most gifted individual I have encountered in my life. Not only have you achieved the 9th tier at such a young age, but you have also discovered your own path in swordsmanship, which astonishes me." Upon hearing Rachel's words, Rex ceased his ongoing practice. However, he felt little appreciation for the praise. The most gifted individuals undoubtedly excluded Arthas. It must be said that living in the same era as such a prodigy is indeed a lamentable fate. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Warcraft system, Rex was able to maintain his reputation as a genius. Yet, Prince Garen Tolbane of Tidal Fortress is nothing short of a tragic epitome. At just over 20 years of age, possessing the strength of an 8th tier, is he a genius? The answer is yes. But does anyone regard him as such? The answer is no. As the Prince of the Kingdom of Stormguard, Garen Tolbane should be a radiant figure. A level 8 in his 20s. Had it been 2 decades ago, he would undoubtedly have been celebrated as a remarkable genius of the younger generation, receiving the accolades he rightfully deserves. However, it is lamentable that he exists in the era of Arthas, an epic that could equally be dubbed the Age of Epics. A time teeming with heroes, many of whom are remarkably young. Characters such as Sorfang, Arthas, and Jaina, the eldest among them barely in their early 20s, are already pivotal figures in the rise and fall of Azeroth. their words capable of determining the fate of the world. Garen Tolbane is indeed a victim of circumstance. Consider that Arthas, at the age of 21, has reached the late stage of level 9, having recently achieved a breakthrough in the siege of Blackrock Spire. Jaina, at 20, stands as a mid-level 9, both figures shining with brilliance. In contrast, Garen Tolbane, who is a few years their senior yet remains a rank lower, struggles to be perceived as a genius. Had Garen Tolbane been of common birth, perhaps the label of genius might still have been conferred upon him. But as a prince of the Stormguard Kingdom, his comparisons are inevitably drawn with Arthas, Jaina, and Rexxar. With his own power being inadequate, he lacks notable achievements to bolster his standing. As for Varian Wrynn, the king of the Stormwind Kingdom, no one compares him to Rexxar or Arthas, for he is no longer a prince, but a monarch. Even though Varian is merely 6 years older than Arthas and not significantly older than Rexxar, he has ascended to kingship, thus categorizing him among the previous generation. In the shadow of Arthas's prodigious talent, Rexxar finds little to commend in himself. It is noteworthy that when the Scourge's undead plague erupted, Arthas had already attained the rank of a hero, a status shared by Jaina as well. This extraordinary presence places immense pressure on Rexxar, as those favored by fate are indeed formidable, a sentiment echoed by Sorfang, who is even younger than Jaina. Genius brings both advantages and disadvantages. Arthas, having been overly gifted, has succumbed to pride, leading to a life of unchallenged success. From a young age, his reputation as a prodigy, bolstered by the influence of his father, has become widely recognized. Having trained under esteemed masters, his first campaign culminated in significant triumphs during the siege of Blackrock Spire, earning him high praise from Uther. Such accolades have, regrettably, contributed to the fragility of Arthas's heart. This has become a common affliction among geniuses. A mere setback can render them despondent, leading them down a path of utter divergence. Throughout history, countless individuals have transformed from valiant champions of love, beauty, and justice into nefarious villains embodying evil. A gentle breeze rustles the air, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Nestled in a region surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, the climate of Gilneas is characterized by milder summers compared to the inland areas and winters that lack the biting cold of the interior. At this moment, some time has elapsed since Rex began his training under Rachel's guidance. In Gilneas, the council meetings at the royal palace occur once a week, typically maintaining this schedule unless significant matters arise. With the great sword in his grasp, Rex strikes again and again, diligently practicing the foundational sword technique known as the cleaving strike. This fundamental technique is the progenitor of all swordsmanship, from which every other style has evolved. Rex aims to conquer finesse with brute strength, and Rachel's counsel is to diligently hone this foundational technique. He has come to this realization not through personal insight, but rather inspired by the tales of a one-armed hero depicted in a television drama from his previous life, which illuminated the path he should take. In Rachel's eyes, there was a profound admiration for Rex, as he had chosen the path most suited to his exceptional talents. With his remarkable strength, further honing a swift sword technique would merely squander his innate gifts. Rex, your sword strike lacks precision. Allow me to demonstrate once more, Rachel remarked as she picked up a longsword, observing Rex's stance. Their professions diverged significantly. Rachel's ability to assist Rex in his holy light training was limited, not due to a lack of skill, but rather the constraints imposed by their respective vocations. The phrase crossing fields is like climbing mountains aptly describes Rachel's current predicament. She could not offer guidance on holy light, yet in other aspects, the principles of harnessing power bore similarities. Whether it be fury or holy light, both could be perceived as forms of energy. While nuances existed, the overarching concepts remained consistent. Standing before Rex, Rachel raised her sword with her right hand, executing a downward strike that aligned her arm and the blade in a straight line, parallel to her shoulder, with force directed towards the sword's edge. The cleaving motion involved swinging the sword from either the right or left side in a circular arc. As Rachel articulated her instructions, she simultaneously demonstrated the fundamental sword technique that Rex had once practiced under her stringent tutelage during his childhood. However, the young Rex, like many others, had harbored an inclination towards mastering formidable sword arts, dismissing the foundational techniques as beneath him, ultimately abandoning them. These basic sword forms were merely the groundwork. Profound understanding was unnecessary. Consequently, Rachel's attitude towards Rex was one of patience, establishing a solid foundation was sufficient. Little did they anticipate that, years later, Rex would require those very basic sword techniques to navigate the world and confront adversaries. Not everyone shares Rachel's relentless pursuit of perfection. A basic sword form, when practiced meticulously, leaves no room for error or deviation in each move. Rex fully comprehended this point. His sword strikes were merely a fraction short of perfection, prompting Rachel to issue a stern reprimand, urging him to resume his training. As time progressed, under Rachel's guidance, Rex's sword strikes eventually met the required standard, albeit temporarily. Each swing of the sword, whether in force or posture, demanded absolute precision, and besides Rachel, it was only Rex who endured her rigorous training. The goal remained clear: to achieve a level of mastery where his swordplay flowed effortlessly, devoid of forced execution, thus attaining true proficiency. Even if he succeeded in his training, Rachel remarked coolly as she prepared to depart. Gazing at Rachel's retreating figure, Rex gradually withdrew his focus and resumed his practice. Within the foundational sword techniques, there were numerous maneuvers, yet only a few truly suited Rex's circumstances: the cleaving strike, the thrust, and the sweeping strike. After some time, Rex had just begun to master the thrusting technique. Though it appeared simple, it was categorized into various forms: upward thrust, horizontal thrust, downward thrust, backward thrust, reverse thrust, and probing thrust. With his right hand gripping the sword, elbow bent and raised to his waist, he executed a direct thrust either with a vertical or horizontal blade. The thrust demanded that arm and sword be aligned in a straight line, channeling force to the sword's tip. It must be said, Rex possessed a natural talent for the thrust. However, he favored the cleaving strike, relishing the power that shattered finesse. What could be more gratifying than severing an opponent's weapon with a single stroke, utterly overwhelming them? This was something the thrust could not achieve. Only the cleaving strike could deliver such dominance. Recently, while training, Rex had been exploring methods to increase the weight of a weapon. Pondering what materials would be necessary to accomplish this feat, he had already chosen the Ashbringer as his weapon, but upon acquiring black crystal, Rex encountered a dilemma. Even if the Ashbringer were forged, it might not suit him, as it was too light and unwieldy. Abandoning his current combat style was out of the question. No matter how exceptional the Ashbringer might be, it remained merely a weapon. Rex was not like Arthas, ultimately controlled by a weapon. The combat style he was cultivating was the path most fitting for him. He would rather forsake the Ashbringer than compromise his training. While the Ashbringer promised strength, its contributions would be limited. To pursue a path that truly suited him would undoubtedly lead Rex to become a formidable powerhouse. Despite the arduous journey ahead, this route, while fraught with challenges, possessed immense potential, unlike the straightforward path promised by the Ashbringer. Currently, there existed a possibility for a harmonious solution. If the weight of the Ashbringer could meet Rex's standards, then worries about relinquishing it would be unnecessary. Azeroth is a world of the extraordinary, where the most wondrous phenomena abound: resurrection from death, immortality, and in comparison, the mere task of augmenting a weapon's weight seemed trivial. After consulting the tomes of Gilneas, Rex indeed discovered a rare mineral, Titan steel. While the information had been unearthed, procuring Titan steel proved to be a formidable challenge. Anything associated with the Titans was considered a rare treasure, exorbitantly priced. Titan steel appeared in various maps of Northrend within the game, yet in reality, its value rivaled that of black crystals. Even when crafting a weapon, it would not reach artifact level but would still be significantly superior. Anything related to the Titans is deemed precious, as the age-old adage goes. 2 missing chapters will be added tomorrow. In the royal palace, King Jin sat at the head of the table, with Rex and various esteemed ministers of Gilneas taking their seats. The weekly council meeting had once again arrived. Your Majesty, the Knights of the Round Table have greatly enhanced our national prestige, a source of pride for Gilneas. Recently, many in the military have expressed a desire to witness the valor of the Round Table Knights, spoke a 30-something man with a small beard, his face bearing a faint scar that added a hint of ferocity to his otherwise calm demeanor. King Jin glanced at the man and replied in a neutral tone, "Grodal, what do you mean? Organizing a military exercise is imperative. Let us have the first army of Gilneas engage with its 2 counterparts, allowing all to witness the valor of the Round Table Knights." Despite Groder's repeated references to their gallantry, his tone drips with disdain and sarcasm, revealing a stark contrast to his supposed admiration. What are your thoughts? King Jean did not respond immediately to Groder's remarks, but instead turned to the assembly, proclaiming, "I believe it is essential to conduct a military drill. The Round Table Knights have achieved remarkable success, while the figures cannot be fabricated. The reality remains distant for our Gilneas populace." To echo Prince Rex's sentiment, hearing is but an illusion, seeing is believing. Hence, a military exercise should be held to showcase the prowess of the Round Table Knights. Baron Ashbury was the first to agree, stating, "Indeed. Let the people of Gilneas witness the might of the Round Table Knights." Lord Walden chimed in, both being Eastern lords who often harmonize their sentiments, seamlessly collaborating in the Grand Hall. The assembly, having witnessed their synchronicity before, was unfazed by the display. "Darius, what do you say?" King Jean observed that only the Eastern lords were in agreement, while others remained silent, as if mute. He began to call upon individuals. "I concur with Commander Groder's proposal for a military exercise. However, limiting it to a comparison between the First Army and the Round Table Knights is rather mundane. I suggest a nationwide military drill, including not only the First and Second Armies, but also the forces of various lords." Upon hearing his name, Darius promptly stood, bowing respectfully to King Jean before speaking. "Vincent, what is your opinion?" King Jean continued to call upon others, still withholding his own stance. Whether in agreement or dissent remained unclear. "I support Darius's suggestion for a nationwide military exercise. Merely organizing a standard drill is excessively trivial," Vincent remarked with a half-smile, casting a pointed glance at Groder. "Vincent, you insolent wretch," Groder retorted, unable to contain his ire. As a soldier, Groder was not renowned for his composure, but rather for his volatility. Commanding the First Army of Gilneas, famously known as the Bear of Gilneas, the essence of nature embodies a ferocious and tempestuous spirit. "Enough. Sit down, Grodo." King Jean glared disapprovingly at the foul-mouthed Grodo, his countenance dark and his eyes gleaming with a frigid light as he spoke in a low, grave tone. With a resentful glance at Vincent, Grodo reluctantly took his seat. Although Grodo held a position of considerable stature, comparable to Vincent's, all his power and rank were firmly anchored in King Jean's authority, leaving him no choice but to comply with the king's words. As the leader of the Round Table Knights, "Rex, would you kindly share your thoughts?" King Jean, after observing Grodeo's silence, cast an intrigued glance at Rex and spoke with a measured tone. The animosity between Rex and Grodeo was a long-standing affair, dating back 5 years, even before Rex's arrival in this realm. Now, within the Grand Hall, Grodeo's desire to witness the valor of the Round Table Knights was transparent to King Jean. "Your Majesty, I concur with Lord Crowley's suggestion to hold a national military exercise," Rex stated affirmatively. His words resonated significantly in the chamber. Darius and Vincent displayed little expression, while Grodeo's face registered a flicker of astonishment, momentarily overshadowing his usual ire directed at Vincent. The surprise was not lost on Baron Ashbury and Lord Walden, who exchanged glances of disbelief. Rex's gaze was piercing, his exterior composed, yet internally he felt profound disappointment towards Grodeo. The latter's standing in Rex's estimation had plummeted, relegating him to a candidate for retirement in Rex's mind. Grodeo's ambition to establish the reputation of his First Legion by utilizing the Round Table Knights as a stepping stone was misguided from Rex's perspective. However, from Grodeo's viewpoint, it was not inherently wrong, as human nature is often driven by self-interest. It was disconcerting that Grodeo could be so easily manipulated by Baron Ashbury's provocations, failing to reflect on the state of his First Legion. Such naivety bordered on folly. If Grodeo possessed 9th-tier strength, Rex might have been more forgiving. But as an 8th-tier warrior, he was merely one among many, insignificant in the grand scheme. At this juncture, one could not help but admire Baron Ashbury's theatrics. The astonishment he feigned would have convinced Rex had he not been privy to the underlying details from Ashbury's recent visit. Yet, the prospect of relegating Grodeo to retirement seemed implausible. The legacy left by his deceased father had afforded him too many advantages. His father, long under his care, would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Keeping Grodeo around had its merits. Even a fool could serve a purpose, as evidenced by this military exercise, where Rex, unable to voice his opinions freely, could utilize Grodeo's unwitting support. After a moment's contemplation, King Jean, having absorbed Rex's statement, exchanged a peculiar glance between Rex and Grodeo before finally addressing the assembly. "Since there is consensus, you shall deliberate on a suitable time, establish the rules, and determine prizes. After all, in a competition, the victor must receive their due reward. Gwen arms. Rex muttered softly to himself. Upon hearing the visitor's account, Rex initially failed to react. However, when the name Gwen Armstead was mentioned, he immediately recognized her. She was the logistics chief he had identified 2 years ago upon returning from Stormwind. When one thinks of war, visions often conjure images of clashing swords and galloping steeds, of valiant champions dominating the battlefield, of strategists deftly maneuvering their plans, and of marshals commanding vast armies. Yet, seldom does one consider the individual responsible for managing the logistics that underpin such endeavors. Though this position may seem inconspicuous and easily overlooked, it is, in fact, of paramount importance. In the past, when Liu Bang sought to reward merit, he recognized not the formidable generals like Han Xian or the invincible warriors such as Fan Kuai, but rather the indispensable Xiao He, who managed logistics. The significance of Gwen Amstead in Rex's heart is profound. Despite Gwen's lack of prowess, Rex had earmarked him as one of the 12 knights of the Round Table. Where is Gwen Amstead now? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Rex's mind as he inquired. He is in the village of Jingshi, came the response. Ah, that mining town. Rex nodded in understanding and followed the newcomer out of the Round Table Knights headquarters. The training conducted by the Round Table Knights, including individuals such as Osborne and Ulysses, would not be disrupted by Rex's departure. Although referred to as a village, Ashenstone was, in reality, a thriving small town far exceeding the mere scale of a village. This prosperity was closely tied to its flourishing mining industry, which ensured that the citizens enjoyed a quality of life above the average level in Gilneas. Upon returning to his residence, Rex leaned back in his chair and instructed a maid to prepare tea while quietly perusing the information he held regarding Gwen Amster. 17-year-old Gwen Amster enjoyed relatively comfortable living conditions for a commoner, free from the worries of sustenance. It had taken Rex 2 years to locate her, partly due to his desire to avoid unnecessary disturbances and partly because his intelligence agency, which he had established, had gradually expanded and evolved beyond its initial state. With sufficient manpower and financial resources, the agency's efficiency had significantly improved. After reviewing the documents in hand, Rex turned his attention to the magical crystal before him. A virtual image materialized, revealing a figure with flowing red hair and a maturing visage. Rex was able to confirm that this was indeed the individual he had been seeking. Despite the transformation of the world of Azeroth from a game into reality, many vestiges of the game remained, such as the likeness of this character, which bore a resemblance to her in the game. Rex had encountered Gwen Amster in the game, allowing him to instantly recognize her image in the magical crystal. Magic was a remarkable asset. As the primary productive force in the world of Azeroth, magical artifacts had permeated households, offering auxiliary functions comparable to the technology of his previous life. The thumb-sized magical crystal, while termed a crystal, was a synthetic creation rather than a natural one. Its true name was the memory crystal, akin to the function of a camera in Rex's past life, each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. The memory crystal excelled in capturing lifelike images, presenting a 3D representation that a traditional camera could not achieve. However, its limitations were apparent as it could not store images on a large scale, with a limited capacity for memory retention. Gently stowing away the memory crystal, Rex observed the serene Gwen, unable to foresee the striking figure of the rose amidst the fog of the future. In the midst of turbulent seas, the true colors of heroes are revealed. Gwen is composed and resilient, while Rona is spirited and flamboyant. Akin to two exceptional roses amidst the dense mists of Gilneas, one blue and one red, both exuding a striking presence. Beyond their captivating appearances, which are undeniably pleasing to the eye, one can discern from the crystalline reflections that Gwen, too, possesses beauty. Though she may not rival the unparalleled allure of Jaina, she is nonetheless a rare gem. Rex found himself deep in thought, contemplating how he might persuade Gwen to join his Round Table Knights, nurturing her potential over the years for significant responsibilities. Gwen is invaluable to Rex. In times of national peril, her unwavering strength and courage would shine through. She possesses a keen intellect and meticulous planning skills, excelling in logistical support and civilian relocation during conflicts. Her roles as the mayor of Moon Bay and commander of Wind Valley are testament to her capabilities, ultimately leading her to the esteemed position of chief logistics officer for the Gilnean government in exile. The array of positions she occupied within a brief span affirms the adage that heroes emerge in tumultuous times. Her inherent potential is evident. With a few years of cultivation, she could serve as a logistics officer for the Round Table Knights. When Rex ascends to the throne, a position for her as logistics minister is inevitable. However, forcibly conscripting Gwen is out of the question. If she were a man, it might be feasible. However, as a beautiful woman, such an action would tarnish Rex's reputation. He is cautious, aware that any underhanded maneuvering by the unscrupulous Grota would lead to scandal. Despite Rex's belief that Grota would not conceive of such a scheme, he remains vigilant, cherishing his reputation as a champion of love and justice. Suddenly, Rex's thoughts turn to Rona, the other striking rose of Gilneas. Since it would be inappropriate for him to approach Gwen directly, he could enlist Rona's help, invoking her position as a personal guard to summon Gwen. With this plan in mind, Rex intended to visit Rona the following day and journey to Ashstone Village to address Gwen's situation. Yet, unbeknownst to Rex, a threatening letter awaited him the next day, thwarting his plans to visit Ashstone Village and forcing him to leave Gilneas altogether. He even missed the national military exercise. As the storm stirred by this letter affected the entire alliance, leading Rex to inadvertently make an enemy. Holding the letter in his hand, Rex's face darkened. And he could sum up the situation with 2 words: trouble. For words would be exceedingly troublesome. As he paced on the vibrant carpet, his countenance was grim, tightly gripping the scalding letter, which had begun to crumple under his grip. A corpulent man, his round face obscured by fat, hurriedly approached Rex. Upon seeing the newcomer, Rex, overwhelmed by pent-up anger, kicked the man, sending him sprawling. The intensity of Rex's fury was palpable as he unleashed his frustration. "Monroe, you wretched fool. What do you dare to collect? What is the essence of this letter?" Rex's eyes glinted coldly, and his countenance was shrouded in gloom as he addressed Monroe. The tyrannical demeanor of Rex instilled fear in Monroe, who had never witnessed such fury from him before. Stuttering, he began. "This is a letter I received yesterday while in Burningwood Village, purportedly from Princess Gilneas. I glanced at it, and it bears the royal seal of Princess Gilneas. It cannot be a forgery." Monroe spoke the latter part cautiously, for with his keen intellect, he could discern that the letter was undoubtedly a fabrication. "Gilneas," Rex murmured, his somber expression showing no signs of easing. He looked at Monroe and reiterated, "Return at once and seal this information. Gilneas has never sent you a letter, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes," Monroe replied, fearing to delay, hastily exiting. Although he was curious about the letter's content, he dared not inquire further. He quickly returned to the caravan, sought out a certain associate, seized him, and sent him to Rex's residence. As he watched Monroe's disappearing figure, the weight of oppression within Rex lessened considerably. That kick he had delivered earlier provided a modicum of relief. This matter was not Monroe's fault. With the royal seal, who could have impeded a letter from Gilneas? Many were aware of Rex's camaraderie with Gilneas, and given her stature, it would not be an arduous task for her to send a missive. With a sigh, Rex grasped the letter and strode out of the estate, making his way towards the palace. This issue had escalated beyond his capacity to resolve alone. He needed to consult his estranged father. Simultaneously, he dispatched individuals to notify Vincent and Darius, the only 2 in Gilneas whom Rex trusted to keep this information confidential. "What is your view, Rex?" The letter was brief. After Rex found King Jean and dismissed his attendants, the king swiftly perused its contents. With a serious expression, he regarded Rex and gravely stated, "Seal this information and ascertain the current safety of Gilneas. Is she truly being held captive as suggested?" Without hesitation, Rex responded, having contemplated this course of action long before arriving at the palace. "How could this be addressed to you? Should it not be directed to Kultiras?" King Jean inquired, voicing his perplexity. Even in the event of a kidnapping, notifications were typically sent to relatives, not unrelated parties. "That orc bears a grudge against me." With a bitter smile, Rex continued, 2 years ago, when I traveled to Dalaran and encountered him during my passage through the mountains to Amber Mill, I bested him in combat. He has harbored resentment since, and I dread to think what schemes he has devised this time. An unexpected calamity has befallen me. Indeed, I find myself ensnared in a most unforeseen disaster. There exists a saying, "A calamity descends upon a person while seated at home." This phrase aptly encapsulates Rex's current predicament. The princess of Kultiras, Jaina, has been abducted, a matter in which Rex has no direct involvement. It fundamentally pertains to the affairs of Kultiras. Yet, here he stands, Confronted by this wretched bandit who has not only informed King Dalen Proudmoore of Kultiras and Arthas, but has also implicated him. The connection between Arthas and Jaina is readily comprehensible, and Dalen Proudmoore, being Jaina's father, is no less significant. However, Rex is merely an outsider in this scenario. The mere act of notification should not bear much weight, yet the letter is explicit in its demand for Rex to appear at Ambermill on the 15th of next month. This Scot, this damned orc, has lost all reason, seizing Jaina as leverage against him. Under normal circumstances, Rex could simply dismiss the letter, while Jaina is indeed a beauty. She is already spoken for, and he has no intention of playing the gallant protector as protagonists in novels might impulsively do. The true complication arises from the attitudes of Dalen Proudmoore and Arthas. It is evident that these two have also received the news, and upon confirming Jaina's abduction, they will undoubtedly entangle him in this affair. There is no need for Scott to elaborate. A mere delivery of this letter, intact and unaltered, to both individuals will suffice. One must ponder why the kidnappers would threaten an outsider rather than Jaina's kin, who would believe that Rex, as an outsider, bears no connection to the kidnappers. At this moment, Rex is filled with resentment. Jaina, a formidable mage of the 9th tier, should not have been so easily captured. As the princess of the maritime power Kultiras, she is typically well guarded, making this a most troubling situation. Although Rex has assured King Jean that he would verify Jaina's status, he instinctively sensed upon his first glance at the letter that Jaina's situation was dire. The fact that the adversary could utilize Monroe to relay messages strongly suggests that Jaina must indeed have been taken. Otherwise, how could they have acquired her token? This is destined to be a significant affair. The Princess of Kultiras has been abducted, entangling a multitude of powerful factions. Not only does this involve Kultiras, but due to its connection to Arthas, Lordaeron has also been drawn into the fray. Furthermore, Gilneas is implicated, and even Kaeldats cannot escape this predicament. Additionally, with Jaina's mentor, Antonidas, involved, Dalaran must also be considered in this intricate web of alliances and conflicts. This is nothing short of a tempest. Being entangled in it brings no good. To speak candidly, Rex wishes to distance himself from any involvement, yet he is acutely aware that evasion is futile. The invitation from Dalen Proudmoore is imminent, and should Rex find any opportunity to decline, the presence of Arthas and Kaeldats leaves him with no option to refuse. The sensation of being manipulated filled Rex with profound distaste. Just as Rex had anticipated, before he could ascertain the safety of Jaina, a missive from Dalen Proudmoore arrived in the capital of Gilneas, landing in Rex's hands. The letter from Dalen Proudmoore urged Rex to visit Dalaran. Upon receiving the correspondence, Rex proceeded to the palace to meet his adoptive father, and he was soon prepared to journey to Dalaran. This meeting with Dalen Proudmoore was, without a doubt, imperative. Accompanying the letter, Rex found himself ensnared in a web of events. Should he refrain from traveling to Dalaran at this moment, and should Jaina suffer any misfortune, it could ignite a war. There would be no need to await the Scourge. Gilneas would confront an assault from the armies of Lordaeron and Kultiras. In the ancient land of Rex's previous existence, a conflict sparked over a woman's honor would have been inconceivable, even if Jaina were a princess. It would only lead to minor disputes, never escalating to the brink of war. After all, numerous instances exist of princesses being married off to forge alliances without such dire consequences. Preventing a war for the sake of a woman is, in the eyes of many, a worthy endeavor. However, the world of Azeroth is different. Its culture mirrors that of a bygone Western era, where igniting a war over a woman's fate is not merely improbable, but almost inevitable. Dalen Proudmoore, consumed by the grief for his fallen daughter and the specter of Arthas, might very well place the entire burden of responsibility upon Rex. Coupled with the unpredictable Kaeldats, Rex surmised that should Jaina perish and he fail to journey to Dalaran, the likelihood of war would soar to 80%. In this world, there exists a particular sin known as scapegoating. With a soft creak, the gates of the Greymane wall slowly swung open. Rex wore a somber expression. Having been outmaneuvered, he found no joy in the situation. On this journey to Dalaran, he traveled light, bringing along only a few companions. Not a single member of the Round Table Knights accompanied him. Although Ulysses and Osborne possessed commendable strength, they were still somewhat lacking for the tempest that lay ahead. Scott had stirred quite a number of troubles this time, and with Dalen Proudmoore, the king of Kultiras and a hero of the Second War, being a formidable force in his own right, the stakes were undeniably high. Arthas, a member of the Silver Hand, also loomed in the background. Should Uther fail to appear, it would indeed be an unexpected twist. Among the heroic figures Rex could readily name, he counted 4, Antonidas and Cael'thas, alongside the others. Thus, Ulysses and his companions were deemed unnecessary. Even Cecil was left behind, as Rex had no shortage of high-tier heroic strength. Having departed from Gilneas, Rex made his way directly to Vanwood Village, where a portal had been prepared for him. To reach Dalaran, he merely needed to step through the portal. With Jaina being kidnapped, her significance to the Dalaran faction had soared. As Antonidas' apprentice, she was groomed as a successor. Although Antonidas had more than one disciple, the conduct of Kel'Thuzad had left him profoundly disappointed. As he delved into the dark arts of warlocks and was subsequently expelled from Dalaran, Jaina, however, was different. Being a princess of Kul Tiras, young and exceptionally gifted, she embodied the qualities Antonidas sought in a successor. Such a paragon was a rare occurrence, and Jaina's predicament had ignited Antonidas' fury, a rage surpassing that which he felt when the Lordaeron sanctuary was breached. Thus, the portals, rarely utilized, had been activated frequently in Dalaran of late. Stepping through, Rex felt the world spin around him, a wave of dizziness flooding his mind. When the surroundings finally stabilized, he found himself in Dalaran. Upon his arrival, the mages who had been sustaining the portal revealed expressions of relief, gradually retracting their magical energies as the portal behind Rex shrank and ultimately closed. To activate such a portal required a 9th-tier mage or a grand sorcerer, yet maintaining it necessitated a continuous supply of magical energy. It was unnecessary for grand mages or 9th-tier sorcerers to remain as mere conduits. Lower-tier mages could have been summoned to sustain the portal for Rex, but the task had taken considerable time and effort. Whether they be archmages or 9th-tier sorcerers, none find themselves idle. Indeed, mages are the most industrious of individuals. They are engrossed in their own research, honing their magical skills and pinning their insights. In essence, they are unwilling to squander even a fleeting moment. Those who indulge in leisure are often low-tier mages, whereas high-tier sorcerers have meticulously optimized every second of their time. The expenditure of magical energy among several mages is considerable. Upon retracting the portal, a hint of color returned to their pale visages. Just as these mages passed through the respite of closing the portal, a few more arrived. From their demeanor, Rex discerned that they were not there to confront him directly. Dalaran bore no precise information regarding the moment he would step into the portal. These mages had come to replace their counterparts who had exhausted their magical reserves. "Prince Rex, please accompany me," said a female mage, who, upon spotting him, offered a respectful bow and spoke with deliberate clarity. Although her appearance was rather ordinary, her figure was commendable, and her flowing, loose-fitting mage robe accentuated her well-proportioned physique. Rex nodded in acknowledgement, and the female mage led the way ahead. Rex was aware of the location of Antonidas' residence, yet he could not ascertain whether Antonidas was indeed present within. The letter he received was from Dalaran Proudmoore, but it did not specify a meeting place. This omission was not due to oversight on Dalaran's part, but rather unnecessary. Once Rex traversed the portal to Dalaran, the mage responsible for its magical energy would undoubtedly guide him to his destination. As he followed the female mage, Rex took the opportunity to observe Dalaran. Noting the expressions of the passing mages and pedestrians, he realized that the news of Jaina's abduction had not yet reached Dalaran. "Here we are," she announced. "Today, the internet was disconnected. I wrote 2 chapters and went to a friend's place to update. Initially, I intended to divide it into 2 chapters, but finding it cumbersome, I decided to consolidate it into 1. In order to regain my integrity, I shall endeavor to provide more updates this week, demonstrating my sincerity to all my brothers and sisters." Standing before a towering edifice, the female mage halted her steps and gestured for Rex to enter. Rex nodded, observing a flicker of envy in the depths of her eyes, as an expression of understanding crossed her face. The tower before Rex was a mage's tower, an embodiment of every mage's aspiration to construct a tower of their own. This desire has taken root deeply in the hearts of many, whether from Dalaran, Lordaeron, or Gilneas. Any mage harbors a yearning for a mage's tower, which not only serves as a residence for their studies, but also symbolizes their status. The disparity between having a mage's tower and not is akin to that between commoners and nobility. Those mages who possess a tower are regarded as the aristocracy among their kind. The female mage's rank was rather modest, approximately at the 5th tier. To construct a mage's tower, one must achieve at least the 8th tier of power to qualify. This qualification is contingent upon one's strength. Dalaran offers certain conveniences, but wealth also plays a crucial role. With sufficient funds, one can build a mage's tower, albeit the specifications are limited by one's abilities. The crystalline emblem atop the tower would not be of significant height. Before Rex stood a mage's tower adorned with a blue crystal that sparkled under the sun, captivating the envy of passers-by. This blue crystal signified that the tower belonged to a 9th-tier mage. The construction of such towers is not trivial. They are governed by stringent requirements relative to one's status. Blue represents the 9th tier, while the rank of archmage is denoted by purple. In Dalaran, purple is esteemed highly. And although many mage towers rise majestically throughout the city, only a select few gleam with the brilliance of purple crystals. This mage tower, once visited by Rex, belongs to Jaina. Among the various mage towers in Dalaran, its grandeur surpasses that of several prominent sorcerers, rendering it a remarkable sight in the city. This tower was constructed by Dalen Proudmoore during Jaina's apprenticeship as a mage, and it has stood for quite some time. The power of this mage tower can be traced back to the period of Dalaran's reconstruction, significantly aided by Kul Tiras, which provided substantial material support. At that time, Jaina was determined to study magic in Dalaran and was directly accepted as a disciple by Antonidas. While Jaina's innate talent played a role, it was Kul Tiras' assistance in Dalaran's rebuilding that constituted the majority of the reason. Upon entering the mage tower, Rex was guided forward by a maid standing at the entrance. Unlike other mage towers that exude an aura of darkness and are filled with various magical creatures, Jaina's mage tower emanates a sense of light. To be precise, it hardly resembles a typical mage tower. Rex had also visited Kael'thas's mage tower, where the gathering of magical elements was exceptionally vigorous. Upon his entrance, he was immediately besieged by these elements, which suppressed the holy light within him. If a battle were to occur within that mage tower, Rex could only muster half of his true potential. This is merely the most fundamental function, enhancing the density of magical elements, accelerating the pace of cultivation, and indirectly repelling adversaries. This explains why numerous mages are eager to construct their own towers. Guided by a maid, Rex gradually entered a spacious hall. The entire mage tower appeared rather vast, and along the way, Rex encountered only a few maids. In the grand hall, he beheld King Dalen Proudmoore of Kul Tiras. Dalen Proudmoore, a man of middle age, exuded an air of authority. From his demeanor, Rex could discern aspects of his character. He was a man of his word, unwavering and strict in his dealings, lacking in adaptability. Your Majesty Dalen. Upon seeing Dalen Proudmoore, Rex took the initiative to offer his greetings. Have a seat. Dalen Proudmoore gestured with a hand. Though his words were few, they carried an undeniable weight. Rex could sense the formidable power concealed beneath Dalen's seemingly unremarkable physique, a strength befitting a hero of elevated rank. As a hero of the Second War, Dalen Proudmoore possessed considerable prowess, having already exhibited early-stage hero capabilities during that tumultuous period. Now, a decade later, his strength had progressed to mid-hero status. The abduction of his beloved daughter had left Dalen with a simmering fury within. Although he did not specifically direct his wrath at Rex, the perceptive young man could still feel the oppressive atmosphere, which only served to illustrate that an overly keen intuition could be a double-edged sword. Has Jaina been kidnapped? Are you aware of this? Dalen Proudmoore wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand, his gaze fixed intently on Rex. I am aware, Rex nodded, then produced the letter he had received along with Jaina's token of identity, extending them to Dalen Proudmoore as he continued. This letter was delivered to me a few days ago by a caravan returning from Gilneas, claiming to be from Jaina. Initially, I was skeptical, but when your Majesty summoned me to Dalaran, I became convinced of Jaina's abduction. Would you care to examine it? Dalen Proudmoore casually handed Rex a letter, which he accepted and began to scrutinize meticulously. The text was not extensive, and Rex quickly finished reading it. The contents were remarkably similar to his own letter, differing only slightly due to its intended audience. Upon examining this letter, Dalen presented Rex with another, addressed to Arthas, which bore a striking resemblance in essence. Both letters urged the recipients to proceed to Ambermill and deliver their respective missives. Rex regarded Dalen with a sense of exasperation, feeling burdened by the predicament Scott had devised for him. After engaging in a brief conversation with Dalen Proudmoore, Rex took his leave. Although termed a casual chat, it consisted of inquiries from Dalen and responses from Rex, leaving him feeling suffocated by the interaction. The sun shone brilliantly in the sky, casting radiant beams of light. The heavens were a clear azure, devoid of any blemish. Such splendid weather was rare, ideal for outings and leisurely strolls, yet for Rex, the storm clouds of anxiety pressing upon his heart showed no signs of dissipating with the passage of time. His previous discussion with Dallin had been laden with tension. Dallin Proudmoore was a man of strict principles. His rigidity often bordered on tyranny. His self-centered approach was irksome, an unfortunate reality for a king accustomed to absolute dominance. Within the realm, dissenting voices were virtually non-existent, as he stood unrivaled among the monarchs of the 6 human kingdoms, the only king of heroic stature. This time, my arrival in Dalaran was not in accordance with King Jin's wishes. Had it been so, I would have certainly refrained from coming. The death of Jaina holds no relevance to Gilneas. Even if King Jin were to blame Gilneas for her demise, he would remain unperturbed. For the presence of the Greymane wall is no mere decoration. When it comes to a choice between Jaina and Rexxar, King Jin would undoubtedly opt for Rexxar, ensuring that Rexxar does not take unnecessary risks. However, this decision was ultimately sidestepped by Rexxar himself. Should Gilneas persist in its isolationist stance, it may seem inconsequential for now. Yet it is inevitable that Gilneas will eventually open its gates, thereby offending both Lordaeron and Kul Tiras. On the continent of Lordaeron, Gilneas finds itself utterly isolated. Rexxar's visit serves merely as a gesture of solidarity. He perceives no imminent danger to himself. He does not believe that scoundrel Scott possesses the capability to threaten his life in the presence of Uther and Antonidas. Rexxar's disposition leans towards self-interest. His motivations for rescuing Jaina are primarily driven by personal gain rather than a genuine desire to extricate her from peril. Entering the Mage Tower, I found myself once again in the Grand Hall from yesterday. After taking my seat, Rexxar began to wait in silence. This time, the attendees were not limited to just himself and Dallin Proudmoore. All the necessary individuals had assembled. From Lordaeron, there were Arthas and Uther, while from Dalaran, Antonidas was present, along with Rexxar and Dallin Proudmoore, making a total of 6. Strictly speaking, Uther does not belong to the forces governed by the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The Knights of the Silver Hand are loyal to the Alliance. During the Second War, they followed Lordaeron's command solely because it was the leader of the Alliance. However, as time has passed, this dynamic has begun to shift. The core members of the Silver Hand are predominantly from Lordaeron, and many of the original 5 who were newly transformed into paladins hailed from there. Among them, the representative figure Turalyon has significantly enhanced Lordaeron's influence, to the point where the Silver Hand has now devolved into a mere extension of Lordaeron's power. Even if the leadership of the Alliance were to change hands, it would no longer be able to command the Knights of the Silver Hand. The 6 individuals present here can undoubtedly be regarded as an immensely formidable force in today's world. Among them, are formidable warriors of the hero tier. While even Rex and Arthas, who have yet to attain the hero rank, possess the strength of the 9th tier. This is indeed a lavish assembly. Whether it be Kaeldats or Dallin Proudmoore, or even Antonidas, Rex has crossed paths with them. Although this is not Rex's first encounter with Uther. Having previously witnessed him during Arthas's paladin initiation, the perspective now is strikingly different. It must be said that upon first sighting Uther, Rex was struck by a similar sentiment as he felt when he beheld Rachel. Uther has aged. Time is the most merciless of forces, and regardless of one's might or heroic stature, the day of decline inevitably arrives. Nevertheless, unlike Rachel, Uther, despite his advancing years, has not relinquished his pursuits. He continues to strive fervently. He remains one of the original members of the Silver Hand, while others, like Turalyon, have gone missing, and several have withdrawn from the order, retreating to their own domains. Only Uther persists in his dedication to the Silver Hand. This starkly contrasts with the situation involving Rachel. Sitting alongside Arthas, a gaze filled with pride emanated from him, one that reflected his satisfaction in his disciple. Not long ago, during the momentous Battle of Blackrock Tower, under Arthas's command, a resounding victory was achieved, effectively neutralizing the menace posed by the black dragons that had besieged the tower. This accomplishment filled Uther with contentment, nurturing high hopes for Arthas. Believing that under his stewardship, the Silver Hand would ascend to even greater glory, Uther had taken it upon himself to address the matters concerning Jaina. Arriving of his own volition rather than through command, it was the duty of a mentor to assist his pupil in times of peril. Little did Uther fathom that the very disciple he took such pride in would ultimately be the one to bring about his demise. Once everyone had gathered, all eyes were fixed upon Rexxar, for he was the focal point of the recent abduction incident involving Jaina. The letter from the orc, Scott, evoked confusion among all who received it. The forthcoming month would see Rexxar summoned to Ambermill, and though no further words were spoken, the implication was clear to all. Rexxar was pivotal. Dalen Proudmoore gestured towards Rexxar. Noticing Dalen's motion, Rexxar nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Dalen expected him to speak. Without unnecessary preamble, Rexxar began. The sender of the letter, Scott, is an orc. 2 years ago, when I first journeyed to Dalaran and returned to Ambermill via the rear mountains, I encountered this orc named Scott during a raid. This incident is duly recorded in Dalaran. 2 years ago, I witnessed Rex's distress signal, to which Kael'thas was the first to respond. Aside from that, you have had no further contact with that Scott, Rex observed, as Arthas, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected. His gaze fixed on Rex, imbued with an enigmatic emotion that eluded everyone except Arthas. No, Rex replied promptly to Arthas's inquiry. What kind of jest is this? At such a time, even if there were ties between me and that Scott, I would not divulge them. Upon hearing Rex's response, Arthas fell silent, and the discussions continued. Throughout most of the meeting, Rex maintained a demeanor of quietude, reminiscent of Kael'thas. Recently, Kael'thas had expressed his affections to Jaina, only to be rebuffed, a fact that Rex was acutely aware of, as was everyone present. Kael'thas now occupied an awkward position, and Rex found himself similarly constrained. The motives behind Scott's actions remained inscrutable, rendering this negotiation seemingly futile. As they slowly exited the Mage Tower, Rex and Kael'thas walked side by side. Among the four formidable heroes, only Kael'thas provided a semblance of ease, in stark contrast to the oppressive presence of Antonidas and Uther. Their advanced age created a palpable distance, an insurmountable chasm forged by unfamiliarity, generational gaps, and power dynamics. Although Kael'thas was the eldest among them, the High Elves defied such conventional calculations. In human terms, he was in the prime of youth and vitality. The magical materials have been prepared. You may dispatch someone to the Shadowlands at your convenience to retrieve them. As they walked, Kael'thas spoke to Rex with a hint of indifference. The Shadowlands are fraught with peril. The forest trolls pose a constant threat to the safety of the caravan. Given our acquaintance, I cannot promise to escort you all the way to Gilneas, but at the very least, we can reach Dalaran. Upon hearing that Rex intended to venture into the Shadowlands to procure magical materials for constructing defensive towers, he immediately shook his head and, with a touch of audacity, remarked, "What sort of place is the Shadowlands?" "It is a battlefield between the High Elves and the forest trolls, a front line for the High Elves. In the Shadowlands, the High Elves have established numerous defensive lines to safeguard the lush, bountiful whispering forest behind them. The entanglement between the High Elves and the forest trolls has persisted for millennia, during which the High Elves utilized their might to expel the trolls, seizing the whispering forest to establish their own realm, Quel'Thalas. More than 2,000 years ago, during the War of the Trolls, humans and High Elves united to vanquish the once mighty forest trolls, significantly diminishing their threat. For humanity, the trolls no longer posed a danger. The remaining trolls, though troublesome, directed their enmity not towards humans, but rather towards the High Elves who had expelled them from their homeland. Within Zul'Aman, the grand city of the forest trolls in the Shadowlands, a multitude of trolls vie for control against the High Elves, yearning for the day they can annihilate their adversaries. The defeat of the trolls more than 2,000 years ago has left them in a state of disarray, from which they have yet to recover. Meanwhile, the High Elves have advanced rapidly, no longer perceiving the trolls as significant adversaries. The struggle for control over the Shadowlands is beyond the capabilities of the trolls. Had it not been for the formidable power of the old gods that has been passed down through generations, they would stand no chance. The likes of Zul'Jin, a being transformed by the power of the old gods, resides in Zul'Aman, and his demigod strength ensures that the High Elves refrain from taking rash actions. Despite their diminished aggression, the trolls' presence in Zul'Aman compels the High Elves to consider the steep costs of any attempt to eradicate them, resulting in a stalemate between the two factions. This demigod, ensconced in his lair, instills caution in the High Elves. Proposals to collaborate with humanity to eradicate the trolls have been met with rejection time and again. Reminiscent of the remnants of the trolls that were not entirely exterminated 2 millennia ago, the High Elves require an enemy to ensure that humanity does not become a threat. a strategy devised by the astute first Emperor Alaric of humanity. While large-scale conflicts have abetted in the Shadowlands, smaller skirmishes persist. The forest trolls harbor an intense hatred for foreign races, reaching a point where they kill on sight, regardless of whether one is human, high elf, or dwarf. Anyone not a troll is deemed a target for slaughter. The trolls do not waste the corpses of their enemies, akin to the wargen. They are a savage race with a shared penchant for consuming all. Whether of their own kin or other races, any dead body is collected, a pyre ignited, and a large cauldron set upon it, culminating in a gruesome feast. To dispatch one's caravan into the Shadowlands is an endeavor fraught with danger. Few are familiar with the Shadowlands within Gilneas, and venturing into such an unfamiliar environment significantly increases the likelihood of inciting the ire of the forest trolls. A diminished escort is unsafe, while an excessive one introduces its own complications. The High Elves maintain an unwelcoming stance towards outsiders. Regular humans may only venture into the Shadowlands, while entry into the Whispering Forest is reserved for emissaries of certain kingdoms. As for the capital, Silverman, it is a realm forbidding to outsiders. Upon hearing Rex's words, Kael'thas cast a glance at him, pondering their connection. Kael'thas did not regard their relationship as particularly profound. They were merely acquaintances and trade partners, nothing more. The journey from the Shadowlands to Dalaran is no short distance, and the items you require are numerous. You shall bear the cost of transportation. I can assist you in finding people. Kael'thas maintained a calm tone. That is agreeable. There is no need to transport to Dalaran. We shall go directly to Embermill. Rex nodded. While the Shadowlands pose a significant danger to outsiders, they do not present a considerable threat to the High Elves. Millennia have provided the High Elves with an intimate understanding of every inch of the Shadowlands, and trade between the High Elves and humanity necessitates traversing this territory. The High Elves have specifically assembled a guard for this purpose. There may be errors if I send my own people, leading to potential delays in rescue. However, if the High Elves themselves are involved, I have no doubt of their competence. Therefore, Rex felt reassured by Kael'thas's proposal. The journey through the back roads of Dalaran to Embermill is relatively swift. Embermill is a quintessential human town, situated a mere mountain's distance from Dalaran. Due to its proximity, Embermill has flourished. It serves as a vital route to Shadowfang Keep. Those unwilling to travel by water across Lake Lordaeron must traverse land through Embermill to reach Lordaeron. A decade ago, Embermill belonged to the Crowley family, a part of Gilneas, but today, it has become a territory of Lordaeron. As Rex set foot on Embermill's soil, he felt no unusual sensation. However, his companion, Arthas, appeared somewhat awkward. After Gilneas relinquished Embermill and much of the Silverpine Forest, no formal declaration was made regarding its ownership by Lordaeron, yet Lordaeron swiftly occupied Embermill and other territories following the closure of the Greymane Wall by Gilneas. Shadowfang Keep, too, has been established in recent years. Particularly, Embermill is now under the stewardship of the young and handsome prince beside Rex, making it Arthas's territory. Thus, as Rex and Arthas entered Embermill, Arthas felt a twinge of embarrassment. Compared to his shameless father, Arthas undoubtedly appeared more youthful and naive. The proud Arthas was not yet capable of remaining indifferent while encroaching upon another's domain. If Rex were to provoke him with words, given Arthas's pride, the prospect of reclaiming Embermill would be plausible. However, Rex had no intention of pursuing such a course. Embermill rightfully belongs to the Crowley family, and even if he were to reclaim it, it would still remain within their lineage. In the world of Azeroth, a lord's domain is sacrosanct. Even a king lacks the authority to usurp another's territory, unlike in ancient times where emperors held supreme power. The Crowley family's land has never been formally abandoned by King Jen. Strictly speaking, it remains under their jurisdiction, albeit with the Crowley family unable to exert control. In Rex's heart, he is determined to reclaim Embermill. It is the territory he wishes to prepare for Lorna. As a member of the Crowley family, it is only natural for Lorna to inherit their land. However, the timeline for this reclamation must be postponed for several years. The impending scourge of the undead is an undeniable calamity. Until the threat of the undead is quelled, Gilneas is ill-suited for territorial expansion. Even if Embermill were to be taken, it could not be held, necessitating a retreat to the Greymane Wall. Rex is not foolish enough to abandon the Greymane Wall in the face of the undead scourge. As long as the towers and defenses are successfully constructed, the fortifications of the Greymane Wall will suffice. Unless the main forces of the undead scourge launch an assault, Rex has no reason to worry. A decade is sufficient time to transform a generation. The once youthful children have blossomed into dashing youths. And the little girl who once had a runny nose has now become a beautiful maiden. The populace of Embermill holds little affection for Rex. The younger generation has largely forgotten their roots in Gilneas, while the older generation feels no sense of belonging. As a territory of Arthas, the people of Embermill undoubtedly take pride in their association with him. With Arthas's reputation soaring, a moniker of the Golden Lion has recently begun to resonate across the Lordaeron continent, elevating his fame to unprecedented heights. With his golden locks and radiant smile, wielding a warhammer, when he unleashes his fury, he resembles a roaring lion, a description most fitting. Naturally, Embermill takes pride in Arthas. As they entered the town, the citizens recognized him and accorded him a hero's welcome. The people of Embermill greeted Arthas warmly, and he reciprocated their gestures, allowing Rex to perceive the extent of Arthas's renown, which had evidently eclipsed any recollection of Gilneas in the minds of the Embermill populace. This phenomenon is prevalent among the populace, a notable admiration for heroes. When it comes to Arthas, there is already a sense of belonging to Lordaeron. King Terenas of Lordaeron employed a series of measures concerning Embermill that yielded swift results. Rexxar, the authentic heir of Gilneas, found himself amidst Embermill like a stranger. Although he garnered respect, it fell far short of being welcomed. Today, there remains a stretch of time before the date specified in the correspondence. Rexxar arrived prematurely. Originally, he intended to come closer to the designated time. However, he could not resist Arthas's entreaties and ultimately had no choice but to arrive. No suspicious activities had transpired in Embermill. Even before Rexxar's arrival, a covert investigation into Embermill had already commenced, involving three factions, those from Dalaran, Lordaeron, and finally Kul Tiras. This triad of searches yielded no results, and Rexxar was aware of their actions. He knew that Scott was astute enough not to leave any traces in Embermill. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was certain that, once the deadline had passed, Rexxar would once again be compelled to relocate. This understanding was not exclusive to Rexxar. Arthas and his companions were equally aware. However, the inevitability of their actions persisted, as each harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps the adversary would leave behind a clue. Rexxar was also informed about how Scott had abducted Jaina. Not long ago, Jaina experienced misfortune while returning to Kul Tiras. This instance was particularly unfortunate for her. Traditionally, Jaina utilized portals for her travels back to Kul Tiras, as they were both convenient and secure. Yet, on this occasion, she opted against such a method, leading her retinue on horseback in a grand procession. This matter must be tied to oneself. Jaina intended to visit Gilneas, which is why she refrained from utilizing the portals. The outcome was, as anticipated, disastrous, a fact unnoticed by anyone until this letter revealed that Jaina had indeed been kidnapped. Jaina herself is not lacking in strength and is accompanied by a formidable entourage, leading many to believe she was quite safe traversing the heart of the Alliance. Consequently, Dalaran's attention to Jaina was evidently insufficient, leading to this oversight. In a moment of realization, a mistake was discovered. Jaina's father should be referred to as Dalen Proudmoore. An inadvertent glance at erroneous information led to this misunderstanding, which was promptly corrected. Time, relentless in its march, does not pause for any event or individual. No matter one's might or divine status, one cannot halt the progression of time. It has been quite some time since Rex arrived in Embermill. With the dawn breaking, he rose early, for today marked the date mentioned in the letter. Regardless of the actions of the orc named Scourge, a response was necessary. Both Uther and Dalen Proudmoore had made their presence known in Embermill, a fact that could not be obscured. Their characteristics were too distinct to conceal. It would be quite challenging for them to disguise themselves as others, particularly given Dalen's pride and Uther's steadfastness. Adaptability was not in their nature, and in the days spent in their company, Rex discerned an inexplicable confidence in both Dalen Proudmoore and Uther regarding the capture of Scourge. It was as if, upon his appearance, escape would be impossible. Rex was uncertain whether this confidence stemmed from the self-assuredness of heroes or the arrogance that often accompanies such stature. Having encountered numerous heroes, including Rachel, Kael'thas, and Uther himself, Rex understood that these figures exuded a commanding presence, as if the world's challenges were trivial. Since Dalen Proudmoore and Uther could not remain hidden, Kael'thas naturally took their place. Although Kael'thas had lived longer than the former two, he did not project the same authority in their midst, remaining somewhat junior in their eyes. Seated alongside Arthas, Rex quietly enjoyed his modest breakfast of milk and bread. Once finished, guided by Arthas, he began to explore Ambermill. In terms of familiarity with the locale, Rex was surely less knowledgeable than Arthas, for Ambermill was Arthas's domain. Throughout the year, aside from his time in the capital of Lordaeron, he resided in Ambermill. Ambermill is not far from the capital, separated only by Lake Lordaeron. Traveling by land requires time, but by water, one could swiftly reach Ambermill. The proximity of Ambermill to Lordaeron facilitated its rapid assimilation, presenting a significant threat should Gilneas decide to amass troops via water. As Rex wandered the streets of Ambermill, he observed the bustling scene before him. The morning had awakened a flurry of activity, marking a peak time for the town. Like many cities, Ambermill ultimately succumbed to destruction, being too close to Dalaran. When Dalaran faced the assault of the undead, Ambermill was not spared from their devastation, ultimately transforming into a wasteland. The scourge of the undead had obliterated countless homes, leaving many homeless and others transformed into the minions of the Lich King. Contemplating this, Rex involuntarily glanced at Arthas beside him. To suggest that Arthas would one day become the Lich King was a notion met with skepticism, even among those familiar with history. Rex himself found it hard to believe. During this period of interaction with Arthas, Rex found a rather favorable impression of him. Arthas, hailed as the perfect heir to King Tyrannus, certainly lived up to this acclaim, embodying all virtues. Although he shared a proud demeanor akin to Kael'thas's, he possessed the merit to justify such pride, be it in talent, lineage, or innate strength. He stood out among his peers. Unlike Kael'thas, whose arrogance often bordered on unapproachability, Arthas's pride was tempered by a cordial disposition towards the common folk. This was not Rex's first encounter with Arthas, but it marked the longest period of acquaintance, allowing for a closer observation of the prince. Their initial meeting occurred in Stormwind, where Rex could only gaze from afar amidst a throng of onlookers, exchanging mere pleasantries. This time, however, Rex spent the majority of his time in Ambermill, either training or in the company of Arthas. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Rex believed they could have forged a solid friendship. Regrettably, their relationship had been predetermined from the outset. The rivalry between them stemmed not from personal conflict, but from the intertwining of their ambitions. Arthas's very presence obstructed Rex's path. This realization had become increasingly evident to Rex over their days together, as Arthas's renown loomed large, akin to a rising sun that commanded attention wherever he went. As Rex walked alongside Arthas, engaging in casual conversation, a young boy approached them, bouncing with exuberance. Rex's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he focused intently on the letter in the boy's hand. He awaited the boy's actions in silence. The boy reached Arthas and presented the letter, affectionately exclaiming, "Big brother, this is for you." Gently stroking the little boy's head, Arthas, despite the boy's discontented murmurs, did not glance at the letter in his hand, but instead passed it to Rexxar. Observing the harmonious interaction between Arthas and the boy, Rexxar slowly unfolded the letter. As anticipated, it was penned by Scott. Rexxar signaled to Arthas, who nodded in acknowledgement and discreetly gestured beside him, all of which Rexxar keenly observed. Although it appeared that only Rexxar and Arthas were leisurely wandering, a considerable number of guards were secretly present, following the incident involving Jaina's abduction. No one wished to witness another instance of the Prince of Lordaeron and the Prince of Gilneas being taken captive. It was Tuesday, and suddenly recalling the week's recommendations, Rexxar realized it was the week of Sanjiang, and he was indeed Sanjiang. Those capable of casting votes for Sanjiang were encouraged to lend their support, particularly since they aimed for a prominent position on the cover, which was more than mere words on a page. In the rear mountains of Ambermill, Rexxar and Arthas, along with a few others, advanced step by step. Scott's letter clearly indicated a meeting point in the rear mountains that Rexxar and his companions were to proceed to. After perusing the letter and conferring with Arthas, they set off towards the rear mountains of Ambermill, led by Uther. This time, their group comprised only a meager 10 individuals. Despite the small number, there was no concern about unforeseen events. Rexxar felt assured due to the presence of Uther and Dalen Proudmoore, two formidable heroes. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, they would be capable of breaking through, thus granting Rexxar a profound sense of confidence. The rear mountains of Ambermill, synonymous with the rear mountains of Dalaran, referred to the range that separated Ambermill from Dalaran. Given Scott's situation, Rexxar was not surprised by his presence in this area. It was impossible for Scott to appear in person at Ambermill. He could only remain hidden in some concealed location nearby. And the answer to such a question was becoming increasingly clear. Now that winter had arrived, the weather had turned cold, yet in the diverse climates of Azeroth. Even in the silver pine forest, the trees, though somewhat barren and devoid of the vigorous foliage of spring and summer, were not entirely stripped of their leaves. The extraordinary trees of this world were far from ordinary. In Rexxar's previous life, they would have been unable to thrive. Due to the game's nature, each map and landscape of Azeroth was breathtakingly beautiful. From the desolate, scorched lands of the Barrens to the lush grasslands of Mulgore and the icy expanse of Dun Morrow to the endless forests of Elwyn. Each region possessed its unique charm, captivating players. While immersed in the game, one might not notice the dissonance, but in the reality of the world, one would discover an intriguing phenomenon: a barren landscape juxtaposed with verdant land, an icy realm neighboring a warm one, all contributing to the enchanting scenery of Azeroth. Rex never delved into the discordance, for it was fundamentally incomprehensible. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, the extraordinary realm was beyond his understanding. In the mundane world, the trees naturally succumbed to a withering yellow, yet this was a different matter entirely, akin to the perpetual winter of Darnassus. Leading the way were two 8th-tier warriors, wielding formidable axes, expertly clearing a path for Rex and his companions. One advantage of this extraordinary world was the expediency with which paths were forged. The axes, imbued with suppressed rage, could sever even the stoutest tree trunks with ease, swiftly creating a thoroughfare for Rex and his group. Holding a map, Rex meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain, endeavoring to ascertain their proximity to their destination. The map, painstakingly prepared by Scott, was detailed to ensure that Rex and his companions would not falter in their quest. It required minimal effort to navigate. Merely following its guidance would suffice. "How much longer until we arrive?" inquired Arthas, standing beside Rex, his expression devoid of emotion. At present, Arthas resembled a lifeless visage, his face betraying no feelings. His eyes tranquil, showing no signs of agitation despite their perilous trek to the rear mountains. This demeanor garnered Rex's admiration. He had anticipated a display of anxiety from Arthas, yet he remained remarkably composed. "It is not far now. At our current pace, we shall reach our destination in approximately 10 minutes. Rex assessed the distance, gesturing towards the map to indicate their current position as well as their intended location. Indeed, Arthas nodded, quickening his pace, revealing that beneath his calm exterior lay a sense of urgency. The entire party was enveloped in a palpable silence. None were in high spirits. Rex felt ensnared by a plot, while Arthas grappled with the distress of his beloved being abducted. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and no one dared to speak, creating an eerie stillness. The only sounds that pierced the silence were the rhythmic chops of the two warriors ahead, as they wielded their weapons to sever the outstretched branches. "We have arrived. This is the place," Rex finally spoke, gazing at the small clearing that had been carved out by human hands. This matter requires no reminder from Rex. The open space before them is undeniably suspicious. However, none of them noticed the fleeting look of embarrassment in Rex's eyes as he spoke moments ago. This area is familiar to Rex. It was not Scott who cleared it, but rather his own people. Rex had ventured into this mountainous region only once, during his transaction with Kale that's regarding the mysterious tower. This location unmistakably marks the site of that experiment with the tower. Initially, Rex did not recognize it on the map, as he had merely wandered aimlessly through the mountains without deliberately choosing a spot, so he had not committed its location to memory, and Kale that's likely did the same. Yet, upon spotting the distant scar of a damaged tree, Rex was able to discern the truth. It is reasonable to believe that not only did Rex recognize it, but Kale that's did as well. The damaged tree is a landmark, too conspicuous to overlook. Although the few individuals present would typically probe further into such anomalies, at this moment, none seemed inclined to do so. "Scott is not here." Arthas scanned the area, finding no trace of anyone. His face clouded with concern as he spoke in a low voice. "No, he is here," Uther replied, his previously chaotic gaze sharpening as it fixed intently on a specific point ahead. In a resounding tone, he called out, "Show yourself. I have already seen you." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Uther's statement prompted surprise from both Rex and Arthas, their eyes darting forward in search of their target. However, Rex felt a pang of disappointment as the scene before him appeared entirely vacant. Yet, he did not doubt the veracity of Uther's words. At Uther's level of mastery, he would not utter falsehoods. What exists is real, and what does not, simply does not. There is no room for ambiguity. Failing to perceive what is present reflects only on his own lack of capability. If it is certain that someone is present yet remains unseen, the only plausible explanation is invisibility. Even if Scott is not a rogue, the ability to become invisible is hardly unusual in the world of Azeroth, where myriad magical items abound. Some magical artifacts and potions can replicate the powers of various professions, making such occurrences far from rare. The current situation led Rex to suspect that Scott had employed an invisibility potion. A flurry of thoughts raced through Rex's mind, inspired by Uther's brief remarks, conjuring countless possibilities. Although the events that transpired seemed to stretch on for an eternity, in reality, they lasted merely a few fleeting seconds. In the clearing before Rex, several beams of light began to warp, and amidst the formerly clear view of the earth, a figure emerged. As the shimmering distortion settled, the silhouette became distinct, revealing a fearsome orc before Rex and his companions. This towering creature, bare from the waist up, bore numerous scars crisscrossing its body, while its green skin exuded an eerie shade of dark green. The orc's lower half was clad in tattered shorts, stained and evidently neglected for years. Grasped in its hands was an axe disproportionately large for its frame, emanating a fierce aura that instilled a sense of formidable power in Rex. This is Scott. Rex would never mistake him. Even though the figure before him has grown more imposing compared to 2 years ago, his strength has undoubtedly intensified. Yet, the moment Rex laid eyes upon the orc, he recognized him without hesitation. The malevolent aura emanating from Scott, far from diminishing over the past 2 years, has only intensified, becoming even more fearsome. "Where's Jaina?" Arthas inquired solemnly, gazing intently at the orc before him. In this moment, while others clamored for attention, Rex remained silent. Standing quietly to the side, Scott's gaze swept over Rex and his companions, and upon noticing Rex, his eyes instinctively narrowed, ultimately focusing intently on Rex. While he completely disregarded Arthas, this neglect ignited a fire of fury within Arthas. Maintaining his composure despite the simmering rage, he erupted, bellowing at Scott, "Where is Jaina?" His golden locks trembled and flared, exuding a lion-like ferocity. The moniker of Golden Lion aptly suited Arthas's current demeanor. Scott's attention shifted from Rex to Arthas, momentarily locking eyes with him before diverting his gaze once more. A raspy voice emerged from Scott's lips, addressing the crowd. "Do you wish to know Jaina's whereabouts?" "It's simple, defeat me." His hoarse voice echoed through the mountains, his eyes gleaming with an alluring intensity, compelling those around him. "Reveal Jaina's location, or perish." Dalen Proudmoore interjected, his tone as straightforward as a conclusion. Facing the menacing orc, Dalen did not conceal his animosity towards the creature. As a veteran of the Second War, he was no stranger to orcs, viewing these green-skinned brutes as nothing more than bloodthirsty monsters devoid of humanity. The orcs, having consumed demonic blood, had forsaken all virtues expected of an intelligent race, becoming emotionless, merciless killing machines. In Dalen's eyes, all orcs deserved death, especially this one that had abducted his daughter, striking a nerve deep within him. Had it not been for his concern for Jaina's safety, Dalen would have already struck down the loathsome orc before him. "Do not threaten me with death. I have no intention of leaving today," Scott replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face, revealing a terrifying aspect. His voice, hoarse like that of an elder, betrayed no fear of mortality. This was a flaw of the world of Azeroth. Too many who feared not death, valuing the honor of a warrior above all, preferring to die rather than endure humiliation. "I have stated before, to learn about Jaina's fate, you must defeat me. Not only will you discover if she lives, but you will also have the means to find her." "How can you prove the veracity of your claims?" Rex inquired. "You have no choice. Defeat me or join Jaina and me in the grave." Scott's menacing words echoed ominously. Rex scrutinized Scott, sensing something amiss. This was not the same Scott he knew, a martial enthusiast. Why did he appear so eager for confrontation? Furthermore, Scott's voice had undergone a significant change. The last time Rex encountered him, his voice was robust and resonant, but now it seemed feeble, as though he were drained of vitality. Even though his hoarse voice reverberated around the assembly, Rex could discern the underlying frailty. "Make your move, Rex." "I shall step forward," Arthas proclaimed, advancing a few paces. Although Scott did not explicitly state it, it was evident to everyone present that Uther and the other heroes could not intervene. This was clear to all. Drawing forth his weapon from his spatial ring, a warhammer named after his father, Arthas gripped it tightly and continued to approach, his aura intensifying with each step. As Arthas approached, a cruel glimmer flickered in Scott's eyes. Shifting his gaze from Rex to Arthas, he declared, "Your presence is welcome. Let me first offer you as a sacrifice." A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an enchanting fragrance that captivated the senses. Delicate green leaves peeked shyly from among the pear blossoms, their white and green hues beautifully complementing one another. Sunlight flowed languorously through the forest, entwining each red spruce as if they were adorned with the flowing ribbons of a celestial maiden. The towering trees and vines intertwined, resembling an intricate net or the dark green depths of the ocean. In the clearing, Arthas advanced step by step, while Rex's expression remained inscrutable, neither sorrowful nor joyful. He felt no surprise at Arthas's actions. It was only natural for him to act at this moment. Few were deemed worthy to intervene, with only Arthas and Rex qualifying. The others were either too weak or had ascended to the heroic echelon, rendering them incapable. Rex himself would not intervene. He had long outgrown the need to seek the spotlight, understanding that such pursuits bore no benefits and could invite resentment. Arthas, consumed by fury, felt his momentum build with each step until, when he reached within 5 meters of Scott, his power peaked. The surging holy light radiated from within him, akin to a bulb illuminating the night. Even in broad daylight, the brilliance emanating from Arthas was not to be underestimated. Rex's gaze was grave. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to assess Arthas's strength. Since the day Arthas received the Paladin's blessing, Rex had regarded him as a rival in their unspoken competition. On the continent of Lordaeron, whether in prowess or reputation, Arthas consistently overshadowed Rex. While Rex accepted his inferiority in terms of renown, he did not concede that Arthas surpassed him in power. Despite Arthas currently being in the late stages of the 9th tier, a notch above Rex's level, Rex possessed his own advantages through the extraordinary strength granted by his tome of power. As he scrutinized the purity of Arthas's holy light, Rex discerned a stark difference. Arthas's light was far more unblemished, devoid of any impurities. That resplendent holy radiance had the potential to purify all darkness in the world. A realization that struck Rex upon witnessing Arthas's light. Arthas, cherished by Uther and regarded with pride, was not without reason for such admiration. The Paladin's vocation, founded upon faith in the holy light, demanded strict adherence to virtues and loyalty to that light, resulting in a purer manifestation of its essence. In contrast, Rex's own holy power lacked such purity. Having traversed from a modern world that revered technology over deities, he viewed the holy light merely as a source of power rather than a belief system. This fundamental disparity created a chasm between their perspectives, not insurmountable, but significant. Thus, Rex's actions did not align with those of a traditional paladin. He did not consistently adhere to the tenets expected of one. Fortunately, the holy light he wielded was not a gift from the gods that could be retracted upon disbelief, but rather a product of his own arduous trainings, allowing him to retain his strength without the collapse of his faith. Even with the memories of his original body, his experiences in this new world shaped a distinct and independent persona, unable to fully embrace the medieval knightly ideals. Faith in the holy light is a matter of belief. One can deceive others with lies or perform for an audience, yet one cannot deceive one's own heart, even if such a person exists. Rex was certainly not one of them. Thus, witnessing Arthas's pure holy light stirred a sense of envy within him, as he realized he would never reach such heights. His thoughts were convoluted, far too diverse to achieve Arthas's singular purity. The battle between Arthas and Scott was a fierce contest, a clash of close combat professions, one a paladin and the other a warrior, without the presence of spellcasters that might render the conflict dull. It was a lively exchange, a true back and forth. Rex deemed battles involving spellcasters and melee fighters tedious. A spellcaster's greatest fear is being engaged in close quarters, leading to a focus on maintaining distance rather than engaging directly. Initially, Rex anticipated that Arthas's overwhelming power would swiftly conclude the encounter, expecting Scott to be effortlessly dispatched. However, reality defied his expectations. Scott and Arthas were evenly matched. Rex was acutely aware of Scott's strength 2 years prior, at the early stages of the 9th tier, comparable to Rex's own initial breakthrough. Over those 2 years, Rex had made remarkable strides in his own power, no longer considering Scott a formidable opponent. His greatest desire was to confront Scott once again and decisively defeat him. Yet, in that brief span, Scott's strength had inexplicably surged, reaching an astonishing level at the late stages of the 9th tier. While Rex did not believe he would falter against Scott, he acknowledged him as a formidable adversary. The rapidity of Scott's ascension was astonishing, bordering on the impossible. Rex's own advancement was greatly aided by the Warcraft system, which had granted him extraordinary abilities through the continuous use of the Tome of Power and other artifacts, culminating in his current strength. Scott is not a prodigy like Arthas. His extraordinary prowess is rather unusual. Since Scott's emergence, Rex has sensed an air of deceit surrounding him. Observing the unstoppable Arthas, whose hair and beard radiate with golden holy light, resembling a deity incarnate, Scott finds himself retreating step by step, frantically attempting to defend himself. It appears he is on the brink of defeat, utterly lacking the strength to retaliate. As time passes, failure is inevitable, and a foreboding feeling stirs within Rex. For he realizes that Arthas may very well falter. No, it is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. If Arthas lacks a hidden ace, defeat is assured. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Rex sighs inwardly. Today, the editor unexpectedly approached him, suggesting a comforting arrangement for publication, which made Rex, who believed he could strongly push for a release, tremble internally. He declined this comforting proposal, deciding to summarize his work today and conclude this volume by tomorrow, paving the way for the next. Currently, he feels no desire to write and seeks to clear his mind. He implores for support in collecting favorites, rolling on the ground in desperation, urging his brothers and sisters to lend their support. Without it, the fate of his book may be doomed. He promises to work diligently on updates, ensuring he does not repeat the erratic schedule of recent days. Originally, he had planned to deliver 4 updates each day during the final 3 days of the week. Now, he intends to persist, with the exception of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when he will take a break. For the sake of gaining more favorites, he is determined to give his all. His brothers and sisters, please support him further by clicking on his book and favoring it. This costs nothing, even if you do not read it. He kindly asks for assistance. The demon, Scott, has transformed into a fiend. The scent of sulfur wafts through the air as small, scale-like formations, reminiscent of fish scales, begin to coat his skin, enhancing his ferocity. A murderous intent fills the hearts of all present. Demons are universally reviled enemies. Were it not for respect towards Jaina, Uther would have charged at Scott. Arthas has been defeated, an outcome that surprises even the usually composed Uther and his companions. Although Scott's strength is commendable, he pales in comparison to Arthas, whose advanced prowess is evident. The certainty of victory has turned into an unexpected loss, causing Arthas to retreat a few steps in humiliation, his eyes brimming with resentment. Without uttering a word, he coldly withdraws. Arthas is not without grace. Defeat is defeat. To roar in the face of loss is the behavior of a jester. Scott does not pursue the retreating Arthas, allowing him to withdraw. The two appear to engage in a friendly exchange, akin to longtime allies, yet this is mere pretense. Had circumstances permitted, Scott would have swiftly ended Arthas' life. But he refrains, not out of choice but necessity. Uther and the other heroes are not mere spectators. He can tolerate Arthas' defeat, but he will not stand for his death. Beholding Scott's blood-red eyes, where pupils have been replaced by crimson, his once humanoid form now covered in dark scales, an unpleasant sulphurous odor emanates from him, saturating the air and reaching Rex and his companions' nostrils. The demon, before him, Scott has become a half-demon, no longer a pure orc. Originally, orcs possess a brown complexion, yet after consuming demon blood, he has turned green. Now, Scott has advanced further, completely shedding the characteristics of an orc. Were it not for the knowledge of his origins, Rex would undoubtedly believe Scott to be a demon. Onward, Rex. A pair of eyes fixated intently on Rex as Scott's presence reached a crescendo. A subtle yet palpable aura of intimidation emanated from Scott, under which Rex felt a surge of combat instinct. The holy light within him was instinctively suppressed. This was the manifestation of soul pressure, a hallmark unique to those of the hero tier, often referred to as heroic pressure. The presence of this soul pressure serves as the definitive measure of a hero's strength. Each hero, shaped by their individual characteristics, exudes a distinctive aura, melding with their soul to create this formidable pressure. While the effects vary among individuals, it is undeniable that its lethality towards those beneath the hero tier is profound. The disparity between a hero and a 9th tier is not merely one of strength, but signifies a qualitative transformation. Under this soul pressure, a 9th tier adversary stands at a disadvantage, their innate capabilities suppressed. with the degree of suppression varying based on personal will or other factors. For those of lower tiers, the impact is immediate and debilitating, stripping them of their combat abilities. However, this soul pressure, while potent against singular targets, diminishes in efficacy when expanded to broader ranges. It favors one-on-one confrontations rather than chaotic skirmishes. Historically, instances of successful challenges against hero-tier warriors are rare, often achieved only by those wielding artifacts. In the absence of such advantages, 9th-tier challengers have little hope against a hero-tier opponent. Sensing the pressure radiating from Scott, Rex realized that the holy light within him had dwindled, no longer flowing freely. Faced with Scott's provocation, Rex knew he could not retreat like a timid turtle. The notion of revenge delayed for a decade was not a custom of this world. If he allowed Scott's prowess to intimidate him, he would risk losing the hard-earned reputation he had built. Fortunately, Scott had not truly ascended to the hero tier. He merely grazed the edges of that realm, possessing unstable soul pressure that fluctuated between strength and weakness. As long as Scott remained below true hero status, Rex retained a fighting chance, for he had been lauded by Rachel as the foremost among those beneath the hero tier. Where, then, do the demons and Jinnar reside? Rex spoke. Demon, a tone of mockery escaping Scott's lips as he gazed at Rex. Scott's eyes, now tinged with a more sinister crimson, resembled those possessed by a bloodthirsty madness, yet his demeanor betrayed not a hint of turmoil. He remained impeccably composed. Surrender, Janna, and I promise to let you leave. Rex continued earnestly. Stop with the nonsense. My situation is all too clear. If you wish to prolong this, then let Janna accompany me in death, Scott replied coldly. Upon hearing Scott's words, Rex could feel several piercing gazes upon him without even turning around. Gripping his heavy sword tightly, Rex realized that his attempts to delay had been thoroughly discerned by Scott. The transformation into this demonic form left Scott replete with discord and vulnerabilities. Yet he managed to maintain this monstrous guise at the cost of his own vitality. Such a demonic form cannot endure for an extended duration. Once Scott's vitality is nearly depleted, he will revert from his demonic transformation. Without this metamorphosis, Scott, who was on the verge of ascending to hero status, will regress to the mid-level of the 9th tier. Considering the toll of battling Arthas, Scott, in any regard, cannot be deemed a match for Rex. Rex's solemn inquiries serve the purpose of buying time. How much vitality can Scott afford to lose? Under the pressure of Scott's words, Rex has no choice but to engage in combat, a duel where death is not a possibility. Rex feels little strain, yet he remains perplexed by Scott's intentions, as he resorts to the perilous tactic of sacrificing his own vitality for triumph. One's vitality is a finite resource. Even for high elves, such reckless expenditure is ill-advised, let alone for orcs and humans, whose lifespans are comparably brief, around a century. Regarding today's schedule, following this chapter's update, there will be another installment at midnight. This constitutes the 3rd update. Originally, the 4th update was planned for early tomorrow morning, but considering it is Saturday, and 6 o'clock is too early for many to read, it has been postponed to 8 o'clock. It must be acknowledged that the disparity between Rex and Scott is significant. Relying solely on Rex's innate strength pales in comparison to the formidable Scott, who is transformed into a demon. The principle of overpowering finesse holds true only when the gap between the two parties is not insurmountable, should there be a vast difference in strength. Even Rex's might would prove futile. In his demonic state, Scott is perilously close to hero status. This is the world of Azeroth, not a fictional realm where challenging higher tiers is commonplace. To achieve such feats, one inevitably requires divine weaponry. Yet, is the great sword in Rex's grasp truly an artifact? Clearly, it is not. It merely possesses a certain heft. Other than that, it cannot even be deemed sharp. Relying on a heavy sword to triumph over the current Scott is rather impractical. Rex's formidable strength may only enable him to vanquish those weaker than himself or of equal rank. In a confrontation with a powerful adversary like the late-stage 9th rank Arthas, the overwhelming prowess of Scott, who has begun to coalesce his own soul pressure, becomes evident, as Rex's body erupted with a force akin to dynamite shattering mountains. His muscles surged, and he swung the heavy sword high, producing a sound reminiscent of a powerful bowstring snapping. The explosive noise of his strike reverberated through the air, accompanied by a continuous hum. Each heavy step Rex took left profound imprints upon the barren ground, and as he trod upon the desiccated branches, they splintered with a sharp crack. Despite possessing immense brute strength, he appeared merely as a reckless brawler. Scott observed Rex's assault with his otherworldly crimson eyes, which flickered with an enigmatic excitement. As words fell from Scott's lips, he swiftly traversed the 10-meter distance, appearing before Rex in an instant. The great axe in his hand was not raised high for the familiar technique known as force-splitting Mount Hua. Instead, he wielded it horizontally. Though the name force-splitting Mount Hua is melodious, the move itself is quite ordinary and frequently encountered. This technique merely involves raising the axe above one's head. A maneuver applicable to any dual-wielded weapon, such as a two-handed sword or hammer, albeit not referred to as force-splitting Mount Hua. Mount Hua is but a relic of a past life, and the name of the technique belongs to that same bygone era. The axe moved with an eerie grace, devoid of any wind pressure, starkly contrasting with the heavy sword that Rex wielded, which cleaved through the air with a deafening roar. What? How swift! Rex was momentarily dazzled as Scott appeared before him. Unlike the earlier tentative exchanges, the two truly unleashed their capabilities this time. Scott's speed, which had already astonished Rex, now left him utterly astounded. The great axe swept through the air with an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Had Rex not seen it with his own eyes, he would have been oblivious to the existence of this lethal weapon capable of cleaving him in two. There was no prior warning, and more strikingly, Scott bore no intent to kill. Rex's keen intuition, which he relied upon so heavily, was rendered ineffective. Every formidable warrior depends on their instincts, for they have accompanied them from the very beginning, aiding them time and again in recognizing threats and evading peril. Thus, over time, they develop an emotional reliance on this sixth sense. However, this time was different. The inability to anticipate Scott's moves made Rex question his once infallible intuition for the first time. Yet, this was not the moment for doubt. With a swift shake of his hands, Rex raised his heavy sword before him, utilizing it as a shield. Had he employed any other weapon, Rex would have struggled to accomplish this feat. The heavy sword, akin to a broad shield, benefited from materials that enhanced its weight, specifically Titan iron, a rare substance known for crafting divine artifacts. Rex had not been fortunate enough to acquire it, and even if he had, he would not have employed it in this heavy sword. Thus, its weight was substantial, its iron content significant, resulting in a form reminiscent of a broad panel, capable of serving as an effective barrier. When the sharp clang of metal reverberated through the air, even in the midst of a hasty maneuver to intercept, Rex's strength prevailed, successfully blocking the axe's strike. However, there was no joy in his victory. A smile lingered on Scott's face, clearly indicating his indifference to Rex's ability to withstand his assault. The axe swung again, descending with remarkable swiftness, forcing Rex to engage in constant defense. The persistent clattering of metal resonated as Rex found himself on the back foot, subdued by Scott's relentless onslaught, with no opportunity to counterattack. A chill spread across Rex's face as he realized he was being toyed with. Scott's explosive speed rendered him nearly invincible, and every clash of their weapons concluded with Scott remaining unscathed, an unimaginable scenario. It was evident that despite Rex's formidable strength, which should have given him the upper hand even against an opponent stronger than himself, Scott's rapid assault left him at a disadvantage. Even if Rex unleashed a third of his power, it should have had an impact, yet Scott's attack speed was akin to the wind, swift and unyielding. This was where Scott's intelligence lay. Each of his attacks was a feint, elaborate, yet ultimately hollow. By discerning Rex's capability to defend, Scott would withdraw much of his force, resulting in mere glancing blows that allowed him to seamlessly transition into further assaults. For Rex, encountering an opponent like Scott, who relied on speed, was particularly troubling. Strength-based fighters typically preferred to face others of their ilk. Seizing a moment during their weapon clash, Rex swiftly tore open a scroll from his cloak. He had come to realize that Scott's full-throttle speed far surpassed his own, and the current skirmish felt less like an even matchup and more like a game at his expense. This infuriated Rex. The orc was becoming a nuisance, calling him to this desolate wilderness only to mock him, secure in the knowledge that a powerful hero was nearby to ensure his safety. In a fit of anger, Rex tore the beast scroll he had prepared, a relic he had hesitated to use due to its precious nature. As he ripped the scroll, a warm surge began to flow within him, as the sacred light, previously suppressed by the weight of his soul, began to rise. This was the first time Rex had utilized the beast scroll, and he had never dared to exploit its benefits before. He held no doubt regarding the scroll's abilities, thus felt no need for experimentation. The exhilarating rush of power surged through Rex once more, a sensation of comfort that led him to believe that an increase in strength was the most exhilarating experience in the world. he intended to surpass all else. The augmentation provided by the beast scroll remained imperceptible on the surface, a deliberate concealment by Rex. Having grown accustomed to Rex's speed, Scott failed to notice the surge in Rex's power. The enhancement from the scroll was comprehensive, affecting strength, speed, and sacred light, various elements converging to form one singular concept: strength. The beast scroll Rex employed was of the highest caliber, offering the greatest benefits. He feigned weakness, clumsily blocking attacks with his left hand while displaying a hint of anxiety on his face. Acting came easily to Rex. Managing his emotions was second nature. This strategy aimed to provoke Scott's contempt, leading to a significant counteroffensive. However, executing such a strategy was far from simple, as discerning a person's true strength is often straightforward, especially when a considerable gap exists between opponents. Attempting to conceal one's prowess in such circumstances is nearly impossible. Therefore, while the strategy was simple, its implementation was fraught with difficulty. Yet with the beast scroll, Rex found the confidence to proceed with his plan. Rex's demeanor successfully incited Scott's underestimation. Scott's rapid movements became apparent as he darted from east to north, continuously attacking from the side. His earlier silence replaced by a hoarse taunt that echoed in Rex's ears: "Surrender. You are no match for me." It can be said that Scott's words, when it comes to pure combat, pose no issue to anyone who hears them. However, the confrontation between Rex and Scott transcends mere sparring. It is evidently a matter of life and death between them. Scott's current tone is rather unbecoming. Rex, mystified by the situation, reflects on how he had been lured from Gilneas to Dalaran only to engage in battle with Scott, all for the sake of eliciting a concession from him. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, Rex might have retorted to Scott with a question regarding his sanity. While Rex remains silent, Scott continues to speak incessantly. "The taste of suppression is unpleasant, isn't it? I remember vividly the battle from 2 years ago. Today, I shall let you experience it." Observing Scott's transformation from a taciturn figure to a loquacious one, Rex refrains from uttering a word, meticulously searching for an opportunity to retaliate. It becomes apparent to Rex that Scott harbors a deep-seated resentment regarding their encounter 2 years prior. Much like Rex himself, who yearns to avenge his previous defeat, Scott too seeks to rectify the humiliation he endured. After 2 years of suppression, Scott, now possessing the upper hand in strength, has allowed himself to become somewhat arrogant, yet there seem to be other motivations at play, for Scott would not behave so otherwise. "I, Scott, a battle-hardened warrior, have fought countless times from the first war to the second. Accepting defeat to others is one thing, but to lose to you, a mere novice, 2 years ago, is intolerable. The very thought of your clumsy fighting experience haunts me daily, preventing any semblance of peace." As Scott's fury intensifies, his techniques grow increasingly ferocious. This situation brought great joy to Rex, as he finally found the courage to speak. "2 years ago, I defeated you, and 2 years later, you shall still face defeat. Simply on account of your own folly." Scott, in a fit of rage, retorted with a mocking laughter. "On what grounds?" Rex, seizing upon the slightest crack in Scott's furious facade, felt a spark of determination in his gaze. Gripping his heavy sword tightly, he unleashed the full force of divine light within him. The amplification of the beast scroll manifested for the first time, unrestrained. The power of the scroll exponentially increased Rex's strength. However, it was not merely the divine light within Rex that surged, but rather an unfamiliar force that dwelled within him, one that could substitute for the divine light and seamlessly merge with it, indistinguishable from the original. Rex surmised that this force could coexist with both rage and magical power, thereby enhancing his strength without triggering any adverse consequences. This was the terrifying nature of the beast scroll. The heavy sword screamed through the air, imbued with immense power, as it crashed down from the heavens. The speed with which Rex wielded the sword had doubled from his previous pace. It was a tremendous outburst of energy. Yet, compared to Scott, there remained a notable gap in speed. Had Rex unleashed this power immediately upon activating the beast scroll, Scott would have easily evaded the attack. However, at this moment, Rex chose to strike when Scott revealed a weakness, resulting in a vastly different effect. For those who rely on strength versus those who rely on speed, it is customary for a strength-based fighter to seize an opportunity and decisively dictate the outcome with a single blow. Scott himself was sent reeling backward from Rex's strike, his palms bruised and his weapon clattering to the ground. Although he appeared to have sustained little damage, the disparity in their power was unmistakable. Rex did not pursue further, but instead addressed Scott, inquiring, "Speak. What is your true purpose this time? What conspiracy lies behind the abduction of Gianna, drawing everyone here? Seek death." A gentle breeze whispers through the forest, causing the sea of trees to sway in response, nodding and bowing to the caress of the wind. In the clearing on the mountains of Dalaran, Scott has lost all desire to continue the battle. His once blood-red, sinister eyes have returned to normalcy, and the scales that adorned his upper body, which resembled a dense layer of fish scales, have vanished. Scott has relinquished his demonic form, transforming back into his original self. However, it is precisely because he has exited this demonic state that the severity of his condition becomes evident. While in his demonic guise, the true nature of his plight was obscured. One could hardly perceive the toll of his vitality being consumed. Now, it is apparent that Scott has aged decades in an instant, his once smooth and elastic skin now wrinkled and devoid of luster. The transformation is drastic. His back has hunched, no longer capable of standing tall as before. The newly revealed Scott stands there like an unsheathed sword, exuding a sharpness that is undeniable. Most crucially, Scott's vitality has plummeted significantly. He has fallen from the 9th tier to the 8th, a decline that fails to capture the attention of onlookers. What truly concerns them is the state of his life force, which can be described as hanging by a thread. It is undeniable why some may say a person has one foot in the grave. This notion stems from the palpable aura of death surrounding him. Scott is engulfed in despair, devoid of any spark of life, and his demise appears imminent, unless the Titans descend to save him. The image of Scott in such a wretched state, combined with his apparent yearning for death, leaves no room for doubt regarding his intentions. His actions are a testament to his desire for an end. Rex was taken aback by Scott's unexpected response. The world is indeed filled with wonders, including those who seek their own demise. Resisting the urge to inquire further, Rex pressed on. "Where is Gianna?" It was time to investigate her whereabouts, and Rex could not afford to show indifference to her fate. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits. Without hesitation, Scott answered Rex's question, sitting cross-legged on the ground and abandoning all resistance. "Where is Kel'Thuzad?" This time, it was Dalaran Proudmoore who spoke up, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. There is no denying that Kel'Thuzad's reputation has long been tarnished. However, the current Kel'Thuzad remains a man of virtue. Even though he has been expelled from Dalaran, it was merely due to ideological differences and divergent approaches to magical research. The fact that Dalaran refrained from taking action against him speaks volumes. Once a distinguished member of the Kirin Tor, Kel'Thuzad's reputation was rather commendable, and he had shared a mentorship with Jaina. The notion that Kel'Thuzad would turn against Jaina raised doubts not only in Dalaran Proudmoore's mind, but even caused Uther to furrow his brow. Yet, Rexxar placed his trust in him. Who, after all, is Kel'Thuzad? Rex understood all too well that Kel'Thuzad, now allied with the Lich King, had completely abandoned any semblance of honor. It was not merely a matter of being a mentor to Jaina. Even Antonidas would not escape his wrath. The line between good and evil was perilously thin, akin to Wang Jingwei during the Republican era, once a celebrated hero, the embodiment of love and justice, who ultimately betrayed his country and became a collaborator. However, Dalaran Proudmoore, despite harboring a trace of disbelief, was not foolish enough to directly challenge Scott, opting instead to align his words with Scott's narrative. "He is in Stratholme, and when the time comes, you need only present my corpse to exchange for Jaina," Scott declared nonchalantly, preempting any inquiries from the others. "You seek death to transform into an undead," Rex suddenly comprehended, realizing that Scott, seemingly foolishly courting demise, was engaging in actions no sane person would undertake. The underlying plot was evident. In the world of Azeroth, one could live multiple lives, one in life, and another upon resurrection as an undead. Even the future queen would be unparalleled. Even in death, she could return. In this extraordinary realm, death was not the end, but rather a new beginning. The queen's legacy during her lifetime was formidable, yet her posthumous achievements surpassed them all. As the undead emerged, the chill in the air intensified, for the greatest adversary of paladins was, of course, the dark undead, an inherent nemesis. For the first time, a murderous intent flickered in Uther's gaze. "Rex, you are indeed astute. It is no wonder I have fallen to you once more," Scott remarked, astonished at Rex's ability to deduce so much from scanned information, a hint of disbelief in his tone. He continued, "Your understanding is not far from the truth. But my primary role is to serve as experimental material for Kel'Thuzad. Scott exhibited no concern for Kel'Thuzad's stance, casually discarding him in conversation. The matter of transforming into undead was no longer a concern for the human race. With Scott's indiscreet revelations, Uther would undoubtedly pursue the matter upon their return, and Kel'Thuzad's fate would be grim. Rex found it hard to believe that Scott lacked ulterior motives. It appeared Scott held a rather unfavorable view of Kel'Thuzad. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" "My life force is waning. I cannot endure much longer," Scott urged, gazing at the now tranquil group. "Are you truly content to be mere experimental material for others?" Rex gazed at the magnanimous Scott, feeling an unsettling strangeness, for he had never encountered such a genial adversary. It was not without cause. The battle 2 years prior had been a source of profound shame for him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had transformed into a half-demon, the corrupting essence of demonic power proving overwhelmingly potent. He could feel his time drawing short, and his greatest desire was to confront Scott in combat. Yet, Scott had remained ensconced in Gilneas, leading Rex to strike a deal with Kel'Thuzad. Observing Scott's unpretentious nature, Rex sincerely regretted his inquiry. "Must you speak so candidly?" he thought, noting Arthas's peculiar gaze. Such unrestrained generosity was difficult to endure. The sky blushed like a drunken maiden, accentuating the encroaching twilight as a chill breeze swept through, gradually unfolding the poignant beauty of the scene. Creek. The Wall of Gilneas, symbolizing the essence of this realm, gradually opened, allowing Rex to enter upon his steed, signifying the conclusive end of the incident involving the abduction of Jaina. Utilizing the corpse of Scott as leverage, Jaina was secured without any unforeseen complications arising. In the eyes of Kel'Thuzad, Scott's lifeless form held far greater value than Jaina, thus facilitating the effortless rescue of Arthas's little pawn. Rex could only describe this venture as a tale of beginnings and abrupt conclusions. As he traversed the boundaries of Gilneas, an image unfolded in his mind. A grand conspiracy orchestrated by Scott, utilizing Jaina as a pawn in a magnificent scheme directed against humanity. However, upon uncovering the truth, Rex could only lament his overactive imagination. From start to finish, this was merely an action with a promising beginning that fizzled out. Scott's primary intention was to engage Rex in a battle, an astonishing reality that indeed transpired. The information gleaned from Scott, coupled with Rex's own deductions, traced the origins of this conflict back to a battle 2 years prior, where Scott suffered an inexplicable defeat, leaving him with a bitter sense of injustice. In a moment of impulsivity, he willingly transformed into a half-demon to augment his strength, intending to reclaim his honor during the Orc uprising. However, amidst the main forces, he awaited Rex in vain, as Rex had only participated in the defense of Southsea Town. Ultimately, when the rebellion was quashed and Scott, sensing his days were numbered, encountered Kel'Thuzad, a mutual desire emerged, one to strike, the other to endure, leading to a conspiracy aimed at luring Rex out of Gilneas. As a half-demon, Scott's altered physique piqued Kel'Thuzad's interest. Transforming ordinary beings into undead was a field Kel'Thuzad had explored with some success, yet he was relatively unfamiliar with demon transformations. The appearance of the semi-finished Scott before him ignited Kel'Thuzad's curiosity. At that moment, Scott was contemplating how to draw Rex from Gilneas. In this world, Rex had adopted a reclusive lifestyle, having not ventured beyond its borders since his return. Kel'Thuzad's presence offered Scott an opportunity, given his dwindling lifespan as a half-demon. Scott proposed a transaction, utilizing himself as a bargaining chip to entice Kel'Thuzad into action, thus establishing an agreement to draw Rex out of Gilneas. Thus unfolded a series of subsequent developments. Jaina, a formidable mage of mid-9th tier, accompanied by her guard, found herself ensnared in the heart of the Alliance, a truly astonishing predicament. Such an occurrence could only be orchestrated by a hero-tier powerhouse. However, the heroes of the alien races were under strict surveillance, each monitored closely, ready to react at the slightest hint of disturbance, akin to nuclear weapons in their capacity to instill fear. Given Kel'Thuzad's own prowess, the abduction of Jaina would have been impossible even with the assistance of Arthas. Although Jaina might not have been able to defeat him, she could have easily escaped. Yet, it was unlikely that the cunning Kel'Thuzad would act impulsively to seize Jaina. Instead, he first approached Jaina, adeptly infiltrating her entourage. Despite Jaina's reservations regarding Kel'Thuzad's research tendencies in Dalaran, she did not drive him away upon his appearance. Once he mingled within the group, the situation became straightforward. Kel'Thuzad launched a surprise attack on Jaina, coordinating with Arthas to successfully capture her and her guards, leaving no one to flee. Following this, Kel'Thuzad transported Jaina to Stradholme, while Arthas began to send letters to Rexxar and others as per their plan. In Rexxar's mind, the fragments of information coalesced into a complete narrative. After Arthas's demise, Rexxar and his companions ventured to Stradholme, effortlessly rescuing Jaina from Kel'Thuzad's clutches. Remarkably, Jaina had not endured any maltreatment. She was well-fed and comfortably housed in Stradholme, her only limitation being her restricted movements. It must be noted that practitioners of dark powers and those inclined towards such studies were often marginalized. Professions like rogues played significant roles, whether in intelligence gathering or assassination. Yet their social standing remained low, often regarded with disdain. Warlocks and rogues, the two archetypes, typically operated in solitude. In stark contrast, paladins were surrounded by throngs, highlighting a striking disparity. This was not due to a lack of desire for camaraderie among warlocks and rogues, but rather the nature of their professions, which led to their alienation. Over time, even the most amiable individuals, barring those exceptional carefree comic characters, would find their temperaments growing increasingly peculiar, leading to a vicious cycle of isolation. Paladins, being radiant figures, attracted companionship from all quarters. Kel'Thuzad's reputation had now plummeted. Following these events, Uther had begun to take notice of him. As Rexxar departed, Uther had already initiated a search for Kel'Thuzad, a mage deeply entrenched in the study of dark powers, which instinctively unsettled Uther. The recent kidnapping incident involving Jaina has significantly impacted the existing historical narrative. Kel'Thuzad's exposure occurred prematurely, rather than being discovered 2 years later as anticipated. The pace of change often surpasses even the most meticulous plans. Rexxar intends to covertly monitor the developments of the cult of the damned, aiming to eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, with Kel'Thuzad's revelation, the cult's progression is destined to encounter formidable obstacles. The strength of the Silver Hand Knights of Lordaeron far exceeds that of Rexxar. He ponders whether the cult of the damned can truly flourish, or rather, whether it will even materialize at all. These are two distinct questions. Rushing towards the capital of Gilneas, Rexxar considers this matter settled for the time being. Yet he remains anxious about the national military exercises, uncertain if they have concluded. If they have, it could pose a slight hindrance to his plans. Initially, he had no intention of documenting this, but later realized it was worth recording. This second volume, strictly speaking, has taken an inexplicable turn in its plot. The entire second volume seems to have diverged from the outline he established for himself. Following the defense of South Sea Town, there should have been a rescue mission, a continuous series of battles culminating in the annihilation of Blackrock Spire. The first volume revolved around farming, while the second should focus on combat, leveraging the successes of the first volume. Yet, as everyone can see, the situation has strayed far from that path. Lacking substantial experience, the narrative veered off course as he wrote. The incident involving Scott and Jaina's kidnapping was originally not part of the story. The focus was intended to be on the national military exercises. However, while writing about the defense of South Sea Town, he realized his depiction of warfare was woefully inadequate. Consequently, he scrapped the military exercises in favor of the Jaina kidnapping incident. This segment exists solely to introduce Scott, who was originally meant to appear in the annihilation of Blackrock Spire, but has instead been placed here. Scott's character is pivotal, resulting in a remarkable plot twist. Without further ado, after enjoying a drink, he reflects on his sluggish pace. Tomorrow, he plans to visit a friend. The updates have been inconsistent. With the Mid-Autumn Festival behind him, he anticipates a return to a stable routine of writing. Today, he took a day off to celebrate, and starting tomorrow, he will work diligently. Time flows slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it has been 6 months since Rexxar returned to Gilneas. The national military exercises are of utmost importance to Gilneas. Once King Jin consents, and the various lords agree, they cannot be halted due to Rexxar's absence or dissenting opinions. It is akin to a machine in operation. This mere impediment, cannot halt its momentum. Upon Rex's return to Gilneas, the delays incurred resulted in the national military exercises concluding without any unforeseen incidents, with the Round Table Knights emerging victorious. How long has it been since Gilneas has been embroiled in warfare? 10 years? 20 years? No, not at all. The present-day Gilneas has not witnessed large-scale conflicts for several decades. The battles such as the Battle of South Sea Town and the significantly impactful Second Orc War have little correlation to Gilneas, which has only experienced minor skirmishes, hardly qualifying as substantial warfare. The last major conflict in Gilneas dates back several decades, prior to the reign of King Jean, during the governance of Rexxar's grandfather, Ashbringer Greymane. In discussions surrounding Gilneas, one cannot overlook its illustrious founding monarch, alongside Ashbringer Greymane, the architect of the Greymane Wall. These two eminent figures are pivotal. The first is the founder of Gilneas, whose legacy is inextricable from its history, while Ashbringer Greymane is regarded as the cornerstone of its establishment. Despite its lengthy existence, Gilneas remains relatively weak among the 7 human kingdoms, positioned at the lower end of the spectrum. For over a millennium, it has only marginally surpassed the mountainous kingdom of all.A, consistently ranking second to last among the 7 kingdoms. However, with Ashbringer's ascension to the throne, Gilneas began to flourish rapidly. From its penultimate position, it soared to new heights. During that time, the First Orc War had yet to unfold, and the 7 human kingdoms enjoyed a harmonious existence, unlike today, where conflict among them is commonplace. The 5 legions of Gilneas were established during Ashbringer's reign, expanding from the original 3, and their illustrious reputation brought remarkable achievements to Gilneas. By developing military might and forming 5 legions, Gilneas transformed its capital into a premier city along the thoroughfare, second only to a few cities like Lordaeron and Stormwind. Countless accolades forged the prosperity of Gilneas. Rex, this fortunate progeny, is undoubtedly among the happiest of monarchs, with the foundation laid by Ashbringer, as long as King Jean does not bring about his own demise. Gilneas will continue to thrive in peace and prosperity. Regrettably, King Jean is a man of ill fortune. The world of Azeroth has been afflicted by calamities, a reality that has manifested over the past several decades. Orcs, undead, demons, and the fallen dragon guardians have frequently emerged, culminating in the downfall of Gilneas. This can indeed be deemed a crime of non-aggression. The 5 great legions of Gilneas, despite their illustrious history, are inescapably decayed at present. Their combat prowess has waned significantly after decades without major warfare. Although they maintain training, the rigor of such efforts pales in comparison to that of decades past. Even if the 5 legions of Gilneas are well trained, they lack the invaluable experience of battlefield skirmishes and cannot be compared to the Round Table Knights. During the Second War against the Orcs, the army dispatched by Gilneas represented its true elite. Had they participated in the national military exercises, they would have posed a considerable threat to the Round Table Knights. However, they have all been incorporated into the Royal Guard. Consequently, the Royal Guard will not partake in the national military exercises, facilitating an effortless victory for the Round Table Knights, who secured the top position. Upon Rex's return and hearing the news of the Round Table Knights' triumph, he was not surprised. Yet, one individual could not accept this outcome, Grodau, who aspired to ascend by trampling over the Round Table Knights. Grodau, with his hubris, looked down upon the Round Table Knights due to his association with Rex. He perceived the Battle of Southsea Town as being rife with embellishments and believed King Jean was merely seeking to bolster his son's prestige through exaggerated claims about Gilneas. Bolstered by confidence in his First Legion and after being provoked, he hastily intervened, instigating the national military exercises. The purpose of these exercises was to elevate the Round Table Knights and expose the decay of the 5 legions of Gilneas, thereby initiating a reduction in their ranks and allowing for the expansion of the Round Table Knights. Rex's intentions were commendable, yet somewhat unrealistic. The dynamics of the world would not operate according to his envisioned trajectory. Although the objectives of the national military exercises were achieved, elevating the Round Table Knights, the expansion that Rex had hoped for, ideally by 100,000 or at least 50,000, fell significantly short. King Jean permitted Rex to augment the Round Table Knights to 1,000, formally integrating them into the state structure. The advantage of this arrangement was that the state's expenses for the Round Table Knights would no longer burden Rex financially, while the disadvantage lay in the fact that the Round Table Knights would no longer serve as Rex's private army, complicating his control over them. Strictly speaking, Rex found himself at a disadvantage. The Round Table Knights he had meticulously crafted were no longer his own. However, King Jean granted Rex compensation, enabling him to become the second Marshal of Gilneas, overseeing the 3rd and 5th Legions. It is worth mentioning that the first Grand Marshal is Rachel, who not only possesses formidable strength, but is also exceptionally skilled in warfare. The 3rd Legion, which performed the poorest in the national military exercises, brought no surprises to Rex. Despite Grotto's arrogance and his backing, the Third Legion could not compete with the Round Table Knights and ended up at the bottom, even ranking below some of the local lords' forces. This infuriated King Jean, who directly assigned Rex, known for his training expertise, the task of reshaping the Third Legion into a force akin to the Round Table Knights. The Fifth Legion, a special force, was purely a result of Rex's demands. Life seldom unfolds as one desires. Recently, Rex's spirits were far from high, as a subtle irritation gnawed at him. Standing atop the Greymane wall, he faced the wind and gazed into the distance at the village of Fonmu, his eyes reflecting a faint bewilderment. His recent plans had been largely unsuccessful, including the establishment of an academy, which had been thwarted by his overly frugal father, who deemed the expenses excessive. Rex had originally envisioned constructing multiple academies for warriors, hunters, and mages simultaneously, thereby alleviating future concerns for talent in Gilneas. However, what he believed to be a well-founded plan was met with rejection. While the establishment of academies would yield countless benefits for Gilneas, the substantial financial outlay required became the crux of King Jean's refusal. The rejection was not what troubled Rex most. Rather, it was the Greymane wall beneath his feet, which had consumed a significant portion of Gilneas' national strength. Rex had somewhat overestimated Gilneas' current condition. The wealth amassed by his grandfather through extensive territorial expansion had been entirely depleted by the construction of the Greymane Wall, a project that had squandered decades of accumulation in a single endeavor, erecting a fortification claimed to be unassailable. The example of the Greymane Wall reminded Rex of the Qin state during the Warring States period, where the Han King, in a desperate situation, resorted to a poorly conceived strategy of exhausting Qin. He employed the renowned hydraulic engineer Zheng Guo as a spy, dispatching him to Qin to persuade the state to excavate a vast irrigation channel between the Jing and Luo rivers. Ostensibly, this initiative aimed to advance the agricultural development of Qin, but the true intention was to exhaust its strength. Although Qin expended considerable national resources to construct the Zhengguo Canal, it was ultimately a judicious endeavor. Once successfully completed, the agricultural prosperity of Qin would undoubtedly flourish. Conversely, Rex perceived no discernible benefit in the construction of the Greymane Wall. Perhaps due to differing perspectives, the outcomes observed varied significantly. While the entirety of Gilneas regarded it as a prudent investment, for Rex, who was well-versed in history, the Greymane Wall appeared as nothing more than a relic of little value, its existence rendered inconsequential. The undead Scourge once nearly breached the wall with a single contingent, only to be obliterated by elemental tides. Had Gilneas allocated the resources spent on the Greymane Wall to bolster its military might, there would have been no fear of the undead incursion. The Greymane Wall stood majestically. From its heights one could distinctly glimpse the nearby Shadowfang Keep, where the throngs below appeared as mere black specks, akin to ants. Presently, due to the Greymane Wall, Gilneas had yet to recover its national strength. It had sacrificed everything to erect a towering barrier that encased the entire nation. The rationale behind this decision was truly difficult to articulate. The academy had not been successfully established. However, Rex was resolute not to miss the opportunity presented by the 9th-tier mages arriving from Dalaran. Ultimately, Rex opted for a compromise. If the academy could not be built, he would establish a smaller educational institution, beginning the recruitment of students on a modest scale. He initiated an elite educational program, seeking out individuals of extraordinary potential to gather within this institution, with 9th-tier mages delivering lectures. Constructing an academy required immense financial investment, and a direct, immediate establishment was implausible. Rex had no choice but to pursue a cost-effective approach. Step by step, he embarked on elite training, aiming to cultivate potential students, considering them as seeds to be nurtured. When the day arrived for the academy's establishment, many years hence, these individuals could directly assume roles as instructors, thereby significantly alleviating Rex's expenses. Marshal, a deep voice resonated beside Rex, rousing him from his reverie. He turned to regard the newcomer and inquired, "Osborne, why did you not seek out Ulysses for the duel today?" Having just completed the match, Osborne expressed a calm demeanor, stating his loss with an unruffled tone, as if the concept of winning or losing held little significance for him. Rex understood this sentiment. When one faces an opponent, the first defeat may evoke feelings of resentment, and the second might stir some turbulence. However, as the defeats accumulate to the 100th or even the 1000th, one's heart becomes devoid of any ripples. rendering the experience as routine as eating or drinking. Congratulations are in order for Osborne, whose energy converges into a singular point, indicating an impending breakthrough. Rex sensed a profound intensity within him, as Osborne was on the verge of ascending to the 8th tier. The battle between Osborne and Ulysses had persisted for several years, with Osborne facing inevitable defeat each time. Initially, their encounters held a semblance of suspense, both being at the 7th tier, yet once Ulysses transcended to the 8th tier, the outcome became a foregone conclusion, with Osborne consistently succumbing. Yet, Osborne possessed an unwavering tenacity. Each defeat prompted him to analyze the reasons behind it and to challenge himself anew. This relentless cycle over the years had accelerated his growth, bringing him to the brink of the 8th tier. Rex admired Osborne's perseverance, even as he felt a tumult within his own heart, prompting him to reflect on his own journey. Osborne's innate talent was not particularly remarkable, and at his age, being merely at the peak of the 7th tier did not classify him as a genius. However, achieving the 8th tier and progressing towards the 9th would not prove difficult. Though Rex had trained diligently, he recognized that he still fell short in comparison to Osborne. This transformation was largely attributed to the guidance of Grand Marshal Rachel. A spark of reverence flickered in Osborne's eyes as he recalled Rachel's initial words of advice, which he had taken to heart and steadfastly adhered to. "What brings you to me today?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rex inquired about Osborne's purpose for coming. The final batch of materials had already been delivered and was currently being counted. Osborne retrieved a letter from his pocket, handing it to Rex with an air of casualness. Noticing Rex's confusion, he explained, "I happened to pass by and was entrusted by Monroe to deliver this." Nodding in understanding, Rex opened the letter and quickly scanned its contents, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. The moment he received the missive from Kael'thas, an unsettling premonition settled within him. Upon finishing the letter, he confirmed his intuition was indeed accurate, validating the adage that no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. The letter mainly addressed a matter of significant importance, the design for the return scroll, which was to be procured at any cost, regardless of the expense involved. Rex found himself in a quandary over acquiring the crafting method for the return scroll. If he possessed the knowledge to create such a scroll, he would not hesitate to exploit Kael'thas for a substantial profit, filling the gaping financial void of Gilneas, establishing an academy, expanding the military, and fortifying the Greymane wall. Gilneas was in dire need of gold. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Rex did not possess the crafting method for the return scroll, a product of the Warcraft system, leaving him with no choice but to decline. After contemplating his wording, Rex produced a pristine sheet of paper from his spatial ring, his fingers gliding over it as neatly arranged letters emerged. Soon, the once blank paper was filled with text. Within the realm of extraordinary powers, the advantages were manifold. Magic and technology existed in tandem. Magic was not solely founded on destruction, but permeated all aspects of life. While technology could achieve much, magic remained an equally potent force. The development of Azeroth had been hindered by frequent cataclysms, natural disasters sweeping across the globe, particularly the catastrophic explosion of the Well of Eternity, which regressed the civilization of Azeroth by countless years and squandered the power source that was the well. The Sun Well, now safeguarded by the High Elves, was merely a fraction of the Well of Eternity's water mingled with regular lake water. This illustrates the well's remarkable potency. Rex casually handed the letter to a nearby attendant, instructing him to deliver it to Kael'thas. The letter conveyed the gravity of the return scroll's significance while diplomatically indicating that it could not be sold. Should Kael'thas require the return scroll, Rex would be willing to sell it to him. After responding to Kael'thas' letter, Rex felt no desire to linger atop the Greymane wall any longer. He descended the steps, engaging in light conversation with Osborne. Currently, the Round Table Knights were far from full, with only Rona, Gwen, Cecil, and Osborne present, while Ulysses remained a reserve member. Rona was akin to Rex's sidekick, but since persuading Gwen to join the Round Table, the two had formed an inseparable bond, as if they were destined sisters. Their personalities were contrasting, one impulsive, the other composed, yet they coexisted harmoniously without conflict. Now, Rona and Gwen spent their days in each other's company. Their initial encounter in the annals of history occurred during the fall of Gilneas, facing werewolves and the undead, fueled by national grief and personal vendettas. Both were now of a mature age, exhibiting more restraint than in their youth. Exiting the grand entrance of the Greymane wall, Rex entered the village of Emberwood. The gates of the Greymane Wall had become increasingly frequent in their opening, and the citizens of Gilneas had grown ever more eager for external goods. This yearning was a far cry from the rationale behind the initial closure of the wall. In the past, when the Greymane Wall was open, trade flowed from Dalaran and Lordaeron, and goods were of little value due to the abundance of exchanges. However, after years of closure, the once ordinary items became rare commodities, and their worth skyrocketed in Gilneas. Rex understood that initially, establishing a trading caravan would yield profits, but over time, as the market became saturated, the margins would diminish. Nonetheless, Rex's objectives had been met. The frequency of the Greymane Wall's opening had escalated from twice a month to 3 times, eventually reaching 5 times. Rex was confident that the day would come when the gates would open daily, and that day was not far off. Emberwood had transformed, now deserving the designation of Emberwood Town. In recent years, with the opening of the Greymane Wall, the village experienced the most significant changes. Nestled beside the wall, Emberwood served as a vital conduit for Gilneas, its prosperity intricately linked to the kingdom's fortunes. When the wall was closed for years, Emberwood faced decline, lacking the support of Gilneas, who would venture to such a remote area. However, with the reopening, living conditions improved remarkably. While the gates were not open daily, they operated on a schedule, and merchants arriving early or late could only rest in Emberwood. This influx of traders naturally led to the town's resurgence, prompting many to settle there. In just a few short years, Emberwood not only regained its former glory but surpassed it. Previously, without the Greymane Wall, access to Gilneas had been unrestricted, avoiding the need to rest in Emberwood. Rex enjoyed a commendable reputation in Emberwood, having played a pivotal role in the wall's reopening, transforming the village's dire circumstances and earning the affection of its inhabitants. Observing the bustling streets of Emberwood, one could hardly imagine that just a few years prior, the same thoroughfare was unpaved and muddy, a veritable quagmire after rain, with few to describe its condition. Listening to the cries of vendors, Rex entered an elegant estate, slowly making his way to his bedroom, where he reclined on the soft bed and closed his eyes, entering the Warcraft system. Upon shifting his consciousness, Rex opened his eyes once more, finding himself within the Warcraft system. This time, however, he sensed a notable difference. Previously, entering the system had confined him to a narrow path, with no option to veer off in other directions, leaving him with a sense of oppression. Now, he discovered the essence of freedom. The once limited view expanded, revealing a broader landscape while he remained on that same narrow path, the marks of his previous journey evident ahead. This is a lush and verdant expanse of grassland, where the wild grasses thrive abundantly. Aside from the path that has been cleared, the surrounding vegetation, as estimated by Rex, reaches a height of approximately 1 meter, standing at waist level. A rustling sound emerges, and a sharp gleam ignites in Rex's eyes, his heart filled with trepidation. In this realm governed by the Beast War system, there is no gentle breeze. The wild grasses remain tranquil, yet the sudden noise disrupts the stillness. What does this signify? Rex understood all too well. A pair of keen eyes began to scan the surroundings, searching for the source of the disturbance. As if struck by a sudden realization, Rex abruptly surged down the narrow path, racing toward his base. With each powerful stride, he covered considerable ground. In mere moments, he had darted 10 meters away. At that instant, several swift, shadowy figures leaped from the dense, thriving underbrush, landing onto the narrow path. The haunting howl of wolves echoed in Rex's ears. Without needing to turn, he already recognized the monstrous entities pursuing him. In the vast silence, the wolf howls resonated with startling clarity, gradually intensifying until they seemed to reverberate directly in Rex's ears. Such a transformation is evident even to the most simple-minded. The wolf has drawn perilously close. A shadow of foreboding crossed Rex's face as he found himself in an unfavorable predicament, having just entered the realm of the Warcraft system, only to encounter danger. His legs moved with urgency as he maintained his swift pace. The sole advantage of this Warcraft system is that Rex is oblivious to the depletion of his stamina, allowing him to sustain his current speed. The mournful howls of the wolves echoed relentlessly. Wolves, as is well known, are typically pack animals, and that howl serves as a summons to their companions. Rex hastily turned his head, catching sight of the number of wild wolves in his peripheral vision, 3 in total. Their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, their gray fur bristling. Their sharp fangs filled their gaping maw, exuding a foul stench of saliva. And they were shrouded in a haze of crimson, a sight that instilled fear, as droplets of blood continuously fell from their mouths to the ground. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters. Such a distance could be considered almost within arm's reach. Rex's gaze was fixed ahead. The base was still some distance away. At his current pace, he could reach it in 15 minutes. But the wolf lurking behind him would not grant him such a luxury. He could never outrun that beast. No, it was more aptly named the Wolf of Fear. A mere glance back allowed Rex to identify the creature. It was indeed the Wolf of Fear. His remarkable memory replayed the images in his mind like a cinematic reel. Although he had not played Warcraft extensively, upon realizing that his unique ability stemmed from the Warcraft system, Rex meticulously cataloged all related knowledge within his mind. The Wolf of Fear he faced was not merely a wild creature. It was a summoned being of the Orcish hero, the Prophet. The Prophet had the capacity to summon 3 types of wolves as familiars, the first being the level 3 Ghost Wolf, the second the level 4 Wolf of Fear, and the most formidable of all, the level 5 Shadow Wolf. The 3 wolves that appeared behind Rex included the lead wolf, a level 4 Wolf of Fear, while the 2 following were level 3 Ghost Wolves. The level classifications from the game did not directly apply within the Warcraft system. For instance, a level 2 infantry would equate to a tier 3 strength in the world of Azeroth. If we were to apply this ratio, the Wolf of Fear would possess a tier 5 strength. However, such conversions were not straightforward. For example, a dwarven marksman, classified as level 3, should correspond to tier 4, yet would still remain at tier 3 upon conversion. Thus, the levels from the game were only relevant within that context and held no true weight in the Warcraft system. Nonetheless, it was evident that the Wolf of Fear was significantly stronger than the Ghost Wolf. Upon discerning the identity of the creature behind him, Rex felt a heavy weight in his heart. Though the nearby fixed map was a boon, the presence of an orc base and an orc hero nearby would spell disaster. In reality, the Scourge was already enough to contend with. To add an orc base within the Warcraft system would leave Rex doubting his ability to coexist peacefully with them. War was an inevitability. The summoned infantry spirits and knightly spirits were intended for use in the real world, not here in battle. In that moment, Rex felt as though the Warcraft system had morphed into a black hole, relentlessly devouring his gold, which he could not afford to squander. Who could say if his base would withstand destruction, and whether he could continue utilizing the Warcraft system in the future? These are all factors that cannot be overlooked. The Warcraft system is crucial. Rex cannot afford to lose it, as it is the very foundation of his strength. In the face of the impending undead Scourge and an army of hundreds of thousands, how can Rex resist without the support of the Warcraft system? As Rex pondered these thoughts, a low growl emanated from behind him. This was not the roar of a fearsome wolf. Rather, it was the sound of air being sliced through at an alarming speed. With a swift sidestep, Rex narrowly evaded the wolf's pounce and suddenly dashed into the underbrush. Death in the Warcraft system was an uncertain fate for Rex. He was unaware if it would result in true demise in the real world, and he dared not gamble with his singular life. Just as Rex twisted his body, a drop of saliva fell upon his face, releasing a foul stench. Darkness enveloped him, and he was dead. Today, he also took a moment to tidy up the book reviews, resolving to cultivate the habit of maintaining them. A plea for collections ensued. Did Rex truly perish? The answer is undoubtedly negative. Who is Rex? He is the protagonist, blessed with the halo of a hero, the absurdity of a fool, and the aura of a devastating force, a quintessential protagonist among protagonists. If he were to die, this chapter would have to serve as the grand finale. As darkness faded from Rex's vision and he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his own bedroom. Lying on a soft bed with a bearskin blanket beneath his head, his sharp gaze began to scan the room, and as he shifted slightly, Rex raised his arm, gently massaging his forehead while assessing his current state. To die within the Warcraft system but remain alive in the real world was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Upon reflection, he recalled how the ghostly wolf had pounced upon him, delivering a fatal bite that severed his neck, its venom causing instantaneous demise. The vivid image of the ghostly wolf lunging at him and claiming his life flooded his mind, a scene steeped in brutality. Yet, as Rex recalled this, his expression remained stoic, his brow merely furrowing slightly as he murmured in a low tone, "Prophet." This gruesome scene could not affect Rex, who had been tempered by the trials of the battlefield. He had witnessed even more horrific and bloody spectacles. After meticulously assessing his condition, He found no anomalies in his body or the holy light within. Only then did Rex secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In the world of the Warcraft system, death was a concern, as he feared it might impact his reality, leaving him maimed or disfigured. Observing that he was merely fatigued in spirit with no adverse effects, Rex eagerly closed his eyes, attempting once more to enter the Warcraft system, for this was of paramount importance. Yet, he found himself unable to gain entry. In a moment of unwavering focus, Rex found himself unable to access the Warcraft system, despite the familiar ritual of gently caressing the crimson mark upon his arm. A frown creased his brow, revealing a flicker of impatience. Taking a deep breath, he gradually quelled the agitation upon his visage, regaining his composure. Glancing at his wrist, he observed a blood red, approximately the size of a thumbprint, resembling a birthmark. As he scrutinized it, the mark appeared to blink eerily, akin to an eye, fixating on Rex as he did on it, instilling a sense of foreboding. Rex attempted once more to connect with the system, yet to no avail. This time, however, his urgency had diminished. He understood that as long as the crimson dot remained, the Warcraft system was still present. Through years of exploration, he had come to recognize this mark as the embodiment of the system itself. Its persistence suggested that the system had not vanished, but rather that he was enduring a punishment for his demise within it. Death in the Warcraft system bore no repercussions in the real world, rendering it a commonplace occurrence within the realm of gaming. Rex mused that his previous demise had initiated a cooldown, akin to a skill cooldown, necessitating a period of time before he could re-enter. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of the validity of his theory. Though the duration remained uncertain, whether it would be an hour, a day, or even a month. Having been vanquished by a low-tier spectral wolf, Rex felt no shame or embarrassment. It was, in fact, to be expected. Upon his initial entrance into the Warcraft system, he had dismissed the rustling grasses and the lurking beasts, confident in his 9th-tier prowess, believing that few could threaten his life. Yet, he soon realized that he was merely a consciousness inhabiting a new body, devoid of the overwhelming holy light that had once accompanied him. In the Warcraft system, he was no longer of 9th-tier strength. Thus, he contemplated fleeing, but ultimately failed to escape. It was inevitable that a person of ordinary strength would fall to a spectral wolf, regardless of one's might. The reality of the game dictated that death would accompany failure. Faced with these 3- or 4-tier wolves, even the strongest must yield. Rex's thoughts shifted from how to access the Warcraft system to how to contend with the 3 wolves as an ordinary individual. He sought methods to survive. Yet even if he re-entered the system, the risk of being slain remained. Various strategies flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. If there were only one spectral wolf, armed with a weapon, he might stand a chance. In the world of Azeroth, the divide between tiers was a daunting chasm. With courage, one might leap across 1 or 2 tiers, but Rex, in his current state, was merely at a 1st-tier level. Confronting a 3-tier spectral wolf was feasible, but the presence of a more formidable, fearsome wolf complicated matters, especially since there were multiple spectral wolves. Faced with a conundrum, running was not an option, nor was fighting. It felt utterly insurmountable. Should he employ tools, defeating the spectral wolves would be considerably simpler. The disparity between man and beast often lay in the tools at their disposal. A human equipped with the right tools could triumph over seemingly invincible beasts. Yet, within the Warcraft system, he was merely a consciousness. Even wielding Frostmourne would not alter his predicament, and he would remain ensnared in a void. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the uncertainty of when he might next access the Warcraft system. Today had yielded no solutions. Perhaps tomorrow would fare better. Rather than remaining restless, he chose to lie down, weary in spirit. Just as he settled, a fleeting glance revealed a dazed archmage, akin to a javelin, reduced to a mere tool. In that moment, a spark ignited in Rex's mind. 3 days swiftly passed, and Rex maintained his usual demeanor. However, each night he endeavored to penetrate the Warcraft system. It was only upon encountering the archmage that he recognized his thoughts had fallen into a fixed pattern. He had been preoccupied with how to eliminate the fearsome wolves, fixating solely on tools and methods, never considering the possibility of assistance. Deep down, he had unconsciously believed that he alone could access the Warcraft system. Others were not permitted. Upon witnessing the archmage, he realized he was not the sole entrant into the Warcraft system. The archmage, too, had entered, and unlike Rex, who descended as a mere consciousness, the archmage retained his full 9th-tier power. With the Archmage's aid, what could the fearsome wolves possibly pose as a threat? Initially, it was believed that this was a deadlock within the Warcraft system. However, it was unforeseen that the changes within the Warcraft system had long been orchestrated by the Alliance of Transcenders. Thus, Rex felt somewhat disheartened, having perished in vain. Grasping his wrist, he made another attempt to penetrate the Warcraft system. This time, his consciousness began to waver, unlike previous attempts that yielded no response. With his experience of multiple entries into the Warcraft system, Rex recognized this as a sign of impending access. His vision grew hazy, and his awareness blurred. When Rex finally reopened his eyes, he found himself within the Warcraft system once again, standing on the familiar narrow path surrounded by waist-high wild grass, lush and verdant. However, this time, an additional element graced the scene. The wind, a gentle breeze caressing the grass, causing it to sway rhythmically. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex promptly exited the Warcraft system. Having learned from his prior misfortune, he was determined not to repeat his mistakes. The scenery within the Warcraft system remained unchanged, save for the intermittent flickering of white light, appearing and vanishing in succession. Observing the impassive countenance of the Archmage who accompanied him, Rex felt reassured as he made his way toward the forward base. The journey was remarkably safe, devoid of any unforeseen events, which led Rex to muse that the fearsome wolf was merely a bully, hesitant to emerge in the presence of allies. His previous demise served as a stark reminder that the entry point into the Warcraft system was not as secure as it appeared. The wilderness could present any number of threats. Unperturbed by the financial expenditure, he decided to recruit 200 infantry spirits, along with 100 dwarven gunner spirits and knight spirits, establishing a small encampment at his entry point to safeguard himself. In such a formation, even when confronted by a beast of the 9th rank, although they may not prevail, they can still secure a moment to retreat with composure. The narrow path leading to the base has grown more distant. Upon arriving at the base, Rex's initial reaction was one of surprise. There were no discernible changes. Following the conclusion of the national military exercises, Rex had proactively recruited a substantial number of infantry heroes and dwarven gunslinger heroes in preparation for an expansion of his forces. Currently, these heroes, not yet utilizing their crouching abilities, are assembled within the base. Upon entering the barracks, Rex noted that it had been upgraded to a level 5 facility. All buildings within the base now stand at level 5, and Rex comprehends that this recent development is a direct consequence of his decision to elevate the fortress to level 5. Initially, Rex anticipated that the transition from the Town Hall era to the Fortress era would bring about significant changes. Regrettably, he was ultimately disappointed. The Warcraft system remained much the same as before. However, when he least expected it, an astonishing transformation occurred. Within the Warcraft system, he found newfound freedom of movement, no longer confined to the base and the narrow pathways. This change can be likened to the unlocking of maps in a game, where areas previously inaccessible suddenly become available for exploration. Upon safely reaching the base, the mysterious sanctum capable of recruiting spellcasters could no longer capture Rex's attention. He promptly stepped into the barracks, where he began to amass an army. The infantry phantoms presented a commendable appearance, and Rex harbored a particular fondness for those valiant figures. Fully armored and wielding weapons, their unyielding formation embodying the elite among the elite. They epitomized discipline and order. As Rex exited the barracks, he was swiftly followed by 1,000 infantry phantoms, 500 dwarven gunner phantoms, and 300 knight phantoms. The knights were scarce, as Rex had recruited them casually once the barracks allowed for such enlistment. The Round Table Knights faced challenges in expanding their ranks. Gilneas, surrounded by the sea, was not known for producing warhorses. Acquiring warhorses required Rex to make costly purchases, which strained his finances considerably. Moreover, possessing warhorses necessitated finding skilled riders and training them, making the cultivation of knights a daunting financial endeavor. If one were to inquire about the finest warhorses, the answer would undoubtedly point to the steeds of Elwyn Forest. Renowned within the kingdom of Azeroth, celebrated as the mightiest realm of humanity. While it may not surpass Lordaeron in prosperity, its military prowess remains unmatched, primarily due to the superior warhorses bred in Elwyn Forest. These reliable steeds had been carrying their human masters into battle since before the First War. Famed for their agility and spirited temperament, traits that harmoniously complemented their valiant knights. In the realm of reality, unlike the Warcraft system where knight phantoms could amalgamate, the issue of mounts remained a challenge. The warhorses of Elwyn Forest were not readily available for sale, tightly controlled by the greedy and miserly folk of Stormwind. Only the Silver Hand Knights and the renowned 7th Legion of Stormwind possessed them. Without exceptional warhorses, no knight, regardless of their training, could achieve greatness. The 300 Knight Phantoms Rex had gathered were merely for the sake of numbers, a mere remnant of King Jin's 5th Legion, which had recently come under Rex's command. Now, Rex contemplated revitalizing the 5th Legion, with Elwyn Forest steeds as the primary choice, followed by the rugged warhorses from the earthy highlands. A grand procession emerged from the barracks, swiftly emptying the facility. Rex's foremost objective was to scout the surrounding environment of the base for potential threats. Yet he refrained from deploying his entire force, leaving the majority to guard the base. The significance of the base far outweighed Rex's own safety, should he perish. His existence in the real world would remain intact, but the loss of the base would be irrevocable. Before departing, Rex made certain preparations, ensuring that a contingent remained to safeguard the base. He also constructed watchtowers nearby, opting against defensive towers due to their lengthy construction time. Little did he anticipate that the watchtowers, which he had dismissed as trivial, would soon prove invaluable. Initially, Rex believed the location of the base to be a flat plain. However, after a period of exploration, he encountered undulating cliffs that obstructed his path. With no route forward, he had no choice but to alter his course. Yet, before departing, he meticulously scrutinized the cliffs, which appeared remarkably tangible. Despite their authenticity, a sense of unreality lingered in Rex's mind. He instructed the infantry phantoms to investigate, confirming that the cliffs were indeed solid and not mere illusions. Despite this confirmation, the feeling of unreality persisted within Rex, intensifying over time. Ultimately, he suppressed these thoughts and continued to survey the terrain surrounding the base. Centered around the base, Rex quickly concluded that the area available for movement within the Warcraft system was quite limited. The base was situated in a valley, surrounded on all sides by cliffs, resembling a precipice offering no escape. The anticipated orc base had not materialized, bringing Rex a sense of relief. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in conflict with an orc base, especially with the impending undead plague looming in the real world, which had already consumed much of his focus and energy. The prospect of managing both the Warcraft system and the orc base was beyond his capacity. While the potential acquisition of an orc base could yield significant benefits, such as enlisting orc units and powerful heroes like blade masters and seers, Rex preferred to avoid such complications during this critical moment in the real world. Without an orc encampment, there were consequently no orc heroes or seers, and Rex had identified the source of the illusory feeling, a realization that the surrounding cliffs were inherently illusory. This notion stemmed from the base's surroundings. If one side were a cliff, Rex could accept it. 2 sides were tolerable, 3 sides were manageable, but 4 sides were simply implausible. Given the newly unlocked map within the Warcraft system, it was inconceivable that the world would be so confined. In less than a day, Rex had thoroughly explored all 4 directions, revealing that the cliffs were not far from the base. Thus, he concluded that the cliffs were indeed illusory, a phenomenon that could change, perhaps when the fortress upgraded from level 5 to level 6, or when it transitioned into the final castle era at level 7. Rex held a straightforward belief: the base was not fixed, it could expand beyond its current confines. With cliffs on 3 sides and uncertainty on 1, Rex remained undeterred, convinced that the cliffs were not mere illusions, but rather potential avenues for future expansion. The entire landscape of the Warcraft system had been unveiled, and Rex comprehended the changes fully. Compared to before, the most significant alteration in the Warcraft system was the emergence of wild creatures, such as the fearsome wolves and spectral wolves, which Rex discovered and dispatched with relative ease. Both the fearsome wolves and spectral wolves were not summoned creatures of the seers, but rather ordinary wildlife. In the overgrown thickets, Rex encountered several fearsome wolves and spectral wolves. He noted their tendency to congregate, particularly observing a fearsome wolf accompanied by 2 spectral wolves. Along with wolves, Rex also spotted dark trolls and other wilderness entities, but he chose to avoid confrontation. Notably, after defeating the fearsome wolves and spectral wolves, Rex found himself gaining a considerable amount of experience, though he personally did not increase in level. The same applied to the infantry phantoms, as the experience gained belonged to the archmage. Had Rex not noticed the experience gained during the elimination of the fearsome wolves, He might not have realized that the Archmage had acquired an experience option. The Archmage's prowess was only at the 9th tier, indicating the early stage of that level rather than its pinnacle. With experience points accumulated, Rex contemplated the implications. The Warcraft system produced only 4 such heroes like the Archmage, and while newly recruited, the Archmage's 9th tier strength seemed promising. However, how many 9th tier powerhouses existed in all of Gilneas? In Rex's eyes, the Warcraft system's esteem was primarily attributed to these 4 heroes, each possessing semi-divine capabilities. It was essential to have such strength, for anything less would not captivate readers as a protagonist should. The presence of experience points suggested a significant possibility. Anything capable of accruing experience could eventually level up. Thus, if the Archmage could advance and enhance his abilities, Rex's initial disappointment regarding the 4 heroes was rekindled with newfound hope. As long as there were methods for improvement, Rex was unperturbed by the Archmage's initial weakness. Even if the Archmage were merely at the 1st tier, with diligent cultivation, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. Rex meticulously examined the Archmage's attributes. Archmage, gender, male, strength, 9th tier, experience points, 205,000. Skill 1, Blizzard, Skill 2, Water Elemental, Skill 3, Glorious Aura. Skill 4, Mass Teleportation. Given the nature of the Warcraft system, it was unlikely that the Archmage would ascend to the hero tier after reaching maximum experience. He would surely remain at the mid-9th tier. Rex, possessing a profound understanding of the Warcraft system, was confident in this assessment. Today, he would only provide one update. Taking time to organize his notes, the sound of raindrops pummeling the taut skin of the small dwelling echoed like a rapid drumbeat. Like all other shacks, this particular dwelling was constructed with such precision that not a drop of rain could seep through, yet it remained unable to ward off the pervasive humidity in the air. Rex stood motionless on a high ridge, his body rigid and his eyes squinting as he gazed intently at the shack. Rain descended from the heavens, cascading down upon Rex, leaving his hair drenched, while the 10 infantry phantoms behind him remained utterly still, resembling statues. After a considerable time, a deep, muffled grunt emanated from within the shack, and a formidable, black-hued creature emerged, its body as solid as rock, composed of interlocking stone fragments without a single gap. This being, known as a golem, was a rare form of life. Once mere lifeless stones or earth elementals, they had been bestowed with vitality, a legacy deeply intertwined with the dwarves. The golem, drenched in rain, began to move about, producing a dull sound, its coloration gradually shifting. The hues of the golem were not uniform. Rather, they exhibited shades of brown and black, with the latter predominating. However, the black was steadily deepening, overtaking the sparse brown areas. After a prolonged silence, Rex let out a soft sigh, his thick lips parting slightly as he commanded, "Return to base." As he began to stride away, Rex's figure slowly faded into the misty rain. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the inscrutable expression of the Archmage following him and shook his head slightly. In recent days, Rex had concentrated most of his efforts on the Warcraft system, mastering the nuances of experience enhancement for the Archmage. He had learned that only monsters vanquished by the Archmage himself would yield experience. Utilizing infantry phantoms or similar units to weaken monsters for the Archmage to deliver the final blow proved impractical, as the experience gained depended solely on the Archmage's contribution, effectively preventing Rex from farming monsters. Recognizing the minimal danger posed by the Warcraft system, Rex had stationed his troops at the base, accompanied only by a small contingent for precautionary measures against unforeseen events. The golem he had just spared was the most formidable wild creature Rex had detected, boasting an 8th tier power and dominating its territory with a designated shack that resembled a monster's lair. This 8th tier golem possessed formidable abilities, including magical immunity, making it a foe the Archmage could not defeat. Moreover, Rex had recently observed that the golem was quite reclusive, rarely straying from its shack. Even when it did venture out, it merely wandered around the periphery, posing no threat to the base. This led Rex to release the puppet, intending to recruit a paladin to ultimately deal with the puppet himself. Within the realm of the Warcraft system, a tangible world has emerged, characterized by unpredictable weather, radiant sunny days, tempestuous gales, and gentle drizzles. As he made his way back to the base, his feet squelched in the muddy earth, stepping onto the cobblestone path that led to the base. The relentless rain swiftly washed away the grime that once enveloped the stones, leaving them pristine. Rex headed straight for the enigmatic treasure chamber. Had it not been for the allure of this mysterious vault, he would have long abandoned the Warcraft system. For he had no penchant for self-punishment and did not relish walking in the rain. The treasure chamber had undergone significant transformation. The original 3 slots for treasures had expanded to 5. The first level chamber boasted 3 slots, while the second and third levels saw no increase in quantity, merely enhancing the probability of acquiring finer treasures. The true metamorphosis occurred when transitioning from the Town Hall era to the Fortress era with the 4th level chamber, which increased its slots from 3 to 4. Recently, as Rex continued to elevate his level, the 5th level brought yet another slot, leading him to speculate that each subsequent level would yield an additional treasure slot, culminating in 9 slots upon reaching level 9, an exact parallel to the game's ultimate 9-slot configuration. The treasure chamber refreshes monthly, and despite the high likelihood of receiving subpar items from the 5 slots, it had nonetheless bestowed upon Rex valuable possessions such as town portal scrolls and beast scrolls. Today marked the end of the month, and Rex eagerly approached to inspect the treasures. With his brow raised in anticipation, he observed the 5 treasure slots. A veil of hazy luminescence enveloped him, and the clarity in Rex's eyes began to blur. The existing treasures transformed into motes of light, countless specks swirling before dissipating into nothingness. In the fleeting moment of their disappearance, a multitude of light points reassembled, ultimately coalescing into tangible treasures that occupied the 5 slots. Gazing at the first treasure slot, he discerned the emblem of a watchtower, the blue flag atop it vividly apparent, accompanied by Rex's intent. A simulated watchtower materialized in his grasp. While the blue flag was indicative of the Alliance, the emblem representing the Alliance had vanished, leaving merely a blue banner. Ivory Tower instantly constructs a reconnaissance tower within a designated area. It may not be exceptional, yet it is certainly commendable, far superior to the meager purification potion. The Ivory Tower excels in its immediate constructability, requiring neither prior material preparation nor the expenditure of time and gold. A mere click of confirmation suffices. Regarding the previously mentioned purification potion, the remaining 3 slots are all filled with these trivial elixirs. Rex's gaze swiftly bypasses them, for the purification potion is but a mere trinket. Upon encountering the final treasure, a look of astonishment graces his face, soon replaced by a subtle smile of joy. Truly a remarkable find. The last item is not the commonplace consumable nor an enhancement item, but rather the rarest of all, a permanent enhancement treasure. It is none other than the noble ring, its faint emerald glimmer unmistakably radiant. Rex is genuinely delighted. The noble ring bestows upon its bearer a 2 boost to strength, agility, and intelligence, stackable. A succinct description surpasses 1,000 words, while it may easily be overlooked in the game. The noble ring stands as one of the most valuable pieces of foundational equipment, amplifying Rex's prowess significantly. Gazing at the ring, Rex can only marvel at the treasure of permanent enhancement, for all such items are indeed treasures. As night drapes itself like a finely woven tapestry, the cold moon hangs like a hook in the sky. The heavens are adorned with a deep azure curtain, speckled with twinkling stars, captivating the soul. In the stillness of the night, tranquility prevails as moonlight cascades gently over the flowers and grasses in the courtyard. The thin veil of night resembles a wisp of smoke. Despite the full moon, a delicate layer of clouds obscures its brilliance. The moonlight filters through the trees, casting fragmented shadows upon the distant wooden stakes. The graceful silhouette of slender willows sways gently. Rex stands bare-chested, clad only in snug shorts, immersed in the night's embrace, his hands idly toying with the shimmering, otherworldly emerald noble ring. As time passes, the curiosity in his gaze gradually wanes, and he adorns himself with the ring. A surge of power erupts from the noble ring. Akin to a dam bursting, an unstoppable torrent sweeping over Rex's entire being. His flesh and blood, under this force, undergo a profound transformation, strengthening his bones, skin, and organs at an astonishing rate. The night breeze whispers coldly, while a peculiar, muted sound resonates rhythmically from Rex's lips. Under the soft moonlight, his skin gleams with a metallic luster, muscles taut and defined, his form reminiscent of bronze cast in iron, brimming with strength. Though Rex remains the same at heart, his aura has transformed entirely, a complete metamorphosis. The explosive power housed within him is undeniable, standing tall and straight as a mountain. The strength of the noble ring lies in its ability to enhance all attributes by 2 points. Originally, Rex's power had already reached its pinnacle, and utilizing the Book of Strength would yield no further increase, rendering it akin to mere scrap paper. However, the noble ring, as a permanent enhancement artifact, stands apart from this limitation, epitomizing the true value of such treasures. As a rare artifact that surfaces only once every few years, the noble ring truly lives up to its illustrious title. The transformation of the physical form is secondary in the extraordinary realm of Azeroth. The power of the body is inherently finite. The true essence of strength resides in energy, which can manifest as holy light, arcane magic, or rage. Previously, the use of the Book of Minor Wisdom granted Rex a substantial surge of holy light within him, propelling him to the critical threshold of the early 9th tier. Shortly thereafter, he advanced to the mid-9th tier, and this time, he transcended to the late 9th tier. With a formidable ally like Rachel, a hero of distinguished rank, Rex's insights blossomed. Even the strength expected from semi-divine beings was within his articulate grasp. From the humble beginnings of the 1st tier to the 9th, the path of cultivation necessitates a systematic approach, continually accumulating one's energy. A mage cultivates arcane power, while a paladin gathers holy light. The speed of holy light accumulation varies according to individual aptitude. Those with exceptional talent amass it swiftly, effortlessly breaking through various tier barriers. A prime example is Arthas, who reached the 9th tier at the age of 19. Such prodigious talent is both admirable and daunting. However, reaching the 9th tier is no simple feat. Arthas' apparent ease stems from his extraordinary gift, which allows him to contain vast amounts of holy light, enabling him to navigate challenges without hindrance. Conversely, those with limited aptitude struggle to gather holy light to the transformative threshold, perpetually attempting and hesitating in place. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the direction of cultivation remains largely unchanged. By continually increasing holy light, one can still break through bottlenecks. Yet, this method alone will not suffice to attain hero status. To possess the strength of a hero, one must first master the essential skill of soul pressure. Soul pressure embodies the journey of one's chosen profession. Each hero tier individual possesses a unique understanding of their vocation. If all 10 heroes were warriors, each would interpret their profession differently. If their interpretations were identical, only one among them would truly be a hero, while the others would fall short. The distinct soul pressures formed from varying understandings of one's profession yield different effects. When it comes to comprehending soul pressure, no one fully grasps it. The wisdom races surpass the barbaric races precisely in this regard. Throughout millennia, countless sages have distilled invaluable experiences. These sages earn respect due to their significant contributions, leaving legacies that benefit future generations. Before mastering soul pressure, one must first comprehend their own path and recognize their inherent strengths. Rex has made this abundantly clear. Heirs such as Rex and Alsos are not of humble origins. By the time they reached the 9th tier, they had already discerned their paths and have steadfastly continued along them, forging their unique journeys. Each profession resembles a river. At its source, all are united, flowing together along a singular course. However, as it progresses, countless tributaries emerge. This fork in the road represents the realm of heroes. Although they all belong to the same river, each has forged a unique path. Upon reaching the late stage of the 9th tier, Rex was filled with astonishment. His entire being infused with a potent energy that remained unexpressed and unsated. With a shift of his gaze, Rex focused on the wooden post to his left and took several purposeful strides forward. Clenching his fist, which resembled a hefty sandbag, he unleashed a powerful blow. The air fractured with a whoosh as his fist struck. Bang! The post erupted, sending splinters flying in all directions. A faint golden luminescence vanished from Rex's fist, and observing the might of his punch, he nodded in satisfaction. His current strength had surged by more than a mere fraction. Should he encounter Scott again, he would wield the beast scroll once more, no longer needing to deliberately conceal his power. He could launch a surprise attack and triumph through sheer strength, rather than by the skin of his teeth. Noticing the evident transformation within himself, Rex swiftly removed the noble ring he wore. Instantly, it felt as though his essence had been siphoned away. His strength and the holy light visibly dwindled, replaced by a sense of frailty that enveloped him. Furrowing his brow, Rex readorned the noble ring, and once again, a surge of power coursed through him. The treasures produced by the Warcraft system are truly remarkable, imbued with a mystical power that undoubtedly surpasses any force that Rex has encountered in the world of Azeroth, whether it be the holy light or arcane magic. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to it as divine power. After acquiring the noble ring, Rex's physical form evidently weakened, his once bulging muscles now in a state of atrophy. This is indeed an exquisite creation. I feel honored to be a part of your research, Kurthuzad remarked with polite admiration. Kurthuzad is not a boastful individual. He does not hesitate to commend any outstanding work. I can sense the essence of a soul. What is your name? Kurthuzad inquired. Great Kurthuzad, your servant, the abomination, bows in reverence. The abomination humbly prostrated itself, offering its grand tribute. Known as the stitched monstrosity, the abomination is crafted from an assortment of flesh, its material list exceedingly simple and readily available. It is not surprising that some of the food and drink around us have been repurposed into such a grotesque creation. Truly a perfect masterpiece, Kurthuzad observed, his gaze fixated on the abomination, revealing his profound interest. Why not give it a different name? It has acquired an independent soul, unlike those soulless beings that serve merely as cannon fodder. No, I believe that even possessing a soul, it remains an abomination, albeit a higher grade one, croaked a frail acolyte, cloaked in shadow, standing beside Kurthuzad. The abomination's body bore the marks of disrepair, with conspicuous stitches across its chest and its bloodied entrails visible. Yet, Kurthuzad remained unfazed, as if beholding an exhilarating work of art. How does it compare to those who can only serve as meat bombs in the meat grinder? Kurthuzad queried. In contrast to ordinary abominations, this higher-grade abomination possesses double the resilience. They feel no pain and have no weaknesses. Even if half of their body is shattered, they will not perish, continuing to fight for you, Commander. With canisters spewing corrosive liquid and plague-infused broth, along with high-pressure tanks filled with toxic gas, they can deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. Yet, that is not all. I have filled these ton-weighted monsters with hundreds of thousands of plague-infected maggots. In the heat of battle, the higher-grade abomination can spew forth these deadly larvae at the enemy, and even when on the brink of death, they can activate their self-destruction devices to ensure that these ghastly creatures reach every corner. The acolyte continued to speak fervently, presenting his creation to outsiders. A thrilling endeavor, especially when the outsider is his superior. A great achievement indeed. The Master shall bestow upon you the gift of eternal life. Kel'Thuzad slowly articulated his reward. Master, whether it be Kel'Thuzad or the members of the Cult of the Damned, they all share a common master, the Lich King. It is my honor. And even concealed beneath the cloak, the fervent gaze of the acolyte can still be felt by outsiders, devoid of any disdain for the transformation into the undead. Rather, it radiates joy and an aspiration towards darkness. Congratulations on entering the ranks of immortality. In 3 days, I shall personally oversee the ceremony, Kel'Thuzad concluded with a smile, gradually departing the laboratory and making his way outside. As he moved, one could observe that the expansive underground could accommodate an army's worth of assistance. The undead beings were skillfully stitched together from a chaotic amalgamation of animals and organs, and there were even some undead humanoids, their bodily components sourced from various human races, all devoid of any wounds. This place has transformed into a laboratory for the cursed cult, a military factory for the undead. My lord, as Kel'Thuzad strode gracefully forward, the undead along his path knelt in reverence, a throng of soulless pawns. A look of disdain flickered in Kel'Thuzad's eyes, akin to a profound loathing. He reserved his admiration for creations imbued with their own souls, while he instinctively abhorred these soulless, pain-free minions, who could do nothing but obey commands. As a master sorcerer inclined towards research, Kel'Thuzad's title was not merely a reflection of his power, but a testament to his scholarly pursuits. And he took pride in his achievements, feeling a natural aversion towards these inferior beings. Commander? A cloaked acolyte, shrouded in obscurity, approached Kel'Thuzad with a greeting. Despite the similarities in their garb, Kel'Thuzad recognized the individual before him. As they walked, he spoke slowly. Are all preparations complete? Everything is ready. The sacred cauldron bestowed by our master has been placed at Fairstone Farm, Tears of Dalson, Hearthglen, and Gareness Farm. The divine purification will soon spread, and they shall receive blessings, joining us in the ranks of the eternal. These foolish beings will eventually understand that attaining immortality is a privilege. and they will express their gratitude to our master. However, this alone is far from sufficient. We must grant more souls the gift of eternal life and establish the eternal kingdom of our Lord, where no one will oppress your lands, and no nauseatingly highborn nobles will subjugate you. All of us shall stand as equals. Such rousing words flowed from Kel'Thuzad's lips, igniting fervor in the eyes of the acolyte beside him. Over the past 2 years, Kel'Thuzad had repeated these incantations countless times, mastering the art of persuasion to the extent that he had convinced even himself, effortlessly infecting others with his zeal. Glory to our Lord! The acolyte exclaimed fervently. Go seek the wealthy merchant Kosal. His grain can be sold throughout Lordaeron. Enlist Kosal's aid to boil the sacred cauldron, infusing the blessed water into the food. At once. The acolyte nodded, swiftly departing. As Kel'Thuzad watched him leave, a sudden pang of pain surged through his chest. His right hand gently brushed over his left breast, concealed beneath his ornate mage robe. Uther, I shall not let you escape. One day, I will kill you. A surge of hatred erupted from Kel'Thuzad's eyes, a visceral loathing that sent chills down the spine. He had come perilously close to meeting his demise at Uther's hands. This stirred Kurthagard's thoughts towards Usher. Kurthagard had never been a person of high moral standing. He was known to repay enmity with enmity. Despite enduring such emotional turmoil for an extended period, he remained unhealed. With nearly a year having passed, a gentle breeze caressed the air as Rex sat quietly on a bench in the courtyard, delicately stroking a beautifully crafted box, his eyes reflecting a sense of dreamy contemplation. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and a tall woman, adorned in exquisitely tailored and luxurious attire, gracefully drew near, followed closely by a demurely dressed lady. The fitted garments accentuated the woman's alluring figure, and with fingers as white as jade, she reached out to cover Rex's eyes from behind, her soft voice whispering, Guess who I am? There was no need for guessing. It was obviously you, Rona. Even with Gwen's assistance, there was no one else bold enough to do this. Rex gradually closed the gap of the box, where a glimpse of black light hinted at the treasure within. He placed the exquisite box into his storage ring and slowly removed the delicate hand that had concealed his eyes. I told you, you cannot deceive His Highness, the Prince. The gentle voice continued. How many times must I say it, Gwen? You need not call me Your Highness. Simply Rex will suffice, he remarked, glancing at the composed woman beside him. Absolutely not, Gwen immediately countered, her expression stern. Rex shook his head lightly, recognizing the stark contrast between Gwen and Rona's personalities. Rona was fire, while Gwen was water. One was impulsive and spirited, while the other maintained an extraordinary calmness, perhaps even to the point of being overly rigid. Fortunately, Gwen was not the type to lack adaptability. Weren't you both headed to Dalaran? Why have you returned so swiftly? Rex gazed upon the two captivating figures standing before him, his voice gentle as he spoke. It has been nearly 5 years since the establishment of the Round Table Knights, and in this passage of time, Rona has transformed from a naive child into a blossoming young lady. The saying a girl matures 18 times could not be more fitting for her. Rex has witnessed her gradual evolution firsthand. The reputation of the two roses, one red and one blue, within the Round Table Knights, has become well known throughout Gilneas. I came here for the musketeers, he remarked. As you can see, Ulysses and Osborne have expanded once more. Rona, having grown comfortable in Rex's presence, lacked any pretense. Her demeanor was relaxed and familiar when no outsiders were around. I knew you were here regarding the musketeers, Rex replied, his expression confirming her assumption. Since their first meeting, the bond between Rona and Gwen had flourished rapidly. Recently, they had traveled together to Dalaran, a venture Rex had permitted. Given their youth, especially with the allure of Dalaran, he found no reason to decline. After all, should they wish to visit again in the future, they would encounter a city transformed by post-disaster reconstruction. Currently, the musketeers' ranks are at full capacity, and further expansion is unfeasible. Rex shook his head in refusal, pausing to observe Rona's expression before continuing. Our Gilneas musketeers have reached their limit and will not be expanding further. However, I can transfer the musketeers from the 2nd Legion under your command. The 2nd Legion is primarily focused on ranged attacks, comprising both musketeers and archers, though it has a notably limited number of spellcasters, which can only be organized in a guard format, failing to achieve the scale of a full legion. Historically, Gilneas possessed very few musketeers prior to Rex's establishment of the Round Table Knights, with the majority being archers. The best firearms were crafted in Ironforge, and the disparity with local Gilnean production was significant. Given Gilneas's previous isolationist policies, the development of musketeers was stunted. How was your experience in Dalaran? As Rona's satisfaction became evident, Rex smiled. Even without Rona mentioning the issue of the gunslinger, Rex intended to bring the matter under her command. Over the past 2 years, he had restructured all 5 legions of Gilneas, with the 2nd Legion being the last to undergo his meticulous oversight. In Dalaran, unsettling rumors had reached my ears. A plague had erupted in Lordaeron, leading to countless tragic deaths. It was said that Prince Arthas was investigating the matter. Upon hearing Rex mention Dalaran, Gwen's expression soured as she recounted the hearsay, which might not be entirely true, but merely gossip circulated by merchant caravans. Observing Gwen's troubled demeanor, Rona offered her words of comfort, clearly expressing her disbelief in the rumors surrounding Dalaran. News had evidently reached Dalaran. Rex, listening to Gwen's words, maintained his silence. His smile unwavering, yet a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Dalaran was not far from Gilneas. The journey could be completed in mere days, and with a swift gallop. One could arrive within a day and a night. Summon Osborne for me, Rex commanded, signaling a maid with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, Osborne approached, sweat glistening on his forehead as he trudged forward with a heavy gait. Noticing Osborne's appearance, Rex issued his orders. From this day forth, the gates of the Greymane Wall are entrusted to you. All travelers, regardless of status, and all goods, no matter whose they are, must be thoroughly inspected. Should anything seem amiss, cleanse it with the light. Rex's expression was grave. Understood, Osborne nodded, accepting the command before swiftly departing. Watching him leave, Rex felt a sense of satisfaction. Only Osborne could be entrusted with such a task, ensuring Rex's peace of mind. If it had been Ulysses, he might have overlooked matters concerning commoners, especially if nobles were involved. This, however, would be unthinkable for Osborne. Osborne adhered strictly to orders, displaying no negligence, a quality Rex greatly admired. He prioritized the execution of Rex's commands over personal interests, making him a trusted confidant. With the undead plague already underway, every aspect of Gilneas required rigorous scrutiny. Rex wished to avert a similar outbreak within his realm. A keen light ignited in Rex's eyes, their sharpness rendering them hard to behold. It was time to execute the plan of misdirection and to divert the impending calamity elsewhere. Just as Rex was preparing to put his strategy into action, an unforeseen event disrupted his plans, compelling him to delay his departure from Gilneas. Rachel was gravely ill, nearing the brink of death. As a pillar of Gilneas, her perilous condition was indeed a matter of grave concern. Without a hero of her stature to lead the nation, the consequences could be catastrophic. Thus, the news of Rachel's illness remained largely unknown to outsiders, save for a few pivotal figures who were understandably alarmed. In the grand hall of the palace, the dazzling walls, embedded with magical crystals, radiated bright light, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were midday. In the stillness of the night, such a holy brilliance evoked a sense of awe. Beside the magical crystals lay rare, enormous cat's eye gemstones, accented by dark green malachite below, enhancing the opulent splendor of the palace. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Rex entered the grand hall, surveying the gathered dignitaries. All prominent figures of Gilneas, including Darius and Vincent. Rex was the last to arrive. He had initially intended to leave Gilneas, but had hastily returned upon receiving urgent news, naturally arriving later than the others. Your Highness, the assembled lords rose to bow as Rex entered the hall. Years had transformed Rex from an inconsequential figure to one of significant authority, particularly in recent times as King Jin had intentionally delegated power, enhancing Rex's influence. Is His Majesty not present? Rex beheld all the esteemed ministers gathered in the chamber, yet his father was conspicuously absent. He turned to his steadfast confidant, Darius, and inquired directly. His Majesty is inside, accompanying the Grand Marshal on his final journey, Darius replied, his tone heavy with gravity. Although Rachel had publicly appeared in Gilneas over a decade ago, her influence remained undiminished. The present stature of Gilneas was a testament to the hard work of Rex's grandfather, and Rachel, and Darius, at his age, had grown up hearing tales of Rachel's heroic exploits. In contrast to Rex's grandfather, who maintained stability from the rear, Rachel, as the commanding Grand Marshal, commanded deeper respect. Your Highness, the King has commanded that upon your arrival, you proceed to the rear. Lord Walden spoke with a somber demeanor, his previously proud countenance now subdued. Given Walden and his peersage, they belonged to the same generation as King Jean, yet they were a younger cohort that held Rachel in high esteem. I shall go at once. I leave this in your capable hands. Vincent, Rex nodded, issuing a brief instruction to the silent Vincent before making his way into the palace hall. The entrance to the palace hall featured 3 access points. Apart from the main entrance Rex had just used, 2 side doors remained closed to outsiders. The palace was rife with rules, and these side doors were not open to the public. Many individuals occupied the hall, and typically, Rex would not be granted entry. As he exited the hall, Rex cast a glance at Vincent, who was already working to adjust the atmosphere within. Satisfied, Rex nodded, knowing Vincent had understood his unspoken message. Among his faction, Rex felt most reassured by Darius, not merely due to Darius's character or their shared interests, but also because of the ties to Rona. Since the establishment of the Greymane Wall, the Crowley family had relinquished most of their territories, leaving Gilneas to contend with numerous challenges. Darius advocated for the opening of Gilneas, which conflicted with King Jean's views. The relinquishment of the Crowley territories placed King Jean in a precarious position, complicating matters due to the Crowley family's strength. Consequently, King Jean adopted a cold stance towards Darius, ignoring him entirely, which only served to heighten tensions between them. However, after Rex's emergence, their relationship gradually softened over the years, albeit the issues remained unresolved. Recently, during a conversation between King Jean and Darius, a decision was reached regarding Rex's marriage. Rex, nearing 30, had delayed this matter due to his concerns over the undead calamity. Gilneas was precarious, and he lacked the focus to pursue such personal affairs. Yet, time had run out. Rona, as Darius's most cherished daughter, held sufficient status and familiarity with Rex, leaving him little room to decline. Rex recognized that even if he were to refuse, the king's approval would render his objections futile. Unless Rex were to stage a melodramatic escape, a refusal would undoubtedly offend the Crowley family, effectively severing his 2 vital supports. This would deepen the rift between the Crowley family and Gilneas. Rex was acutely aware of Darius's temperament. Should he reject the proposal after the king's nod, Darius might rebel out of indignation, a possibility not to be dismissed. While Darius could be somewhat naive, he was more difficult to deceive than the cunning Vincent, who would never engage in foolishness. Rex did not oppose the marriage. He held no animosity towards Rona, albeit he was not particularly enamored with her, harboring merely a fondness. The engagement settled, Darius naturally commanded Rex's utmost trust, his straightforward nature easily earning the confidence of others, unlike Vincent, whose guile made complete trust elusive. Taking a turn, Rex, under the guidance of a maid, made his way to Rachel's side. Rachel's critical condition had prompted an earlier visit, suggesting she had actively sought the path of demigodhood. Otherwise, given her state, she could have persisted longer before succumbing to such dire circumstances. Throughout his journey, Rex pondered silently, contemplating ways to prolong Rachel's life. The undead calamity had just begun, and a tumultuous war loomed ahead. Rachel's predicament was ill-timed, explaining why Gilneas struggled even with the formidable Greymane Wall standing guard against the undead. Gazing upon the frail visage of the once mighty hero, Rex felt an oppressive weight in his heart. Rachel's current appearance starkly contrasted with her former self. Had he not known better, he would scarcely recognize the figure before him as the valiant champion he revered. In the realm of Azeroth, even as life waned, Rachel's appearance typically suggested she was in her 40s. It was only the white strands of hair and the air of weariness that betrayed her true age of over 80. Now, Rachel's once grand stature had diminished to a mere shadow of bones, her presence sagging. On the sickbed, Rachel engaged in casual conversation with King Jean, her spirit surprisingly buoyant despite her impending demise. Rex observed the 9th-tier priest tirelessly channeling holy light to sustain Rachel's vitality, beads of sweat trickling down the priest's forehead, yet displaying no hint of dissatisfaction as he diligently repeated the healing incantation. Exchanging a glance with the 9th-tier priest, Rex nodded in agreement, then shook his head slightly. The holy light could only tenuously maintain Rachel's life. While it could heal wounds, it did not extend the lives of those nearing their end. Given the priest's own limitations, his unceasing efforts could only prolong Rachel's existence by a day at most. Rex, why have you only just arrived? King Jean observed Rex as he strode in, a frown of discontent evident on his face, clearly displeased with Rex's tardiness, which he perceived as a slight to Rachel. It is my fault, Rex readily admitted. refraining from offering excuses. Noticing Rex's demeanor, King Jean chose not to pursue further inquiries. Pleased with Rex's attitude, he leaned toward the sickbed and inquired, "Is there anything else that the teacher still has on Rex?" King Jin's demeanor was notably humble. Rachel, residing in Gilneas, had lost a son in his early years, and since then, she had not borne any more children. After the death of her wife over a decade ago, Rachel had taken on the role of captain of the royal guard and retreated into the palace. Gently shaking her head, Rachel conveyed that she had no words of advice to offer. Observing the frail Rachel, who seemed fragile enough to be taken by a gust of wind, Rex felt an immense sorrow within. He had experienced numerous farewells in life, yet the sight of Rachel, a peak warrior in the world of Azeroth with a glorious past, was heartbreaking, especially given her fleeting lifespan, limited to a mere century. In comparison, the lifespans of various professions among humans varied greatly. Among them, the shortest belonged to the warriors, whose fury wrought incredible destruction, yet also inflicted severe harm upon their own bodies. Historically, no human warrior had ever lived beyond 100 years unless they achieved demigod status. In contrast, mages, while theoretically also limited to around a century, often extended their lives to 200 years or even beyond through dedicated practices aimed at longevity. The longest living beings were undoubtedly the guardian dragons and elves. High elves faced lifespan restrictions, while night elves appeared to have no such limitations, impervious to sickness, aging, or death, a flawless race. This notion sparked within Rex a covetous desire. For the immortality of night elves was not an innate gift, but a blessing acquired over time. Witnessing Rachel's condition ignited within Rex a profound longing for eternal life. He could not bear the thought of himself one day lying on a sickbed, struggling to survive. A seed of immortality had been sown deep within his heart, awaiting the opportunity to blossom in the future. Holding a book with a green cover adorned with a panda image, Rex hesitated, aware that this treasure was a compilation of abilities he had amassed, a series known as the Manual of Life, encompassing tomes of strength and agility. If Rachel's life could be saved, Rex would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Without Rachel's presence, Gilneas felt profoundly empty. If a hero-grade adversary were to cause trouble, they could confront them openly. However, if the threats were covert assassinations, no one could intervene. After all, it had been said for over a millennium in the world of Azeroth that only heroes could withstand heroes. Such wisdom would have faded from history had it lacked merit. Currently, Rachel required a method to prolong her life. Within Azeroth, numerous approaches existed, the simplest being to seek the Bronze Dragon King for a blessing, which would allow Rachel to continue living, albeit at a cost. The Bronze Dragon King, as the mightiest guardian dragon, could indeed fulfill such a request. However, this so-called King of Time had long since vanished in antiquity, rendering the simplest method the most elusive. In truth, the easiest solution would be to transform Rachel into an undead being with eternal life, a method with minimal cost and simplicity, yet one that would be intolerable for both Rex and Rachel, as all strong individuals possess their own dignity. The Manual of Life in Rex's possession presented another avenue, but he lacked certainty regarding its efficacy. The manual promised a permanent increase of 50 points to vitality, akin to HP in a game, but in the context of this reality, its implications were less clear. While supplementing a person's life force to extend their lifespan made sense in theory, Rex's understanding remained superficial, leaving him uncertain about the actual effects. This hesitance stemmed from the years spent in a mysterious treasury, where he had yet to draw any life-restoring treasures, such as potions or healing elixirs. As Rachel's eyes grew dimmer, Rex tightened his grip on the Manual of Life, resolute in his decision. He felt he had no alternative. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Gilneas desperately needed a heroic figure. After surveying the remaining individuals in the room, he spoke solemnly, "You all may leave. If we do not succeed today, we shall seek another opportunity tomorrow. We will certainly prevail." One by one, the servants departed in an orderly fashion, and soon only 4 remained in the chamber. The ailing Rachel, a 9th-tier priest continuously channeling holy light towards her, King Jin, and Rex. Furrowing his brow at the departing servants, King Jin fixed a piercing gaze upon Rex, and once the last servant had exited, he inquired, "Rex, what are you planning to do?" "Your Excellency, the Archbishop, please take a moment to rest. I shall take over from here." Rex did not respond immediately, but instead respectfully addressed the 9th-tier priest emanating holy light. The golden radiance emanating from his hand slowly descended upon Rachel, as Rex took the place of the Archbishop. Casting a doubtful glance at Rex, the Archbishop looked towards King Jean, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation from him, turned and departed without uttering a word. With only the three of them left in the room, Rex lifted the life manual in his hand and said to King Jean, "This is a treasure I acquired from Lordaeron. It is called the Life Manual, which has the power to extend one's lifespan." As King Jean's gaze fell upon the green book adorned with a panda on its cover, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. In this moment, Rex had no intention of deceiving him. After all, who would not desire an artifact that could prolong life? Countless emperors throughout history have sought the elixir of immortality. And even the most sagacious rulers, like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, were not exempt from such pursuits. Now, at an advanced age, King Jean had already been crowned for over 20 years since the First Orc War, approaching 60. How could he remain indifferent to a treasure that promised to extend his life? Use it for the teacher, he thought. As the initial fervor of greed in his eyes gradually subsided, rationality overcoming desire. Although the life manual was indeed remarkable, the well-being of Gilneas, represented by a heroic figure, was of greater significance. Rex was astonished by his father's ability to swiftly detach himself from the allure of the life manual, prompting newfound respect for him. Whether the life manual could indeed extend life remained uncertain in Rex's mind, but King Jean was oblivious to this fact, revealing through his demeanor that the importance of Gilneas far surpassed his own desires. Very well, Rex acquiesced, the holy light in his hand unwavering. With the life manual in his left hand, he exerted a forceful tremor towards Rachel, shattering the manual. While in his grasp, the manual had revealed its pages, all blank. Yet, upon being shattered, it transformed into numerous luminous orbs resembling miniature stars, floating together in a captivating spectacle. After a moment of gathering, the points of light began to merge, akin to the expansion of a single orb. Eventually, as all the light coalesced into a sphere approximately the size of a fist, it gradually descended into Rachel's body. Rachel, already ensconced in unconsciousness, began to undergo a transformation observable to the naked eye as the orb integrated into her form. Her faint life essence gradually strengthened, and the pained expression on her face shifted to one of serenity. The changes in Rachel brought a sigh of relief from Rex. Such a rare treasure, King Jean mused, observing Rachel's transformation. The effects of the life manual were indeed instantaneous. The once dying Rachel now breathed deeply, filled with vitality, shedding the previous aura of death. In this extraordinary realm, the essence of life was not merely a fantastical concept, but a visible reality. With their prowess, Rex and King Jean could easily discern the telltale signs of impending death in a person, marked by the presence of deathly energy. Though Rachel's deathly aura had not entirely dissipated, it had significantly weakened, reminiscent of her vitality from years past. This change signified to Rex and King Jean that Rachel had gained several additional years of life. The success of the life manual brought forth a glimmer of joy on Rex's face. While the Warcraft system was replete with elements for him to explore, the surprise brought by the life force was sufficient to elate him. Even with his usual composure, his delight was evident. Life force signified existence. And within the realm of Warcraft, there were myriad treasures linked to it, including the card medical gem and the life amulet among the permanent enhancement artifacts. The scarcity of such treasures was noteworthy. Even among consumables, life potions and healing elixirs were commonplace. The absence of life-enhancing artifacts in the mysterious treasure chamber over the years explained why health-restoring potions in the game were trivial, overshadowed by the more significant artifacts like purification potions. As Rex observed Rachel's condition improving, he subconsciously ceased his use of holy light, attentively watching her transformation, a sentiment mirrored by King Jean. Rachel remained exceedingly weak. The increase in her lifespan did not restore her to her peak condition. The injuries sustained while striving against the demigod threshold had been severe, and due to her lifespan, full recovery was implausible. Although a few years had been added, Rex surmised that her injuries would not heal completely, resulting in a decline in her strength, relegating her from mid-hero status to early hero status. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. King Jean gazed at Rachel, knowing that if she could endure for a few more years as a protective figure, once Rex matured and transitioned, the future of Gilneas would undoubtedly flourish, alleviating concerns about a hero's seat for the next 50 years. As Rachel's condition stabilized, the news brought joy to all present. The status of a hero was akin to a towering pillar. Currently, Gilneas was in a precarious state, with the next generation yet to mature. The representative figure of the second generation, Darius, had been stagnant at the pinnacle of the 9th tier for over a decade, harboring little hope for a breakthrough. King Jean also shared this sentiment, doubting his own prospects for transcending to the hero tier. However, fate is unpredictable. Neither Darius nor King Jean could have anticipated their future ascensions to hero status, with King Jean's breakthrough facilitated by the werewolf factor, a prospect otherwise unattainable given his current state. The werewolves, however, were an abomination in Rex's eyes. The tragic transformation of Gilneas stemmed from the outbreak of the undead Scourge. In a desperate bid to resist this calamity, the werewolves were summoned, successfully repelling a contingent of the Scourge, yet sowing the seeds of future disaster. The plight of Gilneas seemed to spiral downward, beset by misfortune. First came Darius's rebellion, followed by the assault of Sylvanas, the Banshee Queen, and the ensuing werewolf turmoil. Once a prosperous Gilneas, a territory second only to Stormwind and Lordaeron in human history, now lay in ruin, eclipsed by the fate of Gilneas, which was overtaken by ogres, resulting in the downfall of the once great kingdom. Gilneas was further distanced from its homeland, crossing the ocean to Kalimdor, barely surviving with the aid of the night elves. This was a harrowing fate. Perspective alters emotion. Witnessing an unrelated individual suffer may evoke mere curiosity, but if that individual were your own son, your feelings would be profoundly different. In the realm of gaming, Rex found enjoyment in the werewolf character. However, within the fabric of reality, they represented a malignancy. Regarding Rachel's survival, Rex and King Jean had briefly discussed and aligned on the narrative that Rachel had persevered through sheer will. The prospect of acquiring a life-extending artifact was exceedingly rare, capable of driving one to madness, which explained why Rex had expelled all others, retaining only King Jean, as even the Archbishop's presence was deemed too precarious. The Church held substantial power, whether in Lordaeron, Stormwind, or Gilneas. Its influence was undeniable. The Archbishop, despite his usual detachment, maintained a significant role as priests and paladins, both wielders of holy light, had to engage with the Church, thus amplifying its impact. With matters in Gilneas resolved, Rex did not linger and immediately departed, for time was of the essence. The opportunity at hand was fleeting. He galloped forth, the scenery swiftly receding behind him as he hastened towards Dalaran. As a member of humanity, Rex naturally cared about the fate of his kin. He had no qualms about dispatching any obstacles in his path, yet preserving human strength remained paramount. The destruction of Dalaran was an outcome Rex sought to avert. This pinnacle of human magic, though rebuilt after each devastation, inevitably lost a wealth of research and heritage, with many ancient magics fading into obscurity, much like Dalaran's repeated annihilation. From the current perspective, the Orcish forces stood in stark contrast to humanity. The human population numbered in the millions, while the orcs barely reached 200,000. In terms of national strength, a single Lordaeron could rival the orcs. The Orcish onslaught had caught humanity off guard, leading to the downfall of the strongest kingdom in Azeroth, leaving it fragmented and vulnerable. It is crucial to remember that the First Orc War concluded with the annihilation of the Kingdom of Azeroth. Yet, at the war's onset, the kingdom had successfully repelled the Orcish advance without external support. Under the legendary hero Anduin Lothar's leadership, the tide had stabilized until the catastrophic defeat, which stemmed from Lothar's assassination of the demigod Medivh, creating an opening for Garona to slay the king, culminating in the collapse of their defenses. This is the lament of humankind, the incidents involving the transpired twice, leading to the demise of two magnificent kingdoms and marking two of the most devastating outcomes in the annals of human history. This point is indisputable. In the previous life, Rex harbored certain grievances regarding this matter. Observe Blizzard's narrative. The familiar tropes have resurfaced multiple times, such as assassination events where pivotal figures met their demise. The King of Azeroth fell victim, as did the King of Lordaeron, slain unexpectedly by his own son, also an act of assassination. As for the orcs, Thrall's father, Durotan, was likewise assassinated. Significant events often unfold through such means. Despite the orcs' defeat, even with Thrall's eventual liberation, they could not rival the human race in sheer strength. The newly formed horde could not contend with the established alliance. The turning point was Draenor, commonly referred to as Outland. When the dark portal reopened, facilitating contact with Outland. The alliance was bolstered by the return of heroes from their expedition, significantly enhancing their power. Yet, the orcs were not left behind. In comparison to humanity, their strength surged even more. Draenor is the ancestral home of the orcs. Despite the devastation and environmental upheaval, many orcs survived, leading to a remarkable surge in their power. In summary, the reopening of the Dark Portal benefited both the Alliance and the Horde, though the Horde reaped greater advantages. If the Alliance had managed to suppress the Horde prior to the emergence of Outland, the tables turned thereafter, with the future Warchief of the Horde, Thrall's successor, being welcomed back from Outland. The inclusion of brown-skinned orcs infused fresh vigor into their ranks, ensuring their dominance within the Horde. The towering mage spire of Dalaran loomed before Rex, and with a sharp crack of his whip against the horse's flank, its speed intensified, propelling Rex forward with haste. Upon entering Dalaran, Rex made a beeline for Kael'thas's residence. Strikingly, Kael'thas's abode remained unchanged, despite having visited on several occasions. It still bore the same essence as their first encounter. The decor and layout were in perfect stasis, with the maidens standing in their designated positions, unaltered. In this scene, Rex observed with a gentle shake of his head. Within this estate, there existed no spring or summer, no autumn or winter. The very essence of magic rendered the passage of time imperceptible. Even a courtyard, over time, would become weathered, bearing the marks of the years. Yet here, time left no trace. Rex could certainly impose such an enchantment upon his own residence, but neither he nor anyone else would consider it. Such is the nature of humanity. A human life spans but a century, yet they seldom indulge in the monotony of a life lived day in and day out. Kael'thas could afford such a luxury, being a high elf with a lifespan of millennia. Though not infinite, each high elf has witnessed the rise and fall of human kingdoms. Kael'thas's father, for instance, once met the first human emperor, Thoradin. Their alliance vanquished the trolls and brought an end to the protracted troll wars that had entangled the high elves for countless years. Yet now, even the sole heir of Emperor Thoradin's bloodline, Anduin Lothar, has perished, and the once mighty empire lies in fragments, giving rise to the current era of warring states. Meanwhile, Kael'thas's father remains vigorous and alive, likely to thrive for another millennium without issue. "Shall we depart now?" Kael'thas inquired, noting the weariness etched upon Rex's face. His own expression tinged with surprise and seated in contemplation. "Not just yet. I shall rest for the night and set out tomorrow morning," Rex replied, delicately sipping from a glass of milk placed upon the table. The milk was delightful, pure, imbued with the essence of the earthy basin. Hearing Rex's rationale, Kael'thas's confusion dissipated. It was not an urgent matter after all. Rex sought Kael'thas's company to visit the Greymane Wall, primarily to address the wall's magical resistance issues. Given the circumstances of Azeroth, a formidable barrier must account for not only physical assaults but also magical ones, with additional complexities such as the elements invoked by shamans. Rex was determined to ensure that no flaws marred the defenses of the Greymane Wall. Is Jaina still engrossed in her magical studies? As Rex shifted the topic, he inquired knowingly, "Are they not here?" With a gentle shake of her head, she replied, "No. Both she and Antonidas have left." Kael'thas's expression remained unchanged as he slowly began to speak. Yet, when he mentioned Jaina, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Kael'thas had faced rejection from Jaina after confessing his feelings, resulting in a complex emotional landscape. Initially, he admired her talent, which ultimately blossomed into affection. Rex nodded, acknowledging that it was precisely due to Antonidas's absence that he had ventured to Dalaran. Had Antonidas been present, Rex would not have made the journey. His purpose for coming was clear: to seize the Book of Medivh. This tome was the root of Dalaran's impending doom, as the Scourge's primary objective in their assault on the city was to obtain it. With the power of the book, they sought to summon Archimonde, the second-in-command of the Burning Legion, the most formidable general of their forces. For Archimonde to breach the realm of Azeroth was no trivial feat. Otherwise, the Burning Legion would not have cast its covetous gaze upon it for so many years, orchestrating numerous schemes involving orcs and undead, all products of the Legion's leaders. Each of the Legion's triumvirate had to significantly diminish their power to enter Azeroth, relying upon potent magical rituals and extraordinary artifacts to facilitate their arrival. Sargeras had the Well of Eternity, while Archimonde depended on the Book of Medivh. Without it, Archimonde could not descend. The notion of destroying the Book of Medivh was exceedingly impractical. As an artifact of immense power, it was inherently difficult to obliterate, even should it be destroyed. Archimonde could seek alternative conduits, not being tethered solely to the book. Much like Rex's previous thoughts on not annihilating the cult of the damned, he believed that transparency in understanding the conspiracy was preferable to being blindsided by ignorance. The former could lead to a decisive victory, while the latter, although initially promising, was prone to collapse. As long as the Lich King remained under the Burning Legion's control, the Book of Medivh would remain their target. Rex's plan was to exploit the book. Since destruction was not an option, he aimed to divert the impending disaster. However, it was implausible to persuade Dalaran to relinquish the book openly. As a legendary artifact, it posed a lethal threat to every mage. Since its acquisition from Karazhan following Medivh's demise, it had been safeguarded in Dalaran. Rex found it challenging to articulate this matter directly to Antonidas, suggesting that the Scourge's outbreak aimed at the book would only lead to misunderstandings, making Antonidas believe Rex harbored greedy intentions. Thus, after much contemplation, Rex resolved to attempt a theft. Regardless of success or failure, he would exert his utmost effort to prevent Dalaran's destruction. Even in failure, he could hold his head high. And should he succeed, he could frame the situation to his advantage. Rex had no intention of keeping the book for himself. Artifacts of such caliber were not easily acquired. There existed numerous ways to redirect the Scourge's focus from Dalaran to Gilneas. Rex was not so altruistic. The most ideal custodians of the Book of Medivh would be the orcs, allowing the undead to clash with them. This would not only weaken the orcs, but also diminish their strength significantly. Even if the Lich King could not vanquish the orcs, their vitality would be severely compromised. Please consider supporting with a subscription and a vote. Tomorrow promises an abundance of chapters. As dawn broke, the pale blue sky was adorned with a scattering of faint stars. A group of riders galloped across the land, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the air. In the distance, the verdant bamboo stalks glimmered with a pristine sheen, their emerald glow enveloping the entire grove. "Here we are," Kael'thas said, holding the reins with elegance as he surveyed the surroundings. Gently pulling on the reins, he slowed his steed and spoke softly. "All right," Rex replied, dismounting gracefully and landing firmly on the ground. He casually handed the riding whip to a nearby attendant and stood beside Kael'thas, continuing the conversation. "What are your thoughts on the recent plague that has erupted in northern Lordaeron?" "The Lordaeron plague," Kael'thas muttered, his movements unceasing as arcane energy began to surge and coalesce within his staff. The light atop the staff brightened, and the air shimmered with magical essence. The previously dormant magical elements stirred excitedly, expressing their fervor. "Is it man-made?" Rex inquired, his tone casual as he observed Kael'thas, who was busy channeling power to construct a portal to Farwood Village. Rex seemed more relaxed. "Undoubtedly man-made," Kael'thas asserted, his voice firm, a fleeting glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. His hands remained steady as he continued. "The scale of the plague in northern Lordaeron is too vast. It swept through the region in a short period, exacerbated by the presence of unruly mobs. Given the chaos, I refuse to believe it is without human manipulation. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. To refer to it merely as a plague is to underestimate its nature. It is more akin to a sorcery." Rex nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kael'thas' astute assessment of the situation. It is evident that Arthas, who is currently investigating the origins of the plague, has discerned that this affliction is not a mere epidemic, but rather a consequence of arcane forces, hindered only by the lack of tangible evidence. The outbreak in northern Lordaeron pales in comparison to the scale that Rex recalls. In his memory, following the initial outbreak, the affliction swiftly consumed not only the northern territories, but also the eastern regions of Lordaeron, transforming its most cherished areas into barren wastelands. The original names faded into obscurity, replaced by the designations of the Eastern Plaguelands and the Western Plaguelands. While the extent of the devastation has diminished, it still exceeds Rex's expectations by a considerable margin. The primary driver of this undead scourge is the brutal transformation of the living into the undead. Such a cruel process, if executed through magic, would be laborious and time-consuming, rendering it impossible to amass a vast army in a short span. The rapidity of this transformation can be attributed to the artifact wielded by Kel'Thuzad, the Plague Cauldron. The Plague Cauldron is not a singular vessel, but rather a collection of cauldrons, whose principal purpose is to disseminate the plague. Infecting the living or other beings is remarkably simple. Exposure to the boiling water within the cauldron or prolonged contact with it suffices. One need not engage directly with the cauldron. As long as one remains within a certain proximity, infection is inevitable. However, the further the distance, the longer it takes to contract the plague. In Rex's eyes, this was akin to a plague disseminated through the air. The locations of several plague cauldrons constituted a realm of death, where the earth would gradually darken, ultimately transforming into a barren wasteland devoid of life. The land of smoke and ash reduced to ruins. Thus, Rex's gaze was fixated upon these cauldrons of pestilence, devoting most of his attention to their movements. For they must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The terms Eastern Plague Lands and Western Plague Lands were ones Rex wished to see vanish. For Stratholme was a city adorned in splendor, with very few cities on the continent of Lordaeron surpassing it, all of which were major cities, such as the capital of Lordaeron, Dalaran, and the city of Hillsbrad, among others. Rex harbored ambitions of unifying the entirety of Lordaeron. Although the banner of the Alliance must be raised high, humanity itself must achieve unity. The factions of the Alliance were fragmented and disunited, with Stormwind merely serving as a symbolic representation, failing to consolidate the strength of all humankind. Rex recalled the locations of the plague cauldrons from his memories, remnants of past gaming endeavors during questing. The cauldron at Fellstone Farm, the cauldron at the Tears of Dalshan, the cauldron at the Wailing Cavern, and the cauldron at Gallows End Farm. With the locations now established, their destruction was not an insurmountable task. There was no need for Rex to dispatch individuals personally. Utilizing leverage was paramount. The plague cauldrons were artifacts, and the protective power of Kel'Thuzad was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, Rex sought a means to relay this information to the Silver Hand Knights, and Uther himself took action, successfully dismantling several plague cauldrons. However, the cauldron at the Wailing Cavern ultimately eluded capture upon receiving the news. Rex could only lament the alteration of history. Due to his own intervention, the timeline had diverged. What was originally 4 plague cauldrons had transformed into 5, with their locations now altered, and to this day, Rex had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the remaining 2 cauldrons. This matter is the consequence borne by the Silver Hand Knights. Following the abduction incident involving Jaina, the valorous Uther, fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, initiated a relentless pursuit upon discovering that Kel'Thuzad was delving into dark sorcery. He sought to eradicate Kel'Thuzad, and thus, the nascent cursed cult, which had been under the vigilant watch of Rexxar, was swiftly obliterated by Uther's hand. Even Kel'Thuzad himself suffered injuries during this tumultuous encounter. For years, Uther remained undeterred in his relentless hunt for Kel'Thuzad. In the year prior, during Kel'Thuzad's last appearance, Uther nearly succeeded in delivering a fatal blow. However, the actions of the Silver Hand Knights rendered the cursed cult increasingly clandestine. Repeated attempts to suppress them transformed the once exposed rats into worms burrowing within the dark soil. The difficulty of surveillance increased exponentially, and Uther's actions alarmed Rexxar, fostering a sense of resentment. A hazy portal materialized in a corner of Vanwood Village, situated at its very heart. Over the years, Vanwood Village had evolved from a mere village into a small town. The appearance of the portal was initially a source of wonder, but it soon became a commonplace occurrence, well known to the villagers. At designated teleportation points, guards were assigned to oversee the area, and each emergence of the portal was meticulously recorded. This is the plan devised by Rex. While the portal offers convenience, it is not to be utilized indiscriminately. Kel'Thuzad has the ability to pinpoint the location of Fandral Village for transportation and soak in the enemy. Without implementing adequate precautions, the adversaries could effortlessly infiltrate the heart of Fandral Village. For instance, within a certain radius of Dalaran, the use of portals is strictly prohibited. Gradually, the ethereal portal solidified, and once it was firmly established, 2 figures emerged sequentially. The first figure, adorned in an exquisite robe, stood adjacent to the portal, exuding an air of elegance that was unmistakable. This undeniable aura, even when clad in simple linen, revealed Kel'Thuzad as a noble. The High Elves, in ancient times, were the aristocrats among the Night Elves, and each High Elf adhered to the tenets of etiquette with utmost rigor. "Your Highness," the guards exclaimed, bowing upon sighting Rex. "Let us proceed. The Wall of Greymane lies ahead." As Rex stepped through the portal, the once vibrant gateway began to fade slowly, ultimately vanishing from sight. He nodded towards the guards stationed nearby before addressing Kel'Thuzad. Without further ado, Kel'Thuzad acknowledged with a brief response and followed Rex as they made their way towards the Greymane Wall. Rex had orchestrated Kel'Thuzad's departure from Dalaran as a dual-purpose endeavor. He aimed to steal Mediva's tome and frame the orcs for it, thereby diverting the Lich King's gaze solely upon them and away from Dalaran. However, the theft of Mediva's book was no trivial matter. As an artifact of immense power, it was under stringent protection within Dalaran, guarded by a dedicated battalion, with formidable mages overseeing the city. Any disturbance would swiftly attract their attention, and few would dare to act recklessly in Dalaran. It was only with Antonidas' absence that Rex saw an opportunity. Renowned for his wisdom and unparalleled strength, Antonidas rarely left Dalaran, with his last departure occurring 5 years prior during Arthas's paladin ceremony in Stormwind. Even when events unfolded involving Jaina, Antonidas remained steadfastly in Dalaran, while others were manageable. Rex held a profound apprehension towards Antonidas. Years ago, Rex had devised a plan to pilfer Mediva's tome, but Antonidas' constant presence had deterred him from taking action. With Antonidas away, Rex finally perceived a chance. Dalaran, a city-state, is defined as a singular urban entity, akin to a city within a nation. Typically, at least 2 heroes resided in Dalaran, and it was their formidable presence that provided stability. With Antonidas' absence and Kael summoned away, Dalaran appeared exceedingly vulnerable, devoid of its heroic defenders. Yet, this was merely a superficial observation. Within the Council of Six, many mages held honorary titles, but several possessed genuine power. Despite the apparent lack of heroes in Dalaran, one remained hidden: Krasis, a member of the council. On the surface, he appeared unremarkable, never revealing his true prowess. Others might sense his extraordinary abilities, but would not classify him as a hero. Unbeknownst to the ordinary folk, the council was well aware of Krasis's true nature. As a red dragon, even if he concealed his lineage, the essence of his heroic stature could not be masked. The soul pressure he emanated was evident to other heroes. Like a beacon in the night, instantly recognizable. In the realm of Azeroth, it was nearly impossible to obscure the unique aura of one's soul and heritage unless one employed special magical artifacts. Krasis's attempts at concealment might fool the uninitiated, but they would not deceive fellow heroes like Antonidas and Kael. Kael'thas's decision to accompany Rex to the Greymane Wall, unburdened by concerns for Dalaran, hinged entirely on his confidence in Krasis. Standing majestically beneath the Greymane Wall, Kael marveled at its grandeur, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he had only heard tales of the wall's magnificence, the reality was overwhelming. From a distance, its scale was not immediately apparent, but upon approaching, its towering height, nearly 100 meters, instilled a sense of awe. To Kael, the Greymane Wall had been merely a subject of conversation, its splendor spoken of but never truly grasped. It was akin to knowing of Mount Hua's perilousness without experiencing its treacherous paths. One could describe it, but never convey the true essence of the experience. Now, standing before the Greymane Wall, Kael found himself utterly captivated by this magnificent structure. Even in a previous life, accustomed to towering skyscrapers, he had never encountered anything that left him as profoundly moved as the sight of the Greymane Wall. The construction of such a formidable edifice involved countless considerations, with a staggering expenditure of both human and financial resources, far beyond any astronomical figure one might imagine. What of its magical resistance? Rex felt that he had sufficiently voiced the questions that plagued his mind, remarking on the adequacy of their current position while pondering the status of others. Kael responded, "Then I must trouble you to conduct a thorough inspection. Should there be any vulnerabilities, I shall rectify them." Standing before Kael, Rex gestured towards the distant Greymane Wall as he spoke. Kael nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a grand drama of theft was unfolding within Dalaran, featuring a select few, including Osborne and several archmages. As Rex re-entered Dalaran, he acutely sensed the tense and solemn atmosphere enveloping the city. The once bustling streets, teeming with pedestrians, had grown noticeably sparse. Occasionally, small squads of wizards, brandishing their staves, hurried past. These were the esteemed mage guard of the Dalaran kingdom. While other realms boasted their own mage squads, the scarcity of spellcasters elevated their status considerably. Though not worshipped, they certainly did not engage in the menial task of patrolling the streets. It was only within the magical kingdom of Dalaran that such a lavish mage guard was established, dedicated to ensuring the city's safety through magical patrols. "Prince Rex, Prince Kael," a voice called out, breaking the stillness. A hurried group of bearded mages, their faces etched with urgency and wielding green staves, approached Rex and Kaeldats to offer their greetings before swiftly departing with their fellow mages. "Is there trouble in Dalaran?" Kaeldats inquired, his previously serene smile vanishing, replaced by a grave expression as he turned to Rex. "Follow me." Amidst the somber atmosphere, Rex and Kaeldats quickened their pace. Rex's expression remained inscrutable, betraying nothing of his thoughts, though his unwavering gaze indicated that he was far from anxious. While Kaeldats was keenly aware that something was amiss in Dalaran, he refrained from questioning it casually. Instead, he led Rex into a towering mage spire, its pinnacle piercing the clouds. In all of Dalaran, only 5 other spires could rival its majesty. The significance of this tower was undeniable, as it was part of the esteemed Council of 6 of the Kirin Tor, the most revered individuals within Dalaran. Even towers erected by formidable heroes could never surpass these 6 in prestige. The masters of these 6 mage towers must certainly be members of the Kirin Tor Council of 6. This is the Mage Tower of Krasis, located within the 6th Council of victory.I, where he did not receive Rexxar and Kaeldats. The Mage Tower is equipped with various facilities such as laboratories, reception rooms, and bedrooms. However, many esteemed mages reside in their luxurious estates beneath the tower. For instance, Kaeldats' mansion is one that Rexxar frequently visits. Krasis, too, welcomed Rexxar and Kaeldats in the lounge of this estate. Like Kaeldats, Krasis is an ancient being whose age is indeterminate, perhaps even surpassing that of Kaeldats. A few years prior, the renowned Archmage Ronan was a pupil of Krasis. Despite his extensive years, Krasis' appearance belies his age. He presents himself as a man in his 30s, with flowing hair and an exceptionally handsome visage, exuding maturity without any hint of arrogance, appearing to be quite amiable. In his human form, Krasis embodies the quintessential high elf, showcasing the grace and beauty characteristic of his kind. Throughout the annals of Azeroth's history, Krasis is undeniably a figure of significance. Not only is he a member of the 5 great dragon guardians, specifically the Red Dragon, but his companion is also a pinnacle figure in the realm, the life-controlling Red Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza. In this regard, he exemplifies the notion of valuing one's spouse above all else. Upon seeing Krasis, Kaeldats directly inquired about the matter at hand. Observing Kaeldats' serious demeanor, Krasis' countenance darkened as he responded gravely, "The Book of Medivh has been stolen." The revelation of the book's theft shocked Kaeldats, his piercing gaze fixating on Krasis as he spoke. The Book of Medivh was safeguarded by Khadgar after Medivh's death. Dalaran paid a significant price to acquire this artifact. If Antonidas were to return, he would surely be furious. Gently shaking his head, Kaeldats envisioned Antonidas' reaction upon learning of the book's theft. The Book of Medivh does not belong to any individual. It is a communal asset of Dalaran. Now that it has been stolen, Kaeldats' expression mirrored concern, though it did not reach the heights of fury. Ultimately, Kaeldats' acknowledgement of Dalaran remained somewhat tepid, despite his status as a member of the council. Unlike Antonidas, who considers Dalaran his home and everything he cherishes, Kaeldats feels a natural distance, for this place is not Silvermoon City. It cannot be said that Kaeldats is at fault in this matter. Dalaran was constructed collaboratively by the human race and the High Elves, yet in contemporary times, the true authority within Dalaran lies solely with humanity, while the High Elves have been relegated to the periphery. Were it not for the High Elves consistently dispatching powerful heroes to serve as their representatives in Dalaran and secure positions within the Council of 6, they would have been entirely marginalized. Kaeldats, facing significant exclusion in Dalaran, naturally feels no sense of belonging. At each council meeting, he exists merely as an observer, maintaining a silence that speaks volumes. Rexxar listened intently to Kaeldats' words, discerning from his remarks that Kaeldats is not particularly concerned about the theft of Medivh's book. Similarly, Krasis' lack of immediate notification to Kaeldats regarding the book's theft reveals much about his own mindset. Regarding the governance of Dalaran by the Kirin Tor's Council of 6, Rexxar finds himself at a loss for words, particularly regarding the integration of other races within Dalaran, which he considers a significant error. Such negligence in governance is a fatal flaw. The future of Dalaran, now a neutral city accommodating both the Alliance and the Horde, strikes Rexxar as nothing short of absurd. After all, Dalaran is a bastion of the human kingdom. Permitting members of the Horde to enter is utterly perplexing. The presence of these foreign individuals is no longer a source of assistance, but has escalated to the point of being a malignant growth that must be eradicated. There remains one more chapter, and tomorrow will bring forth a public chapter before the arrival of the VIP chapter. Rex has resided in Dalaran for 3 days, personally participating in a charade akin to thief shouting to catch a thief, only to return disheartened. Kael'thas and Krasis exhibited a clear facade of indifference. While the efforts to investigate within the city of Dalaran were commendable, they were not the result of Kael'thas and Krasis's own prowess, but rather a directive given, with subordinates tasked to carry it out. In Rex's eyes, it was evident that even without his presence as an informant, thieves could easily evade capture. Thus, Rex deemed it unnecessary to linger in Dalaran any longer and set off to return to Gilneas. His interest in the Book of Medivh remained, but he had no intention of admiring it. Rex instructed Osborne to acquire the Book of Medivh and promptly hand it over to the orcs, diverting the impending calamity. Naturally, such actions must be executed with discretion. Rex did not wish for the matters concerning the Book of Medivh to be discovered by Dalaran in the near term. Otherwise, the scheme to redirect the impending disaster would falter, potentially inciting discord between Dalaran and the orcs. The Book of Medivh, once in the possession of the orcs, would require a timely revelation to the Lich King. There is no need for Rex to concern himself with this matter. Osborne is fully capable of executing it. The endeavor to steal the Book of Medivh proceeded with remarkable ease, even though Krasis was not particularly diligent in his investigation of the thief afterward. Osborne posed a significant threat at the moment of the theft. The ability to avoid alerting Krasis, only to be detected later, speaks to the meticulousness of the plan. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather the thief who keeps a watchful eye. For the purpose of appropriating the Book of Medivh, Rex meticulously planned for an entire year, gathering extensive information and considering every aspect, specifically choosing a day when Antonidas would be absent to execute the operation. This year has been fraught with calamity. In the northern regions of Lordaeron, a plague ravages the land, while the orcs, imprisoned in the holding camps, remain restive. According to the intelligence overseen by Rexxar, there has been a resurgence of Orcish activity, with the long-vanished Warsong clan re-emerging. All these signs indicate that a large-scale assault on the holding camps by the orcs is imminent. Rexxar's feelings towards the detention centers for orcs are complex. He yearns to eradicate the orc threat once and for all. However, he finds himself constrained, as Gilneas is not the leader of the alliance, and he lacks authority over its entirety. The true decision-maker regarding the orcs in the holding camps is none other than King Tirina's Minithil of Lordaeron. This king, who refrained from complete annihilation after defeating the orcs in the Second War, is unlikely to change his stance now. As Rexxar surmises, King Tirina's harbors his own ambitions, believing that confining the orcs is not an act of democracy or fairness towards other races, but rather a calculated maneuver. Even though Rexxar cannot issue direct orders to annihilate all orcs, he still seeks to take action. The orcs will not easily breach the holding camps, as history has shown that their previous successes stemmed from the negligence of those in charge, leading to the fall of the largest holding camp, Grommash Hold. This oversight significantly bolstered the Orcish forces, allowing them to challenge the alliance openly. Yet, at this moment, the orcs do not pose a credible threat to the human alliance, primarily due to the plague in Lordaeron, which has drawn much of their strength away. Compared to the plague, the orc threat seems minor. However, should all the orcs escape from the camps, they would still constitute a deadly menace to the alliance. The potential consequences of the plague, if left unchecked, could engulf the entirety of Lordaeron, leading to the kingdom's downfall, a fact King Tirina's is undoubtedly aware of. The timing of the Orcish uprising coincides with the period when Tirina's is too preoccupied to intervene. Rexxar shakes his head, dismissing thoughts of the orcs from his mind. His focus must now shift to the Scourge. It is time to eliminate the cult of the damned. Those who once answered the Lich King's call are beginning to surface, signaling that action must be taken. However, Rexxar does not intend to engage personally, leaving that to the zealous Uther. The cult of the damned is formidable, and Rexxar lacks confidence in his current resources to eradicate them, as he does not possess heroes among his ranks. Although there are several peak 9th-tier individuals, including himself and the Archmage, their strength, while significant, lacks the assurance that comes with heroic prowess. The Archmage's evolution is particularly noteworthy, a product of the Warcraft system. His leveling process may be slow, yet it is consistent. As long as he continues to slay monsters, he will progress, having seamlessly advanced from the early 9th tier to its peak without obstruction. However, as the Archmage grows in strength, the experience gained from defeating the same foes diminishes. leading Rexxar to realize that without further expansion of their environment, the Archmage will stagnate. No amount of time will suffice for meaningful accumulation. One point of joy for Rexxar is that, with time, the Archmage's intellect has begun to flourish. Once a mere tool devoid of awareness, he has now developed basic cognitive abilities. Though still immature, Rexxar understands that as the Archmage continues to evolve, a day will come when his consciousness will fully mature. Kel'Thuzad, the Archmage, now bears the title not as an honor but as a genuine reflection of his power. History records that Arthas slayed Kel'Thuzad, though that narrative is laden with embellishments. My most esteemed master, your most loyal servant Kel'Thuzad extends his greetings, he utters with reverence. At this moment, this Archmage of Azeroth, a hero of the heroic tier, kneels before the ground, his forehead touching the earth, lips brushing against the soil. Anyone witnessing this scene would scarcely believe the kneeling figure to be an Archmage. In utter disregard for his image, he bows deeply, his subdued voice echoing in the vast underground cavern. Time passes slowly, and the surroundings remain unchanged. Kel'Thuzad, you called for me? A voice echoed mysteriously within the cavern, resonating with an aged and elongated timbre, that of the Lich King Nuzul. Strangely, this voice manifested in the mind of Kel'Thuzad, yet the cavern remained utterly still, enveloped in an unbroken silence and darkness. Great Master, the candidates you proposed for the position of commander have been meticulously investigated by your servant. Currently, 2 individuals align with your selection, Kel'Thuzad spoke with profound reverence. In pursuit of power, he had irrevocably embarked on a path of no return, forsaking all principles. The formidable strength of the Lich King had subdued Kel'Thuzad, who executed every command without question, utterly devoted to Nuzul. Kel'Thuzad had become naught but a hound to the Lich King, his dignity as a mage utterly diminished. Yet, his allegiance was not born from unwavering loyalty, but rather from fear of Nuzul's might. Should the Lich King's power wane, it was certain that Kel'Thuzad would be the first to turn against him. His service to the Lich King was less about loyalty and more about the allure of strength. Is it truly possible that there are so many candidates? The voice's owner revealed a hint of surprise, the tone shifting from the initial stillness. Sensing the subtle fluctuations in the psychic connection, Kel'Thuzad maintained a stoic expression, though a faint glimmer of joy flickered across his face. A person may feign emotions, wearing a mask of happiness while concealing discomfort, but the mind cannot deceive. Joy is joy, and sorrow is sorrow. The bond between the Lich King and Kel'Thuzad was forged through psychic energy, and he continued to kneel, motionless, as he spoke. The first candidate is none other than Prince Arthas Menethil, the pride of King Tarina's Menethil II of Lordaeron, and the esteemed disciple of Uther, the leader of the Knights of the Silver Hand. He embodies nearly every virtuous quality imaginable: handsome, kind, passionate, righteous, and brave. Under his command, the Battle of Blackrock Spire was decisively won 2 years ago, where he subdued the mighty black dragon Nefarian, who once rivaled the Fire Lord Ragnaros, deep within the spire. Arthas, came the soft echo of his name in Kel'Thuzad's ears. Who is the next candidate? The second candidate is Rexxar Greymane, the heir of the Kingdom of Gilneas. Rex is exceptionally gifted and demonstrated remarkable military prowess 2 years ago during the defense of Southsea Town. The number of enemies I intentionally altered from 40,000 to 20,000. In a sudden assault, a few thousand defenders not only held their ground, but also launched a counterattack, colluding with Wargen to orchestrate a coup within their ranks. Ultimately, they vanquished the invading Orc army, achieving a resounding victory. The unfolding of the Southsea Town defense was recounted by Kel'Thuzad, who concluded with a summary. Although Rex's performance may not have shone as brightly as Arthas, his physical endowment is extraordinary, possessing strength exceeding that of an ordinary man by tenfold. Kel'Thuzad alluded to Rex's attributes. However, the discourse shifted away from the military talents of Arthas and Rex to a comparison of their physiques. As Kel'Thuzad presented all the information he had gathered, Kel'Thuzad's digression did not evoke any impatience from the Lich King Nuzul, for he understood the implications of Kel'Thuzad's words. Despite the imposing title of Lich King, with countless minions at his command, and having unified all of Northrend, Nuzul's true condition is one of profound despair. While he possesses formidable strength and stands among the most powerful in the realm of Azeroth, Nuzul is, in essence, trapped within the Frozen Throne for millennia, a place known for its hauntingly beautiful name, the Frozen Throne. Nuzul, once an Orc shaman, ascended to the status of the Lich King. wielding a mental prowess so formidable that he could summon the hearers from the eastern kingdoms, transcending the vast, tumultuous seas that separate Northrend from those lands. The distance between these realms is indeed immense, yet few in the world of Azeroth can rival his sheer mental strength. Nevertheless, despite all that can be said, one undeniable truth remains. Nazul, as the Lich King, exists devoid of corporeal form, sustained solely by his vibrant will. He has become inseparable from the Frozen Throne, which preserves his spirit and enables his existence. Should the Frozen Throne be shattered, Nazul would cease to exist. Thus, he is in dire need of a physical vessel, one that is not only powerful but also inherently gifted, capable of accommodating his immense spiritual essence. This would allow him to be reborn, liberated from the confines of the Frozen Throne. After Kel'Thuzad spoke, Nazul fell into deep contemplation, silent yet profoundly moved. Unknown to all, a significant transformation was occurring far away at the Frozen Throne in Northrend. The undead knelt restlessly upon the ground, paralyzed by a sense of foreboding, as the spirit within the Frozen Throne stirred with renewed vigor. After a prolonged silence, Nazul finally articulated his thoughts. It is he, Rexxar. This extraordinary vessel shall embody the Lich King's essence. I comprehend now, great master, that your every desire is the will of your servant. At last, it has come to fruition. To speak the truth, it has not been an easy journey. During this public period, I have often contemplated the notion of discontinuation. Yet I have ultimately persevered through the challenges. Even with the strong push for publication, there were moments when I nearly faltered. My feelings regarding this publication are indeed quite intricate. Initially, when I began writing this book, it was merely an expression of my experiences while playing a game. More precisely, I was immersed in the character of a war djinn from Gilneas. After delving into the storyline of Gilneas, I felt a profound sense of repression, which compelled me to articulate my thoughts. To my astonishment, upon uploading the work, it garnered commendable attention, attracting numerous members, albeit with a slight sense of disillusionment, as the clicks did not translate into collections. In comparison, another book I launched simultaneously, centered around League of Legends, received several times the collections mine did, igniting a sense of envy and frustration within me. On the first day, I had merely over 20 collections, while that other individual amassed nearly 200 in just one day. Witnessing such disparity was disheartening. However, I chose to focus on the positive aspect of the substantial member clicks I was receiving. It became apparent that my inability to retain readers was the core issue. Yet I resolutely continued to write, a decision that proved to be fortuitous. That individual, after a few days, ceased updating, leaving me to reflect on the unfortunate loss of potential. Upon signing the book, my editor was exceptionally supportive, offering astute recommendations. The first set of recommendations resulted in 2 placements, one in the curated selection and another in the strong push category. To receive both was a delightful surprise. In the second week, I was again featured in 2 categories, including a small recommendation on the homepage's 6 frequency section. However, this series of endorsements led me to reconsider the idea of discontinuation for the second time, as the growth in collections was exceedingly slow. Despite being featured twice in the 6 frequency section, my collection numbers did not reflect the same success. The first time yielded over 1,000 collections, while the second time barely reached a few hundred, making the situation appear even more dismal than that of Sanjiang. I harbor no resentment towards others, fully aware of my limited capabilities. Although member clicks were high, the fundamental issue remained. I simply could not retain my readers, a challenge inherent to my own shortcomings. This time, the vigorous promotion has indeed dealt a significant blow to the book's reception. This is a powerful recommendation, one of the finest. Yet the increase in collections thus far is disheartening, merely over 1,000 in 5 days. If it had been more forceful, thousands could have been amassed in just one day. The slow pace of this collection growth is truly painful to witness. Nevertheless, the book has made it to the shelves, and this achievement is entirely due to the diligent editorial team. Were it not for their strong support, the book would not have had the opportunity to be published. The concerns regarding collections are now irrelevant. What truly matters post-publication is the number of subscriptions. The tears shed over the past can now be put to rest, as subscriptions have taken precedence over collections. The genuine focus for a published work lies in subscriptions. I sincerely implore everyone to support the book in this regard. With only over 8,000 collections, the figure is undeniably modest compared to other published works, rendering its collection count woefully inadequate. It remains uncertain whether it will ever surpass 10,000. Achieving a 10-to-1 subscription ratio with 8,000 collections is simply unrealistic. A first subscription count of 800 is a dream, while hoping for 500 would be the utmost aspiration. This is my humble wish, and I kindly ask for the support of my fellow readers. Currently, my writing is purely driven by passion, unlike others who may have different motivations. Initially, I had grand aspirations, but now that the book is published, I aim to earn a modest income. Only through the book's success can I continue writing. The energy devoted to writing is invariably linked to performance, thus I hope for your heartfelt support. I will soon retreat to focus on my writing, as my state of creativity has been quite unstable, which is evident. The primary issue is the lack of stored drafts. I often write on the fly. Yesterday, I intended to write more, with plans for a substantial output today, but reality has proven to be harsh. Instead of writing more, I ended up completing one less chapter. I began writing at 7 this morning, and as of now, I have produced one chapter plus this author's note, totaling 4,000 words. I shall strive to see how many chapters one can write today, and will make up for any shortcomings tomorrow. Aiming for 500 first subscriptions is my goal. If achieved, I promise 10 chapters. If I reach 800, I will endeavor for 50 chapters. I might say this is an unattainable target, but I can say that casually. Can you challenge me on that? Today is the 19th, and September is nearly at its end. For a newly launched book, the monthly votes are equally significant. However, given the late publication, achieving a good ranking now seems impossible, with only a few days remaining. I do not expect to surge ahead, but I shall still strive earnestly, maintaining my resolve despite the challenges ahead. This endeavor necessitates competition. Only through striving can we harness the impetus to advance, and it is only in this fervent state that one can engage in the craft of writing, rather than succumb to a lackluster compliance. Regarding the monthly votes, I am open to all submissions, and my approach diverges significantly from that of others. While others may require 10 monthly votes for an additional chapter, I operate on a simpler premise. One monthly vote secures one chapter. My confidence does not parallel theirs, who may boast of adding chapters for 100 or 10 votes. I must resort to the most straightforward method, one vote, one chapter. By toiling diligently, I exchange my labor for monthly votes, and I will begin to address any outstanding chapters based on a 2-chapter foundation. In this tumultuous September, despite it being well past the halfway mark, with only the final third remaining, I am determined to persevere. Each monthly vote will yield one additional chapter, with no upper limit. Regardless of the moment, a surge of 50,000 starting coins will grant 5 additional chapters, while 100,000 will earn 10. In the last 10 days, I plan to exert myself fervently. However, it is crucial to mention that this month seems to feature double monthly votes, and the measures for additional chapters will not account for the doubling. I lack the capacity to do so. The monthly votes during this double vote period will still be regarded as one vote, without consideration for the doubling. Dear brothers and sisters, I am resolved to strive diligently. How far we can go depends on your support. Please, lend your support to my endeavors, to the fan works of Warcraft, as we anticipate the arrival of version 6.0. It would be a delightful experience to enjoy this book while playing the game. Here I am, earnestly hoping to earn a modest profit. As spring awakens and life burgeons, the sun bathes the earth in warmth, the tender grass flourishes, and vibrant red flowers bloom. The gentle spring breeze caresses the hair of Rex, who gazes at the gracefully swaying willow tree, and notices once more the resilient grass breaking through the soil with its indomitable spirit, an unmistakable sign of spring that cannot be concealed. The melodious and clear chirping of birds resonates in the warm and bright sunlight, while the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms mingles with the soft singing of the wind, creating a rare and harmonious scene of beauty. Regrettably, there are few who appreciate this beauty now. In the vibrant northern region of Lordaeron, during this season of renewal, vast stretches of trees stand lifeless, and the land lies barren and desolate, devoid of its ability to nurture crops, rendered entirely unproductive. Though it is spring, to the people of Lordaeron, it feels more akin to the depths of winter in a frigid freeze. The situation in northern Lordaeron has deteriorated daily, more rapidly than one can comprehend. In just over 6 months, there have been too many events to recount: the outbreak of plague, the uprising of orcs, and after much effort from the young Prince Arthas, the architect of the plague was vanquished. Yet, this was followed by an even more shocking occurrence. Arthas committed patricide. In a single day, the vast realm of Lordaeron crumbled entirely, and the capital city has fallen into the hands of the Forsaken, devolving into a paradise for the undead. Your Highness, the king urgently requests your presence. A somewhat chaotic sound of footsteps echoed as a fully armed guard, wielding a long spear, swiftly approached Rex before bowing and speaking. Rex nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from unnecessary words, and turned to stride purposefully towards the horses that had long been prepared in the distance. With a leap, he mounted his steed, gripping the reins tightly before delivering a sharp crack to the horse's rear. The creature, stung by the sudden pain, neighed loudly and galloped forward. Rex urged the horse onward, and soon the grand city of Gilneas appeared before him, his pace unrelenting as he made his way directly to the palace. Upon surrendering the horse to the guard, he strode into the grand hall of the palace, where a gathering of dignitaries awaited, Vincent, Darius, Walden, and Grodal among them. Upon seeing Rex enter, King Jean nodded and spoke. The upheaval in Lordaeron demands your insights. The territories of Lordaeron and Gilneas share a border, and with the recent outbreak of plague in Lordaeron expanding in scale, we must begin preparations for prevention. As King Jean posed this question, Rex gathered his thoughts to respond, but just as he began to articulate his views, another voice interjected. There is no need for prevention. If His Majesty orders the gates of the Greymane wall closed, prohibiting all outsiders, we in Gilneas shall face no danger with such a barrier in place, Grodal eagerly asserted, stepping forward to express his opinion in response to King Jean's words. Well said. With the Greymane wall standing, Gilneas will remain free from any crisis. King Jean praised Grodal, his approval evident. Had Grodal presented a different opinion, the king's commendation might not have been so pronounced. However, as Grodal spoke of the Greymane wall, a monumental structure overseen by King Jean himself, it resonated deeply within the king's convictions. His mindset had been firmly anchored to the belief that as long as the Greymane wall stood, Gilneas would be safe. Grodal, basking in the king's praise, felt a flush of color rise to his cheeks, transforming his previously despondent demeanor into one of renewed vigor. The past 2 years had been particularly arduous for him, as he had found himself stifled in the palace's discussions, overshadowed by Rex. Now, seizing the opportunity to voice his thoughts and receiving the king's endorsement, his spirit was undeniably uplifted. Grodal exuded a sense of exhilarating triumph, casting a provocative glance toward Rex's position, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The expression on Grodal's face was unmistakably apparent to Rex, causing him to furrow his brow in disbelief. When did Grodal become so astute? Once dismissed by Rex, Grodal's recent interjection was remarkably astute. Rex had barely paused in his speech, and anyone else would have awaited the continuation, yet Grodal seized the moment, leaving Rex at a loss for words. After all, Grodal's lack of decorum was brazenly crude, while Rex was determined to maintain his composure. The gates of the Greymane wall must not be closed. The catastrophic events in Lordaeron had transformed the capital into ruins overnight, overrun by the undead. With hundreds of thousands residing in Lordaeron, it was implausible that they all perished in a single day. Most would have fled. Given that Gilneas is the closest refuge, these refugees had nowhere else to turn but to us. To shut the gates of the Greymane wall would mean to deny entry to the Lordaeron refugees. Without aid, they would face a grim fate at the hands of the undead. Darius stood up to voice his dissent, observing King Jin's inclination to close the gates. He could no longer remain composed. Darius had no doubt about the wall's fortifications. Closing it would ensure Gilneas' safety. Yet he could not bear the thought of leaving countless refugees outside in peril. It is easy for you to talk about keeping the Greymane wall's gates open, Grodal sneered, his eyes betraying his contempt as he continued in a mocking tone. How can we trust that these refugees do not carry the plague into Gilneas, triggering an outbreak among us? I have heard that the Lordaeron plague wipes out entire villages upon infection. What will you do if the plague spreads in our capital? Can you shoulder that responsibility, Darius? Seeing Darius rendered speechless under his reproach, Grodal felt a surge of satisfaction akin to savoring a refreshing iced treat on a summer's day. He pressed on with increased fervor. I suspect you still harbor resentment over the ceding of Silverpine Forest, wishing for the people of Gilneas to face utter annihilation. Enough, Grodal. Withdraw and observe quietly. Do not speak out of turn, Rex commanded. As soon as these words were uttered, King Jean immediately reprimanded Grodal, chastising him for a few moments before continuing. What we are discussing now is the momentous change in Lordaeron. Let us refrain from delving into trivial matters. His authoritative gaze swept across the assembly, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all present. Having reigned for decades, King Jean's majesty was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Witnessing the king's wrath, Grotto swiftly subdued himself, retreating into silence and refraining from further speech. This scene did not escape the notice of Rex, whose furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Grotto remained as he always was. Rex had initially believed that years of his dominance had enlightened Grotto, transforming him into a figure of wisdom. To his dismay, Grotto proved to be no less foolish than before.